as you can tell, didn't really see it all that well the first 2 pitches with that challenge, but we had one to burn, so I'm just super proud of our guys and just everyone staying ready.
The Birds will get Thursday off before returning home for a 3-game set with the Phillies over the weekend. From the Bob Bell Ford and Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the low 80s with partly cloudy skies. Tomorrow has sunny skies and a high of 86. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Life Med Institute. Guys, regain confidence and performance in the bedroom with GainsWave therapy at Life Med Institute. GainsWave is a revolutionary non-invasive ED treatment. Call 410-575-1200 or go to lifemedinstitute.com to find out more. I'm Ben Hall, Ravens, Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Rob Long, Ed Norris, and Jeremy Kahn. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on The Fan on this Thirsty Thursday in Baltimore, surrounding areas. What are you going to talk about? What a day, what a day, what a day. Man, I was out and about watching that one, and it was just dramatic. By the way, Jeremy, 6:02 in the a.m.
Oh, thank you, man. I was curious. Actually, I knew it was 6:02 because you started talking.
No, it wasn't 6:02 yet.
Okay.
But the amount of time for me to be silent was like really kind of awkward.
Yeah.
So I just started talking.
I get that. And I know we're going to talk a ton about what happened yesterday.
What had happened was.
Yeah. It was one of those days where I was telling you, like, I was at the event that I told Wayne and Dundalk would attend this event. They were cleaning up trash in Dundalk, inviting some kids out. They had like Logan Lambert speak, and I was speaking, a bunch of people. So, like, I committed to that and doing it. And Wayne's apologizing when I'm going out. He goes, "Man, I'm so sorry. Like, I know the Orioles. I know it's." I said, "Look, man, when you planned this, you did this months ago. You didn't know this was going to happen. You know, so it is what it is." So I came out. I was telling you, I'm walking in my car and it's 7-1. And I got it, like, I'm looking at it on my phone. I kind of have my phone on me the whole time, like refreshing. Mm-hmm. And then, bing, okay, there's another run. You got a couple guys on, but there's 2 outs. And then I'm watching it. And this is the first time in a long time that I can remember. I raced home, ran into my bedroom, turned it on the TV, and I sat there like a kid watching his favorite cartoon.
It was that kind of game. It was that kind of game, my friend.
Unbelievable, man. And as I told Rob, I said, we've had some of these, as I like to call them, great movies with horrible endings. Like, it's a phenomenal game to be a part of and to watch and have a rooting interest. It sucked to wind up on the losing side. This was so nice. And I forget who it was with the Orioles. One of the beat writers was like, squirrel game, blowout, comeback. What a series. And that's,
squirrel game.
Yeah. Have you seen all the AI stuff with the squirrel growing,
yes.
putting the Orioles stuff on and going to the dugout? People are stupid. But I mean, that, like,
I said it the next day. The squirrel was the real star tonight. Yeah. For some reason, that squirrel got more play than anybody.
Yeah. But yesterday was one of those days that the Orioles had one of those crazy games. The Yankees had it too. They had a 96% chance of winning and blew the game and lost 6-5.
What was the Tigers' chance of winning at, what was that, the 7th inning, perhaps? Yeah, the 7th inning.
101.2%. I mean, that's how we all felt. I don't know what it was.
No chance.
It had to be in the high 90s, but as I said to somebody else jokingly, well, they still got to get 9 more outs. They did. They had to get more than that. And then, by the way, even the couple of things that happened, and I feel like I'm getting ahead of ourselves because I know we're going to talk so much Orioles, but there's Ravens training camp. There's a lot going on. But like in that game and watching it, all the moments, like the comeback, the taking the lead in extra innings and then giving it right back, that home run, you're like, oh man, what a kick right in the pills. And then Tyler Wells, who I was just reading, has he's number 1 in ground ball rate in Major League Baseball, and he gets that double play.
1 percentile.
Top 1 percentile.
Yeah, top 1 percentile.
So, I mean, like, that's just incredible.
And you look at the game and you think to yourself, if they didn't win, they're probably, 3.5 games back today, and let's say you lose that game 7-0, 7-1. That's already feels like a kick in the nuts. And then on top of that, you lose the game in the standings. So you're really starting to think, well, are they going to sell? And even though that game's not going to make them just change their mind of selling or buying, but that's probably the mindset of most.
I think you're saying exactly. Like, so in my mind, I'm looking at the game going, if you come back and win this game, this is such a huge momentum swing, and it should be a jumping off point.
Yeah.
Like, right? Like, I felt like in that moment, whoever lost that game was going to be a seller at the trade deadline and whoever won. And I don't think that's necessarily correct, but that's how I felt watching it. And once it comes down, I think the Tigers are now, like, Scooble realized it. They're looking at it. Everybody's got them linked to the Dodgers if the Dodgers decide to give up their top prospect who they don't want to. And I hear people saying, well, if you don't want the Dodgers to get Scooble, then trade for him. Hey, stupid. His contract's up at the end of the year. Who can trade away prospects and not worry about re-signing the guy or letting him go to free agency to throw the most money at him, except for the team that's been given a pass by MLB around the salary cap or, the luxury tax?
Because if you do trade for him, the Tigers are looking for top prospects.
Yes.
They're not looking for your trash prospects.
So
They're
that limits the group.
Prospects.
And then you all, again, who is
They're
going
not looking for suspects. They want prospects. By the way, he had only given up actually one run when he left. It was 7-1 when he left. Those other two runs were
So they were, runs. Yeah, okay. And because we were talking about that off the air a little bit. I just go back to this and, like, I'm reading all these people that I like and trust, and then the Dodgers fans come in, yeah, just trade for him. Shut up. You guys, ever since this whole BS started with the bankruptcy and them finagling the apron or the luxury tax and all this other stuff, I mean, you have Shohei Ohtani and Kyle Tucker for $3 million this year. $3 million. It's absurd. And this is one of the reasons. This is the first thing. If they trade for Tarek Skubal, they all better walk. Hey, look, man, we ain't, at the end of the year, this can't be happening all the time where the rich are eating everyone else.
Yeah, that's why I don't understand why the players are so. Then again, I don't know if the players overall are against salary cap. I don't know that. I don't know we hear from the Bryce Harpers of the world.
The top players
top players, we hear from them because you've already gotten paid. And you know what a cap would have done for you. But I would love to know what Jeremiah Jackson thinks about a cap. I would love to know what those guys think.
Well, you know what it is because
you have more of those guys than you have the top guys.
This is what MLB does, though. They try to drive a wrench in between, the 80% of players that aren't making a ton of money that are in baseball, the minor leaguers that are on the cusp and everything else, where all these guys are trying to earn as much as they can against the top, whatever it is. It's probably like 5%.
Hey, Kobe Mayo, what do you think about a salary cap? I would love to know.
Yeah.
I would love to know what they think. Now, if you're recording, they're probably going to say what the players union want them to say. But I would love to have a real conversation with those guys to hear what they think about having a salary cap. Because, as you said, it drives them out. It keeps them down. Because I'm spending so much money on the top, it's not top half, the top quarter maybe, and it keeps you down. I have to recycle Jeremiah Jackson. I can't keep him around for a second or third contract because I got to get somebody like him that's cheap so I can keep paying the top part of my roster. That's the problem. If you had a cap, guys like that might last a little bit longer because you can't spend so much on the top players on your roster.
Well, what's going to happen is you're going to have Pirates, the Rays. Well, here's $28 million for one player to come in for 1 year so they reach the floor.
Yeah.
It's bound to happen. And maybe it's a guy on their own team that they hook up. But usually, like even, people bitched about the Orioles and some of the signings they made towards the end. The Charlie Morton signing, the Chris Bassett signing, and like overpaying for 1 year for a vet pitcher because you didn't get what you want before. I think you see a lot of that happen just so guys can get to if they end up getting the cap and the floor.
It'll be interesting to see what happens as we move forward with this whole.
Yeah. As Ben just pointed out, like Gary Trent in the NBA, they're investigating that because it's like, wait a minute, like you paid that guy how much? And then they're trying to say like, hey, we promised him this before that, and we're just holding up our end of the bargain. And everybody else is like, yeah, that ain't it. You guys want to get as many draft picks as you can in the next few years.
410-583-1057. That's the number. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. On this Thirsty Thursday, what a tremendous ball game yesterday. That's one of those games where you wish they played again today, but then again, you're thinking, they need a day off after that one. They need a day off. Did the Orioles save their season yesterday? We'll talk about that at 6:30, but on the other side, the comeback. And it happened from a guy who hadn't had an RBI since Father's Day. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan.
Wherever the Orioles season takes you.
Say goodbye to this ball.
Download the free Odyssey app and hear reactions to all the biggest moments. Download it today and search 1057 The Fan.
Traffic is sponsored by the Ouch Guy. 877-OUCH-911.
Ouch. You just fell on that wet floor at the grocery store? Ouch. Call 877-OUCH-911. I'm the attorney you can trust with your injury case. Let me handle the legal pain while you handle the ice pack. 877-OUCH-911 because I'm the attorney who actually gives a shit.
Here's Rob Long here with Justin, a recent graduate of the JATC apprenticeship program. Justin, why did you enter the program?
Yeah, I went to college. Working behind a desk just wasn't for me. So I ended up reaching out to the JATC and never looked back.
What was your major in college?
I ended up going towards biology and chemistry, but I couldn't see myself standing behind beakers all day just mixing chemicals.
Wow. So how are you doing now?
I'm doing great. It's just opened up a lot of doors for me.
Will you recommend the JATC to others?
I would recommend this to anybody.
To learn more, go to jatc24.org.
In a world where summer hunger can strike at any moment, only one chicken can fight it.
Wow. I'm hungry. I want a chicken sub. I want chicken and fries. Wow, real fast.
Chicken Palooza is back at Royal Farms. Get any two-piece meal, Rofo chicken sandwich, or a world-famous chicken sub or wrap with an essential water for $6. Now playing at Royal Farms.
Rolled your ankle playing pickleball? Pulled a muscle on the golf course? Feeling that shoulder after a weekend workout? Skip the long wait at the ER or urgent care and go straight to the orthopedic experts. Ortho Maryland has walk-in care in 5 locations throughout Baltimore and Harford counties. The newest location in Reisterstown now offers convenient day and evening walk-in care, on-site x-rays, DME, and physical therapy. Visit orthomaryland.net for hours and locations.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Does it feel like it's time to refresh and renovate your home? Jerry's Home Services is the only company to call in Maryland for all your home improvement needs. Specializing in siding and roofing, along with kitchens and baths, Jerry's is your all-in-one stop. Don't put off the renovations needed to make your home feel new again. Just ask Jerry's. Call the family-owned and operated company with over 40 years of experience and make your home a Jerry's home. For a free estimate, call 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com today.
The Harford County Sheriff's Office is hiring law enforcement deputies. Earn up to $10,000 recruitment incentive. They provide training, support, and career opportunities to help you succeed. Act fast. Applications close August 2nd. Learn more at harfordsheriff.org.
From the 1057 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Good morning. Route 3 northbound at St. Stephen's Church Road in the Crownsville area. A utility problem has the left lane and the left shoulder blocked. The Beltway is running smoothly, the inner loop and the outer loop, and the tunnels, no problems there. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
The Big Bad Morning Show is sponsored by Vinny Stio, your home sold guaranteed realty.
All right, welcome back. 410-583-1057. We'll be having a lot of conversations here about the Orioles comeback. Ravens training camp started yesterday, but of course with the Orioles, I mean, what a crazy game. And there's so many different things you can look at with this game yesterday. I mean, and I wanted to throw this at you because it's something I was talking about. As soon as I saw the lineup come out, as soon as it came out.
Yeah, you knew it was coming.
I knew everybody was going to bitch about Jackson Holiday not playing yesterday. And Jackson Holiday's a guy that I would like to see play on an everyday basis to a degree, like as much as he can. I think he's going to be that type of player. I thought for sure when he came in and pinch hit and gets a huge base hit that keeps this rally going and ends up getting another hit later on, that we wouldn't hear about it. But sure enough, there were people still bitching about it this morning. They gave him a day off against maybe the best lefty in all of the American League, and they used him to pinch. It wasn't like he wasn't going to play. And people don't want to hear this, but if you're going to have Jeremiah Jackson and Jackson Holiday on your team, you're going to get him at bat. You're not going to sit him for 10 freaking days.
And that's the best way to do it against lefties. I know it's a tough lefty, but that's listen. I don't like Jeremiah Jackson Holiday sitting either, especially now that he's hot. But I also know Jeremiah Jackson gets some big hits as well.
You know
a week ago I said I thought Jeremiah Jackson gave you the best chance to win games because Jackson Holiday was scuffling. Since that time, I think he started yesterday, 12 for his last 24. He's hot. But I don't like him sitting, but if he's going to sit, let him sit against the Tarek Skubal.
Do you remember we had Derek Carty on? He's the guy who I purchased his algorithm for sports betting and and we talk about all these different things, and I brought it up to him earlier in the year, just mentioning the way that things go with teams and how players can get streaky. I don't know if you remember me saying this. I talked to him about hot streaks because the math tells you that hot streaks aren't real, that it's just a part of the bigger picture.
Right.
You are what those numbers over
at the end of the season is.
Yeah, like the fact that you think you're hot right now, and I don't necessarily agree with that. I understand why the math says that, but I do think the confidence builds and you get a different player. So I know some people are going to look at it and go, well, I don't know what Mike Elias is doing. I don't know what Albernaz is doing. This guy's hot. He should be in the lineup every day. I've seen people saying, well, he's actually hitting better against lefties than Jeremiah Jackson, and Tarek Skubal is reverse split. Okay, guys. I mean, what are we getting in the weeds here about that they gave him a day off and he came through in the end? Guarantee he's in the lineup again this whole weekend, So I don't know, man.
When you talk about Oriole magic and how comebacks like that happen, it takes weird characters. On June 21st, Colton Cowser was 3 for 5 with a home run and 4 RBI. Ben, did you know that was the last RBI he collected? June 21st.
I did not.
I did because I saw it after the game, but there was so many different stats with him that was like...
Yeah. June 21st, Father's Day, was his last RBI.
He had just 4 hits against lefties all year before that.
And he came in yesterday on that long streak, almost a month and a half. And bang, he gets an RBI. Those are the crazy stories that come from comebacks like that. When you're down 7-0 and you come back and win, you're down 7-0, then you go up 9-7. Garcia gives up a 2-run home run. Oh, that's it. I mean, that's it.
How many of you thought that game was over when they went up 2 and it's going to the bottom portion? Yeah. You're like, all right, who cares about that runner on second?
Exactly. Exactly. What at the first pitch? Ambush.
Couldn't even think
I'm like, I went to the bathroom and I was sitting down, and before my ass hit the seat,
you came out like Samuel L. Jackson in Black Snake Moan, like.
I'm like, what the hell just happened? Come on, Garcia. And I'm thinking to myself, well, that's how this is going to end. They're going to get another run. Here's another home run. He plows through that inning, and like you said, Colton Cowser hadn't had an RBI since Father's Day. At that time, 3 hits against lefties all year. And then, bam, base hit.
Okay, let me throw this question at you, because this is something that's kind of bothered me. So they win last night, right? These national writers, and I understand what they have to do because the trade deadline's approaching, but everyone I read has the Orioles selling off all their top pieces. Even after last night's win, I saw John Paul Morosi write, Yanir Cano is the most sought-after reliever on the market. And I'm looking at it going...
Or is it to add to the bullpen, not subtract?
I mean, is there something... Are these national writers in a meeting? Are they talking to another team that goes, oh, we'd really like to have him? Are they making stuff up? Or, like, are you honestly thinking the Orioles are just going to sell?
Well, read what he's saying, though. The most sought after. Doesn't mean you're getting him. Well, they're probably getting a lot of phone calls for him.
I get it, but they're also writing, hey, the Orioles might move on from Adley Rutschman, Jackson Holiday, and Colton Cowser, blowing up this rebuild. It's not blowing up the rebuild. You got some guys that are coming towards the back end of their contract. We don't know if any of those guys get moved. The Adley stuff is kind of sped up a little bit where that's been talked about, but does he get moved? I mean, what do you trade him for?
Somebody that I need right now.
But I'm saying, do you feel like you're going to get fair value?
No.
And maybe there's some people that look at it going, he's off and hurt. Let him go start fresh somewhere else. Let's get something that, sustainable here now.
410-583-1057 is the number. Forget about the national writers. They're the local people. They still suck or they still blow. I mean, come on, dude. I was asked yesterday, come on, Rob, you honestly think this team can win the World Series? Why are you changing the topic? I had fun today. As my buddy Todd Locklear likes to say, you hate fun.
Yeah.
You hate fun. What is wrong with you? Yesterday's game was fun.
Dude, there's just people that would rather be miserable. I mean, I don't get it in life.
Isn't that the purpose of sports? You watch it for entertainment?
Yeah.
How was yesterday not entertaining? I'm not gonna enjoy myself because I don't think they can win the championship. You know what? Okay. Okay.
And just be
But
miserable.
why do you have to let everybody know it?
Yeah.
I didn't ask you anything. Why do you? If you're not invested in it and you don't want to watch it because you don't think they can win a championship, that's fine.
But I like when,
why do you have to let the rest of us know?
I like when people say it's never going to happen because it hasn't happened. The Red Sox invented losing for 100 years and then they won a couple of World Series. People get caught up in this stuff, and you and I talk about it. And I know, I'm fine. You guys can label me a homer. You're this, you're that. But it's 162 games, guys. We just talked about them getting their ass whooped 14-0 and how you felt yesterday before that game with Tarek Skubal coming up. How do you feel this morning? Nothing changed except one game.
And after the Tigers scored 21 consecutive runs, 14 the other day, 7 yesterday, bam, here come the Birds. That, to me, that's entertaining. That's a Wednesday afternoon. That's how you spent your Wednesday afternoon, man.
Look, I had fun.
Me and my buddy Ricky and his wife April was sitting watching it, and Ricky and I looked at one another like, what the?
With the pretty hair?
No. He white boy. No.
That hair's straighter than arrow.
Yeah, straight. But Ricky and I looked at one another like, nah, man, no, man. We had fun. Why can't you just live in the moment and have fun?
I was at that point driving home where I really wanted to watch the game, and I'm being that superstitious douchebag fan where it's like, well, maybe I should just watch it on my phone because we've been coming back since I've been watching them. You know what? They got down 7-0 with you watching it on the phone, jackass. Get in the room and turn the TV on. So that's what I did. And like I said, that kind of made my afternoon. I was tired and wanted to take a nap. Ain't no way you can take a nap watching that. I was wired all night.
Let's go to Parkville, get Eli. What's up, Eli?
Good morning, fellas.
Good morning.
Good morning.
After Tuesday shutout and then the second inning air from Alonso, I was like, man, I don't know. I wouldn't be upset at people if they said they didn't watch the game because I'm people. I didn't watch the game after the second inning. I turned it right off. And to y'all point, I think Jackson Holiday could play every day because they do so much shuffling with the lineup. Why not just have him play every day and then DH Kobe Mayo while Pasayo and Adley are out? It just makes sense to DH Kobe Mayo and have him play every day because he's hot.
Well, so my thing with the Jackson Holiday stuff too is the other thought process. You got a young pitcher that's thrown 80 pitches. He's set up for the win. He's doing well. Do you bring him out to go through the lineup the third time or whatever it may be, just to say, hey, he's already in line for the win. He's going to have it. Let's get him out of the game with feeling good going into the next game. And I heard what Craig Albernaz had to say. Look, I was in that division for a couple years. I got to see Scuba up close and personal. That guy's just flat out nasty. So what if Holiday did face him and go 0 for 4? Does that change your mindset on his hot streak now? Does he think about it going in the next game? I think there's a lot of things that you manage, and that's why we have a manager. People aren't going to like all the moves. They're always going to bitch about the things you do and not give you credit for the things that work out. I just think that we haven't been totally fair to a first-year manager and letting things play out. There's some things that I don't like that Albernaz has done, but by the way, I'm saying it in the moment that I don't like it, not after the fact when the results happen.
410-583-1057. That's the number. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. Who gets traded before Monday? It's a question we'll ask you and we'll answer at 7 o'clock. But on the other side, did the Orioles save their season yesterday? Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan.
Baseball coverage on 105.7 The Fan is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Sponsored by UBO. We make workflow. UBO streamlines document workflow and maximizes output. Think of us as your business technology experts, where satisfaction isn't just a promise, it's a part of our culture. Get started at ubeo.com today.
There's a reason potato chips don't come in a clear bag. It's only 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's like your 401k. You get 2/3, Uncle Sam gets the rest. Mike Kinnett, Ryan Herbert, and the team at ProStatus Financial Advisors Group can help. Their tax mapping process can help forecast what your taxes will be in the future to potentially decrease your tax bill. Call for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 866-597-1040, or online at prostatusfinancial.com.
Advisory services offered through ProStatus Group, LLC, a registered investment advisor. Insurance licensed in Maryland.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for buying gas. That's right. You can earn cash back with Upside just for buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside, and just last year, I made nearly $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get cash back? If you like extra cash, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you fill your tank. Use promo code SNAP to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code SNAP for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code SNAP for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
And Doug. Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons, and lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
You know the rush when you reach that goal, when something you've worked for pays off. That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start August 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie and the Final Drive. Live on YouTube, Monday through Friday, 6 till 6. Search 105.7 The Fan, Baltimore. And never miss a moment of coverage on the teams you love. From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center. Sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Good morning. Route 3 northbound at St. Stephen's Church Road. A utility problem has the left lane and the left shoulder blocked. The Beltway inner loop looks good. The outer loop, no problems either. And southbound 95, a bit slow from O'Donnell Street through the Fort McHenry Tunnel. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
The biggest news of the Ravens' first full team session of training camp came just minutes before practice when Nnamdi Madubuike was removed from the physically unable to perform list after passing his physical. There hadn't been much news surrounding Madubuike since he suffered the neck injury against Cleveland in Week 2 last season. His status remained relatively quiet throughout the offseason, making his return to the practice field Wednesday a significant development. Safety Kyle Hamilton spoke on the excitement of seeing Madubuike back out there.
I think it's a great thing just seeing him out here in the building, in the locker room. He's such a vibrant personality, and you realize when he's here, when he's not here. And that's all for the better when he is here. He's never bringing any sort of negative attitude, and it's just awesome seeing him back out here going through the process.
They'll be back on the practice field today at 10. For the Orioles, Wednesday brought one of the biggest roller coaster victories we'll see all season. Baltimore came back from down 7 runs through 6 innings to win a thriller in extras. The win improved Baltimore to 53 and 56, putting them 2.5 games back of the Guardians for the final American League wildcard spot. But the race remains crowded with 3 teams within 2 games of that final playoff position. From the Bob Bell Florida Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the low 80s with partly cloudy skies. Tomorrow has sunny skies and a high of 86. I'm Ben Hall, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Rob Long, Ed Norris, and Jeremy Kahn. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on The Fan. We never fully know what people are thinking in baseball or any sport. You know, front offices and coaches and managers. We never really know. But you wonder. You go into that game yesterday. You lost 14-0. Let's say, guys, Jeremy and Ben, let's say the game continues to go the way it was. You lose 7-0, 7-1. Let's say you lose 7-0. You just got outscored 21-0 in 2 games against a team that was on your heels. Was, because now that win puts them even with you now. Now they're back in it. Am I right?
Yeah.
They're still 2 games back of the Orioles now, right? So that puts them even with you. Your offense is not going well. You're now 3.5 games back. All of these things are rolled into one, and now you're coming home. You're one of your aces wet the bed, gave up 4 runs, and the 4 runs that he gave up don't look as bad now, but it would have if you lost that game 7-0. Mm-hmm. He didn't give you a chance to win. Their ace did.
Yeah.
How does your season look today on an off day? And on top of that, this is not a game day. This is an off day.
Well, I mean, I was just thinking about it while you were talking. I was going to say, like, do you think that game did more damage to the Tigers or more good for the Orioles? And feel free to answer yes.
I think that game would have given the Tigers hope. I think roles were reversed.
Yeah.
Essentially. That's my opinion. I have no knowledge because I'm not, I talked to Mike Elias, but he's not giving me this information. Naturally, you know, I'm not in the front office team.
Yeah.
But you wonder if this essentially saved the season for the Orioles. I mean, get outscored 21-0 in 2 games for a team that was 2 games behind you when this thing started. You just lost your 3rd consecutive series, Jeremy.
Yeah.
The 3rd consecutive series. Maybe that loss tells you, and how you lose those 2 games tell you you're not really ready. This is not.
I mean, I guess, like, it's so hard because we have so many games left, and a lot of it's, you know, look, if you've ever listened to anybody talk about baseball for an extended period of time, they tell you momentum is next day starting.
Yes,
pitching.
it is.
And like you said, you got a day off today. You've got good matchups. You've got good pitchers going this weekend, and I feel like most of the time we have that in any given series.
Mm-hmm.
The sad part is we don't know. I don't know if the Phillies listed who's pitching today, but we're supposed to see Zach Wheeler and Christopher Sanchez.
Yeah.
Sanchez being left-handed and one of the best lefties in the National League. So, like, but the Phillies are reeling. They just lost 2 out of 3 to the Marlins, who just lost 12 in a row, and then they got right there. So,
well, they got to see Brandon Young, Shane Baz.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
And Kyle Bradish. You know what I mean? So I'm okay. I don't fear another starting pitcher anymore.
You and I are talking the same way because, like, the dude that called in about the Rays yesterday.
Yeah.
It's going back and forth with him. I said, look, man, I'm not sending anything back. You're telling me guys were better pitchers in the postseason with 5-run ERAs, and you're giving me Shane Baz has given up 3 and 4 innings. Of course. So he's had 1 opportunity in the postseason. You got other guys that pitch 4, 5. One day it was 2 innings. One day they were coming out of the bullpen. but nobody had good numbers of the players you were comparing them to, and that's what we're saying. We're not saying, hey, you got to believe in Shane Baz, but don't tell me you don't believe in him, and then you believe in these other guys who have been crappy in the postseason as well. And because you've had one start in the postseason, that does not make who you are. It's one game. If he goes out and throws 7 shutout innings, and all of a sudden it's like, man, he's got great numbers in the postseason. No, he pitched one good game and one bad one. You know, like I just the stuff that we get caught up in the minutia and how people see stuff. And we've said this before. They lose on Sunday. The show on Monday is totally different.
Yeah,
they win on a Sunday. That show on Monday is totally different than what we did.
Because we live in a football town. Every game means more than you think it means. Honestly, that's how it is. If you lose 1 of 17, that game means a lot. It's 1 of 17.
I used to
if you win 92 games, you're going to the playoffs. Am I right?
Yes.
That means you lost 70. Mm-hmm. You lost 70 games.
Like
that's a lot. If you win 100 games, you lost 62 games.
Do the math.
That's just how it is. That's a lot of losses.
I'll just tell people like this because I used to be just like everybody else, living and dying by every single Oriole game. Trust me, I want them to win. I'm into the game. I know how to compartmentalize now and get ready for the next series. There are some that sit with you a little longer than others. I get that. But when you bitch about every single loss that goes on, I mean, I'm sure your anxiety's got to be going off the whole season. I feel like I'm a lot calmer since watching the Orioles game like you should without football eyes.
I think you said two things that, I think you still live and die with each win. You just don't bitch about it. I think there's a difference. I live and die with every game.
Yeah.
But I understand it's baseball. So I'm invested in every game.
Yeah.
So when you have that kind of investment, it tugs on you emotionally. At the same time, there's some comprehension to what you're watching.
That's why I'm saying compartmentalizing.
Yeah.
Like the game's over, you're pissed, you wake up in the morning, it's like, all right, who do we got today? Like it's things change so quickly. And there are so many things that people say that make me laugh all the time. I was telling you about the guy who's like, somebody wrote the Orioles need to go on a little bit of a run. They can't do that. It'll never happen. You mean like the 7 games they just won in a row last week? Like what are we even talking about?
But I wonder though, how much does losing a series to the Tigers, if you would have lost 21-0 in the last 2 games, what does that mean?
It crushes you.
I mean, the clubhouse, the front office, the clubhouse, because I saw a look on Craig Albanese when the Tigers scored running 6 and 7. I saw a look on his face of like, oh, WTF.
Yep.
It was that look. I don't think he was tapping out. Not that. But that look when you're trying to figure it out and you're not, and maybe the people around you aren't getting it. And then all of a sudden, they go on a run.
Yep.
I just wonder what happens to the front office all the way down if they don't come back and win that game.
Man, I can't believe I'm still looking at these standings and going Seattle, Minnesota, and Houston are in front of us. Like, I think they're going to catch those teams. All those teams have had their issues.
They can take care of Minnesota themselves and go to Minnesota.
Yep.
I'm on that flight. I can't wait.
Oh, when you go to Minnesota, there's a place. I told you there's a restaurant you have to go to.
Which one was it?
It's called Boucheron.
Okay.
I'll send you that. Like, if you've trusted me on anything, go to this damn restaurant. It's one of the best I've ever been to.
Well, I told you before. That's one of my favorite stadiums.
I love Minnesota.
That's one of my favorite stadiums to go to, man. That stadium is a party.
Yeah, my wife was trying to, like, when we were in Minnesota, she had looked it up, and I should have looked it up. She goes, oh, I think the Twins are on the road. And I'm like, oh, okay, so we won't see a Twins game. We'll just go see the concert. While we were there, the Twins were playing the Dodgers. Oh. And they had one of those crazy-ass games, if you go back to it. And I'm looking at her like, why don't you let me do the sports research, damn it? And I blame myself, not her, but we missed out on seeing it.
You thought, why don't you let me do the sports research?
Yeah.
You didn't say it.
You weren't there, but you're right.
You didn't say that to Mr. King.
Hey, look, if I'm compartmentalizing stuff with the Orioles, I pick my battles with my wife. They're few and far between.
410-583-1057, that's the number. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. What a come-from-behind win by the Baltimore Orioles yesterday. Down 7-0, giving up 21 consecutive runs to the Detroit Tigers, and they came back to win 9-8. But our question to you is this. Did they save their season with yesterday's 12-inning win? Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show right here on The Fan.
After the Big Bad Morning Show, it's Vinny and Haynie.
Hey, it's Total Request Thursday. I request the Orioles show us who they really are, or have they? We'll be ripping it with Ryan coming up at noon. But we also have Jerry Coleman from the Be More Sports podcast. We've got Mike Bordick, Oriole Hall of Famer, talk about what the Orioles should do at the trade deadline. And we're going live to One Winning Drive with Vinny Serrato, day 2 of Ravens training camp.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
I feel awful for the skill position guys on the Atlanta Falcons. Michael Penix is hurt to start camp, and on Wednesday, Tua Tagovailoa came up with a tight back, and now he's hurt. The team signed Cooper Rush. Their quarterbacks right now are Cooper Rush and Jack Strand. I've never heard of that second person. How can you expect anybody on the team to get better when those are the two guys that are running the offense right now? I'm Denton Day.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. With a huge variety of metals in stock, we can help no matter what job comes your way. And we cut the size. Because just like taxes and BS, we think metal is better when cut. Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Find a store or shop online at metalsupermarkets.com.
DQ presents Being a Miracle Maker. Making a difference in your community has never been easier because July 30th is Miracle Treat Day at DQ. You buy a Blizzard tree at participating locations and DQ will donate $1 or more to Children's Miracle Network to benefit your local children's hospital. So on July 30th, buy a Blizzard tree and be a Miracle Maker, a Blizzard eating hero, doing their part on Miracle Treat Day. July 30th, DQ. Happy tastes good.
Traffic is sponsored by Schmidt Baking Company, part of the H&S family of bakeries.
Get healthy with Schmidt's Old Time 647 bread. High in fiber and less carbs, so you can enjoy the great taste and eat better. Enjoy 647's delicious bread, rolls, bagels, and English muffins. Available at your favorite grocer. Schmidt, your hometown baker.
New Game Plus with Oxy makes your laundry smell incredible and fights stubborn smells, like the ones your dog Biscuit brought into your freshly made bed last night. But you washed that all away with Game, and now you're drifting asleep to the scent and sound of waves. Ah, no, that's the dog licking your ear.
Biscuit.
It just might be our greatest scent ever, now with odor-fighting power. New Game Plus with Oxy.
The burrito is fire.
Hi, this is Maya.
And I'm Antonio. And the little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A hash brown scrambled burrito
is that it fuels our morning.
It's the full package.
You have the chicken, you have the eggs, and then you add these hash browns for a nice little crunch.
The chicken's always nice. It's crispy, it's juicy. And the cheeses, they melt together in a beautiful way.
And it gives me energy. It's perfect.
Order the Chick-fil-A hash brown scrambled burrito and Simply Orange Juice on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Oh, hey, Sarah. Did you hear my daughter Katie got Camper of the Week?
That's a big deal.
We got a big deal too, right, Mom?
Honey, shh.
What's that?
Okay, that Hyundai Santa Fe, I only paid.
Nice. Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days, or 1.9% APR for 72 months on the Hyundai Tucson, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry, offer ends August 3rd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Mid-60s this morning. Today, partly cloudy, high of 81. This weekend, mid-80s.
Weather brought to you by Staples. It's the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech and more at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
Introducing Wrangler Tough Light Jeans. The cowboy cuts you know and love, now up to 20% lighter. Because lighter isn't a compromise. It's a better way to wear denim. Wrangler Tough Light. Tough jeans just got lighter.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. With a huge variety of metals in stock, we can help no matter what job comes your way. And we cut to size. Because just like taxes and BS, we think metal is better when cut. Metal Supermarkets, the convenient stores for metal. Find a store or shop online at metalsupermarkets.com.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
The Salute to Savings event is happening now at Bob Bell Kia. Drive home one of 4 incredible Kia models priced under $30,000. No matter your credit situation, we are here to help. Start shopping today at bobbellkia.com or call 410-288-2500.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Good morning. Light traffic in and around the area. The Beltway, both the inner loop and the outer loop, look really good. No problems. And the tunnels are running smoothly. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
The Big Bad Morning Show is sponsored by Vinny Stio, your home sold guaranteed realty.
You know this is my favorite 50 Cent song?
It is?
Yeah. It's my favorite.
Why I played it.
Huh?
That's why I played it.
Thank you very much. I mean, I don't dislike 50. This is my favorite.
You don't like Candy Shop?
No, I don't. No, I actually don't. I don't. Whoa. I mean, what is that?
Dude, I was watching videos yesterday on Instagram late last night, and it was asking people a question about, one of them was 50 Cent. Like, hey.
Ask you 21 questions?
Yeah. No, do you think 50 Cent is still a good rapper? Oh, no, he's past his prime. He hadn't put out anything good. And then 50 Cent comes out from behind the wall and just stares at him. And that awkward moment when you've been talking trash about somebody, and then you look over and it's like, they heard all of it. And then I felt bad for the dude because they did that with 50 and they did it with Mike Tyson. I would definitely rather see 50. Some guy talked about Tyson's face tattoo. And he walked out and he goes, yes, I am a little crazy. So he's looking at the guy, he's like, man, you might want to walk away.
Mike Tyson is a different type of ass whipping.
Yes.
But I think both would be an ass whipping.
Well, there's no question. But 50 was laughing at all of them. He thought it was funny.
Because he's a troll himself.
Yeah.
Troll, game recognized game. The Orioles saved their season yesterday. What are they thinking in the warehouse this morning if that game goes the way it started? 410-583-1057 is the number. Rashawn in Baltimore. What's up, Rashawn?
What's up, fellas? Good morning.
Morning.
Man. What a comeback win yesterday.
Hey, Jeremy. So Rashawn told me he wanted to watch the game with me yesterday. Then he told me he couldn't. Then I see a picture of him and Trippy watching the game together. So what he did.
That was an old picture.
What he did.
Well, I know you guys didn't watch it at Ravens training camp.
That's a low blow right there.
Hey, I just heard a story. I'm inquiring minds want to know.
No, man. But listen, man, I had no, expectation we was going to win that game yesterday. I remember being in Detroit last April, and the Tigers swept us. And on the last game, I believe it was Scooble, man. He just had, I think 11 or 13 strikeouts.
Yeah, he just destroyed us. Yeah.
Yeah, it was like 40 degrees too that day. Remember that?
I was there. Yeah.
Yeah. But I think we still got a shot, man. But my thing is, if we can stay healthy, that's going to improve our chances.
It is
to save the season. And if we get our catchers back, we doing all this with 2 catchers down, and everything. And I like the Yahoo Piozo guy, But
Yahoo Perosa.
Yeah.
The catcher we just picked up.
I'm not a Bobo. I'm a Pozo. Pozo.
Whatever his name is.
His name is pretty simple. Pozo.
This is the worst one that you've tried so far.
What's the first one? What was the first name?
Just call him Pozo. That's fine. I haven't said his last name in my life.
Yeah. But so when these guys come back, are they going to DFA him? Send him back down? Because I would like to keep him on the roster because these guys can't stay. They can't stay healthy. That's why.
You can't keep him on the roster. You only have a certain amount of spots. You can't expand the roster.
Yeah. I'm saying though, but I don't know if we can. If he got options though, we can send him down to AAA. And
you passed the 2-minute warning, man. You got to go.
Oh man,
you got to go.
What, Sean? No, just thinking about like the goofiness that goes on with those guys. Like I was told the time that Trippy wanted to go with Rashawn or whatever, and he didn't come pick him up, and then there's always something behind the scenes going on with those cats.
Hey, what's up?
Hello.
What's going on? Hey, Jeremy, I like you took a shot at me, but it's all good.
I didn't take a shot at you. Man. I took a shot at the situation. But part of that's your fault, though, too.
Cool. Hey, at the end of the day, I'm just like this. Everything always my fault. You feel me? They look at the black man, everything his fault. They never get my side of the story. But it's cool, though. It's cool. God know what happened. You feel me? So it is what it is. I just want an explanation. You know what I mean? I can't get a call from nobody. You know what I mean? But they want to call, talk about, hey, you want PSL tickets? You want to read? No, I'm good. But anyway, I call about the Orioles. Really don't want to talk about the Ravens today. I like that question you asked, Rob. After yesterday, because I ain't going to lie, I cooked up a parlay yesterday. I ain't going to tell y'all what Rashawn told me to do. Yeah, man, just go ahead and take the Tigers money line, man. You know they playing against Scuba, man. Scuba, man. That's all he kept saying. But the Orioles won. So I'm looking at it now. We got 53 games left. Out of these 53 games, man, we got at least win 30 of them. At least 30, maybe 40. I'm just being honest with you. I know it might sound crazy. You know what I mean? So let's start off good. And then I'm looking at a couple of these teams that's ahead of us in the wild card that we got.
So you're saying they had to win at least 30 out of the 53?
Yeah,
so you're saying no, because that means that you're telling me that somebody else is playing 600 baseball down the stretch that you're chasing, and they're not.
I don't see that. Yeah.
They're not. That's the thing. See, people keep how many games you have to win is based on who's in front of you. And nobody else is. Let's say, for instance, let me give you an example. Let's say the Cleveland Guardians have 53 games. I don't know how many games they have left. Let's say they have 53 games left. You think they're going to win 31 games?
Hey, Rob, don't hang up. Eve, I want to say one more thing before you're done, too.
Yeah.
Please, thank you.
No, I'm just saying. 30 games may put them in the first or second wild card spot. I don't think they have to win 30 to get in the third.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah.
I got you. Let me say this before I leave, man. And it is happy Friday Eve, babe. Shout out my man Antonio. Hey, Dustin, please don't be texting me. And I'm saying it. Yes, I'm calling your name out, Dustin. Don't be texting me talking about me and Jeremy beefing. Me and Jeremy ain't got no beef. Hello?
I ain't beefing with anybody. I mean, you could have beef with me if you want it, but hell, I'm going to be sitting over here in my spaceship not worried about anything. I don't want. Look,
he shouted out Antonio.
Yeah.
And Antonio appears. What's up, Antonio?
Good morning. How you guys doing?
Doing well. How are you?
Good. Happy Friday Eve.
Yeah, babe.
Yep. What position do the Orioles need the most at the trade deadline? Starting pitcher, outfielder, third baseman, and you guys have a wonderful day.
You have a wonderful day, too. I don't think starting pitching would be number one concern unless you look – not number one concern because, like I said, I would only get somebody at the back end to replace Kramer right now.
And that depends if you're not giving up a ton for it either.
Right.
Because, like –
I'd say outfield.
Yeah. I mean, for me, like, I've said this all along, and I know he's often injured. I don't know why they haven't been attached to him yet, but I'd like to see Byron Buxton in an Orioles uniform for the next 2 years.
I would, too.
I mean, the Twins are ahead of you. They haven't given up just yet. We're seeing some teams start to talk about it. You know, we knew the Angels were going to sell, and they traded Silseth and who else was it to Ohapi to the Rangers. You know, the Red Sox traded for Curtis Mead, and now he's out 6 to 8 weeks, which sucks for them. But you're seeing some teams like the Cardinals yesterday said, hey, we're willing to part with Dustin May, and what was it, another bullpen arm? And like I look at it going, yeah, Dustin May would be fine here, but I don't know that I want to give up anything of substance to go get him.
No.
Just for a little bit of a run. And is he going to be your fifth starter next year, or do you have other options?
No, I don't want that. Johnny in Dundalk. What's up, Johnny?
Fellas, good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, I don't know if it's saved the season, but I was asking Ben, What's the O's record since the All-Star break?
It's a good question. Let's see. We'll go through it. They won 3 in Detroit. 3 in Houston, right? Then they won 1. So that's 4-2. That's 5-4. I would say 7-5.
Okay.
That's off the top of my head, 7-5.
So that's tracking, right? That's tracking. We just said 53 games.
Mm-hmm.
If they play like they're playing right now, then their season's saved. The only thing that scares me is when they get in the playoffs, they got to clean up these errors because that's when it's going to hurt them the most.
I just looked at the schedule. They are 7-5.
There you go. I think that saved their season right there if they can continue that.
Hey, thanks a lot. Appreciate it, Johnny.
Yep.
Good stuff.
410-583-1057. That's the number. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. What's the conversation after going down 7-0? I want to know what you were saying.
I can't say it on here. Like, you got the dump button ready?
We'll discuss that at 7:15. But on the other side, who gets traded before Monday? Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan.
If you're thinking about it,
every day.
We're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Brew. Between my radio show, filming content, editing videos, and trying to stay connected with family, reliable Wi-Fi isn't really optional anymore. I just need it to work. And that's why I like that with Xfinity, you get the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi with the best equipment at one price for 5 years, guaranteed. No contracts or commitments. Plus, Xfinity makes getting connected simple with same-day Wi-Fi so you can get online in minutes. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber or coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity. Imagine that.
When I hit my 50s, I felt like things were slowing down.
This is Sandra's Metamucil story.
I started taking Metamucil for digestion, but had no idea it would impact so much more. Not only did Metamucil help me feel more regular, but my heart health saw the benefits too.
Metamucil. One simple routine, 4 health benefits. Digestive health starts here. Go to Metamucil.com for more details.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Here are some essential can't-miss concerts coming to the DMV this summer. At Merriweather Post Pavilion, it's a triple header of shows starting with country music star Thomas Rhett on August 13th, the Fray with Dashboard Confessional on August 14th, and the iconic Zac Brown Band on August 15th. Then at the Anthem, catch the Texas country rocker Co Wetzel on August 20th. Get your tickets for these shows and more at impconcerts.com. That's impconcerts.com.
And Doug.
Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons, and lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my home insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check to see which type of soap I put into the dishwasher. Not so good. Well, it looks like the kids are enjoying their new indoor slip and slide.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Not available in every state. Potential savings vary. Terms apply. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
What do parents think of back to school at Staples, where 24-pack Crayola crayons are just 50 cents?
Staples has folders, notebooks, and pens at great prices.
I'm smiling from ear to ear. It's the most wonderful time.
Mom, I missed the bus of the year.
It's a wonderful time at Staples, where school supplies start at just 25 cents. Staples. That was easy. Visit your local Staples today or shop online and in the app. Ends 9/12. Exclusions apply.
Join 105.7 The Fan's Baltimore Baseball tonight before every weeknight home baseball game at Pickles Pub as we broadcast live. Enjoy their 32-ounce Orange Crush. And on select nights, pick up a free 105.7 The Fan and Science & Kirk bucket hat, courtesy of Science & Kirk Lawyers. YouHaveALawyer.com.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
What looked like a long afternoon in Detroit turned into an unbelievable comeback for the Orioles, who erased a 7-0 deficit through 6 innings to beat the Tigers in the series finale. Baltimore combined for 7 runs in the 7th and 8th to send the game to extras. The game went back and forth in extra innings, with both teams trading blows. After a scoreless 10th, the Orioles scored twice in the 11th, only for Spencer Torkelson to answer with a game-tying home run in the bottom half of the inning. Colton Cowser then delivered the game-winning RBI with a single against the lefty in the 12th. He entered the day with just 4 hits against left-handed pitching all season. Cowser spoke on the clutch at bat.
Just was really ready to do my job out there, and then, they tied the game up in the 11th, and knew my spot was coming up, and it's kind of a tough angle, and as you can tell, didn't really see it all that well the first 2 pitches with that challenge, but we had one to burn, so I'm just super proud of our guys and just everyone staying ready.
The Birds will get Thursday off before returning home for a 3-game set with the Phillies over the weekend. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the low 80s with partly cloudy skies. Tomorrow has sunny skies and a high of 86. This Fan Flash is sponsored by the Dr. Learfield Smile Design Center. Call 410-321-1100 to schedule your appointment today. I'm Ben Hall, Ravens, Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Training camp has arrived. Keep it tuned to The Fan all day long for opinions and analysis of the purple and black on your home of the most Ravens coverage. 105.7 The Fan.
7:02 in the AM, Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on The Fan. Rob Long, Jeremy Kahn. Ed Norris on vacation this week. Be back on Monday. All right, Jeremy.
Mm-hmm.
I had someone hit us up on Twitter. Let me get his C. Brooks. C. Brooks, thanks for listening in Greenville, North Carolina. I didn't know North Carolina had a Greenville.
I've been through screen. I knew South Carolina does.
Yeah,
right?
I didn't know North Carolina. But thanks for listening and teaching me a new town in North Carolina. He says, what a game. If Adley and Sam come back, I don't think we need to go crazy at the deadline. I don't want to go crazy either way. And I agree with you, C. Brooks. I don't want to go crazy either way. However, I'll say to you what I said to him. A bullpen arm is needed, certainly needed.
Maybe 2.
And I'd like to go out and get an outfield bat. I would.
I would like to get an outfield bat and possibly an everyday third baseman if that's. I mean, you know how I feel. Like, I understand the 3 names that have been brought up with Chapman, whether the Giants want to move him or not. Arenado with the Cardinals. Actually, I should have went Arenado, Chapman, Machado, depending on what you want in there. I don't know any of those guys are available yet. Their names have been brought up. But having someone that's a plus defender at third base and they're a right-handed bat and can run into one, I think that would be a great thing to have because this defense looks atrocious.
I agree with you on that. I agree with you. They does. But if they get an outfield, if they get an outfield bat, I can go for either CES at third and waiting for Blaze. By the way, every time I see Blaze before the game, love that kid. Every time I see him, he keeps telling me, I'm closer than you think. I'm closer than you think. He keeps saying that, so I hope he is closer than I think.
Did our old third baseman tell you that all the time, too?
No, he did not.
Okay, just make sure.
You don't even call his name.
I miss Westberg, man. I don't think people realize how big of a loss that is.
It's huge. It's huge. But if they get an outfield bat, I can deal with having CES until Blaze gets back. I think we can live with that. If they go out and do what you said and get a third baseman, then I can live with the outfield. I'm good with them I'm good with them doing either or. Put it that way.
Okay.
But I think they need a bat and they need an arm or two out of the bullpen.
Now, let me ask you, do you think there's any chance they make a cannonball splash and do, and I'm not saying a position like, hey, we just traded for a first baseman. No, not and make a splash like a big trade that we don't see coming.
Yeah.
You think they do? I've been thinking this all along because, again, the court of public opinion on Mike Elias, those guys have been killing him every chance they get. And I love the fact that Rubenstein came out and said, hey, look, he got the old dreaded vote of confidence. It wasn't even that. He's like, no, I believe in him. Yeah. Like, I've got no issues. And a lot of people were upset over that. I think this is one of those try to make that cannonball splash into the free agency pool and show everybody, like, look, we told you things are different. I don't know how many times we have to show you that things are different, that we're spending money, that we spent more money than we've ever spent, that new ownership is willing to make trades, open up the pocketbook there, or wallet, and make sure they're, you're bringing in what you need to bring in, competing with everyone else that's spending this money.
410-583-1057. That's the number. Want to hear from you. Who gets gone? Who gets moved before the trade deadline or by the trade deadline? I guess to answer that question, I think some minor leaguers get moved. Mm-hmm. For sure. Maybe some of the top prospects get moved. And I think you're probably going to either have Kobe Mayo in the trade, or if you're trading with a good team and you want something in return from them, you'd have to include maybe a Taylor Ward. But I think those are the big splashes. I'm going to say now, Jeremy, I don't believe, and I examined this all day, I don't believe in my heart that they're going to part ways with either Adley or Holiday.
What about Mayo?
Adley or Holiday. I think Colton Cowser and Kobe Mayo could be in trade discussions. I believe that teams have called about Adley and Jackson Holiday because you'd be foolish not to. Yeah. You'd be stupid not to.
I love when you hear that. Like, hey, teams have asked about these players. Yeah, I've asked about a lot of things.
Yeah, but I don't think the Orioles are truly entertaining that. I think they're listening because they have to do their due diligence. If you knock my socks off, okay, I put a new pair of socks on. But I think they're honestly listening. And before somebody asks me, what is somebody going to give you for Colton Cowser? Straight up, nothing.
Well, hold on.
Straight up nothing.
Let me just say this, because there's a big difference in a team that knows they're losing, that can trot them out there and figure some things out. Everybody in this, same thing in football. I'm smarter than everyone else. I can fix him. He's under control for a long period of time. There's pop in the bat. There's something there. Whether or not it's going to work out, I'm not saying that you get something great for Cowser, but there are still teams that would look at him saying, yeah, we can do something with this.
Yeah, so I think if you combine him with someone else, you can get something viable. That's just my opinion. 410-583-1057 is the number. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. And before you ask, what am I going to get for Colton Cowser? How old is Colton Cowser? 25? He's like 25, right?
Here, I'll get the exact age.
Okay, you don't think you can get anything for 25-year-old Colton Cowser yet you were able to trade Cedric Mullins
26
when he was batting 229.
But he just turned 26 in March, so
229 at the age of 30. You traded Cedric Mullins. You got something for him. You got Anthony Nunez for him. And a couple other pieces. But you got Anthony Nunez.
But I think you get something even more for a Cowser who's under control. That was a center fielder who had an expiring contract, and they took a chance.
That's my point. 30-year-old, 229 batting center fielder with an expiring contract.
And I know people do this all the time where they look at their own guys and go, that guy sucks. That's how you feel about it. There are other people in baseball that'll look deeper at the numbers. Like when we were talking about Jackson Holiday. A couple of weeks ago, everybody's like, just trade him. He sucks. And then now it's, you can't trade him. He's good. To get something, you have to trade something.
Why do you think people like Morosi are naming Colton Cowser? He's relevant. You honestly think there's no one else that's in trade talks for the Orioles? Yeah. But they're naming the relevant people. They're naming Cano. They're naming Cowser. They're naming Holiday because those are relevant players. there are other names in that too, but they're not relevant enough to catch your attention.
You know, and then again, like I'm talking about wanting Byron Buxton. If you're trading with a team that wants to get some prospects and some major league ready players, if you're trading for that type of position, you might have to throw in another position to take that guy's place unless they feel like they have it there. You know, like I talked about anybody that trades for Tarek Skubal. I don't know what the Tigers' visions are for the rest of the year. Maybe they feel like they're out of it. I know they have to trade him. But maybe they get back a starting pitcher that's not Tarek Skubal, but they can slide in the rotation and still try to be competitive. So I think there's the possibility of that. And we're going to see some package deals go down, too. And we saw it when the Orioles traded with the Padres last year.
410-583-1057 is the number. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. Let's get Justin in Jarrettsville. What's up, Justin?
Hey, how you guys doing today?
Doing well. How are you, man?
I'm doing good. So, couple things I'd be interested to see if they're willing to spend some money. Is Angels already showed that they're willing to send people away. I'd love to see Mike Trout come over to Baltimore. You know, if they want to eat some of his contract, he's here till 2030 and be a right-hand bat and some pop and
I would love that.
Professional hitter.
I mean, he's always hurt, but like again, it's so exciting to talk about having the guy
Justin,
that was the best player in baseball.
Well, he'd fit right into Baltimore if he's always hurt.
Justin, I hate you, man, because I hadn't thought about that. And now all of a sudden, I feel like Della Reese over here had my heart set on.
Well, swallow it and shut up.
Man, can you imagine getting Mike Trout? Would you give up Jackson Holiday for Mike Trout?
No.
All right.
No.
John in Stewartstown. What's up, John?
Hey guys, I just had a thought with you guys talking about Jordan Westburg and how important losing him was this season. Rob, I remember you last year made a comment about how Westburg was kind of the silent leader of the clubhouse. Do you think that that's why there's so many defensive miscues this season? Is because that silent leader is not there?
A lack of focus, so to speak. I don't.
Basically.
It's a good point, John. It's a question that I can't say yes or no to because that is a possibility. I mean, leadership impacts teams in so many ways. That's why they're leaders. You know what I mean? It's not always physical. It's mental. That's a great question. One that I can't. Man,
people lead in different ways.
Yeah, it's something else I hadn't thought about. Because a lot of the errors that these guys are making is a lack of focus. Gunnar Henderson is a better shortstop than we've seen this year. That's a great question. And it's a possibility. 410-583-1057 is the number. Lamar Jackson spoke on contract talks yesterday. Well, sort of. We'll talk about that at 7:30, but on the other side, down 7-0, Jeremy. Give me the radio version of the words that were coming out of your mouth. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan.
After the Big Bad Morning Show, it's Vinny and Haynie.
Hey, it's Total Request Thursday. I request the Orioles show us who they really are, or have they. We'll be ripping it with Ryan coming up at noon. But we also have Jerry Coleman from the Be More Sports podcast. We've got Mike Bordick, Oriole Hall of Famer, talking about what the Orioles should do at the trade deadline. And we're going live to One Winning Drive with Vinny Serrato, day 2 of Ravens training camp.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Traffic is brought to you by the hometown team of Science and Kirk.
Mike Bordick here. I know a little something about a winning team. If you're hurt, call the hometown team of Science and Kirk. Don't let an auto accident take you out of the game. If you have a phone, you have a lawyer. YouhaveAlawyer.com.
In a world where summer hunger can strike at any moment, only one chicken can fight it.
Wow. I'm hungry. I want a chicken sub. I want chicken and fries. Wow, real fast.
Chicken Palooza is back at Royal Farms. Get any 2-piece meal, Rofo chicken sandwich, or a world-famous chicken sub or wrap with an essential water for $6. Now playing at Royal Farms.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30-plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, And I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called him. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100. And I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
Look who has extra pep in their step.
Well, I just finished my to-do list. I went to Giant and got groceries for the week, and I was even able to pick up everything for those barbecues and pool parties we have planned. You know what's even better?
What?
I get money back on the entire trip.
How are you doing that?
By using Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app where I earn cash back on groceries, gas, and dining out. They even gave me a cashback bonus on my first trip to Giant.
So that extra pep comes from all that cash back. Looks like I need to download Upside.
You really do.
Roll into summer with a full grocery cart and extra cash back. Download Upside and use promo code CHARM04 to earn an extra $10 cash back on your first purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM04 for an extra $10 cash back. Remember, use promo code CHARM04.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
The Harford County Sheriff's Office is hiring law enforcement deputies. Earn up to $10,000 recruitment incentive. They provide training, support, and career opportunities to help you succeed. Act fast. Applications close August 2nd. Learn more at harfordsheriff.org.
The teams you grew up with
Ravens are world champions.
are the ones you still love today. 105.7 The Fan. From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center. Sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Very light traffic in the area this morning. 695, the outer loop at exit 24 on the top side. That's the Harrisburg Expressway. Just be aware of debris in the roadway. 895 southbound, you're on the brakes from Boston Street through the Harbor Tunnel. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
Rob Long, Ed Norris, and Jeremy Kahn. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Rock the boat. I was gonna flip that bitch over when it was 7-0, man. I was done. And it was like I couldn't stop watching. It's like that car wreck that you're watching. I'm thinking to myself, the season's over. That's what I'm thinking. I'm not lying to you. That's why I brought up the question, did they save their season? You can't lose back-to-back games like this. You can't lose 3 consecutive series. I think that was they resuscitated the 2026 season yesterday. That's a game, Jeremy. You can't tie up 7-7 and lose an extra innings. You can't. You have to win that game. I don't believe must-wins in baseball until you get the elimination, but that's as close to it as a must-win as possible.
So I had 4 texts that came across, as you're talking about, in the car, like at different times of the Oriole game. And there was one that I didn't get a chance to respond to. Like I said, I was in my car driving, and I got 3 texts, and it was so funny.
Yeah, don't go all Kyle Shanahan on me.
No. It was so. I'm getting in the car, I see the one text, and it's like, these guys suck. Why do they do this to us all the time? 21 straight runs. Are you effing kidding me? Like, you get that message. And then I get to my house, and I respond back like, yeah, I mean, it's so disappointing, so frustrating to watch this team. There was a bunch of people that sent me messages during the game, whether it was Facebook, text, Instagram, whatever. And I'm responding to all of them. And I go back and I was reading some of them, and it's just funny the interaction.
The emotions,
yeah. It's a roller coaster, man.
And I'm telling you, I thought this is it. This is it. I mean, because they look lifeless. How do you come back when you're lifeless? You score 7 runs in 2 innings. But I'm looking at this like, dude, they're just not. They didn't come out ready to play. No. They had a big win in Detroit on the first night on Monday, and then just what they do, pack their bags? Are there rumors of guys getting traded and they're done? All this stuff is going in my head. Like, this season is over, man.
The one thing I do think that was cemented yesterday is that they are going to better this team, that they're not selling. Some people have said...
that saved the season, too.
Like, I've seen people point out, like, okay, maybe they moved Taylor Ward. If they're moving Taylor Ward, they're getting something of value right now. Yeah. They're not moving it for a bunch of prospects, in my opinion, unless somebody sends them something. But I don't know who's beating down the door for Taylor Ward either.
Jeremy, I don't think prospects are in the cards for them. I don't. I think the only prospects that get moved are the ones they're sending for somebody else. I don't think this team is going. This is not a rebuilding team, folks. They're not rebuilding. You have new ownership, and you have a front office that's got to win. Front offices don't go through 2 rebuilds. They don't.
No.
You don't have the same guys in the seat for 2. We give you the first rebuild. The second one's coming from the next front office.
Yes.
The next group. So Mike Elias is not in the interest. He has no interest in rebuilding.
Well, and the Mike Elias stuff is funny to me because people treat that like it's like a hitter that goes on a hitting streak or whatever. Or let's say he starts to falter. They take it like, hey, since July 13th, this guy's hitting 083. But if you went back 2 games before that, he's hitting 220. You know, like you pick your spots with Elias. They're like, hey, he's had this many losing seasons and hasn't made it to the. I'm like, you guys realize the first 4 or 5 years we're in a rebuild. Ain't nobody expected them to win except maybe some crazy-ass fans.
I was on the podcast I was telling you about. I was on it yesterday. And one of the hosts asked me, it was a Mike Elias question, and, is he on the hot seat, yada, yada. I said, well, I can't tell you whether he's on the hot seat or not because I don't know. He didn't get hired by this ownership group. I don't know what conversations they had behind closed doors. I don't know. I said, but should he be on the hot seat? I said, dude. You got players who have resumes who aren't playing up to their resume. Those are the same players he brought in. Did you want to extend him when those players were playing up to were establishing their resume that he brought in? But yet you want to fire him when these players who have resumes. It's not like, I'm not talking about Jackson Holiday. I'm not talking about him. Gunnar Henderson has a resume. He's not playing up to it. Colton Cowser was runner-up for Rookie of the Year. Now he can't hit a changeup. I mean, I'm talking about those guys. You got a third baseman.
Cowser had the best strikeout rate when he was drafted in the minor leagues.
Absolutely. These guys aren't. It's productivity. It's the lack thereof. But yet you want to. He didn't tell Rico Garcia to give up a 2-run home run on the first pitch. I'm sure they didn't want the pitch to be thrown there.
I'm okay with people being critical of. Moves that Elias has made. People like to point at the simple stuff. Oh, you signed Charlie Morton instead of going out and getting a real pitcher. But if you went back on that market and realized what happened and look at the money that starting pitchers got, at that point in time with new ownership, were they going to spend that type of money? And I don't think anybody gives Elias any credit at all when we're talking about this. It's like people feel like he's the worst GM in all of baseball. And I'm going, what are you guys watching? What have you seen? Like, you sit here and talk about how much you love Kyle Bradish. He made the move for him. You sit here and talk about
You're upset about not extending Trevor Rogers. You thought it was a bad trade, and now you want him extended.
How do we have Basayo? You know what we didn't do before Mike Elias got here?
International.
Nothing. Like, again, I'm fine. Beat him up for the things that he deserves to be beat up for, and there's a couple of those. There's plenty of those you guys can find. People will find more things.
They have a whole academy in the Dominican Republic. They have a baseball academy there. They extend Basayo. That's goodwill for the rest of the kids in the Dominican Republic.
But you extended Basayo. Well, why aren't you extending someone else? Oh, we just extended Kyle Bradish. Yeah, but when are you going to extend? Who is it? Trevor Rogers. Yeah. But we didn't want Trevor Rogers because you gave up Kyle Stowers. Make up your damn minds, man. I get you asked me what was going through my mind. I was MFing the Orioles yesterday because I knew what my morning was going to be today. And you know what I'm saying?
Yes, I do.
Yes,
I do. I was checking my forehead to see if I had a fever.
See, the people that call in on the days after things are going awry and sit here and bitch, and it's fine. You're allowed to do that. You're a fan. I don't think they want good things to actually happen because they wouldn't know how to react. They want to be upset. They want to say, oh, this is the worst. And when we have
like my friend that said they still blow?
Yeah. That was just stupid. Brian, that was stupid, man. So the thing that bothers me about it is we always say, like, football eyes, and I know people get tired of hearing us say it. Whatever you're doing right now is who you are in baseball, according to some fans. And again, if we go back just a month, how you guys felt about Jackson Holliday. It's like, man, trade him for whatever. He can't hit. Oh, he's a bust. He's a bust? He made it through the farm system faster than anyone. He's still young as hell. And when you said, would you trade Jackson Holliday for Mike Trout? My answer is no, where some people are like, what? Mike Trout's often hurt. I'm not giving something of value like that up to go get an aging vet like that, unless it was someone like Tarek Skubal that I think changes the playoff atmosphere.
Let's go to Steve in Southern Maryland. What's up, Steve?
Fellas, what's going on? How y'all doing this morning?
Hanging in there. How are you?
All right. Jeremy, I feel the same way about you. Like, I'm in a group chat with Orioles fans, and they always getting on Michael Elias. I'm like, Michael Elias made the moves in the beginning of the season. If we all were talking about it, like, this lineup at the beginning of the season, the potential that it should average like 6 runs a game.
We thought they would be one of the top scoring lineups in all of baseball.
Top scoring lineups in baseball,
and we weren't the only ones. We weren't the only ones. National pundits were saying the same thing.
Exactly. So Michael Elias made the moves. It's up to the players to do their job. Like, that's all it comes down to. You can't blame Michael Elias for everything. Yes, some things, but I was totally happy with everything he did this summer before the season started.
I mean, look, I know people.
Thanks a lot, Steve.
So, and people go back to this and they have revisionist memories of what they believe what happened during those, like the free agent pitching. Dylan Cease got $200 and some million. The back end, and the Blue Jays this year are already saying
we want to trade him.
Hey, we'll listen to offers if anybody wants. Like, well, why would they do that? Max Fried, everybody talked about how great that was. He's back now, but he got hurt.
Yankee fans hate him.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, people have these memories. Oh, we didn't get Ranger Suarez. He comes out and he starts sucking. Everybody, well, glad we didn't get him. Then he starts pitching well. I was like, I can't believe we didn't get Ranger Suarez. Before Mike Elias got here, would we have ever spent money on a free agent like Pete Alonso?
No.
And by the way, that's also Rubenstein coming in, because even when Mike Elias got here with old ownership, that wasn't happening.
That's more. I think that's more ownership.
Okay.
Open up the checkbook.
Before Mike Elias got here, we already talked about international players. It just wasn't a thing. We weren't involved in it at all.
We could trade for him assignment free agency.
Yeah. Then we get Sam Basayo, who turned down the Yankees, and we end up getting him, and then they extend him. It's like, well, we want everybody to get extended. Like, you can't win with some of these people. They just want to be negative, and that's fine if that's who you are. I just ain't listening to it, and you ain't changing my mind.
World is stupid at 8 o'clock, but on the other side, what's the status of Lamar Jackson's contract extension? Baltimore's big bad morning show on The Fan.
What happens next happens here. Baltimore Sports Radio.
That ball is out of here.
105.7 The Fan.
Got weekend plans? If not, I got a suggestion for you. It's Elephant in the Room right over there on Veterans Highway in Millersville. No matter where you are, it is worth the trip. The Orioles play at home this weekend. Head on out there after the game or before the game. Get yourself dinner and get ready to see the Birds take on the team up there from Philadelphia. They have the burnt ends. I've been telling you about it. The steak is absolutely phenomenal. The tacos, you name it, the brisket, everything is so good. And also a great bourbon selection, wine selection, and the best beer on tap. Check them out at eatdrinkelephant.com.
Traffic is brought to you by the Holloman Firm, the law firm where you matter.
I'm personal injury attorney Justin Holloman. When an accident or injustice turns your life upside down, you need a strong voice on your side who truly cares. A law firm where you're more than just a case. Call my firm, the Holloman Firm. TheHollomanFirm.com.
Your home will sell guaranteed. Hire the Lee Tessier team with eXp Realty. If Lee can't find you a buyer, he'll buy it himself. LeeTessier.com.
If you're selling your home, don't make it hard. Just call TESSIR.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. But at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited everything for just $35 a line. That's $35 a month for unlimited talk, text, and data. Switch to the carrier ranked #1 in network coverage and customer satisfaction and get unlimited everything for just $35 a month. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit Consumer Cellular online or in-store today. Price includes $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes and fees apply. Data speeds reduced after 35 gigabytes. Rankings done by 2025 ACSI survey.
Doug.
Hot dog, get your hot dog. Customize and save with Liberty Mutual.
Hey, what are you doing?
I like your method. Direct, to the point. A little loud, but...
Listen, people don't buy car insurance the same way they do hot dogs.
Not yet, but both are customizable.
Popcorn, get your popcorn.
Hey, this is a hot dog area.
And customize and save area. Get a quote at libertymutual.com or with your local agent.
Liberty, 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 liberty. From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
There's a disabled vehicle 97 southbound right at Route 100. The inner loop of the Beltway is fine. The outer loop slow at Harford Road and then again on the west side at I-70. And 895 southbound, you're slow from Boston Street through the Harbor Tunnel. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
From the OutGuide.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
The biggest news of the Ravens' first full-team session of training camp came just minutes before practice when Nnamdi Madubuike was removed from the physically unable to perform list after passing his physical. There hadn't been much news surrounding Madubuike since he suffered the neck injury against Cleveland in Week 2 last season. His status remained relatively quiet throughout the offseason, making his return to the practice field Wednesday a significant development. Safety Kyle Hamilton spoke on the excitement of seeing Madubuike back out there.
I think it's a great thing just seeing him out here in the building, in the locker room. He's such a vibrant personality, and you realize when he's here, when he's not here. And that's all for the better when he is here. He's never bringing any sort of negative attitude, and it's just awesome to see him back out here going through the process.
They'll be back on the practice field today at 10. For the Orioles, Wednesday brought one of the biggest roller coaster victories we'll see all season. Baltimore came back from down 7 runs through 6 innings to win a thriller in extras. The win improved the O's to 53-56, putting them 2.5 games back of the Guardians for the final American League wildcard spot. But the race remains crowded with 3 teams within 2 games of that final playoff position. From the Bob Bell Ford and Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the low 80s with partly cloudy skies. Tomorrow has sunny skies and a high of 86. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Lincoln College of Technology. For 80 years, Lincoln Tech grads have made a difference in their communities. The skills you learn go with you everywhere. Classes start this month. Visit lincolntech.edu. I'm Ben Hall, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
The Big Bad Morning Show is sponsored by Vinny Stio, your home sold guaranteed realty.
Do any of those discussions end as you focus on football, or is that ongoing with you and Eric?
Yeah, I'm focused on football, like it's always been.
Yeah, that's Lamar Jackson's conversation about contract extension.
A little fabulous.
Yeah.
Look at you, Ben. Look at you.
Fabulous and
no matter how chipped his tooth is.
Yeah, that's Fabulous and Grant Hill's wife, Tamia. Yeah.
Anyway, I'm sorry.
Throwback music for me.
That's a great
like 30
song,
years.
Too. That's a great song.
Oh, yeah, that is. Yeah.
That's again, I'm sorry to get off topic. Like, you ever been driving around and you hear one of those 90s songs or whatever you're
crank it up.
And you're like, man, I ain't heard this in like 10 years. And then all of a sudden it's on repeat for me. It's like, let's just listen to it back one time. What's that, Big Pun? Where are those little brown hairs?
Everywhere.
You nasty twin.
I don't care.
Look, I got my Shock G, my Humpty Hump shirt on.
That's the guy that used to coach the Knicks.
Yeah, what's up, y'all?
What's his name?
You're talking about, is it David?
Yeah, him. That's him.
Tisdale?
Tisdale.
Yeah.
He looks like Shock G. Good old Jerry Coleman was in the media scrum yesterday as well, and this is what he asked Lamar.
It's always you, Jerry.
I'm asking on behalf of the fans.
But yeah, man, I'm gonna keep it the same way I've been keeping it. Not here. It's private between me and the gym.
So he's not going to talk about his contract situation in public. Again, on that podcast, I was asked about Lamar Jackson and his contract, and I said Lamar does things the way Lamar does things.
I didn't even think about it because this was a topic that we just came up with not that long ago to put in here. And so this is a perfect example of business side of football, right? Lamar's not talking about it publicly. Everybody's like, why won't you sign an extension? Does he want to be here? Why isn't he signing an extension? So Jahmyr Gibbs and Bijan Robinson are both sitting out.
Yeah.
They're basically in a draw here, waiting for someone to flinch and the first person to sign a contract. Because as soon as one of them signs, what's the next one doing?
Signing.
4 more. So what do you think? Like, we've talked about this with Lamar.
So player collusion is what you're telling me?
No, I'm not saying player collusion. I'm saying, like, these guys understand the business model.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not going to go sign. I want to see what he gets. Because when he gets, I'm going to get more than that because that's the way it goes. And I think Lamar's doing the same thing. The longer he waits and the more he does this, then Justin Herbert signs a contract extension. And then you talk about Baker Mayfield. What does he get? All these guys that start signing. And then now you're like, okay, he got that. I'm worth more than him. I'm worth more than that.
You think that's what the Bucs are doing? Wait until Lamar signs?
The Bucs?
Yeah. You think the Bucs will make
No. I'm saying this.
No, but because the Baker wanted an extension, the Bucs wouldn't give him one.
I don't know.
So do you think the Bucs could possibly be waiting to see what Lamar gets? Is Lamar setting the market?
Whoever signs
because Baker's not getting what Lamar gets.
No. Whoever, like, again, I'll put Herbert there because that's a name that's going. Herbert's going to set the market, and then whoever's after him is going to reset it. And then when Lamar signs, he's going to reset it. And guess what? After Lamar signs, there's going to be another guy that resets it and gets more than him.
Okay, let's say you are a GM or a team owner, Jeremy, and I'm your quarterback. Even though I'm one of the top 10 quarterbacks in the league, I'm not top 5. Wouldn't you want to wait to see what the top 5 quarterbacks were before you pay me? Because do you want to overpay me? Because you may give me a number that you may look back on like, well, damn, Lamar got that. I didn't have to give Rob that kind of money. So that's what I'm saying. Maybe the Bucs could be doing the same thing that the players are doing. I want to see what the top 5 get before I pay Baker.
See, but I don't think this is a situation like, I'll give you an example. When the Ravens told Ray Lewis to go out there and look what was out there. Remember, people thought he was going to go to the Cowboys. And
it's cold out there, Ray.
Obviously, it wasn't what he thought. And
it's cold out there, Ray.
I mean, he's at the end of his career, So, like, but when I look at this and Baker, maybe they're looking at Baker going, we don't have to make a decision on it right now.
Okay.
We can also franchise him.
Okay.
So let's see what he gets. I think for the top tier guys, they wait.
Oh, definitely.
Unless they get unless you get overwhelmed with something, you're like, this is where I want to be. Yeah. That's a lot of freaking money. I'd rather settle for this and get my signing bonus and all that stuff. But I just think he's a very savvy businessman for a guy that people look at, and forgive me for this, but people think he's stupid for some reason.
No, they do.
He's not. He's incredibly intelligent. And even, look, I was one of the guys that wanted him to
His
sign
mom is no dummy either.
Agent just so he had it for himself, not for our benefit.
Right.
But they've done just fine without it. They got somebody reading the dotting the I's and crossing the T's and making sure there's no poison pills in there and all that stuff. And I don't think the Ravens would do that to him. But they'll have somebody, like a lawyer or somebody reading that. But they're handling business on their own, and they're doing just fine.
She got him a no trade, no franchise contract.
He holds all the cards.
No trade, no franchise. That's what this woman did.
And that's
what this woman did.
Again, that's the biggest swinging bleep in the room. Because when you come in, it's like, hey, you want to sign? I'll let you guys know when I'm ready to sign.
Exactly.
Well, we might trade. Well, we can't trade you. Well, we're going to
Can't franchise you either.
I have it all. I'm the captain now. That's what he's saying.
You gotta love it. And we thought she was gonna mess up the contract. Well, no, we figuratively. She won. She won, man. I mean, you gotta tip your hat to her.
It's one of the things that I thought was so silly to do and move forward for what percentage an agent might get, but that's more money going in their pockets to do whatever they want.
Yeah, it's a family affair, man. 410-583-1057 is the number. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. Will Lamar Jackson be here long-term, Jeremy, or is this contract it for him in Baltimore?
No, I think he's here.
I don't think he wants to leave.
I don't either. People are like, I think he wants to go to Miami. Who the hell wants to go play for that organization?
And why do you think that?
Yeah.
How do we know Lamar Jackson grew up a Dolphins fan?
Like when people would say, hey, Mark Teixeira is going to come home and play for the Orioles. Man, he's lived in Texas longer than he played in Baltimore when he was in high school.
And we found out he grew up a Yankees fan. Yeah. That's why I said, how do we know Lamar Jackson grew up a Dolphins fan? I don't know he did. Has he ever said it?
Well, he wants to be close to home. Well, what's closer, Miami or Jacksonville? There's a couple. Tampa, what's closer? He got a bunch of places in Florida if he wants to go play in Florida. Why Miami?
And let's be honest. With that kind of money at that age, he ain't trying to go back home yet.
LeBron just
towards
signed.
the end of his contract. Towards the end of his career, maybe. But does it really matter at this point? You're about to bring up a beautiful point with LeBron.
LeBron just signed with the Sixers, and he's going to live in New York and take a helicopter back and forth.
So home is Akron, next to Cleveland.
Yeah.
He went to Philly. He's living in New York. So he ain't trying to get back to Cleveland.
I got news for people. A lot of these guys own, you know how many cars they have? They own multiple homes. Some of them have summer homes. I guess they would call it spring homes for them because that's the time you're out of town.
410-583-1057. That's the number. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. World of Stupid at 8 o'clock, but on the other side, does the Nnamdi Madubuike return change the outlook for the Ravens defense? Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan.
After the Big Bad Morning Show, it's Vinny and Haynie.
Hey, it's Total Request Thursday. I request the Orioles show us who they really are, or have they. We'll be ripping it with Ryan coming up at noon. But we also have Jerry Coleman from the Be More Sports podcast. We've got Mike Bordick, Oriole Hall of Famer, talking about what the Orioles should do at the trade deadline. And we're going live to One Winning Drive with Vinny Serrato, day 2 of Ravens training camp.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Find a store at metalsupermarkets.com. The Las Vegas Raiders named Kirk Cousins as their starting quarterback to open training camp. Head coach Clint Kubiak confirmed the veteran will take first-team reps, providing stability under center. The move allows number 1 overall draft pick Fernando Mendoza time to adapt and develop before eventually taking the reins. This makes sense and is the right move. I'm Addie Bates.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts gets you back to savings. Pick up select Royal Purple fuel system additives. Buy one, get one free. Plus receive 4 times O Rewards points.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
DQ presents Being a Miracle Maker. Making a difference in your community has never been easier because July 30th is Miracle Treat Day at DQ. You buy a blizzard tree at participating locations and DQ will donate $1 or more to Children's Miracle Network to benefit your local children's hospital. So on July 30th, buy a blizzard tree and be a miracle maker, a blizzard eating hero, doing their part on Miracle Treat Day. July 30th, DQ. Happy tastes good.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Traffic is brought to you by Jerry's Home Services. Just ask Jerry's. Jerry's Home Services is the choice of Maryland homeowners for all their interior and exterior renovation needs. With an impeccable industry reputation, just ask Jerry's for a fast, free estimate by calling 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com.
You pay what we pay, not a penny more. Get employee pricing at Anderson Buick GMC. Right now, drive a new Sierra 1500 and get employee pricing. That's up to $11,500 off. Shop Maryland's largest in-stock selection at 2 convenient Anderson locations and get the Sierra 1500 you want. Plus, available 0% APR financing. Now that's smiles for miles. Check out AndersonBuickGMC.com. GMC, we are professional grade. Financing on select models with approved credit through GM Financial.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hardworking partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
DQ presents Being a Miracle Maker. Making a difference in your community has never been easier because July 30th is Miracle Treat Day at DQ. You buy a blizzard tree at participating locations and DQ will donate $1 or more to Children's Miracle Network to benefit your local children's hospital. So on July 30th, buy a blizzard tree and be a miracle maker, a blizzard eating hero, doing their part on Miracle Treat Day. July 30th, DQ. Happy tastes good.
The burrito is fire.
Hi, this is Maya.
And I'm Antonio. And the little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A hash brown scrambled burrito
is that it fuels our morning.
It's the full package.
You have the chicken, you have the eggs, and then you add these hash browns for a nice little crunch.
The chicken's always nice. It's crispy, it's juicy. And the cheeses, they melt together in a beautiful way.
And it gives me energy. It's perfect.
Order the Chick-fil-A hash brown scrambled burrito and Simply Orange Juice on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Something new is happening in Bel Air. Plaza Ford is now Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air. And our Salute to Savings event is underway all month long. Incredible offers, top dollar trade values, and service you can trust. We are reliable. Shop BobBellFordBelAir.com.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Good morning. The outer loop of the Beltway is slow at Harford Road, then on the west side, right at Liberty. 895 southbound is stop and go from Eastern Avenue through the Harbor Tunnel. And BW Parkway southbound is very slow from 100 to 175. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
Rob Long, Ed Norris, and Jeremy Kahn. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
He's one of the most talented people at his position in the league, and I don't think it takes a genius to realize that we'll get better when he's on the field. So, it allowed for a lot of younger guys to step up and get some reps, some much-needed reps going into this year, but, we're all hopeful to get him back as soon as possible.
I shouldn't have to put up with this. There should be rules that say I shouldn't be subjected to this.
I ain't do nothing to you.
You and your doo-wop dance over there.
Woo!
Why?
Because sugar pie honey bun. You know how much I love you.
Kyle Hamilton, and talked about the addition of Nnamdi Madubuike. Jeremy, I can't tell you how excited I am.
I said
when I saw that notification yesterday.
I said, so I'm watching yesterday, and you saw all the injuries come down on day one for some of these teams. And the news comes out that Madubuike's been cleared, and then I forget the guy's name for the Saints, their best defensive tackle, lost for the season.
Yeah.
And I'm like, they just got a top 5 defensive lineman added to this roster already. Now, some of us expected him to be there, but we really didn't know. And then they just lost their defensive lineman, on that same day.
That's a gut punch.
Yeah, I mean, I think having him there next to the guys that you already have on that D-line, I feel like I've said this so many years, and it's guarded optimism right now, even though I fully expect Minter and this crew to do better with this group than Harbaugh did.
Here's what you have. You have Trey Hendrickson on one side. You have Mike Green, whoever else you put on the other side. Now, if Trey wreaks havoc, what does offenses have to do? Go out and help.
Mm-hmm.
Where's help coming from?
The interior? You're talking about like other people staying in the block, whether you're bringing in a tight end
But Nnamdi gets to the quarterback from up the middle.
Yeah.
So where's the help? You can't pull from that.
Well, that's the point. Is like, the Giants had their race car package where they put all their pass rushers, and it's like, well, which one you want to block?
Yeah.
We know you're passing. You ain't running here. It's 3rd and 18. So go ahead. We'll pin our ears back. Who are you blocking?
Yeah.
And if they stay healthy, I do think, I've said it all along, I think this team has the capability of being a top 5 offense, top 5 defense. I know we've talked about this before, but I truly believe it. And I think the passing game has a chance to be way better than people expect. Yeah. I mean, this is a run-first team, and they may always be that. Everything's predicated off of that. But Lamar's so good at everything else. I just can't wait for this season, and I hope they stay healthy.
Check this out, Jeremy. Check this out. We need help for Trey, and we need help for Nnamdi. You taking somebody out of your routes? You keep somebody home. So now, not only do you help them, now you help the DBs because that's one less person. Well, and I believe as the season goes on, if Madubuike gets healthier and healthier as the season goes on, watch Kyle get away from the line of scrimmage a little bit more. I think Kyle at the line of scrimmage was because largely the absence of Nnamdi Madubuike. I think because you had to do other things with that defensive line, which changed his responsibility. Watch he'll back away or play more of a freer style on defense with Nnamdi.
I mean, I think this may sound weird to some people. I think the defensive line can have more of an impact, or the pass rush can, because it all goes hand in hand. The pass rush can have a greater impact on your cornerbacks than sometimes an offensive line can have for a quarterback. It's almost the same thing when you look at both sides. If the offensive line's doing their job, the quarterback's allowed to do his job and do it to the best of his ability. If the pass rush is getting there, I don't have to cover somebody for 5 seconds. Yeah. I can start reading routes and jumping things if I think you're going to get the ball out quicker. That turns into turnovers. Defensive linemen getting their hands up. Balls are tipped. It changes everything up front. Yeah. When the Bucs played the Chiefs in the Super Bowl, and everybody's like, well, they're not beating the Chiefs. And they got Tom Brady. Everybody screamed about Tom Brady. It didn't even have anything to do with Tom Brady.
The defense.
They were able to rush 4 and get to Pat Mahomes, which allowed them to have 7 other guys in coverage.
I'm not going to lie to you. I didn't think my respect for Mahomes could grow any more than it did after that Super Bowl. He was making passes.
He was getting his ass beat making plays.
Making passes that, like, I don't know if you remember, he was, like, parallel to the ground and kind of whipped it like a shortstop and threw the ball like 30 yards downfield. I'm like, dude, he's getting his ass whipped, but, man, he's trying to make plays out here.
I mean, I love, like, look, you know how I think about Lamar, and I've talked about this. Somebody just tweeted me saying, I'll bet you that he doesn't win an AFC. Come on, guy. Stop it. I ain't sitting here waiting around for years to have some sort of wager with some cat about him winning the AFC. Like, he's going to win a Super Bowl if he stays healthy. I'm not saying this year. It very well could be. I just can't wait for the goalpost to move. We've mentioned this time and time again. As soon as he wins one, somebody will be like, well, look who they beat. Look what happened. Well, that team didn't make it. Well, Mahomes wasn't there. That ain't his problem. That's a you problem.
I'm sitting here watching the highlights. They talk about Aaron Donald come back. Aaron Donald has been gone so long. They got highlights of him sacking Russell Wilson with the Seattle Seahawks and Ryan Tannehill with the Titans. That's how long he's been gone. If he comes back, we'll see. Kevin in Ellicott City. What's up, Kevin?
What's going on, fellas? Good morning.
Morning.
Man, Rob, this absolutely changes the dynamic of our defense, getting Madubuike back. I hope we can, I think we'll give him a little bit of time to let him kind of get his sea legs back under him. But, man, like you guys stated, there's no way to place anybody else better than that man in there on the line because, like you said, look at how quickly in 30 seconds to like 2 minutes you guys were able to share how awesome our defense is going to be with Beaks back in there. And, I'm on board with this like a whole 180 for our defense, because when he went down, man, you saw what happened. We knew we were in trouble. I mean, other guys tried to step up, but they're not on his level like that. So I'm really excited for Beaks just to be healthy as a man and an athlete in general, but I'm really excited for our defense, knowing that he's going to be in there causing big-time problems and wrecking the game.
I don't think you really get an understanding of how important somebody is to what you're doing until you lose them. And then you find out, we hear about WAR, which is wins above replacement for people. Like, what does this guy mean to your team? And if you had to bring in somebody of average play, how much, it's funny because, like, I feel like we talk about it so much in baseball, but in football, you lose a star that's taking up a percentage of a salary cap.
What will Lamar Jackson's WAR be?
I mean, I can find out. He has it.
What was his WAR be?
Let me see. But go ahead.
What is Josh Allen's WAR? What is Pat Mahomes' WAR? I mean, those guys are. How do you even measure that for them? They're literally irreplaceable. The only way you can replace one of them is to get somebody else like them on the team. Like, if you replace Mahomes, you better do it with Allen. Replace Lamar, you better do it with Mahomes. Those are, you can't replace those guys. And Nnamdi, like the caller said, is one of those guys. We never replaced him. He's that good.
I'm trying to find out what the comparison, because WAR is baseball,
right?
But they have something similar for football, and yeah. I don't know what it's called.
410-583-1057 is the number. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. Jamison Hensley reports Lamar looked good in practice yesterday. Does that mean anything to you, or we look at it as just practice? We just talking about practice.
The defense sucked.
But on the other side, we get stupid with Jeremy Kahn.
Yeah, a couple of fun things. Hey, we talked about a lot of naked people this week. Guess what we're talking about again today? A naked person. They found a man peering through a ceiling after hiding at a California plasma donation center. What a weird story that is. And eBay has agreed to pay a couple $50 million after a bunch of stuff that the company mailed to them, including cockroaches, spiders, and a bloody pig mask. I'll tell you about all this, and we'll get to a couple other stories when we come back in the World Stupid.
Wherever the Orioles season takes you.
Say goodbye to this ball.
Download the free Odyssey app and hear reactions to all the biggest moments. Download it today and search 1057 The Fan.
Ever notice how the little things add up? A cracked phone screen, a dead car battery, bills creeping higher.
Oh, no.
What if your checking account could actually help with all that? It can. With Elite Checking from NASA Federal, you get smart benefits designed to save you time, money, and stress. Like get your paycheck up to 2 days early for a little breathing room. Cell phone protection to cover unexpected damage, roadside assistance for breakdowns, bill negotiation to help lower your bills, identity theft aid for peace of mind, and you can earn dividends on your balance. If your checking account isn't working hard for you, switch to Elite Checking from NASA Federal. You can do it all right online at nasafcu.com/WJZ. And you don't have to work for NASA to join NASA Federal. NASA Federal Credit Union. Smart. NASA smart. Federally insured by NCUA.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Hey, this is Lauren. And a little thing I love about the hash brown scrambled burrito is that it's going to add the protein that you need. The eggs with those crispy nuggets. It's the ultimate combo.
Hi, this is Maya, and a little thing I love about the hash brown scrambled burrito is that it's packed with protein. Having Chick-fil-A chicken in a breakfast burrito is just phenomenal to me. You have the chicken, you have the eggs, and then you add these hash browns. It's just complete, honestly.
Order the Chick-fil-A hash brown scrambled burrito and Simply Orange Juice on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
105.7 The Fan is the proud media partner of Merriweather Post Pavilion. Visit merriweathermusic.com for a list of all the great shows coming to the pavilion. And keep listening to The Fan for your chance to win tickets to the shows.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
What looked like a long afternoon in Detroit turned into an unbelievable comeback for the Orioles, who erased a 7-0 deficit through 6 innings to beat the Tigers in the series finale. Baltimore combined for 7 runs in the 7th and 8th to send the game to extras. The game went back and forth in extra innings, with both teams trading blows. After a scoreless 10th, the Orioles scored twice in the 11th, only for Spencer Torkelson to answer with a game-tying home run in the bottom half of the inning. Colton Cowser then delivered the game-winning RBI with a single against the lefty in the 12th. He entered the day with just 4 hits against left-handed pitching all season. Cowser spoke on the clutch at bat.
Just was really ready to do my job out there, and then, they tied the game up in the 11th, and knew my spot was coming up, and it's kind of a tough angle, and as you can tell, didn't really see it all that well the first 2 pitches with that challenge, but we had one to burn, so I'm just super proud of our guys and just everyone staying ready.
The Birds will get Thursday off before returning home for a 3-game set with the Phillies over the weekend. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the low 80s with partly cloudy skies. Tomorrow has sunny skies and a high of 86. I'm Ben Hall, Ravens, Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Highlighting stupid around the world. It's time for Jeremy Kahn's
Come on, dumbass, play it.
World of Stupid.
All right. Rob, you've ever been on a cruise?
No.
I've never gone on a cruise. What about you, Ben? Have you been on a cruise? No?
Yes, I have.
Oh, okay. How many? Just one? Did you like it?
It was all right. I don't prefer it to regular vacation.
Okay. Where'd you go?
Puerto Rico and the Caribbean islands.
Okay, now answer me this. How old were you when you went? Was it recently?
It was last year. Yeah,
I didn't know that was a cruise. I know you went to Puerto Rico, but okay.
No, that was
went to Puerto Rico again this year,
That was
too.
a different trip, but we touched Puerto Rico.
Okay, so
you go to Puerto Rico every year, right?
Yes.
Okay. That's cool.
Just so happened to cruise there one time.
Yeah. Well, I want to bring up this cruise because a heavily intoxicated cruise passenger beat up a bunch of kids playing tag. The first thing I thought about was It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia when they beat up those kids that stole his bike. And I mean, they're punching these kids in the face and beating the crap out of these 10-year-olds. This guy got blackout drunk. Kids were playing tag. Must have pissed him off. He punched a pair of kids in the face and stomach while they were playing tag in the ship's hallway. The brute, identified as David Crosby II, 44. The brute was running down the hallway with 3 children on the Carnival Glory Cruise in Florida. Suddenly stopped running and struck 2 of the kids, according to the affidavit. He hit one child in the face, causing their lip to bleed and head pain, and socked another one in the stomach. Hey, who beats up kids? I got to say, though, you if anybody's been out there with these damn kids, I had an 8-year-old kid say something to me that I never thought an 8-year-old would ever say to an adult. And I'm like, you want me to do what? It's like, these kids... you see that thing with Jordan, the meme is like, F them kids. Sometimes I get it. You just can't put your hands on them, man. Come on. Don't be stupid and going out here beating kids' asses. The only reason I bring up the cruise thing is I've never been on one. My wife's not like a huge fan. I think I like the concept, but she looks at me, she goes, you'd be miserable unless I'd be on Dramamine the whole time. You know, like I can't even get on roller coasters. So I know if I got on a cruise, I'd probably be throwing up the whole time. So not for me. If my wife ever wanted to go on one, I'd go just to experience it. But we find out real quick if I'd be miserable. Let's go to another story here. Naked man caught peering through a ceiling after hiding at a California plasma donation center. A man who wasn't wearing a single bit of clothing, not a stitch, butt-ass naked.
Butterball naked?
Yep. Was arrested in Fresno after refusing to come out of the ceiling of a plasma donation center where he was hiding. This is such a weird story, man. Fresno police said officers were called Wednesday to Grifols Biomat USA Plasma Center at Blackstone in Dakota after reports there was somebody in the ceiling. So, like, you could probably hear or see that there's someone in the ceiling, something's going on. Mm-hmm. I don't know if they knew he was naked. I mean, as you said, butterball naked. The unsettling discovery came when a patient donating plasma looked up and saw a pair of eyes staring back from the ceiling. The donor alerted staff, like, what would anybody be spying on there? Responding officers found a 30-year-old man wedged inside the ceiling. Police said he refused to come out and resisted officers before he was eventually taken into custody. I'm assuming that if someone's in the ceiling, and I don't know, like, you're looking here, we've got the panels and stuff. I'm poking. That dude's fallen through the ceiling before. If I'm asking you nicely to come out and you're saying no, your ass is going to fall 10 feet to the ground, and then we're going to handcuff you.
See, that's how we handle things differently. Somebody's on the other side of that ceiling. I'm leaving the room. See, that's how horror movies go.
Oh, yeah.
White people hear stuff upstairs and go upstairs to investigate.
And you know who dies first? The black man.
Yeah.
It's messed up,
Always.
man. Did you watch the new Scary Movie yet?
No.
There's a bunch of jokes about that, which is funny. Anyway, and as we're looking at this story, responding officers found the 30-year-old. He refused to come out, as I said. Despite repeated attempts by officers to coax the man out of his hiding place, he refused and started kicking objects at them from the ceiling. In his attempt to escape, police said the man threw what appeared to be a pipe at one of the cops who was nearly struck in the head by the object. The man kept moving around the ceiling walls and broke a pipe that flooded the building. Then he finally emerged from his location. Police said he was naked. Officers said they deployed pepper balls. The guy also deployed pepper balls himself. I think that's what he called them. On the man who said he was refusing to comply with their commands. I've said this before. I don't know how you deal with naked people. Like, when you're a cop and somebody's out there just doing something, you know what I'm saying? Like, I joke about it all the time.
I've had to.
If I was going to get jumped, I would get butt naked because I don't think anybody wants to fight a naked guy.
I've had to deal with a naked woman. She wasn't old.
Poor
either.
you.
She
Poor you, Rob.
She wasn't old either.
Yeah. I mean, I could, like, you got guys that are disgusting, throwing up all over themselves, pissing their pants, covered in feces, you know, and then you got to throw them back in the patrol car. Who has to clean that out? You? Somebody else cleans the car?
Feces? Oh, yeah. In the back of the patrol car?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you got to clean that
See,
up.
that's you get what I'm saying, right? That would piss me off even more. I can almost understand someone being put aggressively into the back of that car or taken out aggressively after, man, I just got that interior done. Smell like poo. The man is facing numerous charges stemming from the incident, including felony vandalism, resisting arrest, and assault with a deadly weapon. Nothing about being naked in a ceiling in a place you don't belong. I guess those charges will be good enough. All right. This is one of the dumber stories that I think I've read on here that a company has allegedly done. All right. So eBay agrees to pay $50 million to this couple that blogs, who eBay mailed cockroaches, spiders, a bloody pig mask to intimidate them out of publishing critical articles about eBay. This story, they agreed to pay almost $50 million to this Massachusetts couple. They also said they got a funeral wreath, Halloween masks, live insects, as we've talked about. The parties reported reaching a tentative settlement in February as the case was headed to trial, but they were unable to finalize it. David and Ina Steiner asked a federal judge in June to restore the case to the trial calendar, and then they reached a new settlement this month. $50 million for sending someone bugs? I mean, I don't think they should have been doing it, but like, who came up with that number?
Yeah.
Like,
was that a court settlement or something they just say, hey, we're going to send you this?
You know, like you can send people, I don't know how much I should talk about this, but in Valentine's Day, you can send people chocolate beeholes. You know, like a mold of, anyway, yeah, I'm not even going to go down this path.
Beehold?
Yeah, I'm not going to say the word on the air. Hey, A or B, they're holes, and you can figure it out yourself. But yeah, you can also send like dead animals in the mail and things like that. If I send it, you're not getting $50 million out of me. Maybe it's just because it's eBay, but this is just weird. CEO Devin Wenig makes 152 times the average salary of employees. eBay disclosed that information because of what went on here. Wenig earned $18.17 million in total compensation in 2018 alone. In its filing with the SEC, eBay revealed the following about the CEO of Pay Ratio Metrics. They obviously didn't want somebody writing some articles about this, and that's why they got sent this stuff as kind of like a scare tactic.
Doesn't this right here defeat the purpose? So wouldn't found out about it.
Exactly. Well, they sent threatening messages to him online, sent a pig fetus to his home, bloody pig mask, as we talked about. And what is the last thing? The Jigsaw. If you ever saw the Saw movies, they had there was a pig mask.
Right.
Anyway, sending boxes of live cockroaches, sending pornography to the Steiner's home, listing the Steiner's home address on social media as a site of yard sales and sex parties.
Oh no, I could see them having to dish out that kind of money.
Okay, but I didn't. This other stuff wasn't. I'm reading you the rest of this because this is everything.
Yeah,
the funeral wreath, sending a book about surviving the death of a spouse. So yeah, this is getting.
Yeah.
You might start to feel a little bit more threatened if you keep getting it. And then Ina Steiner was followed around town by a vehicle one day, which scared the hell out of her. So dumb people, man. This story keeps going on and on. But that's your world of stupid.
Thank you very much, Jeremy Kahn. 410-583-1057. That's the number. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. Will Tony Romo survive this? We'll talk about that at 8:45. But on the other side, Jeremy Kahn and I, we did this on air. We did this in the commercial break. I gave him a lot of scenarios on trading Jackson Holiday. So I want to find out, what would it take for you to trade Jackson Holiday, Jeremy? Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan.
After the Big Bad Morning Show, it's Vinny and Haynie.
Hey, it's Total Request Thursday. I request the Orioles show us who they really are, or have they? We'll be ripping it with Ryan coming up at noon. But we also have Jerry Coleman from the Be More Sports podcast. We've got Mike Bordick, Oriole Hall of Famer, talking about what the Orioles should do at the trade deadline. And we're going live to One Winning Drive with Vinny Serrato, day 2 of Ravens training camp.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Planning to sell your home between now and Labor Day? Sell with certainty and with a written upfront guarantee from my friend Vinny Steele. Selling without Vinny by your side can be hazardous to your wallet. I only recommend the best, and that's why you always hear me talk about my friend and trusted realtor, Vinny Steele, owner of Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. Before you sell, get to know Vinny like I have. Vinny sells homes 2.8 times faster and for 3.1% more than the average agent. On a $400,000 home, that's about $12,400 more in your pocket. Vinny has over 12,700 buyers waiting, which means your home may already be sold. Vinny Steele has helped thousands of families over 23 years in real estate. Vinny's upfront guarantee is simple and powerful. He'll sell your home for 100% of your price, or he'll pay the difference himself. Take it from me, when you're ready to sell your home, a Maryland or Lower Pennsylvania home, do your homework and call the expert I trust. Call or text Vinny Steele, 410-793-1801, 410-793-1801, or visit VinnySteele.com. That's VinnySteo.com.
Sponsored by NJM Insurance Group.
If you dread dealing with your insurance more than you dread yard work, with a swarm of hungry mosquitoes buzzing around, then you might have Insuranoia. You should have NJM Insurance. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders.
Traffic is brought to you by the hometown team of Science and Kirk.
Mike Bordick here. I know a little something about a winning team. If you're hurt, call the hometown team of Science and Kirk. Don't let an auto accident take you out of the game. If you have a phone, you have a lawyer. YouHaveALawyer.com.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this ad for your morning commute to wake you up, which could help your driving. Science says that stimulating the brain increases alertness. So here's a pop quiz. How many months have 28 days? What gets wetter as it dries? What has keys but can't open locks? If you don't want to hear the answers, turn off this Liberty Mutual ad now. 12 months, a towel, piano. Enjoy being fully alert.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Hey, it's Brew. Between my radio show, filming content, editing videos, and trying to stay connected with family, reliable Wi-Fi isn't really optional anymore. I just need it to work. And that's why I like that with Xfinity, you get the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi with the best equipment at one price for 5 years, guaranteed. No contracts or commitments. Plus, Xfinity makes getting connected simple with same-day Wi-Fi so you can get online in minutes. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber or coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity, imagine that.
When I hit my 50s, I felt like things were slowing down.
This is Sandra's Metamucil story.
I started taking Metamucil for digestion, but had no idea it would impact so much more. Not only did Metamucil help me feel more regular, but my heart health saw the benefits too.
Metamucil. One simple routine, 4 health benefits. Digestive health starts here. Go to Metamucil.com for more details.
You pay what we pay, not a penny more. Get employee pricing at Anderson Buick GMC. Right now, drive a new Sierra 1500 and get employee pricing. That's up to $11,500 off. Shop Maryland's largest in-stock selection at 2 convenient Anderson locations and get the Sierra 1500 you want. Plus, available 0% APR financing. Now that's smiles for miles. Check out AndersonBuickGMC.com. GMC, we are professional grade. Financing on select models with approved credit through GM Financial.
The Harford County Sheriff's Office is hiring law enforcement deputies. Earn up to $10,000 recruitment incentive. They provide training, support, and career opportunities to help you succeed. Act fast. Applications close August 2nd. Learn more at harfordsheriff.org.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie and the Final Drive. Live on YouTube, Monday through Friday, 6 till 6. Search 1057 The Fan, Baltimore. And never miss a moment of coverage on the teams you love. From the 1057 The Fan Traffic Center. Sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Good morning. The outer loop of the Beltway is slow at Harford Road, then on the west side, right at Liberty. 895 southbound is stop and go from Eastern Avenue through the Harvard Tunnel. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
Training camp is on, and the Fan has wall-to-wall coverage of everything that happens at the Castle on your home of the most Ravens coverage. 1057 The Fan.
Deadline will be Monday at 6 o'clock. What moves will the Orioles make? In order to make a splash move, they're going to have to give up someone significant. Jackson Holliday's name has come up from people who follow the game several times.
You can get whatever you want on Monday because Sunday is the first of the month. Cash the checks and come home.
That's right.
Yeah.
Wake up.
But, you know, like the trade deadline, I'm hoping it's as exciting as I think it can be. But it feels like every time we talk about this, it ends up being not as big of a trade deadline as you hope.
So what would it take for you to trade Jackson Holliday, Jeremy?
Honestly, I don't know that I'm trading him. I'll just say that. Like, I don't know that I'm trading him for anything. There's, I told you.
So he's close to being untouchable if you're running the team.
For me, yes. Like, if I'm moving him, if I'm trading him, there better be something amazing coming back. And the only thing to me that's amazing out there right now that we know of is Tarek Skubal. But even if you did that, you have Tarek Skubal on a rental. You don't know if he's going to sign with your team or not.
I'm not trading Jackson Holliday for Skubal. Ben, what would it take for you to trade? You're in charge of the Orioles. What would it take for you? What would I have to offer you to get Jackson Holliday from me?
There's not much right now. It'd have to be one of the superstars. And, to me, he was untouchable when he was rising up the minor, when he was getting on base at a 45% clip in the minors and doing all these things. So he's untouchable then. Then he comes up, hasn't been able to figure it out. Then people are talking about trades. Now he's figured it out. And for a lot of people, sometimes it's a flash in the pan. I saw this guy do it. We saw this guy do it time and time again in the minors. This is what we were told and sold that he was going to be. So now that he's doing it, and it's not going to be this special. This is a good run. But now that he's doing it, all of a sudden we want to move him for something like if you could have gotten Skubal for 3 years, 2.5 years ago.
So maybe. You wouldn't put Jackson Holliday in the Mike Trout trade?
No, I wouldn't.
I couldn't.
For 90 games at most for Trout a year and downside of his career? Now, Jackson Holiday, he's a Boris Klein. He's probably not going to be signing an extension, whatever. But we're seeing him break out. And this could be really important to an Orioles offense. I'm not talking about just this year, but for years to come.
Yeah, I mean, the guys that I would trade Jackson Holiday for, the other teams wouldn't trade. Like who? I mean, if we're thinking of big names, looking at Junior Caminero, Tampa Bay's not trading him. Ooh. And again, I'm not saying it's a 1-for-1 deal because some people get caught up. Jackson Holiday was the number 1 overall pick in the draft. There's pedigree there. His younger brother was drafted with the Rockies, and his dad played all those years in the league. The only way that I'm moving Jackson Holiday, honestly, is if I have some sort of idea that he doesn't want to be here. Well, and I don't know that I'm moving him right now because he's under control through 2031.
Adley Rutschman is the number 1 overall pick. You're thinking about moving him?
But he's at a different point of his career.
Okay.
And when you're looking at that too, and you also, hey, it's like having the meat lovers in the trunk, man. If they won't turn on the fryers, you've got Sam Basayo sitting there, and your farm system is loaded with catching prospects too. I don't even want to trade Adley, but again, if you get that idea, I told you though, I would trade Adley for Mike Trout because Adley's contract's coming up. You got Trout till that point in time, both often injured. I think one could help you way more in the stretch run right now where you need help in the outfield and you need a right-handed bat.
I believe in my heart that Adley Rutschman will not see another contract in Baltimore. Either because they want to trade him or he doesn't want to sign. But I don't think he'll see another contract in Baltimore.
And if that's the case, then yes, this is the best time to move him. Well,
I'm more confident that Gunnar Henderson will see another contract in Baltimore than I am.
I think that's pretty telling.
I'm more. I am. I would tell you that. If somebody asked me right now, you think Gunnar will resign? If you ask me about Gunnar extending, no. I don't think Gunnar is going to extend. But I think he'll sign real quickly. If you ask me that, yes. If you ask me about Adley, I would tell you, no, I don't think so, man. I'm just not feeling it.
And for the people that are sitting in their car going, oh, what are you talking about? Jackson Holiday is 22 years old.
22.
And you have him for another 9 years.
I'm just surprised to hear both of you completely adamant. No. Before I could even finish asking the question. So what? No.
As Jeremy said, if there's Caminero and Tatis is a name that came up. Tatis is a no trade clause though. He'd have to make it. There's a few names.
And he comes with a big ass contract too.
Exactly. There's a few names, but teams are not going to be willing to move him. I'm not moving him for a guy that's going to get me through next year or the. He's probably not going to extend. Could he resign? Maybe. But being the Boris Klein that he is, that's fine. As Jeremy said, he's 22. You're going to get 23, 24, 20. These are
his best years.
Yeah, these are very good years for him. And we're seeing what we were told that he could be. It's finally broken out. Now all of a sudden it's like, could you move him for something? I just don't think there's anything as valuable out there for him.
I hope I'm making this clear too. A month ago when he wasn't hitting, I'm still not trading him. The value of having a young player like that has what we believe to be a high ceiling, even if the people listening don't believe it. And maybe you do now after seeing what he's done, but it's a small sample size. I don't want to take a chance in moving that and having that under control because having Jackson Holiday at the price tag you have him at will allow you to spend money to go get somebody similar in free agency to a Mike Trout or trade for somebody else and get that contract on the books if that's what you're looking for.
And I haven't answered the question, and I'll be honest with you. I'm going to be completely transparent. I can't answer that question because when it comes to Jackson Holiday, I'm completely biased. I know that. I'm biased.
Like, don't you?
I like the kid. I probably think higher of him than most. I think he's going to be a player that possesses all the tools. He is maybe, I'm not saying the Hall of Fame status, but he could be like having a guy like Robbie Alomar in your lineup.
Mm-hmm.
He can hit for average. He can hit for power. He can run bases. The only thing that he falls short of in Robbie Alomar was arguably the best defensive second baseman of his time as well.
Yeah, I ain't arguing with anybody on that.
I'm not. I think that's when Jackson Holiday falls short of that Alomar type of level.
But I don't want to miss all the big moments, like the first time that Jackson Holiday grows a mustache. Like his first time shaving. Oh, look, the lip sweater's gone. Like all the cute things that you want. Look, I said this the other day, and like sometimes we get ahead of ourselves in comparing guys and what they could be in ceilings. I think Jackson Holiday can be the equivalent of Ketel Marte.
I like that.
I think he's a guy that can hit you 20-some bombs when the power comes back. I'm not even looking at power with the hamate bone injury this year. I think he can hit for average, you said. He's going to steal bases. The one question I have is, like, how much better does he get defensively? I can live with that if my other guys are playing defense better. It's not like he's a sieve there. You're not talking about a guy you don't want to bring a glove to the game. I just haven't seen enough of him to know what he's going to be as a second baseman.
I think the difference between Ketel Marte and Jackson Holiday, Ketel Marte once batted .240 in a year where he had 137 games. I don't think Jackson Holiday is ever going to bat that low in 137 games.
I want him batting higher right now.
Yeah.
I said at the beginning of the year, when does he move up in the top three?
I think that part of his career is behind him. I do. 410-583-1057. That's the number. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. Yeah.
I mean, I think at some point, I don't know what happens with Taylor Ward if they trade him, if he wants to be back here next year, if the Orioles want him. But I think he's hitting where Jackson Holiday should be hitting. And I'm not saying right now he should be doing it, but at some point I'd like to see that. I think he's that type of player.
Yeah, I see where you're coming from. I like you. I like him.
Did he just say I like you? That's the first time Rob's ever said that to me, man. Thank you.
That was cute.
Yeah, it was very cute. Even Ben's getting in on this, man. You're like
Kevin in Severna Park. Help me, Kevin.
All right, I just wanted to throw out a trade scenario to you guys and just see what you think about it. Trade Adley to San Francisco. I don't know if they have any catchers that are, worth holding on to. Trade Adley to San Francisco. Get Luis Ariz and a starting pitcher. Put Ariz at second, Holiday at short, Gunnar at third, Kobe Mayo, DH full time. And
Kevin, I've said this 100 times. Jackson Holiday is not an everyday shortstop. He's not. He can't make the throws. He's not an everyday shortstop. He can play third base, but he's not going deep in the hole.
Do you want to make shortstop weaker to make third base stronger?
That's what you're doing. He's not a major league everyday shortstop. He can play there in a pinch, but to put him out there every day, you're going to start seeing the holes in his game.
And I am not giving up Adley for you guys. Fall in love with Luis Ariz. I think he's a fine player.
I've already told you what I thought about.
He's a fine player, but we're like the way that people treat him. There's a reason why he's been on 5 different teams in the last 6 years.
Yeah. So someone said to me, "Well, if Jackson Holiday is not a shortstop, then why did they draft him as a shortstop?" And I listed all the players. Ryan Mountcastle was drafted as a shortstop.
Adam Jones
was drafted as a shortstop. Typically coming up, your best athletes play shortstop.
I was just getting ready to say, if you can play, they treat shortstop like they do a lot of guys that play quarterback for their high school football team. Hey, we want you to come to college. All right, ready to be your quarterback. You're playing safety. Like that happens all the time. Your best athletes are shortstops, and usually they can transition to other spots.
You said something the other day that I thought was brilliant. I mean, actually, not other day.
Did you say every day?
Today.
Oh.
About the whole Toronto Blue Jays thing.
Oh, my God. So this is... Like when we start talking about the Orioles, and I was going back and forth with a few fans, some people that didn't like what Elias has done and talking about the failures and things that have gone on. I think I've been going back and forth with about 4 different people right now on it. The Toronto Blue Jays, first off, went to the World Series last year. In the offseason, signed Akamoto, Japanese, if you want to call him a star, budding star. And then, of course, their big haul was getting Dylan Cease, some bullpen pieces, what have you. Vlad Guerrero right now has 25 games left in his season at home. He has not hit a home run at home this entire year. And I get into this stuff. The only reason I wanted to bring up the Blue Jays is because what were their visions this year? Oh, a full season of Trey Savage? Oh, we just signed Dylan Cease? We're going to murder the AL East, right? I think a lot of people had them finishing first because they went to the World Series last year. And then they have a season like this. You think they're going to fire everybody? They're going to get rid of their manager, the front office? I mean, that stuff does happen. Do they want to get rid of Vlad? No, because they know who Vlad is.
Yeah.
This is just a weird down year for him.
They're probably more inclined to get rid of Santander than Vlad.
I think they'd love to get rid of Santander in that contract. But that's the point, though. The year that people keep talking about those first 5 years. The year that they made their run and got into the postseason and we all got excited and it's like, hey, this is liftoff, this is everything. They've had 1.5, 2 down years, right?
Yeah.
Depending on how this year finishes. And you're looking at it going, this isn't it. But I'm not sitting here saying that you need to blow the whole damn thing up because you had, I go back to it and I keep saying it. I don't think people really understand how important Jordan Westberg is to this team. Mm-hmm. It's a huge loss for 2 years, man.
Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan.
If you're thinking about it,
every day,
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan.
Traffic is brought to you by the Holloman Firm, the law firm where you matter.
I'm Justin Holloman from the Holloman Firm. When you're hurt in an accident or facing injustice, I'll stand with you as your dedicated advocate and be a friend in your corner. Remember to call me, Justin, for justice at the Holloman Firm. TheHollomanFirm.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for buying gas. That's right. You can earn cash back with Upside just for buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside, and just last year, I made nearly $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get cash back? If you like extra cash, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you fill your tank. Use promo code SNAP to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code SNAP for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code SNAP for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Hi, Greg Talbot with Strategic Tax Resolution. Do you have unfiled returns or tax problems? The IRS and state have a plan of attack. Do you? It's never too soon to prepare, and no one wants to deal with tax problems, but waiting can limit your options. What happens if your wages are garnished or your bank account is frozen? Can you afford that? You want to protect your income and assets and build your defense strategy now. Ignoring the issue is not a plan. Call 443-367-9000 to get protected. We know the IRS and state playbook and work directly with them so you don't have to. Let us use our proven strategies and experience with the IRS and state to resolve your tax issue. Qualified clients have cut their tax debt by over 90%. How would that feel? Strategic Tax Resolution. Local, trusted, A+ rated by the BBB. Call 443-367-9000. Ask for me, Greg Talbot. 443-367-9000. You've got a guy on your side. StrategicTaxResolution.com. Get relief.
Look who has extra pep in their step.
Well, I just finished my to-do list. I went to Giant and got groceries for the week, and I was even able to pick up everything for those barbecues and pool parties we have planned. You know what's even better?
What?
I get money back on the entire trip.
How are you doing that?
By using Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app where I earn cash back on groceries, gas, and dining out. They even gave me a cashback bonus on my first trip to Giant.
So that extra pep comes from all that cash back. Looks like I need to download Upside.
You really do.
Roll into summer with a full grocery cart and extra cash back. Download Upside and use promo code CHARM04 to earn an extra $10 cash back on your first purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM04 for an extra $10 cash back. Remember, use promo code CHARM04.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Bel Air, it's official. Plaza Ford is now Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air, and we're celebrating all month long with our Salute to Savings event. More inventory, more value, and top dollar for your trade. Shop now at BobBellFordBelAir.com or call 410-838-3100.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
The inner loop of 695, just past exit 23, that's the Jones Falls Expressway. An accident has the right shoulder blocked. The outer loop of the Beltway, slow at Harford Road. And then on the west side from Old Court to I-70. 895 southbound, very slow from past Eastern Avenue through the Harbor Tunnel. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
Somehow, some way, the Orioles pulled off a historic comeback victory over the Tigers Wednesday to secure an important series win. Baltimore was being shut out and trailed by 7 runs through 6 innings of play, with Tarek Skubal still on the bump. They rallied for 7 runs across the 7th and 8th innings, then survived a thrilling extra inning battle to secure the win. The O's will use Thursday as a rest day before returning home for a crucial 3-game series with the Phillies. Moving to the Ravens, the guys were back on the field for the first day of training camp practice yesterday. One of the biggest changes this season was the shift to morning practices, with sessions beginning at 10 and 11 a.m. instead of the afternoon practices the team had held in recent years. Lamar Jackson shared his thoughts on the change.
I love it. We hit the film room, walk through, we lock in, practice, get better, and then we go to walk through and meet and watch what we just did on the field, try to get better mentally. I'm enjoying it. I like it.
Thursday's practice is set for 10. From the Bob Bell Ford and Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the low 80s with partly cloudy skies. Tomorrow has sunny skies and a high of 86. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Strategic Tax Resolutions. Do you have unfiled tax returns or tax debt? Act now to protect your income and assets. Call Greg Talbot with Strategic Tax Resolution at 443-367-9000 or go to strategictaxresolution.com. I'm Ben Hall, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage? We are 105.7 The Fan.
Training camp has arrived. Keep it tuned to The Fan all day long for opinions and analysis of the purple and black on your home of the most Ravens coverage. 105.7 The Fan.
I didn't know Vinny requested this song. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on The Fan.
Yeah. On our trip, listen, Rob, I've been many a trips with you. When you had to control the radio, so
is that what he did? Were you driving and he was controlling the radio? Because Rob told me if Pittsburgh's 5 hours away, you'd get there in 3. That's what I heard, but I don't know. Little Birdie told me that.
Well, he drove from Cincy to Cleveland, and we had dinner reservations, and so he had to put the pedal to the metal. We had a little trouble getting out of Cincinnati with the traffic, but then it was on.
Vinny says, "What are you doing?" I said, "Qualifying."
Yeah. Yep.
How was training camp yesterday, the first day?
Yeah, I tell you what, I was really impressed with, you say, well, what are you impressed first day? Well, number one, let's talk, Matabike was out there, in past physical and stuff.
I heard he looked to be in great shape.
He looked good. And they just want to ramp him up.
Right.
Let him work on the side, get ready. And, and then to me, the next step with him is work with the trainer with full pads on and stuff, and which is totally fine. So I thought that was great. And then I thought, telling you guys off air, I thought the tempo, was really good. And the thing is, like the offense, it's like they're up and to the line of scrimmage, like quick. Reason being is, they have to be. Why? Because they want to do all that shifting and moving. Mm-hmm. So they got to get to the line of scrimmage so Lamar's got time. Because if they lollygag up to the line of scrimmage, they can't get done what they want to get done.
Right.
Moving and shifting people.
Let me go back to something.
He just took me to Bull Durham with the lollygag.
Yeah, why is tempo so important to you?
Why is tempo important to me? Well, to me, getting in and out of the huddle is critical. Just like I said, because of their offense. Plus, you get up and get ready. The defense has got to get up and get ready to go also. And, your defense likes to make changes a lot of the times too and stuff. So, if you've got tempo, then you get into a rhythm.
Right.
That's the biggest thing is you get into a rhythm. And I just think Lamar looks great. And to me, that's the most critical thing. And even listening to him after, he's happy. He's in a great mind space right now. So I really like what I see, from Lamar. And he's bought into everything. So he's studying, he's learning it. And he's throwing the ball extremely well. So his body language is outstanding.
That's good.
Like we talk about Gunner's body language.
Right.
Lamar's back to being happy Lamar.
Okay.
So, all right, I always talk about pass catchers and I guess tight ends, wide receivers. It's the first day, but we got a lot of new faces. What'd you see?
I thought Zay looks really good. I think Zay's going to have a really big year, especially in this offense. Thought Bateman looked good. First time I've seen him since last year. So I thought Bateman looks like Bateman. The only thing I wish would Bate it just and I know he works out a lot, but his body never changes.
Okay.
And then I thought Jacoby Lane. He kind of jumped out at me because I told you guys he's got hops. He's really light on his feet. And he can go up, like in drills and stuff. He's 6'4" and got long arms, and he had a 40-inch vertical.
Wow.
So he can go up and get his range is pretty damn
catch
good.
radius
It's not even.
Yeah.
It's not just wide, but it's
Yeah,
vertical.
and like during OTAs and mini camp, he'd go over the middle. He dropped one every day. And today or yesterday looked much more natural. And the biggest thing is look like much more confident. Like he comes out, first thing he does during stretch, he comes over and is high-fiving all the fans and everything else. He just looked like a confident guy, and he played that way. So I was impressed with him. Surratt, I was not impressed with at all. Thought he struggled to run a little bit. He just did not look quick in and out of his cuts, and that's got to be his thing because he's not a burner. He's a guy that's got to win contested catches, and he's got to be smart in zones to find holes in zones. That's what Surratt's got to be, and we'll see how he comes along. Tez Walker, I saw him catch one pass. I thought that was nice. One thing that did impress me about Bateman was they run a ton of crossing routes, and he's lined up wide right, and Wiggins is running with him, and he ran away from him. He kind of separated from him because I know Wiggins can run.
Right.
So to me, that was kind of impressive. Now, the tight ends, I thought they all kind of stunk yesterday.
Really? Andrews
had a couple drops.
Okay.
Hibner had a drop. And then they're running boots, and they got to pick up the pass rusher, and none of them could block them. And really, when you look at it, other than Smythe, really, I don't know that any of them none of them, like Hibner's not a blocker at all.
That's basically what Smythe was brought in just to do, right?
Yeah. And Cavos, they don't jump out at you like I was talking about Jacoby Lane, you kind of noticed
jumped off
him.
the page, yeah.
And none of the tight ends, I don't really notice any of the tight ends. And you know who really looked good too yesterday? I thought jumped out at me, looked like, damn, back to his old Justice Hill. Had that burst back again.
We talked about him.
I asked the question. I said, look, I could see one of two things happening. Justice Hill being way better than we thought and fitting into this system better, or they just find something with Randall that they like and we see him disappear. But I think because of his pass pro ability that he's got to be in there.
Justice Hill can block. Man.
I think, what's going to happen to Randall is, let me see, first preseason game, he's playing wide receiver. That's what he played other than 1 year. He's going to learn to get those pads down a little bit when he's running. He's going to get tattooed.
Okay, he runs straight up.
Yeah, he likes to run tall. He runs tall, but he can move and stuff. And they want Derrick Henry. I would say this right now. Derrick Henry's going to have more catches this year than he's ever had in his whole career.
Oh, wow.
Thanks, so.
I like that.
Oh, yeah. You look at like Chicago's offense, Detroit, they catch a ton of balls, like Gibbs and all those. And I think Justice Hill, will be him and Henry. Because
you can't take him out every time you want to throw the running back the ball.
Thank you.
Yeah,
that's what I was just going to say. Right. And then the O-line, I think we're going to know when the pads come on. That's when we're going to know about the O-line. But I've got questions on the O-line. I think Ronnie will be Ronnie. And what does that mean now at his age? He's going to give up a sack. He's going to give up a sack every now and then or whatever. Simpson, we'll see. The center, we'll see. Vanga, I think he'll keep getting better and better.
Okay.
And Rosengarten, to me, the biggest thing with Rosengarten is, can he put in his foot in the ground and anchor?
Okay.
That's the thing that concerns me about him because bull rush scares the crap out of me with him. Because he hadn't done it. I mean, in college, when they played Michigan, remember the national team? They were running over him left and right. So and Roquan looks good. He looks fast. I think the secondary is going to be good. Zion Young, they love Zion Young. They think Zion's going to be a star.
Roquan looks fast.
He does. I think he got in shape, Rob, to be totally honest. He's probably, even he said he didn't have a good year last year, and he looks like he's lost some weight.
That's good.
So he looks much better. And I think, I heard you guys when I was driving that you think eventually Hamilton will,
I think he backs off the line a little bit. You don't think so?
Nope.
They like him right where he's at?
Derwin James, was he ever back? I think they want, he's more like a Sam linebacker.
Yeah.
That's what Kyle Hamilton.
Does he have the body for it, though? Long term.
Oh, long term? Well, he's He's going to get nicked some. I mean, like I saw him standing there yesterday doing interviews. His hands are huge. He's got huge, and he's a really good rusher. He's got natural pass rush moves, on the blitz and stuff.
Vinny used to scout people and get ready for the draft. He knows your hands. He's got a big butt. He's
bubble. Got to have the bubble.
Got to have a bubble.
Yeah.
Onion.
Got to have a bubble. And that's the thing that you look at Rosengard, he doesn't have a bubble. And that's why you got to.
If you don't have a big dumper back there, we can't talk.
You got to be able to thrust.
Yeah.
You got to be, because the biggest thing, you got to roll your hips. You got to be able to roll your hips.
Are we still talking about football? Vinny, I'm taking notes, man.
Roll your hips. I guess
Jeremy. Is Vinny doing Ed's read?
Jeremy, Jeremy, you got to come off flat back.
Okay.
And roll your hips. Right, Keep your eyes up, too. Now, because if your head's down, you're down.
Oh.
So, you know what happens
there
then.
You go.
Oh, here we go.
keep going.
Where's my head again?
Up. Oh. Keep your eyes up.
I thought I'd go down first and then up.
Oh, no. Well, that's, you know what I would say about...
Don't hold your breath either, right?
No. What's his name? Left guard. No,
Vinny's lost all focus.
No, last year.
Oh, last year? Falele?
No.
Or you're talking about the other guy?
Yes.
He lost all focus.
Yes. You got me.
Voorhees? Who was it?
No, yeah, Voorhees.
Yeah.
Voorhees. I used to say about Voorhees is he loved to make love to the ground because he was always down there so much.
Vinny, do you know what dogs and gynecologists have in common? Wet noses. Thanks, man. Anyway,
were we talking about the Ravens training camp?
I don't know. I'm waiting for the music stopped, so I guess they're supposed to stop.
People ask me, well, any other quarterbacks look good? Doesn't matter.
Yeah. It does not
I don't
matter.
even bother.
Yeah.
I don't even bother looking.
More Vinny Serrato on Vinny and Haynie show. Thanks a lot, Vinny. We're giving out shovels up next right here on The Fan.
After the Big Bad Morning Show, it's Vinny and Haynie.
Hey, it's Total Request Thursday. I request the Orioles show us who they really are, or have they? We'll be ripping it with Ryan coming up at noon. But we also have Jerry Coleman from the Be More Sports podcast. We've got Mike Bordick, Oriole Hall of Famer, talking about what the Orioles should do at the trade deadline. And we're going live to One Winning Drive with Vinny Serrato, day 2 of Ravens training camp.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
With the trade deadline approaching, two-time AL Cy Young winner Tarek Skubal sits at the center of MLB trade rumors. Falling out of playoff contention, the Detroit Tigers are listening to offers for their ace lefty, who hits free agency after the season. Contenders like the Cubs and Dodgers remain interested ahead of the August 3rd deadline. I think he's going to be a Los Angeles Dodger. I'm Addie Bates.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
The burrito is fire.
Hi, this is Maya.
And I'm Antonio. And the little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A hash brown scrambled burrito
is that it fuels our morning.
It's the full package.
You have the chicken, you have the eggs, and then you add these hash browns for a nice little crunch.
The chicken's always nice. It's crispy, it's juicy. And the cheeses, they melt together in a beautiful way.
And it gives me energy. It's perfect.
Order the Chick-fil-A hash brown scramble burrito and Simply Orange Juice on the Chick-fil-A app today. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Why pay full insurance when you can customize and save? Switch to Liberty Mutual and they'll customize your auto and home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread yard work, in 90-degree weather.
Wow, it is a scorcher out there today.
With a swarm of hungry mosquitoes buzzing around. Then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should get NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business?
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more. So you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Hey, it's Brew, and I feel like everything in my life depends on being connected. Whether I'm uploading a video, hopping on a call before my show, or video chatting with my family back in Michigan, I never have to think about my Wi-Fi. And that's why Xfinity stands out. You get the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi with the best equipment at one price for 5 years guaranteed. No contracts or commitments. Plus, you can get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber or coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity, imagine that.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
DQ presents Being a Miracle Maker. Making a difference in your community has never been easier because July 30th is Miracle Treat Day at DQ. You buy a blizzard tree at participating locations and DQ will donate $1 or more to Children's Miracle Network to benefit your local children's hospital. So on July 30th, buy a blizzard tree and be a miracle maker, a blizzard-eating hero, doing their part on Miracle Treat Day. July 30th. DQ. Happy tastes good.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Jerry's Home Services is the choice of Maryland homeowners for all their interior and exterior renovation needs. With an impeccable industry reputation, just ask Jerry's for a fast, free estimate by calling 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Good morning. The inner loop of the Beltway on the top side, just past exit 23. That's 83 to JFX. An accident has the right shoulder blocked. Has you backed up to past Green Spring Avenue. The outer loop is slow at Harford Road, then again on the west side from Old Court Road to Liberty. 895 southbound is slow from Eastern Avenue through the Harbor Tunnel. With your traffic, I'm Maria Dennis.
The Big Bad Shovel of Wisdom.
We're giving out shovels, Jeremy Carr. Who gets your shovel?
I'm going to give it to me for a couple different reasons.
Okay.
I got to get hit with it first, right? Hit that. The shovel? Did you hit it? We didn't hear it. Oh, you don't have it? Okay, no, sorry. He said he hit it a bunch of times. It didn't come through. So, a couple different reasons. There we go. Fantasy football's coming up. This time of year, we're approaching August. And in July, I start running my Survivor pool. This is my annual shovel to me for doing this because you keep posting about it early. You're posting, trying to get it filled up so you don't have to do any more. You want to get the Survivor pool filled up. And then nothing. You get no responses. And you know what happens every single year?
What?
We get to September 1st, and then everybody wants to get in. It's like, do you have any spots left? I just realized the big problem I'm going to have because my wife and I are going to France to watch my younger son Dalton play paintball in Paris. and that's an extended trip so we can see Paris as well. That's the first week of September, and guys in my league, my fantasy leagues, were planning out their fantasy drafts accordingly, and I'm not going to be there in September. And now it's making me realize when all of the stuff for the Survivor pool is coming down and everybody wants to sign up in September, I'm going to be in Paris. It's going to be a pain in the ass dealing with this stuff. And I do this to myself every single year when it comes to March Madness pools, Super Bowl block pools, and then, of course, the Survivor pool that I run. So it's just a pain in the ass, and I don't know why I do it. I do know why I do it, because I've always done it.
I give the shovel to people who expect it different from Bryce Harper. What'd he say? Phillies needed some help. He's not going to try to spend anybody else's money, but they need some. Why do you get upset with a dog for barking?
Yeah.
That's what dogs do. You can't have shock face when you put the microphone up to Bryce Harper. He didn't just get here. Shame on you for being so. And I love Don Mattingly. Don Mattingly said Bryce is being Bryce.
But what did he do wrong? Is he putting down his teammates by saying, yes, hey, we're a team that's in contention and we would like to get better? But that's all he said.
Shame on you for being shocked. I don't care what Bryce Harper says. Why are you surprised? Don't ask me questions. If you don't want the real from me, this is the same guy that told a reporter that's a clown question, bro. You know why I told the reporter that, Ben? Because it was a clown question.
I love it.
You deserve that. Yes, you deserve that one. I like Bryce. You know, I mean, he said some things that I disagree with. You know, his bit adamant about the salary cap and things like that. But I don't have to agree with you all the time to like you. If that's what I could base whether I like you or not based on whether I agree with you, then I don't have any friends.
Like, I think people should be mad at Bryce with the way he brushes his teeth because he's a sociopath. But like, you're mad at him for saying he wants his team to. Yes, we need help. We want to get better. This was a team that was just. They were playing their asses off, and they went to face the Marlins, who lost 12 games in a row.
And they got swept.
Yeah, I said the Phillies lost the series. They did, technically, but they got swept.
They got swept.
So right after that series, Bryce Harper goes, yeah, we need help. I can't believe you said that. Shut up, man. Seriously. How do you take that guy to task for that? There's so many different things you could be pissed off at Bryce for over his career. And the things that people really get mad about, they shouldn't. The whole FanDuel thing with him sending the video to the fan. He didn't know what it was. He got paid to do it. It's like, hey, here, send this video. What did he do wrong?
Yeah.
It's so stupid.
I'm all right with you, Bryce.
I like Bryce Harper.
I'm all right with you. Daily Line with Jeremy Kahn at 9:30, but on the other side, we'll recap the O's Tigers series. How did the reporter label the 3 games?
Oh, it was squirrel game, blowout, comeback.
Up next on The Fan.
The teams you grew up with.
Ravens are world champions.
Are the ones you still love today. 105.7 The Fan.
Brad Evans defeat the Bullets with Westwood One Sports. Last call for MVP at plus money. The Cubs center fielder is firmly number 1 overall in WAR and defensive rating in the bigs. With Shohei Ohtani ailing due to knee and bicep issues, PCA, who's on pace for a 35-35 season, takes home the NL MVP at plus 105. Hashtag Team Huevos. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
I've been talking about Smile Design Center and Dr. Lairfield for years now, years and years, because I really believe in what they do. They do great dentistry, beautiful cosmetic work, and they're doing a stress-free, almost spa-like environment. And they got some new stuff coming up as well, because it's not just your teeth that can be affected, by decay and things like that. It also can be self-inflicted. So if you're having TMJ pain, you find yourself clenching your teeth due to stress, It could actually cause wrinkles in your face, things like that. It can cause a lot. It can break some of your teeth as well. And you know about Botox, but did you know Botox can remove wrinkles, decrease clenching and grinding, and provide significant lasting relief for your TMJ pain? Seriously, and give you back that beautiful, smooth-looking skin you had when you were in your 20s. So check out Dr. Lairfield and the Smile Design Center, because they're happy to announce they're using Botox now to help rejuvenate the patients' faces to go along with the beautiful smiles. They're looking for a few model patients right now, so call Nicole at 410-321-1100 for details of this special offer.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Baseball is back, and BetMGM, official partner of Major League Baseball, is bringing the high heat all season long. All season long, you can log into the BetMGM app and receive top-tier promos that put you in the batter's box and up the excitement for America's pastime. Step up to the plate all season with Swing for the Fences, the free-to-play game where every swing could score you rewards. We're talking parlay boost tokens, odds boost tokens, same-game parlay boost, and even bonus spins all season long. And the action doesn't stop there. Get more out of every at-bat and every inning with MLB same-game parlay boost. Stack your picks and boost your potential payout. Plus, lock in bigger value with MLB odds boost tokens and MLB parlay boost tokens all season long. More boost, more swings, more chances to win. Download the BetMGM app and step up to the plate today.
For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Maryland only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Please play responsibly. In partnership with MGM National Harbor.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for buying gas. That's right. You can earn cash back with Upside just for buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside, and just last year, I made nearly $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get cash back? If you like extra cash, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you fill your tank. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Tune in to Winning in Retirement with Brian Akers and his team of financial advisors right here on 105.7 The Fan this Saturday at 11 a.m.
Dream big. The Maryland State Fair presented by Toyota returns to the Maryland State Fairground in Timonium for 3 weekends, August 27th through the 30th, September 3rd to the 7th, and September 10th through the 13th. Enjoy rides, music, entertainment, food, and more. Visit MarylandStateFair.com for details.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
The biggest news of the Ravens' first full-team session of training camp came just minutes before practice when Nnamdi Madubuike was removed from the physically unable to perform list after passing his physical. There hadn't been much news surrounding Madubuike since he suffered the neck injury against Cleveland in Week 2 last season. His status remained relatively quiet throughout the offseason, making his return to the practice field Wednesday a significant development. Safety Kyle Hamilton spoke on the excitement of seeing Madubuike back out there.
I think it's a great thing just seeing him out here in the building, in the locker room. He's such a vibrant personality, and you realize when he's here, when he's not here. And that's all for the better when he is here. He's never bringing any sort of negative attitude, and it's just awesome seeing him back out here going through the process.
They'll be back on the practice field today at 10. For the Orioles, Wednesday brought one of the biggest roller coaster victories we'll see all season. Baltimore came back from down 7 runs through 6 innings to win a thriller in extras. The win improved the O's to 53 and 56, putting them 2.5 games back of the Guardians for the final American League wildcard spot. But the race remains crowded with 3 teams within 2 games of that final playoff position. From the Bob Bell Ford and Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the low 80s with partly cloudy skies. Tomorrow has sunny skies and a high of 86. I'm Ben Hall, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
The Big Bad Morning Show is sponsored by Vinny Stio, your home sold guaranteed realty.
Drive slow, homie. What happened to him? He was like this, so creative, man.
I love that horn coming in the open there. So that's a great tune, man.
It is. See, this one right here is a 8.2.
Hey, why don't you bring this up? I know we got to get back to the order.
And it's $700. See, that's more like, why is it that I'm suspicious of only spending $500-something in Ocean City?
Like you're going to show up and then there'll be a door between rooms and your neighbor just comes in all the time whenever he wants.
Yeah.
Like now you're shit.
Yeah.
Like, because Rob was talking about, getting a place and he was like, it was $500 bucks for 3 nights. And I'm going, you say 3?
See, here right there, this one is 7.2 and it's $950.
That's the no-tell motel.
But it's rated lower. And it's $400 more.
Something's not right. I used to have a good hookup down there for renting out a townhome for a week.
I did too, my buddy's place, but he's going to be there.
See, now we go down, whenever we go to Ocean City, we just stay with my in-laws since they're in Bethany. It's not too far. Works out perfect.
Yeah. Nonetheless, Baltimore Orioles taking care of business, taking 2 out of 3 for the Detroit Tigers, Jeremy. It's just funny how it goes from where we were to what actually happened, how the series finished out.
Yep.
Like we were like 9 outs away, because it was the 7th inning when things started, right? Mm-hmm. 9 outs away from asking ourselves, what's wrong with this team?
We were 9 outs away from having such a different conversation, and this show being I could see call segment after call segment after call segment.
Yeah.
And it feels weird because you feel like you should have that after a crazy ass win like this. But people, you can tell everybody that, some people might think I'm just being hard by saying people like to be negative. What are the calls like when things are going wrong?
Negative.
Yeah, I mean, people just want to call in. And then when things are going right, you'll get every once in a while somebody, hey, I want to chime in. But usually it's the regulars, the people that complain about the guys that are always on, that stay on hold, that call in every day.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I feel like we should be a lot happier with this. And then, you get a day off, let's bask in this for a little bit. Have some fun. Enjoy the ride instead of bitching about it the whole time. Are we there yet? No. And the trade deadline being coming up in a couple of days, and you got the Phillies in town. It's a huge series again.
410-583-1057 is the number. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. Let's go to Dundalk and get Wayne. Wayne, I heard it was a great event yesterday.
Yeah, it went good, man. Jeremy, I just want to thank you again for coming out, man.
Yeah, man. Anytime.
I never thought when I started calling the show 20 years ago that you and I would be picking up trash, talking about sports talk, right? I mean, sports radio. I'm not into sports, whatever.
Yeah,
man. Yeah, it's kind of cool, man. But, I just want to say something about the Orioles, man. I'm definitely not trading Basallo and Adley. I think you got a DH catcher combination. I think that they need to get healthy. If you have both of them on the field, I think you'll be great. I don't want to, switch all the guys around and put them in new positions and everything. But I just want to, be smart about it. Let's get somebody that can help the team today, this year, but also can build for next year. The biggest thing is the guys that are on this team right now have to step up. You can't change and trade for everybody. The Holidays, you got to keep doing good. The Cowser, the Henderson, those guys have to play good for this team, regardless of who you trade for. They have to be good. And I don't think you can blame anything, all just on Elias, man. Injuries are part of the game.
Wait, you gotta stop, man. You're making too much sense.
I mean, we have Westbrook and Mountcastle in the lineup. Things are different. You know, we go back to every time, like you guys are saying about the community, the fans. One thing goes wrong. Everybody wants to. I know the reason why. Things just happen, man. You got to build a team. It's not easy. You're dealing with a lot of things, but I think they can go get a couple more pieces, but not blow up the team, not change everybody's position. And I think we'll be fine. It makes sense of it. But you guys have a great day, and thanks again, Jeremy.
Yeah, man, no worries. It was funny because when I was leaving the event, as I was telling you, it was 7-1, and Wayne and I were talking about it. And he goes, "Man, they're probably." When I have stuff like this, you see games, they'll probably score 10 runs and come back and win it. Sure enough, it's what happened. So it was a good time, though. And I think if more people were doing stuff like Wayne, he's trying to create something, had a bunch of people picking up trash, clearing up a park. People did it more often, you know.
Let's go to Tom and Rising Sun. What's up, Tom?
Hey, how you guys been?
Good.
All right, how are you?
Oh, hanging in there. We were talking about trades earlier, and I just think I would keep Holiday because I think he's our best second baseman since Bobby Grich. What do you guys think?
Well, I mean,
we had a good second baseman since Bobby Grich.
Roberto Alomar.
Brian Roberts was pretty good. 50 doubles a couple times.
Yeah, Roberts was good. I forgot about Roberts.
Roberto Alomar was pretty good.
Yeah, but he wasn't here that long. You know what I mean?
I mean, well, you didn't tell us we had to have a qualification for how long he was. He was all-star both times, wasn't he?
If they trade Holiday, he wasn't here that long.
I think the Orioles have had some decent second basemen.
Yeah. I love when people do leave B-Rob out. As soon as he said it, I'm like, well, wait a minute. We had Alomar here, and he might be the best second baseman we've ever seen. I don't know, go with that one. But yeah, with B-Rob, like, that double, I mean, we had very little things to be happy about with the Orioles, and it was like Brian Roberts and Nick Markakis. Yep. That was it for a while, and then Adam Jones came along.
Adam Jones was the best thing that happened to Nick Markakis, I think, because it gave him some support.
Yeah. What allowed to, Adam likes being in that, in the public's eye, whereas Nick
did not.
You ain't going to see him.
I am reluctant. Rising Sun, Mo. What's up, Mo?
Hey, how you doing, guys?
Doing well. How are you?
Got a question about the catching situation. We had a situation where the catchers were like 1 for 24 when the two first-line guys went out. AAA, we've got Creed Willems, who has got like 18 home runs, hitting 265.
How is he behind the plate, though?
He's not a good defensive catcher.
And that's why he's not here.
Can he call the game? I mean, you have a pitching staff that, for the most part, has carried you all year. It's been the most consistent unit in your entire roster. You have to take care of them first. And the way you take care of them is putting some veterans behind there who know how to call a game and are at least on the upside of decent defensively.
Okay, the guy's been working on his defense. I saw him for a couple games down at Salisbury, and this guy hit a game-winning home run.
Mo, we understand. We understand. You're saying he's working on his defense, but it's obvious he's not ready. And the worst thing for him would be to bring him up here, not ready. Now you shattered his confidence.
And you started his clock, which nobody wants to hear, but that's the other part of this, too. Like, you want him to be like, I want my prospects to force them to call him up. Like, play so well that they're like, man, we can't. If I'm looking at it, Kerstead would be the next guy I'd want to call up. He's hitting the hell out of the baseball.
410-583-1057 is the number. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on
we
the
heard
Fan.
Mountcastle and Kerstead in that segment. I haven't even thought about those two guys in forever. I do have something to give away.
Jeremy Kahn's Daily Line, and on the other side, more trade talk for the Orioles on MLB Network. Go ahead, Jeremy.
Yeah, so we got tickets to give away. We're going to give away 2 pair this hour, so make sure you're staying tuned. Right now, you get yourself 2 tickets to see Nikki Glazer. Must be 21 or older at Maryland Live, at the live facility that they have there. It's awesome if you haven't been. 410-583-1057, caller number 5.
After the Big Bad Morning Show, it's Vinny and Haynie.
Hey, it's Total Request Thursday. I request the Orioles show us who they really are, or have they? We'll be ripping it with Ryan coming up at noon. But we also have Jerry Coleman from the Be More Sports podcast. We've got Mike Bordick, Oriole Hall of Famer, talking about what the Orioles should do at the trade deadline. And we're going live to One Winning Drive with Vinny Serrato, day 2 of Ravens training camp.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
The Harford County Sheriff's Office is hiring law enforcement deputies. Earn up to $10,000 recruitment incentive. They provide training, support, and career opportunities to help you succeed. Act fast. Applications close August 2nd. Learn more at harfordsheriff.org.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code SAVE to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code SAVE to borrow up to $10,000. Use code SAVE to borrow up to $10,000.
And Doug.
Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons, and lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Ever notice how the little things add up? A cracked phone screen, a dead car battery, bills creeping higher.
Oh, no.
What if your checking account could actually help with all that? It can. With Elite Checking from NASA Federal, you get smart benefits designed to save you time, money, and stress. Like get your paycheck up to 2 days early for a little breathing room. Cell phone protection to cover unexpected damage, roadside assistance for breakdowns, bill negotiation to help lower your bills, identity theft aid for peace of mind, and you can earn dividends on your balance. If your checking account isn't working hard for you, switch to Elite Checking from NASA Federal. You can do it all right online at nasafcu.com/WJZ. And you don't have to work for NASA to join NASA Federal. NASA Federal Credit Union. Smart. NASA smart. Federally insured by NCUA.
Woohoo! You pay what we pay, not a penny more. Get employee pricing at Anderson Buick GMC. Right now, drive a new Sierra 1500 and get employee pricing. That's up to $11,500 off. Shop Maryland's largest in-stock selection at 2 convenient Anderson locations and get the Sierra 1500 you want. Plus, available 0% APR financing. Now that's smiles for miles. Check out AndersonBuickGMC.com. GMC, we are professional grade. Financing on select models with approved credit through GM Financial.
The Second World War is the largest event in human history.
A 20-part series with Tom Hanks.
No part of the globe was untouched. No life unchanged.
Experience the ultimate account of World War II.
Every single person had a story. These are the stories that make us who we are.
Listen to World War II with Tom Hanks on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Rob Long, Ed Norris, and Jeremy Kahn. The Big Bad Morning Show. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
I want to tell everyone we had Vinny on last hour for our training camp update on the Fan. It's brought to you by Green Valley Marketplace. Camp is here, and Green Valley Marketplace is your summer grilling headquarters. They've got your cookout covered. Visit greenvalleymarketplace.com today. Get one of those crab pretzels, man. Those things are awesome.
She don't want to be saved.
No.
She don't want to be saved, man. MLB, more trade talk for the Baltimore Orioles, and you saw some of the names that popped up. Jeremy, are you surprised that so many people on the national level are mentioning regular, everyday players for the most part for the Baltimore Orioles, or close to everyday players?
I know they're not going to tell us, like with these national writers, and I'm talking about the John Paul Morosis, like I guess Verducci would have been in that group. Who's our guy from Baseball America? Bob Nightingale. Like there's a bunch of guys that put out stuff, and then I saw Morosi put out one that says Yunier Cano is going to be one of the most sought-after relief pitchers on the market. And I'm going, did you talk to a team that said they wanted him, or did you talk to the Orioles and then they're trading him, or they're thinking about it? Because why would a team that's in the playoff picture get rid of their best relief pitcher right now?
Well, we both agree, and I think they'll agree, that they need to add arms to the bullpen.
So
not subtract.
Like that. And then you hear the story, it's like, oh, Jackson Holliday, Adley Rutschman, and Colton Cowser. Did you hear that from the Orioles? Did you hear from another team that's what they wanted? I just want to know where this comes from, because we've been hearing all this smoke about these trades, and people keep bringing up the Orioles like they're sellers.
And maybe someone told him, if the Orioles fall out of it, we're going to try to get. That could have been the conversation. I just can't see for the life of me why the Orioles would dangle Cano in trade possibilities.
So there's a couple different things. Could it be agent driven? An agent reaches out to someone, is like, hey, Orioles are looking to do this or whatever. Mm-hmm. Are you talking to a specific person within an organization that's talked to other teams and you hear what they like? Are people just writing stuff because it's all speculation no matter what? So, and you don't have to give up your sources and everything. So I don't know how much BS is actually out there.
410-583-1057. That's the number. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. I think you're going to see maybe the minor league guys, somebody you don't want to depart with. People keep talking about Creed. What if he's in the trade possibility?
Yeah.
Maybe that's why they're not bringing him up yet. What makes sense.
I understand it from a fan standpoint. You're going to go look at the numbers and go, look at what Creed Williams doing. Why isn't he here? I mean, people have been saying this all the time about minor leaguers. Why didn't they call him up? They were doing this with Basayo last year. Why isn't he here? And that's the one that I kind of agreed with. Like, hey, if we're in this race, let's see what this kid has. But at the same point, to what we're talking about, if he can't play defense the way you want him to play defense, why are you calling him up? We're already talking about how bad they are defensively in the field, and you want to put another, not like I was going to say, I don't want to call him a bad defensive player, but he's not a plus defensive guy. I think that's why some of the guys are here, like that they have. And oh, by the way, starting his clock when Sam Basayo is going to be back in how many days? Like, I don't know that I want to do that.
410-583-1057. That's the number. Let's go out to the phone lines right now. Let's get Kevin in Seattle. What's up, Kevin?
Hey, guys. How are you today?
Doing well. How are you?
Pretty good. Hey, I'm wondering about your what you're thinking about Matt Abuike. If what the recidivism rate might be on an injury of that type. Do we even know what the injury is?
Hey, Kevin, I'm sorry, man. That's my fault. I didn't see what you wanted to comment on. We weren't talking Ravens at this time. I'll answer your question because I don't want to be an ass. I think Matt Abuike is going to be all right over time. I don't think he'll be all right at the time. I don't think Matt Abuike will be in midseason form week 1 or week 2.
Well, he's still got a lot of football shape to get into.
Exactly.
I don't know what he's been working on, but again, with the neck injury, we've seen this be a career ender for a lot of guys. Like, Zach Orr had a neck injury and never played again. And I think they liked him as a player. I don't think many people liked him as a coach, but hey, that's on you. But yeah, like I don't know what you can expect from him. We all don't know what to expect, but we know having him here is better than not having him here. So if it takes him a while to kind of get going, so be it. And you get him for the important part of the run there.
410-583-1057. That's the number. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. Again, that was my fault because it was up there that he wanted to talk Matt Abuike, and I blindly hit it.
Squirrel.
Yeah. Again, when the trade, I think minor leaguers, top-level minor leaguers, you're not going to be able to get rid of any mid-level minor leaguers unless you're going after bullpen arms because you know how bullpens are. People don't ask for a lot unless you.
Well, look at what was just traded. Chase Silseth.
Andrew Miller, somebody like that, you got to give up something big. But
Silseth and Logan O'Hoppe. So you get a catcher that's okay. He's played in the major leagues for a while now. And then you get Silseth, another guy that can be a spot starter in the bullpen. I fully expect them to use him in the bullpen, but you traded away a piece for it, and you got some okay stuff back. I don't know that the Orioles are in mode to get okay stuff back. I think you have to get something that you really believe helps your team.
And I know we've asked this question a lot of times, now, because I think sometimes the answer could change. Now we are where we are. What's the greatest need to address via trade?
For me, it's still, I'd say bullpen. Because like if we had to get through with a makeshift thing and then Blaze comes back, I like some. Kobe Mayo's hitting. CES has been pretty good so far. So like if they end up going with that rotation at third base to some degree, I guess I'm okay with that. I do think you can upgrade there, and I think you can upgrade in the outfield. But if you ask me one position, I want the bullpen. I want back end pieces, live arms in the bullpen that you can go to. I want to shorten the game from the 9th, 8th, 7th. Hey, I need 5 innings from you, starter. Can you go out and give me your 5 best innings, and then we'll go to the bullpen, or 6 if you can. I think it's important to get those arms and that's the other thing you're talking about. Unless it's someone that's a closer or established and just one of these dominant relievers, I don't think you have to give up as much for bullpen pieces.
Yeah, I agree. So if you want to get that hitting, good hitting third baseman, a good hitting outfield, higher level minor leaguers, relievers, probably not. Especially if you talk about a 1-inning guy who's not a closer. I think the Orioles need to address that 6th, 7th inning situation. That's what they need to. I think 8th inning, 9th inning, pretty decent. I don't know whether Rico Garcia, I don't know whether or not he's tired. I don't think all of a sudden he lost it, Jeremy. He could be tired. He's been used a lot.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it at the beginning of the year, though, too. Like, how sustainable is this? A lot of those things were surprising. Remember, we've had these ebbs and flows this season where we're like, hey, man, our bullpen's been amazing, but we're not hitting. What's going on? And the starting pitching looks suspect. Starting pitching figures it out and says, hey, we're still not hitting. There's always been something that feels like it's been a little bit off. I clearly think that's an area that you can't improve, though.
Last year, he had 29 appearances total. This year, he has 50. He could be getting tired. Think about this. He has 109 appearances for his career. He's approaching more appearances this year than he had the rest of his career combined. 10 more appearances, he'll have more in 1 year than he did the rest of his career combined.
We need that.
He's tired probably.
We need some live arms, man, in that bullpen. So that's where I would look first. But ultimately, I do think they're going to be buyers. I think this nonsense of these guys and buyers, I know somebody pointed out, well, they can be buyers and sellers at the same time. But realistically, what are you talking about? Like, if they're trading if they trade Adley Rutschman, does that mean they're sellers if they're getting back a great outfielder or a great pitcher? No.
Yeah.
It's
not sellers.
Yeah. 50-50.
Ben Hall's Encore 9:45, but on the other side, it's the Daily Line.
Yeah, with the Daily Line. Yesterday, prop plays were good, 3-1. Nothing else went right except the Orioles over. And, the Orioles scratched out that run to make it 7-1. I was happy I won the over, but I was still pissed at that game, and then definitely happy at the result of what we got. WNBA, I missed yesterday, so I got one WNBA play, a bunch of baseball plays for you. I'll tell you some prop plays as well as we always do. Get into all that. I also want to give away, here we are, tickets to see Weird Al on Sunday. I'm going to be there. Weird Al Yankovic. I want to see how weird this show actually gets. But caller number 5, 410-583-1057 if you want to see Weird Al and maybe Weird Jeremy there too.
What happens next happens here. Baltimore Sports Radio.
That ball is out of here.
105.7 The Fan.
Plaza Ford is now Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air. Celebrate with us during our Salute to Savings event happening all month long. Shop a huge selection of new Fords and quality pre-owned vehicles with deals worth the drive. Visit BobBellFordBelAir.com today.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this rush hour ad to keep you calm, which could help your driving. And science says therapy is great for a healthy mindset. So enjoy this 14-second session on us. I think you've done everything right and absolutely nothing wrong. In fact, anything that hasn't gone your way could probably be blamed on your father not being emotionally available because his father wasn't emotionally available, and so on. And now that you're calm and healing, you're probably driving better too.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
You're no stranger to working hard or to succeeding. You've raised your hand, jumped in, powered through, and stood out. And you're not about to stop. At University of Maryland Global Campus, you'll get the skills-based education to move your career forward. Going back for your degree, boosting your career goals, or making a full 180? Our more than 100 degrees and certificates will equip you with skills that today's employers are seeking. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science, or build your skills in leadership, communication, and critical thinking. Affordable, online, and accredited education that fits your life, so you can succeed again. At UMGC, success is yours for the taking and the making, and nothing should keep you from it, especially not an application fee. Apply now and we'll waive your application fee. Classes start August 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
What looked like a long afternoon in Detroit turned into an unbelievable comeback for the Orioles, who erased a 7-0 deficit through 6 innings to beat the Tigers in the series finale. Baltimore combined for 7 runs in the 7th and 8th to send the game to extras. The game went back and forth in extra innings, with both teams trading blows. After a scoreless 10th, the Orioles scored twice in the 11th, only for Spencer Torkelson to answer with a game-tying home run in the bottom half of the inning. Colton Cowser then delivered the game-winning RBI with a single against the lefty in the 12th. He entered the day with just 4 hits against left-handed pitching all season. Cowser spoke on the clutch at bat.
Just was really ready to do my job out there, and then, they tied the game up in the 11th, and knew my spot was coming up, and it's kind of a tough angle, and as you can tell, didn't really see it all that well the first 2 pitches with that challenge, but we had one to burn, so I'm just super proud of our guys and just everyone staying ready.
The Birds will get Thursday off before returning home for a 3-game set with the Phillies over the weekend. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the low 80s with partly cloudy skies. Tomorrow has sunny skies and a high of 86. I'm Ben Hall, Ravens, Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Overs, unders, favorites, and dogs. It's Jeremy Kahn's Daily Line.
Show me the money!
Sponsored by Life Med Institute. Guys, regain confidence and performance in the bedroom with Gaines Wave Therapy at Life Med Institute. Gaines Wave is a revolutionary non-invasive ED treatment. Call 410-575-1200 or lifemedinstitute.com. On 105.7 The Fan.
All right. Let's start it off. Ben, did you give away all the tickets? Tickets are gone. All right, no more calling for tickets. They're gone. You'd be wasting your time if you kept doing it. So let's just get into today's slate, where we have, it's a light slate today. Handful of baseball games, a couple of WNBA games, and honestly, I don't love the WNBA slate, but I'll start there. Why am I picking up the wrong piece of paper to read? It's over here. In the WNBA, I like New York and Las Vegas to go under 181.5. Yesterday, I had the Golden State Valkyrie under, and I loved it. Loved the play. And they went off in the second half, especially in the fourth quarter, and it went over the total, so no shot there. Just an ugly play. And then I had an under in a Brewers game. Somebody sent me like some, I guess they were just talking trash, because I said I liked the sneaky pitchers duel in the Milwaukee game yesterday against the Giants. Well, one of the pitchers just didn't have it and got rocked, and then they had an inning where they gave up like 7 runs. So they write back, it was like, well, really great handicap in there. And it's like, well, wait a minute. This happens all the time. How many times you bet on a starting pitcher and he doesn't have it? We just talked about our 2 best pitchers, Bradish and Rogers, in this series did not look good.
Neither one of them.
So, I mean, these types of things happen, and it was an ugly loss, but I look at it like the Orioles lost on Tuesday. It was 14-0. All right, flush it and get back to the next one, because it's going to happen from time to time. So, yesterday wasn't my day except for prop plays. I went 3-1, and then Romy sold me in the Red Sox game. He scored a run, but went 0 for 5. Now, where's the weather spots today? There's only one spot that looks really good, and it's the Braves over as they're playing the Nats. And I'm seeing a lot of guys in this game as top hitters. To start with, James Wood, Matt Olson, Ronald Acuna, Drake Baldwin, all of these guys, CJ Abrams, all these guys look good in the game. Matt Olson is my favorite. He's minus 150 over 1.5 hits, runs, RBIs. I'll take my chance there. So that's a prop play for me. The other prop plays I like, Miguel Vargas, minus 115. I like Ryan Jeffers, the catcher / DH for the Twins, to go over 1.5. And I'm taking Wilyer Abreu over 2.5 today in that Boston Red Sox game. Those are my prop plays. The other guys I was looking at for props, if people like to write this down and bet some other ones. Sorry, Rob. Nicholas Kurtz, Ellie De La Cruz, Julio Rodriguez, James Wood, Fernando Tatis. I think all of them are in great spots as well.
So
it's the ones I listed.
So funny.
Not going to mess up on that one. All right, so the baseball plays today. With the Braves over only being the great spot that we have, there's some other decent, I mean, it's just okay. It's nothing really that's going to change your mind on it. But here's what I have for baseball. I like the Cubs Cardinals to go under. I love Miami and the New York Mets to go under 7. I like the Reds, minus 105, minus 110, wherever you find them. KC, Minnesota over 9.5. Boston and the Athletics. Red Sox and the Athletics. The Athletics are pissing me off because I can't call them the Sacramento A's. I can't call them the Oakland A's, and they're not the Vegas A's yet, so you just call them Athletics. That's it. They have no home.
You can't call them the A's either.
Yeah.
The Athletics.
Anyway, so I like the over in that game, and I do like the over in the Washington-Atlanta game. My top 5 today, guys, would be the under in the Mets-Marlins is my favorite. Next would be Red Sox-A's over. I like the Royals-Twins over, Reds, and the under in the Liberty-Aces game. Those are my top 5 plays today. Not much because, again, it's a lighter slate, and I'm not trying to force the issue and just bet games that I don't like. There you go.
410-583-1057. That's the number. That was the quickest daily line ever.
Well, dude, what do we have here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have, I think, 9 baseball games. And if I'm being honest, I don't think there's a lot of great games to bet, even though I just listed 6 that I like. There's only a handful. The ones that I love are Miami and the Marlins and the Mets that go under. And I really like, it hasn't happened. They've had great hitting weather and totally crapped the bed, has the offense with the Red Sox and Athletics, but I do like that game to go over today. I think this is one of the better matchups that they've had.
There you go. Let's go out to the phone lines. 410-583-1057. Ed and Towson. What's up, Ed?
Good morning, guys. How you feel?
Good. How are you?
I'm good, man. Look, I mean, like I said, my baseball is not my area, but I think if they were, so I don't know about the trade deadline and all that, but what I go by what I see. And what I saw the other night was the guys playing, they were scared. Oh, damn, we got to win this, and they played with their hair on fire. The consistency, players, getting more players is not going to create consistency. Consistency is what it is. You know, I mean, you just got to play like that all the time. I like Alonso's approach to the game, and if they could mimic that, they could beat anybody at any time. But if I were to get somebody, Rob, I think I would get a shutdown guy at the end of the game for those one-run games. A guy that the rest of the league respects. Like,
Mason Miller has been said to be on the trade block. I don't know what it'll take to get him, but
see, that's the type
Padres might part ways with him.
That's the type of player you could trade Jackson Holiday for. I put more value in the everyday second baseman than the closer. Sorry.
Yeah. I mean, I get what you're saying, and like Jackson, I don't like giving away people that might be something, but I understand how the game is negotiated. But that's what I would do, like a Britton, like a Mountain, those type of guys. Where Mason Miller, you said he comes in the game, guys are like, oh damn, here we go. It's the image too. He's gonna mow you down, and you know he's gonna mow you down. Because I think the rest of it, they just got to be consistent. They played with their hair on fire because they were scared. So if they can do that, they can beat anybody. I'd get a shutdown guy, and let's go to work. Y'all take care, man.
You too.
Good stuff.
410-583-1057. That's the number. Baltimore's big bad morning show on the Fan. It is. I mean, that's actually a good idea. Take care of the back of that, because if you get a closer, you bump everybody else back up. You know what I mean? You bump everybody back up to their proper spot.
You know, the thing that scares me about Mason Miller is that the Padres gave up so much to get him that I think they're going to expect the package back like that, which I don't know that I want to give up 3 of my top prospects to go get a Mason Miller.
No.
I'd love to have him, But for me, I'd rather sign the guy in free agency than trade all these prospects because
he's not a free agent until
exactly. I mean, that's my point though. But what the Padres gave up for him was so ridiculous.
Yeah, he's 30, free agent in 30.
No,
a lot of team control. But that tells you what the Athletics are thinking. Why would you get rid of him? I mean,
well, the Athletics were just there again, knowing that the team's moving, reloading that farm system. That's what they did. The A's were having a great year until they weren't this year. I mean, they look like one of the worst teams in baseball right now. So, I think when it comes down to it, the Mason Miller stuff is great if you can get him. But at what cost, though? Or do you want to give up De Leon or any of these top prospects, a Nate George? I mean, maybe you do. Some people are like, who? I don't care about that. They're prospects. If that's the case, but the Padres gave up like 3 of their top 5 prospects to get him.
Yeah.
They emptied out the farm system last year. And we got one of their best prospects in Boston. So, was that Boston Bateman, I believe? That's a guy that's 6'7", throwing downhill, lefty, just nasty.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I like the possibilities of the trade deadline. I just, what gives me anxiety is what are we going to have to get rid of to get what we need? Is there a chance, in your opinion, Ben and Jeremy, that the Orioles could do nothing and still get in the postseason, Jeremy, first?
Yeah, there's obviously that chance because they're hovering right around it. I'd feel better about going and getting something. You're hoping that last night was that point where it's like, hey, we're all locked in now. We're ready to roll. But it doesn't necessarily work like that in baseball. If the starting pitcher comes out on Friday here against the Phillies and they still don't know who they're starting,
right,
and you wet the bed, what did that do for that momentum of that last game? But you did beat another team that was in the playoff picture. So that would be when
winning the bet is bad.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ben, could they not make a move and still get in the postseason?
I get what you're saying.
Yeah, no, I'm where Jeremy's like, I think they could somehow sneak in because of how bad the American League is, but in that first round against the last divisional team, I think they would get shoved around.
410-583-1057 is the number. Baltimore's Big Bad Morning Show on the Fan. I don't think they will get into the postseason if they don't make a move. You know why? Because you have guys in the clubhouse, Jeremy, that are thinking what Bryce Harper said.
Yep.
We need help. And I think if you don't get them help, the stress and there'll be so much weight on them because they're thinking we were right there and you didn't get us the help.
Yeah.
I think psychologically and emotionally it tap out.
I mean, it sounds weird. I almost feel like the front office needs a win. And
that doesn't sound weird.
I don't think they do, but I think the fan base thinks they do.
Well, if the fan base thinks they do, then they kind of do because those are the ones that are buying tickets and tuned in.
Yeah, but I don't know that people are going to stop buying tickets because you don't like the GM.
Stranger things have happened.
Yeah, I mean,
let's go to Todd in Rosedale. What's up, Todd?
Hey, how you guys doing? I just had a quick question or your opinion. With the possibility of having a lockout at the end of the year, you think it makes them more aggressive or less aggressive during the deadline?
I think first off, it makes you more aggressive with contracts. I think it makes them more aggressive as well at this trade deadline because you've already seen what they were doing. A lot of teams have started locking up their players in case we do end up with a salary cap and floor, so those contracts are grandfathered in. I could see you wanting to trade for somebody, but we talk about like somebody like Scooble and trading for, like it's hard to trade for a guy when you know he wants to hit free agency.
Yeah. Because that's what happened with us and Manny Machado. This is a dumb move by Detroit. Whatever he thinks right now is what he told you a long time ago. Isn't he a Boris?
I think so.
Yeah, he's Boris. So he's told you this long, long time ago. Yeah. Therefore, you're pretty stupid that you didn't trade this guy already.
Yeah, I mean, but that's I was playing for you. Somebody sent me one of the Detroit radio stations just saying, hey, if this isn't a microcosm of the Tigers season, and by the way, had we come in and lost that game 7-1, 7-, whatever it was, or even lost it in extra innings,
it'd been a microcosm of ours.
That's why I keep saying all these fan bases feel the same. But yeah, to answer Todd's question, I think it should push them a little bit more to go get something and try to make this happen this year with all the unknowns next year.
Let's go to Johnny, who is in Catonsville. What's up, Johnny?
Hey, how you doing there, my good friend Rob? This is your friend Johnny Ray.
How you doing? What's going on, man? How's everything?
Hey, I'm doing good. So, talking about the O's and we love the O's. My biggest concern is just it seems like every time you turn around, somebody's getting hurt. They got so many guys that are hurt right now. I don't know. I keep on seeing like the 10-day, this LA or whatever, they're hurt for 10 days. Or 10 days.
Yeah.
And IL, thank you. And we have two guys that have been hitting great. Adley, he's out, and Posado, who's I love him. He's a DH. He's our catcher, and we have so many guys hurt, pitchers, relievers. I'm just hoping that they can get back at least by August, and we can start turning it up. And that's a few days away. What do you think? Our guys coming back and not doing a trade and just getting healthy and having that opportunity. And I appreciate this opportunity, guys. You guys have a great day.
Thanks a lot. I appreciate that. No, you still need help. These guys are coming back to fill the voids, their own void. But you had voids before they got hurt.
Yeah.
You had needs before these guys got hurt. So I don't think that'll be enough. Ben has the encore. You don't want to miss it. Find out what we learned today on The Fan.
After the Big Bad Morning Show, it's Vinny and Haynie.
Hey, it's Total Request Thursday. I request the Orioles show us who they really are, or have they. We'll be ripping it with Ryan coming up at noon. But we also have Jerry Coleman from the Be More Sports podcast. We've got Mike Bordick, Oriole Hall of Famer, talk about what the Orioles should do at the trade deadline. And we're going live to One Winning Drive with Vinny Serrato, day 2 of Ravens training camp.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Falcons quarterback room faces early training camp turmoil with multiple health setbacks. Michael Penix Jr. remains limited to individual drills as he recovers from last November's ACL tear. Meanwhile, offseason addition Tua Tagovailoa is sidelined short-term with back tightness, prompting the Falcons to sign veteran backup quarterback Cooper Rush for depth. I'm Maddie Bates.
.105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
Oh, hey, Sarah. Did you hear my daughter Katie got Camper of the Week?
That's a big deal.
We got a big deal, too. Right, Mom?
Honey, shh.
What's that?
Okay, that Hyundai Santa Fe, I only paid.
Nice.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days, or 1.9% APR for 72 months on the Hyundai Tucson, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry, offer ends August 3rd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
DQ presents Being a Miracle Maker. Making a difference in your community has never been easier because July 30th is Miracle Treat Day at DQ. You buy a blizzard tree at participating locations and DQ will donate $1 or more to Children's Miracle Network to benefit your local children's hospital. So on July 30th, buy a blizzard tree and be a miracle maker, a blizzard eating hero, doing their part on Miracle Treat Day. July 30th, DQ. Happy tastes good.
Planning on using cannabis? Then it's time to plan your ride home, too. Never get behind the wheel when you're high. You might think you're driving better, but the fact is, you're not. Designate a sober driver or use a rideshare so we all get home safe.
We're home.
Be the driver who makes a plan. Be the driver who saves lives. Learn more at zerodeathsmd.gov. This message brought to you by the Maryland Department of Transportation.
Last year, I had back pain radiating down my right leg. The pain was so bad I was willing to cut my leg off to stop the pain. I could barely walk and had to stoop over when I did just to take pressure off the spine. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. In my professional career, I've represented thousands of people who've had herniated discs and issues with their neck and back, but never fully appreciated what they were going through until it was my turn. It's like trying to describe colors to a blind person who's never had sight. All I can tell you is it hurt like hell, but worse. My daily walk was gone, and that bothered me a great deal. Then I thought of all of you and how much more devastating this type of injury could be for you. My life stopped. I now feel your pain. Just know at Morgan & Morgan, we got your back. I understand. Morgan means more.
Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Kick off the school year with Kohl's Friends and Family Sale. Because with 20% off styles kids love,
They're not just going back, they're making an entrance. Save on jeans that turn hallways into runways. Tees that make them walk a little slower for effect. Sneakers that say, I'm so back. And more confidence-inspiring looks for every grade at Kohl's and Kohl's.com. Select styles 20% offer ends August 2nd. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose. And millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
DQ presents Being a Miracle Maker. Making a difference in your community has never been easier because July 30th is Miracle Treat Day at DQ. You buy a blizzard tree at participating locations and DQ will donate $1 or more to Children's Miracle Network to benefit your local children's hospital. So on July 30th, buy a blizzard tree and be a miracle maker, a blizzard eating hero, doing their part on Miracle Treat Day. July 30th, DQ. Happy tastes good.
Oh, hey, Sarah. Did you hear my daughter Katie got Camper of the Week?
That's a big deal.
We got a big deal too, right, Mom?
Honey, shh.
What's that?
Okay, that Hyundai Santa Fe, I only paid.
Nice. Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days, or 1.9% APR for 72 months on the Hyundai Tucson, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry, offer ends August 3rd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Mic check 1, 2.
Thank you. Far too. Can I get an encore? Do you want more? One last time, I need y'all to roar.
Bubble. You gotta have the bubble.
Gotta have a bubble.
Yeah.
Onion.
Gotta have a bubble. And that's the thing that you look at Rosengard, he doesn't have a bubble. And that's why you
power.
gotta.
If you don't have a big dumper back there, we
have
can't
no power.
talk.
You gotta be able to thrust.
Yeah.
You know, you gotta be, because the biggest thing, you gotta roll your hips. You got to be able to roll your hips.
Are we still talking about football? Vinny, I'm taking notes, man.
Roll your Hey, I guess
Jeremy. Is Vinny doing Ed's read?
Jeremy, Jeremy, you got to come off flat back.
Okay.
And roll your hips. Right. Keep your eyes up, too. Now, because if your head's down, you're down.
Oh.
So, you know what happens
there
then.
You go.
Oh, here we go.
keep going.
Where's my head again?
Up.
Oh.
Keep your eyes up.
I thought I'd go down first and then up.
No. Well, that's, you know what I would say about...
Don't hold your breath either, right?
No. What's his name? The left guard.
Vinny's lost all focus.
No, last year.
Oh, last year? Falele?
No.
Or you're talking about the other guy?
Yes.
He lost all focus.
Yes. You got me.
Voorhees? Who was
No, it wasn't. Yeah, Voorhees.
Yeah.
Voorhees. I used to say about Voorhees is...
He was so flustered. Yeah. You know, the guy, the thing. The
guy with the thing. You know. What was that? That was Analyze This. You're good, you. Yeah, the guy with the thing. That's what it was.
Now time for you to find out what we learned today.
What we learned on the Big Bad Morning Show.
Man, yesterday I had wings. You know why?
Because it was wing day.
It's two days today that's going to make me mess around, man, and eat crap 2 days in a week.
What food is it?
2 days a week. Or 2 week, yeah. National Cheesecake Day.
What's your favorite cheesecake?
With some strawberries on top.
It's a good one. I love all the cheesecakes.
I love all of them, but that's my favorite.
My favorite that I would get from like the Cheesecake Factory would be the pineapple upside down cheesecake.
Cheesecake and creme brulee are my favorite desserts. Now, when you have cheesecake or creme brulee, and when I go out to eat, I'm going to have one of them. There's nothing else that tempts me. And today is also National Chili Dog Day.
Yeah, that's not for me.
I love chili dog, man. I love a chili dog. And Naughty Dogs has the best hot dogs. I know this is going to sound weird, but I can't get a Naughty Dog hot dog unless I can share it with somebody.
Where
and I
is
know
Naughty
it sounds
Dogs?
weird. It's in Bel Air.
Oh, so
right outside of the arena.
I was
club.
just worried that you had to drive far to get a wiener in your mouth, but you don't have to drive that far because you live out there.
So birthdays
If you
today.
eat it without breaking it, it's free.
Today would have been Casey Stengel's birthday. Bud Selig, 92. Arnold Schwarzenegger, 79. Frank Stallone, Sylvester's brother, 76. Like anybody cares. Former NBA player Bill Cartwright, 69. Clint Hurdle, 69 as well. Remember Reggie Roby?
Yeah.
65 years old. Lawrence Fishburne, 65 years old. Chris Mullins, 63. Terry Crews, 58. Hillary Swank, 52. Carlos Aurora, 47. And Hope Solo, 45. Vivica Fox, who was an Independence Day and Soul Food. And Lisa Kudrow.
Ooh.
Phoebe from Friends.
Yeah.
Share birthday today. Ben, who's older? I got you on this one. If you guess it right, you're just guessing. Who's older?
Yeah, I'm going to go Fox.
Go Fox.
I'll go Regina Phalanges. That's
Regina Phalanges, I know. Regina Phalanges is 63. Vivica Fox, 62.
Oh, man. That's
Streak
total luck, too. I am on a streak, man.
I'm known for.
I'm killing these birthdays. I'm not reading that one because that one gets me fired. All right. Did you hear about the woman at the airport who backed into a moving propeller? Disaster. What do you call a plane full of bald people? That's Receding Airlines. Here we go. A time traveler appears in a bar taking half an hour to fully materialize. The bartender looks at him and says, "Hey, buddy, why the long phase?" It's a nerdy joke. Here we go.
Is that why I liked it?
Probably. Why is it so hard for women to work in the postal services? Because it's such a male-dominated industry. What do you call a person who eats other people slowly? A cannibal. I'm in court tomorrow for stealing luggage. I'm hoping it'll be a briefcase. Why is it easy to weigh fish? Because they have their own scales. Yeah, these suck, buddy. And lastly, I'll give you this one. You can't drown in raw milk. If there's enough for you to drown, it must be pasteurized.
Vinny and Haynie up next. Have yourselves a safe and wonderful Thursday. Time perfect.
The MLB trade deadline looms. Will the O's make a move before August 3rd? Keep it locked to the Fan for wall-to-wall coverage of the Birds at the deadline on your home with the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Ever notice how the little things add up? A cracked phone screen, a dead car battery, bills creeping higher.
Oh, no.
What if your checking account could actually help with all that? It can. With Elite Checking from NASA Federal, you get smart benefits designed to save you time, money, and stress. Like get your paycheck up to 2 days early for a little breathing room. Cell phone protection to cover unexpected damage, roadside assistance for breakdowns, bill negotiation to help lower your bills, identity theft aid for peace of mind, and you can earn dividends on your balance. If your checking account isn't working hard for you, switch to Elite Checking from NASA Federal. You can do it all right online at nasafcu.com/WJZ. And you don't have to work for NASA to join NASA Federal. NASA Federal Credit Union. Smart. NASA smart. Federally insured by NCUA.
Football training camp is here. Make Green Valley Marketplace your grilling headquarters for every backyard kickoff. Our expert on-site butchers have the premium steaks, burgers, and ribs you crave. Enjoy our kitchen-fresh store-made deli salads, fried chicken, party subs, and famous steamed crabs. Visit our award-winning scratch-baked desserts from Lauer's Bakery. And now save even more with Valley Values. That's reduced everyday pricing on thousands of your favorite products. Visit greenvalleymarketplace.com today.
The success you've had in life matters. The late nights, the extra shifts, the moments you've stood up and said, I've got this. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we value your achievements because we're a school for real life. With UMGC, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and relevant life and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer scholarships, affordable tuition, and online and hybrid classes, all with the support you need from your first day to graduation day and beyond. As an accredited state university, we've been transforming lives for over 75 years. Choose from more than 100 undergraduate and graduate degrees and certificates, and get ready to succeed again. At UMGC, success is yours for the taking and the making, and nothing should keep you from it, especially not an application fee. Apply now and we'll waive your application fee. Classes start August 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEB-NOW-1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
I'm Eric Sobel. After an accident, you need someone in your corner, and I'm there for you. At Ace Law, you're more than just a case number. We're with you every step of the way, and we'll take care of everything while you focus on your recovery. Call 8888 Ace Law and come up Aces.
Get ready for a night of razor-sharp wit and fearless laughs when Nikki Glaser brings the stunning tour to the Hall at Live on August 2nd. Known for her brutally honest humor and unapologetic perspective, Glaser delivers a comedy show that is smart, bold, and laugh out loud unforgettable. It's a must-see night of comedy from one of today's boldest and most talked about voices. Keep listening to 105.7 The Fan for your chance to win tickets, courtesy of C3 Presents and the Maryland Live Casino.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
Somehow, some way, the Orioles pulled off a historic comeback victory over the Tigers Wednesday to secure an important series win. Baltimore was being shut out and trailed by 7 runs through 6 innings of play, with Tarek Skubal still on the bump. They rallied for 7 runs across the 7th and 8th innings, then survived a thrilling extra inning battle to secure the win. The O's will use Thursday as a rest day before returning home for a crucial 3-game series with the Phillies. Moving to the Ravens, the guys were back on the field for the first day of training camp practice yesterday. One of the biggest changes this season was the shift to morning practices, with sessions beginning at 10 and 11 a.m. instead of the afternoon practices the team had held in recent years. Lamar Jackson shared his thoughts on the change.
I love it. We hit the film room, walk through. We lock in, practice, get better, and then we go to walk through and meet and watch what we just did on the field, try to get better mentally. I'm enjoying it. I like it.
Thursday's practice is set for 10. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the low 80s with partly cloudy skies. Tomorrow has sunny skies and a high of 86. I'm Ben Hall, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show, 105.7 The Fan.
Splitter toward the middle, it sneaks through. Jackson Holiday delivers again. 0-2 here. Mayo to center field. That's driven deep. Baez racing back at the wall. It's off the fence. The Orioles are going to tie this game. And Mayo will edge at third. Jackson Holiday takes his first pitch into left. It's another knock for the kid. The unstoppable Jackson Holiday. Tying run here. Deep left field. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Well, we're not done yet, are we? Toward the middle, through the middle. A base hit for Colton Cowser. Just his 5th of the year off a left-handed pitcher. He has restored the Oriole advantage. Swinging a ground ball to short. Henderson with a runner, Malgeri in the way, makes the play. And the Orioles finally get the knockout blow.
Sometimes it's tough. I get it from the fan base, but our guys don't quit. They don't give up. Still a lot of season left, so for us, we're just trying to win every game and compete each day and see where we're at the end of the year. And I like our guys, and now we'll bet on our guys.
Heard that one before. You're not the first Orioles manager to say that. I like our guys. Buck used to say it. Hyder used to say it. And now Albie said it. And for the most part, as Oriole fans, most of the people listening are from Baltimore. You grew up Oriole fans. We certainly like our team. Not always like the guys on the team, per se, because I'm more of a front of the jersey guy than a back of the jersey guy, even though I do have my favorite players just like everybody else. But when I left here yesterday, the Orioles, Nolan, were down 3-0. I'm driving home. And I like to, because I have Sirius satellite radio, listen to the opposing team's broadcast when they're on the road. Not saying I have a problem with the home team broadcast, even though I'm talking about our competition, but I do enjoy listening to Oriole baseball from a hometown perspective. And I do apologize, I can't remember the broadcasters on the radio for Detroit. But it was in the midst of that inning where Tavares misplayed the ball. O'Neill overthrows the cutoff man. Guy moves in the scoring position. Christian Encarnacion Strand booted the ball. Gunner, again, could not find accuracy on his throw from shortstop. And they were just like, we talked to Ben McDonald before the game about how bad they were defensively. And Ben said, well, they've been getting better. And they were, even though they knew they were flawed from a defensive standpoint, watching it all unfold in real time even mesmerized the Detroit broadcast. So I show up to my local watering hole, which is closing at the end of the weekend. It rhymes with Ike's, and I'm very dismayed at this news. And if I had Don Corleone power, I would change that. But I don't, and I can't. So I'm like, you know what? It's the last week. I'm going to pop in. It's a day game and watch the game with my friends, Dean and Keanu and everyone that came in. Friends with them all. Too many to list. But when I show up at 7-0 Tigers, and I was like, was the defense as bad as it was as I was listening to it? And they're like, yeah. And Scooble's dealing. They're into the 7th inning. By this time, the Orioles had been outscored 21-0 since Monday's opener. Resigned to the fact that they're going to lose this series, lose another game in the standings in the wild card because Cleveland won yesterday. And this is just delaying the, let's just get it over with. And then the miraculous happened. They came from behind and got into the game. Tied the game. Took the lead. Enrico Garcia, you've been on our show, and you were a pleasant guy. But I was throwing a lot of profanities at you when you gave up that 2-run homer to Torkelson on the first pitch, by the way. And then I go to my time-honored saying, which I stick with, by the way. Whatever sport it is, baseball, football, basketball, whatever, you're getting trounced. So you've kind of gotten yourself emotionally ready for a loss, and then your team comes back, ties, takes the lead, and then loses a heartbreaker. It's like, why don't you just get blown out so we don't have to go through this emotional roller coaster? And that's what I was thinking when Garcia gave up the home run in the 11th. And then Colton Cowser, a guy who had 0 ribbies in the month of July. Today's the 30th, by the way. And I know you had the All-Star break, which cost you 5 days, but still, no ribbies in the month of July. And he comes through off a lefty, then Grant Wolfram, who got the win, and then Kittredge, who's been a little shaky at times. He gets the ground out to short. Gunnar Henderson, I was like, oh boy, don't throw this into the stands, but he got it done. A day in which the Orioles fell behind 7-0. If you wanted to be a real pain in the ass official score, you could give them way more than 3 errors. And they still found a way to win the game. Kobe Mayo can't hit right-handers. And stats say he can't. Boy, he roped one to deep center field. He hit one off Scooble that would have been gone out of a lot of parks too. But that triple, and then Tavares, who sucked in the center field portion of his game, he got the hit that kind of started the ball rolling. And Nolan Jackson Holiday. We're on the air yesterday. We're running hot, disappointed, annoyed. He comes in to pinch hit. Like we said. I said it. Said if Scooble, if we see Jackson Holiday, won't be late in the game. And the way things are rolling, it's like, hey, what are you getting him in just to get some swings? Because you have a day off. You lose at 7-0, or 7-1 at the time. And then he comes through, steals a base, gets himself in scoring position, and scores. Comes through with a tackle on Ribby in the 11th that Rico Garcia gave away. But it was just this crazy game. And a day after, the Orioles didn't even have a guy runners in scoring position. They came through 6 times. So an incredible win, one that I didn't think they were going to achieve. And yet here we sit. They win their first series since the 7-game winning streak. They're off today. Coming to town tomorrow for 3 games before the deadline's the Phillies, who just got swept by a team that had a 12-game losing streak, the Miami Marlins. So the whole vibe has changed. At 3:30 yesterday, I was sticking a fork in the Orioles because it would have been the 3rd straight series loss. They would have lost the game in the standings. The Tigers would have caught them. Forget about it. And this still may be futile. But boy, what a difference makes. Dolan, we were talking before the game, 2 different games. There was the first 6 innings where the Orioles looked like they didn't belong on the same field as Detroit, or quite frankly, any team in baseball. And then the final 5, where they looked like the team that I thought, a lot of people thought they were going to be all along. So an incredible win. The biggest win of the season, because at this stage of the season, it is what it is. It's the most recent win. But does this mean anything moving forward? Can they stack these things? Season-long history says probably not. But you never know. I mean, the Phillies are limping in. Mattingly's pissed at Harper for saying they need help. They just get swept by the Marlins. They blew a 6-0 lead yesterday in that game to Miami. I mean, is there still hope for our birds here?
They're still technically alive. That's the thing. The only thing missing yesterday was, actually some movement in the standings. You entered the day 2.5 back. You're still 2.5 back. So no thanks to Cleveland. I think a couple teams ahead of them. You got 4 that are either ahead or tied with you. Half of them lost, but still no real movement there. So that's what I would have liked to have seen, is maybe just a tick up the standings, but it keeps you afloat. And that's really the only takeaway I have. Type of win, though, that you would hope kind of spark something energy-wise, motivation-wise. A day prior, they played like they didn't want to be there. Said on the show yesterday, it was like these guys were saying, hey, we know the trade deadline's coming up. We know the story, or we know where the season's heading, and they rolled over. And then the first half of yesterday, I was thinking, oh, man, I think I was 100% right. They really did quit. They are packing it in. What's this weekend going to look like? My God, this is going to get ugly. And then you turn it on out of nowhere. So it's funny in a way because they have had a few games like that this year. Not this severe where you come back from 7 with only a couple innings left, but they've had comebacks this year. Kowser's been at the center of quite a few of them.
Yeah.
And it just, they pop up out of nowhere where they look lifeless. And then all of a sudden one guy gets a hit and then it's like everyone wakes up all of a sudden. Everyone's, we're playing a baseball game here. Yeah, we got this. Yeah, I can get a hit. Take one down, pass it around. It's just like all of a sudden they create this momentum out of nowhere. But it's always about the next series. It's always about the next day.
Puff, puff, pass. It had kind of a playoff vibe to me, Nolan, for a late July game, given the import for both teams. And now we're looking at it in real terms for the Tigers, where Tarek Skubal may have made his last start for them. Because Jeff Passan, again on ESPN, one of their insiders, is stressing that he's gone. And there are a lot of teams that could use him. Dodgers, Braves, Brewers. I mean, Rays. I mean, they all have kind of these loaded farm systems where they could sacrifice some magic beans to bring in a guy that outside of L.A. is probably going to be a rental. I mean, Atlanta can pony up some dough. But Milwaukee and Tampa, that's a 0.0% chance of happening. So for Detroit, that may be all she wrote there. But for the Orioles, and we're going to ask you people, get in here at 410-583-1057. What does 24 hours mean to you? 24 hours ago, there was a lot of, carnage in Oriole land. They were done. There was a terminal illness. We talked about you being the doctor diagnosing the team. I mean, have they had a miracle cure? Or do we still have to wait for the next 3 games starting tomorrow night against the Phillies? Oriole Hall of Fame weekend, by the way. And then reassess things on Monday. And as we know, Nolan, Monday, it's going to be a very active day because one way or another, we anticipate the Orioles to be one of the more, maybe not as active as they've been the last couple of years, but they'll be newsworthy for sure.
So when it comes to the deadline, this is what I wanted to ask as well. Orioles related, or really any team that's locked into this giant mass of teams that are all mediocre. When do you have to have your mind made up? Because I think maybe in a typical year, okay, deadline's on Monday. I think by that Friday, tomorrow, or even Saturday, I'd like to have a pretty good idea of what I'm doing so I can at least give myself a 24, 48-hour window to work the phones. Right? If I don't make up my mind until Monday morning, well, then now I'm really scrambling to try to get something done. And even if there was interest there, you might run out of time just trying to do it in one day. So this year might be different just because all these teams still think that they're in it and it's going to go through this weekend series. So Sunday's results will still matter. I think this is going to be really hectic, even more than usual. And like you already see it where that Monday, all the moves really start coming out. If the deadline's at 6, probably between 3 and 6, somewhere in there, even 4 and 6. I mean, I think this is going to be rapid fire down final hour, final 30 minutes. We're going to be seeing stuff flying in at the buzzer.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. But your impressions of the Orioles 24 hours after the fact, when we were talking yesterday, if they would have lost yesterday, I'm sticking a fork in them. They're done. But I'm not now. I'm putting it back in the drawer. No, I'm leaving it on the counter next to the drawer. Because if they get swept by the Phillies or drop 2 out of 3, then I'm going to declare them done. Nolan did it a month ago, to his credit, and he's sticking with it. And I don't want to speak for Nolan. If they do manage to eke into the postseason, I'm sure you'll be glad to say you were wrong.
Oh, yeah. And I'll be rooting for the team, right? I mean, you're not going to pass up an opportunity to see the Orioles in the playoffs, but still think it's unlikely.
Yeah, let's get to 500 first, as I've been saying all along, and I'm not splitting atoms with that assessment, by the way. It's like, duh, get to 500 and belong, and above, and see if you belong in the postseason. So get in here, 410-583-1057. How, just for a feel-good game, how did that game make you feel? When's the last time you felt that good watching an Oriole game? Get in here. We'll talk about that. Ravens at training camp. They're on the field today. We'll get right now, as a matter of fact, get into all of that and more. Jerry Coleman, 11 o'clock. Vinny's going to be joining us live from One Winning Drive. Lamar looked great. Everything looked great. Everything was great yesterday, and we'll talk about that and more. It's a Total Request Thursday. Pick a song. We'll play it Featured Artist Friday votes come in at 11 o'clock. It's Bob Haynie, it's Nolan McGraw here on The Fan.
Training camp is on, and The Fan has wall-to-wall coverage of everything that happens at the Castle on your home of the most Ravens coverage. 105.7 The Fan.
The Harford County Sheriff's Office is hiring law enforcement deputies. Earn up to $10,000 recruitment incentive. They provide training, support, and career opportunities to help you succeed. Act fast. Applications close August 2nd. Learn more at harfordsheriff.org.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owed the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $3 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the third time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. Mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/music. That's ethos.com/music. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Look who has extra pep in their step.
Well, I just finished my to-do list. I went to Giant and got groceries for the week, and I was even able to pick up everything for those barbecues and pool parties we have planned. You know what's even better?
What?
I get money back on the entire trip.
How are you doing that?
By using Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app where I earn cash back on groceries, gas, and dining out. They even gave me a cashback bonus on my first trip to Giant.
So that extra pep comes from all that cash back. Looks like I need to download Upside.
You really do.
Roll into summer with a full grocery cart and extra cash back. Download Upside and use promo code CHARM04 to earn an extra $10 cash back on your first purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM04 for an extra $10 cash back. Remember, use promo code CHARM04.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw. The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Orioles come from behind yesterday, down 7-zip. Late to the Tigers in Detroit. Seventh inning uprising that carried over into 12. And the Birds, who I thought were toast on a couple of occasions yesterday afternoon, come from behind and they win their most significant game of the year. And the question is, can they follow it up with another series win? The Angels come to town next week after the Phillies, and the Angels were already unloading pieces, and they've been scuffling for years. But we got a lot to get into. You want to talk about it. It's the last time you felt this good about an Orioles win. Just for one game. Might not mean anything Friday against Philadelphia, Orioles Hall of Fame weekend, but kind of salvaging the season, at least for July 29th. I'm all in on that. I was cussing at them. I was feeling very down about the Birds of Baltimore, but now, they're a little more pep in the step on this Thursday morning, certainly a lot more than it was yesterday morning when I thought they were one of the worst teams in baseball, coming off their worst performance of the season. Ravens are out of camp. Ravens training camp updates on the Fan are brought to you by Green Valley Marketplace. They roll, by the way, steamer pots and the seafood and the grocery prices. Camp is here, and Green Valley Marketplace as your summer grilling headquarters as well. You've got your cookout covered. Visit greenvalleymarketplace.com today, and they will take care of you and make you feel good about yourself. But Orioles, they win. Let's get into it. Let's go to Catonsville. Started off today with Derek. Derek, what's up?
Good morning, guys. What's up, Wild Card? Bob Haynie. It's an honor to be on your show.
What's going on, man? 2.5 out of the Wild Card.
Yeah, buddy. I wanted to just share my impression of yesterday's win. If we were in the Old West, I think your nickname would be Wild Card Bob Haynie. And yesterday, it reminded me of that scene from Tombstone where Wyatt Earp's had enough. He's going across the river while his buddies are looking in awe, and he was aided by none other than Jackson Doc Holliday in the shootout, and they came back and won that game. And I'm just wondering, with this momentum and this trade deadline coming up, who do you really want to see them pick up to take us to the next phase and this new life for this organization?
Well, I'll be your Huckleberry, Derek. Thanks for asking that question. They need a reliever, and one of pretty high impact, whether it's a lefty. And Morahone, the lefty in San Diego, throws 100 miles an hour. He's in an expiring deal. He could be possible. I stumped last week, Nolan, to Nolan's annoyance, as a matter of fact, for Mason Miller. If he's available, why not kick the tires? You want him to go to the Yankees? I mean, I'm not saying that you're going to get him, but at least make a realistic, pun intended, pitch to acquire his services. He's controllable for another, 3 years? He only makes only. I mean, somebody hands me $4.5 billion, we got dead air because I'm walking out the door. But he gets $4.5 million. He's going to get a big payday. Why not? Assuming the Padres, of course, are willing to move him.
That's kind of what I'm gathering, though, is that the more you hear about this, I don't think the Padres want to deal him. I think they're kind of dangling this just to throw something in the water and see if anyone's biting or what's working out there, because they had something out there. A report said, if you're interested in Mason Miller, you can't have any untouchables in your organization. I guess the point is, can anyone put together a worthy enough package? Even the team with the best farm system in baseball, do they still have enough to do it? Because it's just so early to move a guy like this with that many controllable years, who's been regarded the way he is right now his entire career. It's not like this is an outlier year that just he popped up out of nowhere, some no-name guy. We've been talking about him as a big-time trade candidate for years. Yep. So I still think it's a little too early, to the point where nobody could come up with appropriate compensation.
Yeah, and they gave up, the Padres, their top prospect, one of the top prospects in baseball, to get him from the A's. But if they're open for business, I'm checking the sales. I'm walking around grabbing things, putting my hands on it. Now, I would think if I'm A.J. Preller, for instance, I'm asking for Jackson Holliday. Jake Cronenworth is their second baseman right now, with all due respect to him. And maybe Holliday could transition to shortstop, because they might be looking to unload Bogarts, too. But they've got the longest winning streak in baseball right now, the Padres. So to your point we just discussed a few minutes ago, I mean, this is a fluid situation, Nolan, and maybe more fluid than we've seen with potential playoff hopefuls in a while. Let's get back to the phones. Justin in Hamilton. Justin, how you feeling today, man?
I'm good. A lot better than, before the seventh inning yesterday.
Hell yeah.
Hands in my head. I mean, going crazy, especially, every win now. The wild card could come down to one game, so every single win is very important. But that being said, if you turn around and lose another series, it doesn't matter. Like this, people saying this could be the liftoff for the season. I'm not buying into that. It's just, we've had a lot of walk-off and great wins. Mind you, this was very rare to come back from that many runs down. But I hate to be the party pooper. I still gotta. I was hot when Jackson wasn't in the lineup yesterday, of course. And once they pinch hit him and he gets a hit, they get going. 2 RBI as soon as he gets in there.
Yeah, it steals a base, gets himself in scoring position too after the first hit.
Exactly. I mean, I know we keep beating the drum, let him play every day, but it's clear it's not going to happen. So, what do y'all think about that?
We were talking about yesterday, Justin, on the show when the lineup come out. It was unbelievable. I mean, he finished with yesterday's performance 8 for 11 in the series.
Right.
He had 6 hits in the first 2 games. They had 3 hits total on Wednesday or Tuesday, and he had 2 of them. I mean, he's kind of feeling himself a little bit. He's on a hot streak. I'm so sick of the analytics and the matchups. And by the way, this has been going on for years, maybe not to this level with the zone ratings and how they really micromanage and everything down to the fraction. But how about the old eye test? This is a guy that right now is our hottest hitter. I know Scooble's a stud. Just get him out there. What do you have to lose? And Rich Dubroff, who we love, said, well, maybe he's on a heater. They don't want him to go 0 for 4 at 3 Ks and get cold again. Screw that. Now, he's the first pick in the freaking draft, Justin. He's not a utility player. You drafted him to be an impact guy. Give him an opportunity to prove that he is or isn't. Is that fair? I would think that's more appropriate thing to do.
I mean, exactly. I was going to comment on Dubroff. I mean, great guy. I love his takes usually, but I wanted to jump in the harbor yesterday when I heard him say that. You got a guy, Gunnar, batting under 220. How about give him a day off against a lefty? If that's the case, you're worried about somebody's confidence. Yeah, that drove me crazy when he said that, but he's just trying to, justify it somehow, but it can't be justified. Let him play. He's the hottest hitter in baseball.
Yep.
And as far as trading with the Padres, like you said, they've been hot. I've been paying attention to them. Manny's on the heater. Tatis. I don't think they're gonna. I think, like Nolan said, they're just throwing some stuff out there. I don't think that's really plausible, and they're gonna ask for too much. If they're giving up, I wouldn't give up Jackson Holiday or not even Gunnar really for
Mason Miller.
Yeah, so. We'll see. I'll probably see y'all tomorrow down Pickles, and hopefully we can start off good because the Philly scored some run yesterday, but they've been a lot of their games have been 1-2 runs lately. So
yeah, well, they blew a 6-0 lead. And Justin, maybe we get Mr. 5 After to show up on time tomorrow too.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Y'all have a good one.
All right, here's Justin in Hamilton. Matt, Kevin, Gary, and Bill, you're next. We're going to come back. It's Vinny and Haney. Vinny's out at 1 winning drive. Ravens practicing today. We'll come back. It's Bob Haynie, Nolan McGraw. Birds come from 7-0 down to win. They take the series. They have a day off. Phillies come to town. They just got swept by a team that had a 12-game losing streak.
Football coverage on 105.7 The Fan is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Coming to Merriweather, it's Thomas Rhett on August 13th, The Fray with Dashboard Confessional on August 14th, and Zach Brown Band on August 15th. Then at the Anthem, it's Co Wetzel on August 20th. Tickets at impconcerts.com.
Planning on using cannabis? Then it's time to plan your ride home, too. Never get behind the wheel when you're high. You might think you're driving better, but the fact is, you're not. Designate a sober driver or use a rideshare so we all get home safe.
We're home.
Be the driver who makes a plan. Be the driver who saves lives. Learn more at zerodeathsmd.gov. This message brought to you by the Maryland Department of Transportation.
It's a Freedom to Upgrade sales event at Bel Air Hyundai, part of Jones Junction. Go see Kevin Brammer, the sales director, and get you a great sales experience. And you can save with 0%, 60-month financing on 2026 Santa Fe's and Tucson's gas and hybrid. Test drive the 26 Elantra hybrid. It gets over 50 miles per gallon. And make no payments till October 2026 on every new Hyundai. Now we got banks on site for instant credit approval. Now Kevin, he's going to give you $500 more than CarMax or Carvana for your trade. Get America's best 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty owner assurance. Plus, you get my favorite thing, Jones for a lifetime, which you get free oil changes, free car washes, and an engine guaranteed for a lifetime. With over 2 million likes and reviews, you can and you will be a satisfied customer. How do I know? I've been in every department, sales, service, parts, collision. Upgrade your ride now at Bel Air Hyundai, part of Jones Junction, 1504 Bel Air Road, only 15 minutes from the White Marsh Mall. See that great selection at BelAirHyundai.com and get you a Jones Junction tag frame just like me.
In today's fast-moving job market, staying ahead means keeping your skills sharp. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we help keep your capabilities cutting edge with our skills-based education programs designed to move your career forward. Explore more than 100 degrees and certificates in business, cybersecurity, and more. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start August 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Ever notice how the little things add up? A cracked phone screen, a dead car battery, bills creeping higher.
Oh, no.
What if your checking account could actually help with all that? It can. With Elite Checking from NASA Federal, you get smart benefits designed to save you time, money, and stress. Like get your paycheck up to 2 days early for a little breathing room. Cell phone protection to cover unexpected damage, roadside assistance for breakdowns, bill negotiation to help lower your bills, identity theft aid for peace of mind, and you can earn dividends on your balance. If your checking account isn't working hard for you, switch to Elite Checking from NASA Federal. You can do it all right online at nasafcu.com/WJZ. And you don't have to work for NASA to join NASA Federal. NASA Federal Credit Union. Smart. NASA smart. Federally insured by NCUA.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
I scream. You scream. We all scream. Because Wendy's famous small classic Frosty is just $1 for a limited time. More screaming. Happy screaming. Summer screaming. $1 small classic Frosty screaming! But please don't scream in the drive-thru. It hurts the employees' ears. Get a $1 small classic Frosty for a limited time. Only at Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. A la carte only. Not valid for delivery. Limit 10 per transaction. Price may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
This Fan Flash is brought to you by Vinny Steele. Your home sold guarantee. Call Vinny at 410-793-1801. That's 410-793-1801.
Wherever the Orioles season takes you.
Say goodbye to this ball.
Download the free Odyssey app and hear reactions to all the biggest moments. Download it today and search 1057 The Fan. From the OutSky.com sports desk, here's Ben Hall.
The biggest news of the Ravens' first full-team session of training camp came just minutes before practice when Nnamdi Madubuike was removed from the physically unable to perform list after passing his physical. There hadn't been much news surrounding Madubuike since he suffered the neck injury against Cleveland in Week 2 last season. His status remained relatively quiet throughout the offseason, making his return to the practice field Wednesday a significant development. Safety Kyle Hamilton spoke on the excitement of seeing Madubuike back out there.
I think it's a great thing just seeing him out here in the building, in the locker room. He's such a vibrant personality, and you realize when he's here and when he's not here. And that's all for the better when he is here. He's never bringing any sort of negative attitude, and it's just awesome to see him back out here go through the process.
They'll be back on the practice field today at 10. For the Orioles, Wednesday brought one of the biggest roller coaster victories we'll see all season. Baltimore came back from down 7 runs through 6 innings to win a thriller in extras. The win improved the O's to 53-56, putting them 2.5 games back of the Guardians for the final American League wildcard spot. But the race remains crowded with 3 teams within 2 games of that final playoff position. From the Bob Bell Ford and Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the low 80s with partly cloudy skies. Tomorrow has sunny skies and a high of 86. I'm Ben Hall, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. We are 105.7 The Fan.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Song Request Thursday. Pick a song, we'll play it. Send a request, plus for text on it, 410-583-1057, starting 11 o'clock. Get your votes in for Featured Artist Friday. Jerry Coleman, top of the hour. Be More Sports, the podcast. Talk Orioles and Ravens with him. Whip around 11:15. And then Oriole Hall of Famer Mike Bordick. He'll be joining us at 11:30. Ripping it with Ryan. Coming up at noon, trade deadline, Major League Baseball happening on Monday. Cordell Woodland, our buddy, out there at One Winning Drive outside of the PUP guys not practicing today, Corey Bullock and Calais Campbell. So Calais, as Jesse Minter said, and we'll get to Jesse and Ray and Lamar and everybody that spoke yesterday, Kyle Hamilton, in due time. But there is a plan to get Calais back and ready to play football as he deals with a tragedy that none of us can relate to under any circumstance. And it's just a horrible, horrible situation. But Orioles do come from behind yesterday and win a game, which is good news. So I felt good watching that game after feeling bad for 7 innings. Had a playoff game feel to it. What does all of it mean? I don't know. At least at the end of that game, I was feeling a lot better than I was on Tuesday night when they looked like an embarrassment of a baseball team. Let's go to Matt in Delaware. Matt, thanks for holding. What's up?
Bob and Nolan, good to talk to you guys. I just wanted to chime in a little bit about the Orioles. Was listening for the last 20 minutes or so. I co-signed everything that has been said about Jackson Holliday and him needing to play just about every day. Specifically, when you look at the splits, like Skubal is a reverse split guy. 270 lefties are hitting off of him compared to 189 against righties. So, like, the analytics don't support the decision, not to mention the eye test and what Holliday has looked like over the last month or so at the plate. You have to play him. The other big gripe that I have is Colton Cowser needs to be this team's everyday center fielder. I am just sick and tired of watching Tavares in center field. I mean, I think he played in the Detroit series. He played 2 singles into triples. Yep. He's hitting 187 against lefties. So he's not giving you much of an upgrade at the plate, and he's killing you defensively. And I just don't understand for the life of me why they continue running him out there when it's a detriment to this already bad defense. The last point I wanted to make before I hang up, and I want to get your thoughts on this. The Orioles obviously are off today. The question is, do they skip Dean Kramer the next time through the rotation? I mean, he's been horrible since really the All-Star break, specifically the last 2 starts, 14 runs, and pretty much has been non-competitive on the mound. At a certain point, they've got to make a decision that they're either going to bring somebody else up, do a bullpen game. I know Chris Bassett is still rehabbing. He threw, I believe, about 50 pitches, so he's probably not quite ready. But to me, if they're serious about contending, they can't keep running Dean Kramer out there the way that he's pitching and expect this team to win, because all these games matter, and we can't afford performances like we've gotten out of Kramer the last couple starts. Thanks for taking the call.
Hey, Matt, good points, too. Now, the Orioles did announce their starters for the Phillies series. It's Brandon Young, who's been great. Shane Baz, who gets no defense or run support, and Kyle Bradish had a shaky outing last time out, but for the most part, he's been nails for the Birds with his fancy contract extension. For the Phillies, by the way, don't have anything on Friday, tomorrow, but Sanchez, lefty, on Saturday, and then Zach Wheeler, who's as good as it gets, he's rolling on Sunday. But yeah, Dean Kramer, he's an expiring contract after next season. You have Trey Gibson down on the farm with his death ball. Young's been brilliant. Maybe Kramer could be a movable piece, and he's been a reliable contributor. And I've been Team Man Bun. I mean, he's the last remaining piece of the Manning trade, which, by the way, is 8 years ago. But he's been dreadful. And even when he got rocked by the Red Sox, he managed to get through 6 innings. The other night against Detroit was just unacceptable. He had no command. It was just a bad look for him. Orioles gave up a run in every inning. But Dean Kramer, maybe he's not going to be a high leverage back end of the bullpen guy, I don't think. Now, Bassett last year for Toronto pitched out of the bullpen when he came back from that injury. But is he really that replace Rico Garcia dude? I think that pitcher might not be in the organization yet. But would you dangle Dean Kramer in a possible trade scenario? Let's go to Kevin in Ellicott City. Kevin, what's up?
Good, Bob. How are you?
Hanging in there, dude. How you feeling?
I'm feeling great, man. My life as an Orioles fan is going to continue to be a roller coaster, of course, but I'll still stick to the upside comments that, we're going to keep getting smacked around, and maybe if we can hang in the fight, we might get a chance to be in the big fight. So we'll see what happens, but you know what? Like the prior caller said, and like you just mentioned, Dean Kramer is still a guy that you can get value for. I mean, he's got a very consistent career behind him from what I can remember. So, look, if we could trade the man, maybe give him a fresh start, let him do his thing, and we get what we need, I'm happy to be selfish in this moment as an Orioles fan. I want us to be selfish and make sure we have the guys that we think we can compete with to possibly get into playoffs. So, all bets are off otherwise. If you don't perform, you get moved on from.
Yep.
But I appreciate you, Bob.
All right, Kevin, always great to hear from you. And with Dean Kramer, can you level up from him in the final couple months of the season? Possibly. If Bassett was healthy and what Bassett has been, he's a level up from Kramer. But slight one, not a significant one. Dean Kramer, we talk about trade potential. Teams are going to be looking for starting pitching that gets them over the hump. It supplements an already, all right, I got this guy and this guy. Like Dean Kramer to Milwaukee, does he make the difference for the Brewers? With Mizorowski and the other young players they have going on there, I don't know. I mean, Dean Kramer's a guy that might be able to help you in a bulk innings relief situation. He's got brief playoff experience. If you're looking to move him at all, are there people out there that want to keep him around? But if you're looking to add, subtract, what are you willing to sacrifice outside of the expiring contract? People, Jeff Passan wrote this morning on ESPN.com, the most attractive trade chip the Orioles have is Adley Rutschman, and even that's not a guarantee to happen. Let's not forget, he is on the IL as we speak. We'll come back, take your phone calls. Gary, Bill, Antonio next. You want to get in, feel free to do so at 410-583-1057. Jerry Coleman joining us top of the hour. Ravens on the practice field right now. Out at one winning drive, looking to rebound from a disappointing season. They went from betting favorites to win the Super Bowl to not even making the playoffs.
Next time on The Final Drive.
Lamar Jackson said his best football is still ahead of him. What could that look like? Also, Chris Davis will be inducted into the Orioles Hall of Fame on Saturday, and he will join us at 5.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Hollywood writers couldn't have written a better script for the final start for Detroit Tigers two-time Cy Young Award-winning pitcher Tarik Skubal. Skubal leaves yesterday's game against the Orioles with the 7-0 lead, and the Tigers lose in extra innings to the Orioles 10-9. Detroit is now 7 games under 500 and needs to trade Tarik Skubal as we head into Monday's MLB trade deadline. I'm Nick Costos.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. We've got a huge variety of metals in stock, and we cut to size fast. Bottom line, we get it done fast, so you get it done fast. Doesn't get easier than that. Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Find a store or buy online at metalsupermarkets.com.
Drip Drop is doctor-developed, proven fast hydration that helps your body and mind work better. Trusted by firefighters, medical professionals, and over 90% of top college and pro sports teams, Drip Drop is engineered to hydrate faster and more effectively than water alone, with 3 times the electrolytes of leading sports drinks. Stock up now at dripdrop.com and use promo code RADIO20 for 20% off your first order. That's dripdrop.com, promo code RADIO20 for 20% off your first order. Head to dripdrop.com now and use promo code RADIO20.
All you have to do to sell your home these days is Google "sell my house." You're going to find hundreds of those cash offers that let you skip the traditional selling process. The thing is, most of those are lowball offers for tens of thousands of dollars less than what your home is really worth. Lee Tessier, he's an honest guy. He's not going to let you sell your house for less than it's worth. He's willing to make you a cash offer too. But his is actually worth it. It's for fair market value. Lee's offer will still let you skip the hassles of traditional selling, like spending thousands of dollars to fix things up and having strangers in your bedroom during an open house. You're going to get to sell your home as is and pick your move-out date. The difference is Lee will offer you way more money. I'm not just saying that. Test it out. Call the old agent I call to sell my home. Just give Lee a call at 410-638-9555 or go to leetessier.com. And when you call Lee, just start packing.
If you're selling your home, don't make it hard. Just call Lee Tessier.
In a world where summer hunger can strike at any moment, only one chicken can fight it.
Wow. I'm hungry. I want a chicken sub. I want chicken and fries. Wow, real fast.
Chicken Palooza is back at Royal Farms. Get any two-piece meal, Rofo chicken sandwich, or a world-famous chicken sub or wrap with an essential water for $6. Now playing at Royal Farms.
Last year, we had 295 trials where we've been offered a total of $90 million on all those cases. When the dust settled, we had recovered over $1.1 billion in verdicts and mid-trial settlements. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. We became America's largest injury firm for a reason. We won a lot, $30 billion and counting. The best part of all those wins is that it helps you when you hire us. All those wins allow us to let the insurance company know we mean business. And believe me, they know who we are. If you've been injured, Google Morgan & Morgan results. You're not bragging if it's a fact. 3 million people tried to hire us last year alone. That happened for a reason. Visit forthepeople.com and let's get started this minute. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. We've got a huge variety of metals in stock, and we cut to size fast. Bottom line, we get it done fast, so you get it done fast. Doesn't get easier than that. Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Find a store or buy online at metalsupermarkets.com.
Drip Drop is doctor-developed, proven fast hydration that helps your body and mind work better. Trusted by firefighters, medical professionals, and over 90% of top college and pro sports teams, Drip Drop is engineered to hydrate faster and more effectively than water alone, with 3 times the electrolytes of leading sports drinks. Stock up now at dripdrop.com and use promo code RADIO20 for 20% off your first order. That's dripdrop.com, promo code RADIO20 for 20% off your first order. Head to dripdrop.com now and use promo code RADIO20.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw. The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Jerry Coleman joining us top of the hour. Be More Sports Podcast. Talk training camp and Orioles with him. Whip around 11:15. What happened in the world of sports last night? Well, not a ton. We'll check in the sporting landscape. And then Oriole Hall of Famer Mike Bordick talk about that come from behind victory for the Birds of Baltimore. Off today. Phillies come to town tomorrow. Philadelphia just got swept by the Marlins, who had a 12-game losing streak at the start of that series. Bob Haynie, Nolan McGraw. Vinny's out at one winning drive. We'll talk to him later in the show. Go to Gary in Salisbury. Gary, thanks for holding. What's up?
Hey, Bob. This is Gary Jones. How are you?
Going all right, Jerry. Or Gary, excuse me.
I want to talk about Oriole Magic. I'm just not feeling the Magic. I mean, I can't believe these people call and think this team's a playoff team, not a World Series team. I'm blowing this team up, start from scratch. They got to get rid of Gunnar. They got to get rid of Adley. They got to get rid of They got to get rid of the man.
All right. Well, phone blew up there for Gary Jones in Salisbury. So he's ready for a full-on blow-up, which means rebuild. And I don't know if David Rubenstein signed up for that. And I don't think he's paying Pete Alonso and Shane Boz and Kyle Bradish and Samuel Basayo to be part of a rebuilding process. Now, tweak the team? Yeah, they need to tweak. They've been a losing baseball team for 2 calendar years. And are they a World Series team? No. And I'm not saying they are a playoff team. But they're kind of clanking around. And give them credit. They were outscored 21-0 after Monday night and came back and won a game, which was started by arguably the best starting pitcher in Major League Baseball. Let's go to Bill in Annapolis. Bill, what's up?
Hey, I'm going to just give you a couple ideas I have, and I think the Orioles, they're mediocre this year, but I think they could still make the playoffs because our whole daggone American League is mediocre. But first thing I would do, I would trade Ward. And the reason being, he was supposed to be a power hitter, and he got 6 or 7 home runs, something like that. He does get on base a lot, so there's value. You can trade him, and I'd go after a good relief pitcher. And then what I would do is I'd bring Kjerstad up, and I'll just say this about Kjerstad. He was hitting pretty daggone good until the Yankees beamed him in the head. And now he's hitting almost 300 down in Norfolk, hitting home runs. I think he deserves another chance to play for the Orioles. And then the other thing I would do, I sort of agree with the caller a little while ago. Tavares is a good 4th or 5th outfielder. His defense is not real strong. I'd bring Bradfield up, and I would try to trade Tavares. You might get another relief pitcher for him. And then the last thing I'd do, and this would be very controversial, but what I would do is what we did back when Buck was managing the team and we brought Manny up from Double-A. I'd bring Joseph Dershwa up, and I'd put him in the bullpen like they did with Jim Palmer when he was 19 years old. And I'd put Dershwa in the bullpen, and he'll be our best left-handed pitcher and develop him to be a starter next year, especially if we think we're going to lose Trevor, which the last statement would be I'd offer Trevor 4 years and $80 million. I don't think I'd let him go because I don't think we'd get a better pitcher.
Yeah. Hey, Bill, thanks for the call and good thoughts, too. Taylor Ward, yeah, I had no problem moving him, even though he's been reliable getting on base, and he had a big 2-run single down the first base line yesterday. Not a great outfielder, as we have seen. Tavares was brought in to be the 4th or 5th outfielder, but because others were hurt or underperforming, he was kind of thrown into more of a starter role. And his defense has been real disappointing, certainly in center field. Jerwa, I don't know if they're going there. Now, a year from now, could we see him, Joseph Jerwa, who was a second-round pick last year, compared to Chris Sale, Garrett Crochet, that kind of thing, in a Baltimore uniform? Sure. But this year, I don't know. I'm not saying it's a right or wrong move, not to be wishy-washy, but I wouldn't think they'd rush him up because I think Trey Gibson right now would have more status, Nolan, getting into the pitching mix, who's already been here, than Joseph Jerwa right now.
I was thinking the same thing, and I might even be hesitant to take a starter away from that role. And the development that they're getting, pitching every 5th day, even if it's in the minors. Now, if the Orioles were in a playoff spot right now, and they were very much buyers, and we're talking about, okay, this is real, how do we ensure we're stay in this spot and get to the playoffs? I would entertain a Trey Gibson going to the bullpen. It's all hands on deck. But right now, where you're in no man's land and everything, I don't know if it's worth it to take him away from his starting development right now. It's so early in his career, just to get a couple innings of relief down the stretch. Whereas next spring, seemingly you're going to take him right back to starting. Yeah. I don't like that start stop thing.
Yeah, and I'm all in on keeping Trevor Rogers, but they get swept by the Phillies, you flip him, and he's expressed a desire to come. Hey, Andrew Kittredge did it. Much different scenario. We might be trading his ass again, too, coming up here. But Kjerstad, 27-year-old, former number 2 pick in the draft, sure. Bradfield, I don't see that happening because has he built up enough equity playing time wise? Can't hit AAA pitching on a consistent level? He gets hurt to some degree. But you bring up Kjerstad, you trade Ward, it's Kjerstad, Kalser, Beavers. There's 3 left-handed bats. You have Muscles, who's your right-handed stick, and Leody Tavares, who can't hit left-handed pitching, even though he did line that single off of Skubal yesterday.
Right.
If Kjerstad, we've been saying it all along, if one of these dudes could hit right-handed, they'd be the everyday center fielder. They'd be an everyday player.
Sure. But to me, the most disappointing is Enrique Bradfield Jr. Is it that it shouldn't have taken this long? You know, comparing him to other first rounders, it's already been a little more lengthy in the development. And to me, this year, it was almost make or break because we knew there was going to be some outfield question marks entering the year. We were just hoping that they'd be able to survive until second half of the season. You could get Enrique up here, but when the rosters expand in September, maybe he's got a spot, maybe, but I don't even know then. And if he doesn't play in the majors at all this year, now we're really tough conversation where I can't bank on him at all at that point.
College player drafted in 2023, so it's 24. That's 3 years in to the system. I mean, the speed plays, the defense plays, but sometimes he doesn't play. Let's get one more in. Antonio on Rosedale. Antonio, what's up?
Hi, Bob. How are you?
Doing all right, Antonio. How you feeling?
Good. How long can the Orioles keep Dean Kramer in the starting lineup the way he was pitching? And you have a wonderful day, Bob.
All right, Antonio. You have a great Thursday, too. We had someone called in earlier, said the same thing. I mean, do you bypass him because he'd be scheduled to pitch against the Angels next week? I think he's built up enough of a status within the organization, and he'll get one more start. But if he keeps getting blown up in the first inning, his earned run average in the first inning is like over 11 now. After that debacle against the Tigers a couple of nights ago, you can't keep playing from a disadvantage on the scoreboard. Then again, something, Antonio, we brought up, might he be a possible trade chip coming up here over the next 4 days? We'll come back, talk Orioles and Ravens with Jerry Coleman from the Be More Sports Pod. We got the whip around 11:15. Mike Bordick, Hall of Famer. He'll be joining us 11:30. The back to your phone calls. The Orioles, how good did that win make you feel? At least for one day. Can we celebrate at least one win?
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie and the Final Drive. Live on YouTube, Monday through Friday, 6 till 6. Search 1057 The Fan, Baltimore. And never miss a moment of coverage on the teams you love.
Vinny Serrato here. Holy crab cakes, famous Box Hill crab cakes, supersized salads, Greek specialties, and more can now be delivered right to your door with DoorDash. BoxHillPizzaRestaurant.com.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
I'm Eric Sobel, and Ace Law is here for you. After an accident, the last thing you need is to feel like just another case file. At Ace Law, we take the time to understand what you're going through and what matters most to you and your family. You'll receive the personal attention, honest guidance, and a team that's with you every step of the way. While you focus on healing, we'll focus on the insurance companies, the paperwork, and take care of the rest. Call us at 8888 ACE Law, 8888 ACE Law, and come up aces.
Look who has extra pep in their step.
Well, I just finished my to-do list. I went to Giant and got groceries for the week, and I was even able to pick up everything for those barbecues and pool parties we have planned. You know what's even better?
What?
I get money back on the entire trip.
How are you doing that?
By using Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app where I earn cash back on groceries, gas, and dining out. They even gave me a cashback bonus on my first trip to Giant.
So that extra pep comes from all that cash back. Looks like I need to download Upside.
You really do.
roll into summer with a full grocery cart and extra cash back. Download Upside and use promo code CHARM04 to earn an extra $10 cash back on your first purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM04 for an extra $10 cash back. Remember, use promo code CHARM04.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Oh, hey, Sarah. Did you hear my daughter Katie got Camper of the Week?
That's a big deal.
We got a big deal too, right, Mom?
Honey, shh.
What's that?
Okay, that Hyundai Santa Fe, I only paid.
Nice.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days, or 1.9% APR for 72 months on the Hyundai Tucson, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry, offer ends August 3rd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. Mop drop.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
Get your tickets now for Bryan Adams' Roll with the Punches tour with guests Pat Benatar and Neil Giraldo, a Live Nation show. Tickets are on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Keep listening to The Fan for your chance to win tickets, courtesy of Live Nation.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
Both the Orioles and Tigers played like their season was on the line yesterday in what ended up being a 10-9 win for Baltimore in 12 innings. That final score might sound odd considering the starting pitching matchup of Trevor Rogers versus Tarek Skubal, but for most of the afternoon, this was not an exciting game. Detroit looked like they were going to cruise to another shutout victory after being up 7-0 through 6. The O's slowly chipped away to chase Skubal out of the game and then exploded offensively to force extras where Colton Cowser delivered the eventual game-winning RBI single.
Those boys in that clubhouse are a resilient bunch. They take punches and keep on going, which we didn't have to. I mean, a lot of that was self-inflicted. Raj was borderline outstanding for us today. I mean, he had to make a lot more pitches than he should have, and our guys battled.
There's Craig Albernaz trying to find the words to describe the intense afternoon. However, the win didn't change the wildcard standings too much since Cleveland also picked up a win. Baltimore still sits 2.5 games back with 4 teams either ahead or tied with them. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, partly cloudy skies with temps reaching the mid-80s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show, 105.7 The Fan.
Turn Request Thursday. Pick a song, we'll play it. It's The Who. Now get your votes in Featured Artist Friday. That reveal coming up in a couple of hours. If we don't get a consensus in regards to that popular choice, we'll just decide on our own. Going into a beautiful weekend. Last weekend of July. Actually, August 1st is Saturday. So it's kind of the last couple of days of July. Ravens are out of camp. Orioles come from 7 zip down. Trade deadline is Monday. Here to talk about both subjects. From the Be More, it's Bob Haynie, Nolan McGraw. Vinny's out at One Winning Drive. We'll talk to him in a couple of hours. From the Be More Sports podcast, he's on the Window Nation guest hotline. Let's welcome in Jerry Coleman. Jerry, good morning. What's going on?
Well, I am out here at Ravens camp, but I do want to go back to last week real quickly, Bob, and the first ever appearance from 105.7 The Fan on Smith Island. You may have called it Swiss Island afterwards. But I did want to let everyone know you can bring alcohol onto the island. Nice. I spoke with my hostess, Erin Treadway, the hostess with the mostest, and she wanted to clarify that for the listening audience. If you're a Marylander and you have some adventure in you, everyone should make a trip to Smith Island. It should be mandatory.
And it's, what you say, 200 people live on the island. I would love to live in that area. I can figure out my own booze situation. I used to go to Porter's Beach at the end of Eastern Avenue, and they had jellyfish all the time. I used to swim through those things like I was Jacques Cousteau. So I would love to go to Smith Island one day. So I'm all good.
Yeah, that was just a phase with the jellyfish, but I will say less than 200 people on the island, about 15 cars. You don't even need a license plate or insurance. There's no crime on the island, no police. It's your kind of town.
Oh, let's bring it on. All right, since you're there at One Winning Drive, Nnamdi Madubuike, excuse me, he was there yesterday. He was cleared. He worked off on the side of the field. What is his status on this Thursday?
He has gone through about 45 minutes of individual workouts today here with the trainers. So he's very active and obviously nearing a return to the practice field. So it was a sudden return. I mean, we were expecting maybe seeing him on the PUP list for about a week, and there he was on day one. So that was so encouraging. And he's back being active today. Slight little mishap with Zay Flowers on a pass play. The good news is he's back catching passes right now, scheduled to speak with the media afterwards. So as the time we're speaking right now, live here out at the facility, no injuries to report today.
Lamar Jackson, we know the contract situation is going to be a sticking point perhaps for him and Eric DaCosta and Steve Bisciotti. But you asked him yesterday, Jerry, about it. And Lamar, he does not waver. He does not like talking about the money, at least in a public setting here.
No, he doesn't. And, it's amazing. 8 years, covered the guy, never mentioned me by name. But every time I mention the contract, he always pulls out my name from his back pocket. But, no, he wasn't going in that direction. But I was asking on behalf of the fans. I mean, if you're a diehard Ravens fan, you want to know where your QB1 is going to be in a few years. He keeps saying he wants to finish his career as a Raven. If I'm the Ravens, I play out the season myself and see if this guy can win a couple of playoff games in a row and get them where they need to be before I start paying them Patrick Mahomes type money. So it may work out in the end for both sides. I don't foresee a contract getting done during the season or before the season starts.
Jerry, with Jesse Minter, it's his first training camp. You covered the entirety of the John Harbaugh era now in New York with the Giants. It's only, a day and a half in to his first training camp. Any differences, subtle or otherwise, that you've seen here?
Too early to tell, to be honest, Bob. Kind of a golly shucks guy early on. But again, it's too early to make a determination based on a few press conferences and meetings on and off the record. Way too premature to make any judgments. I just know that we're starting practice a lot earlier. It's going to end a lot earlier. Everyone seems happy about that, seems happy with the pace. Obviously, he's going to be much more involved with the defense. And, it's a brand new system around here with the offense and the defense. So it's exciting to see after, 17-plus years of John Harbaugh.
Jerry Coleman, the Be More Sports podcast on 105.7 The Fan. Bob Haynie, Nolan McGraw. Vinny's out at One Winning Drive with Jerry, as a matter of fact, here on this Total Request Thursday. Getting to the Orioles. The win, we'll get to that in a second, and what Elias might do over the next 3 days as the Phillies come to town. But David Rubenstein last Friday, Jerry, made it perfectly clear that Mike Elias is his guy. For people that want Mike Elias gone, is this about as foregone as a conclusion as you could get that Mike Elias, at least for now, isn't going anywhere?
Absolutely. I mean, barring some significant change, he is here to stay. That's the way I read it, based on what Rubenstein had to say. Then again, I understand the counter argument. What's he going to say with him sitting there right beside them? Right. If they were to collapse here in the second half, I would say all bets are off. If they finish in last place consecutive seasons, I don't know how with a straight face you can say, yes, I'm bringing this guy back again after 8 or 9 years on the job and no playoff wins. So, again, let's see how the second half continues to go.
How do you see the trade deadline for the Birds of Baltimore right now, sitting 2.5 out of the wild card? And they were 5 back not too long ago. 7-game winning streak helped them get back into more of a doable thing. But they've been in that 2.5, 3-game stretch, Jerry, for a long, long time. What happens this weekend? What do you think?
My feeling is they are probably going to straddle the fence until the last second like they typically do. Yesterday, for me, changed absolutely nothing. What still concerns me, should concern every Orioles fan, is the lack of fundamental defense, which is going to show itself in the big moments, like Game 1 against the Red Sox. Like, if they get into a playoff atmosphere, they're playing some of the better teams in baseball. They haven't shown they're capable of playing major league caliber defense on a consistent basis, and that's going to burn you in the postseason every time. So that's what worries me. I'm also just concerned about the lack of, usage with Jackson Holliday. It's so perplexing. you play Jackson Holiday and Kobe Mayo unless they decide to trade him as much as possible right now. What do you have to lose? These guys seem to be playing some of their best baseball of the year. So I would keep it going with those two. But as far as the trade deadline, I'm leaning again towards being a seller as opposed to a buyer and thinking about the long-term viability of the franchise, not the short-term.
Jerry, last thing, how surprised would you be if Adley Rutschman is part of this trade scenario coming up by Monday?
Only be surprised from the aspect, Bob, that he's been on the injured list here for a while and a couple of times this year. But wouldn't be totally surprised because, again, I think he would bring back a nice haul. Hasn't proven to be the guy we thought he would be. Wow, someone made a nice play here at Ravens camp, but it wouldn't shock me whatsoever. But people talking about trading Jackson Holiday, no, that's a guy that should be off limits.
Jerry Coleman, what's happening at the Be More Sports podcast right now?
Well, we got the shrink on this week. The Orioles' former team psychiatrist, David McDuff, talks all about the mental aspect of baseball, and we know the mental breakdowns have occurred all season with the Orioles. He explains how Gunnar Henderson can be helped. Breathe in, breathe out is sort of the advice there. And then Mike and I also talked about what's coming up with the trade deadline and some of the anxiety and, players, millionaires or not, they may be having to move and relocate with their families. So Be More Sports Pod, the preeminent Orioles and soon to be Ravens podcast, September 1st. Be More Sports Pod is where you can find it, where you can listen to it or watch it. And also the new Instagram page is up with all sorts of Ravens content. That's Sports with Coleman on Instagram, Sports with Coleman.
Unparalleled access, of course.
Always unparalleled access. And I must say, I'm really enjoying your Orioles recaps. I'm going to have to put you a notch above Weinman, and I'll say that to Ken's face when I speak to him on Friday. I mean, Ken started this thing. You're taking it to a whole new level with the shirt selection.
Yeah, well, thank you very much. And I will not be doing one until tomorrow morning. But, Jerry, I appreciate the shout-out.
All right. Always good to catch up with you, and I'll go back and bother Vinny now.
Yeah. All right, Jerry.
Talk to you soon.
Jerry Coleman, everybody. Yeah, go to my Facebook page, Bob Haynie. I think it is. Yeah, Bob Haynie on Facebook putting up videos after the Oriole games, doing it through the Terps and the Ravens and all that fun stuff. Because, Nolan, in this volatile business, you have to start looking at the bigger picture. We'll come back. It's the whip around. Stick around for that. Then Oriole Hall of Famer Mike Bordick talk about last night's comeback, Jackson Holiday's resurgence here at the bat. And hey, look, Colton Cowser, that was his first ribby last night on the season. But given the defensive miscues that we've seen in center, just throw him out there, right?
Next time on The Final Drive.
Lamar Jackson said his best football is still ahead of him. What could that look like? Also, Chris Davis will be inducted into the Orioles Hall of Fame on Saturday, and he will join us at 5.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
The Harford County Sheriff's Office is hiring law enforcement deputies. Earn up to $10,000 recruitment incentive. They provide training, support, and career opportunities to help you succeed. Act fast. Applications close August 2nd. Learn more at harfordsheriff.org.
Hey, it's Brew. Between my radio show, filming content, editing videos, and trying to stay connected with family, reliable Wi-Fi isn't really optional anymore. I just need it to work. That's why I like that with Xfinity, you get the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi with the best equipment at one price for 5 years, guaranteed. No contracts or commitments. Plus, Xfinity makes getting connected simple with same-day Wi-Fi so you can get online in minutes. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber or coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity. Imagine that.
When I hit my 50s, I felt like things were slowing down.
This is Sandra's Metamucil story.
I started taking Metamucil for digestion, but had no idea it would impact so much more. Not only did Metamucil help me feel more regular, but my heart health saw the benefits too.
Metamucil. One simple routine, 4 health benefits. Digestive health starts here. Go to Metamucil.com for more details.
Alex B and Zach came to the rescue when we lost our heat. The commercial I hear every day on my way to work is true. Amazing.
Greg did a great job.
Tony saved us tens of thousands of dollars because he was able to determine that our system's heat exchanger is fine.
Andre was over the top impressive. Professional and diligent. He took his time to work the problem, not just diagnose a quick fix.
Zachary was able to remove and replace our AC system in
in what must have been record time. Amazing was amazing.
Anthony and Jamal were outstanding. The entire install completed in one day.
You can tell this company truly lives up to its name. Amazing. Their owner says he has the best people, and after this experience, I completely agree.
Those are snippets from 7 different Google reviews for amazing plumbing, heating, and air. And yes, I proudly claim to have the best techs, installers, and plumbers in Baltimore because I do. You can count on it at
CALLAMAZING. Go to callamazing.com.
Baseball is back, and BetMGM, official partner of Major League Baseball, is bringing the high heat all season long. All season long, you can log into the BetMGM app and receive top-tier promos that put you in the batter's box and up the excitement for America's pastime. Step up to the plate all season with Swing for the Fences, the free-to-play game where every swing could score you rewards. We're talking parlay boost tokens, odds boost tokens, same-game parlay boost, and even bonus spins all season long. And the action doesn't stop there. Get more out of every at-bat and every inning with MLB Same-Game Parlay Boost. Stack your picks and boost your potential payout. Plus, lock in bigger value with MLB Odds Boost Tokens and MLB Parlay Boost Tokens all season long. More boosts, more swings, more chances to win. Download the BetMGM app and step up to the plate today.
For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Maryland only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Please play responsibly. In partnership with MGM National Harbor.
You know the rush when you reach that goal, when something you've worked for pays off. That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start August 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Vinny and Haynie's Whip Around.
Every sport, every game, everything.
Brought to you by Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes. Best crab cakes in Maryland.
Time of the Whip Around. Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Orioles off today after that dramatic win yesterday. 12 innings over the Tigers, 10-9. Birds were down 7-zip. Took the lead 9-7. Rico Garcia gives up another souvenir. First pitch, Torkelson. He goes yard, but Colton Cowser helps the cause with a win. His first ribby. Believe it, first RBI of the month. But we were talking earlier, and we'll talk more about this with Ryan Ripken and Mike Bordick joining us in a couple of minutes. But Nolan, I'm looking at Enrique Bradfield's stats. As we were talking about Heston Kjerstad, we had Bill check in here a couple of minutes ago. And I think if Enrique Bradfield staying healthy could duplicate what he's doing right now in Norfolk, 254 batting average, not Rod Carew, but his on-base percentage is 349. His slugging or OPS is 681, which isn't great, but he's not brought in to hit home runs. Like Eric Booth Jr., who they just drafted, he's got that kind of pop where he could get into the 20s maybe in the home run realm, but 29 stolen bases. The speed plays. The defense is an 80 on the 20-80 scale. Maybe not this year, or perhaps, Nolan, given the woes of center field and Colton Cowser's inability to hit with any level of consistency, and we were just kind of crapping on this, but looking at the numbers a little deeper, maybe, why not, depending on how the trade deadline goes? Another left-handed bat, though.
Well, I mean, that's everywhere.
Does anybody ever hit right-handed anymore? What the hell's going on? They're like dinosaurs.
They don't exist.
Yeah,
I'm serious. They're not even joking around here. Like, they're not drafting them, so they're nowhere to be found. So, maybe we were a little too dismissive of Bradfield and the stats. I think he could do himself a lot of favors if he was staying healthy, like you said, but it's worth a look. And ultimately, here's my issue, is that you have these pretty big needs in terms of the outfield, particularly center field. I got no problem if you want to keep Cowser, but let's get him back to left. I think that's a net positive for everybody. So when's Enrique going to get an opportunity to show if he's actually the guy? That's my question. Again, September call-up roster expansion, what's he going to play? Once or twice a week? Hopefully. That's being generous, it seems like, with the way they handle this. And then you head into the offseason where it's going to be, okay, we need a new center fielder. how can you anoint the guy? You know, you could say, all right, we'll go to spring training. He's got a shot. He can compete. But I'm still seeking outside the organization for some insurance there in center field. So my whole point is that you're 3 years into this with Enrique, and it's yet another example of a young, prominent prospect who we just don't know what the hell they are because we haven't seen them, right? It added to the long list. Kobe Mayo, Heston Kjerstad, all these guys that are never given a chance or were yo-yoed up and down between AAA and the majors.
Comes to mind.
It's just the list keeps going on and on and on. And this is a guy where you want to talk about being blocked a path. Stowers was blocked. The Norbys of the world, they were blocked. Ortiz, we understood that. I don't see any blockage here. We've been screaming about center field defense all season long. So if this guy, like you said, I agree with you, 250 average, and you're going to play solid defense and bring speed on the base pass, I'm asking why we haven't seen him up here yet. What's the delay then?
Yeah, he has been hurt a couple of times, but you made the great point. They call him up, hypothetically, and then he plays twice a week.
And I think that's being generous.
Yeah,
I think it'd be more like
look,
once. Yeah.
Mayo was a top 20 prospect by Keith Law and by Kylie McDaniel and baseball, not us. Let me stress that. These are the days of we're talking about Hayden Penn like he's going to be the next Mike Messina when he was like the 99th overall prospect in baseball. These dudes, Jackson Holliday was across the board the number one prospect in minor league baseball. After he was the number one pick, he played up to that status. But then they don't play this year, especially for Jackson. So if you're going to bring Bradfield up, again, depending on what happens at the trade deadline, like Kjerstad, for instance, he brings the home run bat and the threat of an explosive offense, but a liability defensively. Where Bradfield, you're not going to get 20 bombs, but you might get 30 steals and exemplary defense in center field. I'm kind of changing my mind all of a sudden.
And it would be a step towards...
They don't listen to us.
Right. Again, we're assuming he holds up his end of the bargain, right? That he gets up here and he looks like the real deal in due time. But that would be a step towards giving yourself a more well-rounded lineup, right? You don't need 9 guys that are power bats. If everyone's clicking at the same time, it's fun. I love watching those games where they tee off, but that's not every night. And you need to have some balance there. And I think having some guys that are dedicated speed guys who know who they are or contact hitters, that's why I'm loving this month from Jackson Holliday. The way he's swinging as of late, it's not just that the results are there and I'm saying, oh, he's a better player now. You just watch the way he swings the bat, the approach, everything looks like a more calm and confident guy. And he looks unlike any other Orioles hitter right now with his approach. He's rounding into form, I think. 370 batting average this month.
Yeah, and he's not swinging for the fences like Gunnar, even though Gunnar did hit the opposite field hit off Skubal. That kind of started their rally in the 7th inning, but Gunnar's either all or nothing. And a lot of times, and you're watching him take a called third strike or whipping in a futile attempt and just kind of trudging back to the dugout. Anyway, we're not here to rag on Gunnar, but Jackson Holliday trending in the right direction. Who knows what Mike Elias has in store for us? Ravens out of training camp. Nnamdi Madubuike is there again today, is not practicing in workouts. So he's still doing his work on the side of the field. And the expectation is, too, and we'll talk to Vinny later in the show, the Looper didn't do any live kicking, Tyler Loop, but he will do that today and talk about players under the microscope, who's got the most pressure on him. Tyler Loop goes to Indianapolis and misses 2 of his 3 kicks, and the Ravens lose by 6 or something stupid like that. Actually, I can tell you right now, I think the Ravens are going to puffy pants them. But if he misses early or he struggles in training camp, come on, man. I know they drafted him. They never spent a draft pick on a kicker, but they handled him like a little baby kicker. We'll give you little kicks. And he was 33 of 36. That's all very touching. Sucked from beyond 50. Could not figure out the kickoff thing. And then in the one kick that he needed to make, he missed. Justin Tucker, the Baja Miracle, he kicked the game-winning field goal as a rookie.
That's why there has to be another kicker name a part of the mix in training camp. And it needs to be a real name. Someone who's kicked in the NFL level before, who's had it. veteran, whatever. No Hoyland situation like last year, where everyone knew as soon as that guy was signed, he's just a filler. It's not even real competition. But if Loop is just going to be out there by himself and he knows that he's already the starter and it's his job, he's not actually benefiting from anything. There's no intensity. And I guess my point would be that we would get to the end of training camp, the end of the preseason. I don't care how many kicks he makes in practice, how many he makes in a preseason game from whatever distance. I don't care. I'm still going to be nervous. Unless he was actually tested and pushed or made to believe his job was in jeopardy, then I don't think anything's really going to change here. And you're right. You get to week 1 when it matters, I will be sweating.
Whip around. Vinny Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Bob Haynie, Nolan McGraw. We'll talk to Vinny another hour and a half as he's out there with the Ravens as they're practicing day 2 of training camp. This day in Orioles history, today's the 30th of July, 1996. 30 years ago. What? At Minnesota, B.J. Surhoff hit a 2-run homer. Greg Zahn drove in 3 runs. Brady Anderson, Cal, and Mike Devereaux had 2 ribbies each. Rocky Coppinger got the win. 3 years ago, the good old days, Oriole Park, Camden Yards. Orioles beat up on the Yankees 9-3. Adam Frazier hit a 3-run shot. Ryan O'Hearn had 3 ribbies. Mike Baumann was 8-0 as he picked up the win. And then 2 years ago, also at Camden Yards, Orioles beat the Toronto Blue Jays. Tony Taters goes yard. So does Ramon Arias. Corbin Burns, remember him? Picked up his 11th victory of the season. We'll come back. Mike Bordick, Oriole Hall of Famer, will be joining us. Get his thoughts on the trade deadline and the Orioles win last night. 2.5 out of the wild card. Back to your phone calls before the top of the hour when Ripping It with Brian starts here on The Fan.
The MLB trade deadline looms. Will the O's make a move before August 3rd? Keep it locked to The Fan for wall-to-wall coverage of the Birds at the deadline on your home of the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio, 105.7 The Fan.
Get in on all the action at Horseshoe Casino this summer. Play more, win big all summer long. Caesars Reward members earn bonus tier credits on designated promotional days at the kiosk check-in. Horseshoe Casino, Baltimore's best bet. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the 3rd time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/music. That's ethos.com/music. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
CFG Bank Arena is officially one of the hottest concert venues in the world. And this summer, get ready because it's gonna be a scorcher. With today's top artists like Olivia Dean, Casey Musgraves, Tame Impala, Doja Cat, and Niall Horan, CFG Bank Arena has got you covered for the best music, fan-filled nights, and all the sensational concert vibes summer can bring. It's sure to be lit, and we're not stopping. With more major announcements on the way. Visit CFGBankArena.com and get your tickets today. CFG Bank Arena, the biggest shows, the biggest names in entertainment, and the best seats in Baltimore.
Hey, did you hear about Eric Sobel?
From Ace Law? You heard about him too?
Yeah. After my accident, I called Ace Law. Eric took my case, took everything out of my hands, and got me the compensation I deserved. Best decision I made.
I'm Eric Sobel, and when you've been injured, I'm your guy. I'll handle the insurance companies, find you the right doctor, manage all that paperwork, and fight for the compensation you deserve, so you can focus on getting better and getting back to life. Call Ace Law today. Call us at 8888 Ace Law and come up Aces.
Here's the deal. The government is over $38 trillion in debt, which means the IRS isn't slowing down. And the tax code is complex and unforgiving. So it's not surprising if you're one of the millions of Americans that owe back taxes to the IRS. Unfortunately, they're the world's most powerful collection agency, with the ability to garnish your wages, seize your bank accounts, and even take your home or business. But don't be stressed or worried any longer. We're Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. We have resolved over $3 billion in tax debt for our clients. Our award-winning professionals deal with the IRS every single day, protecting our clients and preparing preparing them for the best possible resolution. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, give Optima a call today.
Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
If you're thinking about it,
every day.
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
The start of Ravens training camp brought a little extra excitement yesterday as Nnamdi Madubuike returned to the field. His recovery from last season's neck injury has been a long and uncertain process, with the team providing little to no information about his status along the way. Jesse Minter was thrilled to talk about the big man's return, but did stress that there's still more to be done.
Look, it's still a process to get ready to play football, and that's something we're gonna work through over these next couple weeks. I think everybody has a good feeling about where he's at and where it's headed. But again, like those things, there's a timeline involved.
And the Orioles managed to stay afloat yesterday with a gutsy 10-9 win over the Tigers, and now there's just one series left before the trade deadline. The Phillies will be in town this weekend. Brandon Young is next up in the rotation for tomorrow night's opener. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, partly cloudy skies with temps reaching the mid-80s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw, The Vinny and Haynie Show, 105.7 The Fan.
It's our Request Thursday. You pick a song, send your request, +4 text line at 410-583-1057. Bob Haynie, Nolan McGraw, Vinny Serrato with the Ravens at one winning drive. We'll be talking to him coming up in about an hour and a half, so stick around for that. Orioles are off today after taking 2 of 3 from the Tigers, including yesterday's dramatic come-from-behind victory. Joining us now to talk about that and the upcoming trade deadline, he's our colleague on 105.7 The Fan and Baltimore Baseball Tonight, brought to you by Jerry's Home Services. He's Oriole Hall of Famer Mike Bordick. Bordy, what's up?
Hey, Bob. I'm all right, man. Pretty exciting series there in Detroit. Nice to see the Orioles come out on top.
Now, we just had your colleague on the Be More Sports podcast, Jerry Coleman, on Bordy a couple of segments ago, and he talked about on the podcast, you had the former Orioles sports psychologist on, and I was hoping he was kind of a hypnotist. He could tell all the outfielders to be Paul Blair and the infielders to be Mike Bordick, which would be great. But did you ever, during your playing days, feel as though you needed to get on the old leather couch and talk to someone?
Oh, my gosh, absolutely. Listen, man, when I came up, it was kind of taboo, though. You were a little worried if somebody was going to get in your head. You know, I think every player was kind of concerned about that. But I was really lucky, man. I came up with the A's, and they had a guy named Harvey Dorfman, and he actually wrote The Mental Game of Baseball, which is kind of the Bible, I think, for guys that want to learn about mental strategies and things like that, especially in the game of baseball. And so many of the sports psychologists today really kind of learned from him. He's considered the godfather in many respects because he could talk to baseball players. He knew their language and things like that. So I learned a lot, but I didn't really, apply any of Harvey Dorfman's knowledge. But when I came to Baltimore, I got to work with Dr. McDuff. And I did indeed lay on a couch. And I ended up having 3 of my best years offensively. And it was solely because I simplified my mental game. And I'm going to be straight up right now. I laid on the couch. We worked on 3 words: control, confident, and relaxed. Every time I walked out of the Oriole dugout, or any dugout for that matter, for 3 years, I would say controlled, confident, and relaxed. And it would put me back in the place on the couch where I was visualizing my perfect swing, where I felt the best. Man, it happened so good. I got traded in 2000 because I was playing so well. So I believe in that stuff. And I think the Orioles they have mental training coaches now in the game. And I think it's a huge part at the highest level. Bob, we talk about it all the time, don't we?
Sure.
The mental game is really what guys need to learn how to control because they're all so similar athletically at the highest level.
Now, for Jackson Holiday, I guess his game on the field is at the highest level it's ever been. April 11 against Detroit, but wasn't in the starting lineup. So put us in Jackson Holiday's cleats over the last few days in Detroit, and now moving forward here with his name being brought up, Jeff Passan mainly, in regards to possible trade talk, even though the chances of him getting traded are pretty slim.
Yeah, I think some of the guys they've mentioned probably pretty slim unless somebody gets their socks knocked off. But everybody should be out there on the table anyway because all teams have to find out what they can and can't get. But Jackson Holiday, I'll tell you what, man. I know he's a young player, but holy cow, at some point, maybe the dad got to get involved like old high school stuff where he calls and says, why is my son not playing? He's the hottest hitter in the game. Listen, they try to micromanage everything to the point where obviously it's driving us insane, but I can't even imagine what a player like Jackson Holiday feels right now when really his career has been up and down. And when you get on a roll in baseball, all you want to do is continue to hit, continue to play. You want to stay in that routine that you've established. And, fortunately, he kept his head about him and came in and got some huge hits in last night's ball game. But why can't we play these guys? How many times do they have to prove they can get hits off lefties? Even Colton Cowser got a hit off a lefty for crying out loud. And he's their best defender, but he can't play every day. I don't know. It's driving me a little bit crazy. I guess to a point I appreciate what they're trying to do, flipping the card over and say matchup every time. But real baseball isn't played that way. Real baseball is played with gut and instinct, period.
Mike Bordicorio, Hall of Famer, joining us here. Vinny Haynie, 105.7 The Fan. Bob Haynie, Nolan McGraw. Vinny's out at one winning drive with the Ravens defensively. And this is another thing, Mike, we've talked about, not just this year, going back to last season. Inconsistent would be an understatement. They lead the majors in unearned runs allowed. I mean, if you really wanted to be a pain in the ass official score, the Birds could have had more than 3 errors yesterday against the Tigers. Still managed to win the game, but is this the cross to bear for Craig Albanese and his team that, we're just not that good defensively unless they bring in something, dramatic at the trade deadline here, or bring up an Enrique Bradfield level guy, for instance?
Yeah, there you go. Well, I just think they have to understand the importance of it. I think here in this last 10-year span, I just think baseball in general has forgotten the importance of major league defense, which is consistent, solid defense at the highest level. If you want to make errors, go practice that in the minor leagues. And that's how the kind of pyramid was structured. Well, now it's just about, if you've got a great bat speed or if you have this kind of exit velocity, that's going to get you to the big leagues faster than catching the ball consistently. And I know everybody loves offense, but, man, baseball, if you want to be a good baseball team, you better be able to control the baseball and take care of that darn thing. And what drives me kind of crazy about this whole thing is as we've let defense fall to the wayside, why do you think pitchers throw 4 stinking innings? You're bringing the infield in the first inning. How about get an out? How about, you know what I mean? Make a play so your pitcher can actually get into the back end of the game. They let Trevor Rogers threw so many extra pitches the other day, and they should have had 6 errors on the board. Tavares is, I don't know how many errors he's made in the outfield. You can't slide after a ball, let it bounce over your glove, and all of a sudden it be ruled a triple. Are you kidding me with that? And that happened a couple times in that series. And the balls that are just getting thrown around erratically with no intent of where they're supposed to be going drives me crazy. And just for that, it should be an error, So, they need to pay attention to that. I don't know if they can go out and land a strong defensive piece, but if they do seriously want to make it to the postseason, look at yourself. That's what's costing you right now. The extra outs and the unearned runs. Oh, my gosh. It's really kind of crazy right now. And hopefully, with 2 months to go, they can kind of straighten it out a little bit.
Mike, what's going on with Rico Garcia here after a great start to the season where we were talking about him in May as the Orioles All-Star representative for the last 5 games. He's given up homers. 3 of those home runs have led to tie games in crucial situations, including yesterday. Has the league figured him out? Is he tipping pitches? I mean, first pitch to Torkelson, hanging slider that became a souvenir.
Yeah, well, the same thing that happens with every Major League bullpen. Yeah, they all got great stuff, but they're all overexposed. Are you kidding me? Rico Garcia threw more innings than anybody to start the game. And how he even held up is beyond me. And Nunez as well. Well, Nunez didn't hold up and got shipped out because they were pitching every other day. You're overexposed because now everybody sees what you do over and over and over again. And if that's your only trick, you better find a way to make adjustments on the fly, and he has been unable to do that. I mean, the long balls and the big innings, you talk about dropping Gunnar down in an order. How about getting that guy out of a high-leverage situation one time and let him settle back in? If you think he's going to be your back-end guy, well, you better give him some easier innings and opportunities so he can figure out what the heck he's doing. These get-me-over sliders, first pitches aren't working very well. So, he's got to make some adjustments, and I just think it's overexposure for every bullpen arm in the major leagues right now because starters just don't go long enough.
Bordy, last thing for you. What's Elias doing, in your opinion, at the trade deadline coming up Monday?
Wow, it might be one of the biggest mysteries that we are all facing right now. I mean, we all know what we need. We need more, that's for sure. I think we need a couple more bullpen pieces. A starting pitcher would help, and maybe another offensive piece that can be, platooned. I'm not really sure about that. But, listen, I don't know if this is, nut cutting time for him where he thinks he's got to make just the decision of the world, or he'll get fired. So, yeah, it's just going to be really interesting, man. But if they can, I guess, just not blow this organization back up, trust the pieces they have and try to build on it instead of tearing it down and restructuring it like they did last year, I think they'll be all right. I just don't want them to go too crazy, man, because, if they can make it to the postseason, what are the odds they even win a game with what they have right now? So, listen, they got to be smart about this. I do hope they land a couple bullpen pieces. And that, I think, would be the priority. He's
Oriole Hall of Famer Mike Bordick, our colleague on Baltimore Baseball Tonight, brought to you by Jerry's Home Services here on the Fan. Bordy, always great to talk to you. See you, Pickles.
Sounds good, brother.
There he is, Mike Bordick, everyone. We'll come back, reset the program, get a phone call in as well. If you want to join us, you can at 410-583-1057. That we're ripping it with Ryan. Coming up at noon. Orioles off today. Dramatic win yesterday. Ravens were out of training camp. Everything's warm and fuzzy out there so far. Not going for Mike. It stays that way.
Next time on The Final Drive.
Lamar Jackson said his best football is still ahead of him. What could that look like? Also, Chris Davis will be inducted into the Orioles Hall of Fame on Saturday, and he will join us at 5.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by Metal Supermarkets, the convenience store for metal. Find a store at metalsupermarkets.com. New York Giants wide receiver Malik Neighbors seen in practice on Wednesday, and it is a giant deal for the New York Football Giants. We think Neighbors is on track to play coming up Week 1 Sunday Night Football against the Cowboys, and you can make a case for the Giants to exceed expectations this year, but they need Neighbors. I'm Nick Costos.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
Drip Drop is a doctor-developed, proven fast hydration that helps your body and mind work better. Trusted by firefighters, medical professionals, and over 90% of top college and pro sports teams. Drip Drop is engineered to hydrate faster and more effectively than water alone, with 3 times the electrolytes of leading sports drinks. Stock up now at DripDrop.com and use promo code Radio20 for 20% off your first order. That's DripDrop.com, promo code Radio20 for 20% off your first order. Head to DripDrop.com now and use promo code Radio20.
I scream. You scream. We all scream. Because Wendy's famous small classic Frosty is just $1 for a limited time. More screaming. Happy screaming. Summer screaming. Dollar small classic Frosty screaming! But please don't scream in the drive-thru. It hurts the employees' ears. Get a $1 small classic Frosty for a limited time. Only at Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. A la carte only. Not valid for delivery. Limit 10 per transaction. Price may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
Your line just went down. Production stopped. A supervisor wants answers. And someone's digging through a binder for the maintenance history.
Every one of those minutes costs money, and most of the time, that breakdown could have been prevented. That's where Maintain X comes in. Maintain X catches the failure before it happens. Preventive maintenance plans on every key asset to improve reliability. Work orders assigned and tracked right from your phone. Everyone from the floor to the front office is in the loop. Real-time dashboards give managers instant visibility into what's been completed, what's overdue, and where the bottlenecks are. No more guesswork. Just a smarter, faster maintenance operation. Companies on Maintain X have cut unplanned downtime by over 30% and saved thousands on parts and labor every year. See what it can do for your operation. Try Maintain X free at maintainx.com.
When the heat is on, your air conditioner has to work harder than ever. If it's blowing warm air, making strange noises, or struggling to keep up, don't wait for a breakdown. Call FH Fur for fast, reliable AC service and repairs. And if it's time for a replacement, now's the time to upgrade. As FH Fur celebrates 45 years, get 0% financing for 72 months on a qualifying new system purchase. Plus, a free Enviro Air indoor air quality 5-inch filter.
877-GOLFER. FHFur.com.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
The Colonel is the king of chicken. That's why he's always had a beef with beef. But on Wednesdays, he's squashing the beef by frying it. KFC Country Fried Steak is here for only $4.99. Crispy golden outside, tender steak inside. Served with peppery gravy, mashed potatoes, coleslaw, and a biscuit. At last, the Colonel and beef bury the hatchet in gravy. Get the $4.99 Country Fried Steak Wednesdays for a limited time only at KFC.
Prices and participation may vary while supplies last. Not available on third-party ordering platforms. Tax, tip, and fees extra.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
We asked parents to share their journey of adopting teens.
They changed who I am because I can't see life without them in it.
Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. Brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
Drip Drop is a doctor-developed, proven fast hydration that helps your body and mind work better. Trusted by firefighters, medical professionals, and over 90% of top college and pro sports teams. Drip Drop is engineered to hydrate faster and more effectively than water alone, with 3 times the electrolytes of leading sports drinks. Stock up now at dripdrop.com and use promo code RADIO20 for 20% off your first order. That's dripdrop.com, promo code RADIO20 for 20% off your first order. Head to dripdrop.com now and use promo code RADIO20.
I scream. You scream. We all scream. Because Wendy's famous small classic Frosty is just $1 for a limited time. More screaming, happy screaming, summer screaming, dollar small classic Frosty screaming! But please don't scream in the drive-thru. It hurts the employees' ears. Get a $1 small classic Frosty for a limited time, only at Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. A la carte only, not valid for delivery. Limit 10 per transaction. Price may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
Bob Haynie, Vinny Serrato, Nolan McGraw. The Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
So Request Thursday. Pick a song, we'll play it. Send your request plus for text line. Get your votes in. Featured Artist Friday. That reveal coming up. Couple of hours. Ripping it with Ryan, top of the hour. Got Ryan Ripken joining us. Talk about yesterday's come-from-behind win. Trade deadline coming up on Monday. Got buy or sell coming up in the 12 o'clock hour. Vinny Serrato live from one winning drive where the Ravens are at training camp day 2. As Zay Flowers, among other. Roquan Smith going to meet with the media today. Got the American League East report. And then Mike Harmon, Fox Sports Radio. We'll talk baseball, and we'll start getting into fantasy football. And arguably the 2 top picks in the fantasy world, Jahmyr Gibbs and Bijan Robinson, are holding in early in camp. But let's get out to the phones where we talk to Nolan. Let's go to Essex. It's Jonathan. Jonathan, what's up?
Hey, what's going on, Bob?
A little of this, a little of that.
little that. I want to say something. You know the Chrysler 300 when it first came out, what they were saying about it?
Price of what?
300, the car, Chrysler 300.
Oh, no, I do not know that.
They said it looked like a Bentley till a real Bentley showed up.
Oh, gotcha.
Okay.
Right.
So what I'm talking about, when you guys said it felt like a playoff game, it felt like a playoff game till a real playoff game showed up. And like I was telling Nolan earlier, he said, well, it felt good. I said, well, you know why? If they'd have lost the game, it wouldn't have been the season. You guys wasn't going to come and bury them. They would have we're only 3 games back. They get back, they're 2 games back. So it wasn't life or death. It was a good game. It felt good coming back. But it's not a playoff game.
No, I'm just saying it was a fun game that had a playoff intensity to it. Obviously, it's not a playoff game. It's not even August yet. But given the rare occasions to celebrate, that's the first time since 2009 they came from 7-0 down in a game in which the best pitcher in baseball was dominating that. And they blew it again in the 12th, or when Rico gave up the 2-run homer. I'll take it. Now they can get swept by the Phillies, and we'll be dogging them on Monday morning.
But what I want to do, this is what we got to do, and this is what the Orioles should do. And I hope they're listening. Trade Gunnar Henderson to California Angels for Mike Trout. I wouldn't care if Gunnar go down there and give him 10, 15 years. If we can get 3 to 5 years for Mike Trout, put him in that lineup with the guys we got, with Wells, with Westberg, with Jackson Holiday, with Alonso. Go get him, solidify that outfield, and get us a power hitter in here and a power hitting veteran. Him and Alonso. People say, "Well, you're selling Gunnar low." Nah, he still has potential in his equity. So we're selling the equity of his potential. Let's go with him. You don't want to get here. Jackson Holiday looks like he could be it. Adley has fought back. Save what we got and go get Mike Trout. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, Jonathan. Well, believe Mike Trout has a full no-trade clause. And I think he's got 10-5 protection anyway, where he can't get dealt. Now, he is from Philly area, New Jersey. But, man, you talk about a guy that gets hurt all the time. I'd rather have Byron Buxton because there's more youth. But he just won in the IL again. Another guy who, by the way, has full no-trade protection. Look, Adam Jones reincarnated is what the Orioles need. A right-handed hitting center fielder who can play every day and play Gold Glove level defense. That's what they need. But Mike Trout, come on, man. He gets you 3 to 5 years out of him. You'd be lucky to get 3 to 5 games a week out of Mike Trout. He's more likely to spend 3-5 weeks on the IL than he is to give you an extended period of success. He just had his first 4-hit game in 6 years. A couple of days ago.
I didn't think we'd be hearing trade for Mike Trout stuff in 2026 from the Orioles side of things.
Bring it back 10 years ago. I'm all in, you know what I mean?
I mean, I've kind of soured on Mike Trout, if I'm being honest. There's nothing about him personally. He seems like a fine enough guy, but I question his desire to win, very much so. It's a fine line to walk in sports because we're often very quick to get on a guy, especially NBA guys who, they sign these 5-year deals and then after a year they say, well, I'm done, trade me, and they get their way. All right, that's the extreme other end of the spectrum. Yeah, you're going to get annoyed by that because what's the point of a contract? They really mean nothing. But then you get a guy like Mike Trout where it's like, okay, for the longest time, I didn't think it was his fault. And I still don't think he's not building the roster around him, so I'm not blaming him for the entire team's woes. But you've had a free pass to ask out at any point, at least in the last 5 years, and nobody judge you. Zero. Sure, Angels fans would be bent, but even deep down they would know. We held this guy way longer than he had any right to be here. He gave us all of his best years, and we gave him nothing in return.
Right.
He deserves this. So I'm questioning, what is your desire to win? Do you want a World Series? Like you say, yeah, just the baseline player response, but do you really? Because all of you, ask out, man. Get the hell out of L.A.
And I'm not disagreeing with you. And there's a loyalty to the organization. I mean, I don't know what the fan base of the Angels is because I think in the L.A. metropolitan area, they're like 40th in regards to what's the most important sport, as Mike Harmon has told us for years, based out of Los Angeles. But you talk about guys who, Ken Griffey Jr., for instance, he asked out of Seattle because he was born and raised in Cincinnati because his dad was a star for the Reds. But he made the ALCS once, I believe, when he was in Seattle. And then Seattle, A-Rod bounced as a free agent. Griffey begged out for a trade. And then they wound up winning like the most games in the history of baseball after they both left. My point is, he never went to a World Series. Trout's only played in three playoff games, lost all 3 of them. And that was back in 2014. Ernie Banks, Rod Carew, there are plenty of guys who never made the World Series. Harmon Killebrew. I mean, Killebrew actually played in a World Series. I apologize, back in the mid-'60s. But you're Mike Trout. You're 34, I guess, around there.
Yeah, Buxton 32, by the way.
Yeah,
it's hard to believe.
Right, but he's not an ancient performer. Yeah, if you want to flex your muscles, why not? I'm sure that Artie Moreno and the Angels would accommodate him. But what's his trade value, by the way, at this stage? Not what it was 10 years ago, that's for sure.
I think it's decent enough, though. And I think the organization wants to trade him. I think if you gave them truth serum, they'd never admit it publicly because, you get backlash from the fan base. And if he's not going to go anywhere, that's not a can of worms you want to open up. But maybe, decades down the road when careers are over and there's someone's writing a book with a tell-all, I think that might come out and say that they were trying for years to convince Mike Trout to accept the trade and he wouldn't do it.
We kept begging him to do it. But to answer Jonathan's question, would you trade Gunnar Henderson?
No.
No, I wouldn't either. Even though the Angels, look, they're looking to get rid of Zach Neto. He could be available here in the next 3 days, who's one of their young studs. But Mike Trout, if you get him on a cheap deal, if he'd agree to come here, I believe he still makes a ton of dough. So let's not forget that. I mean, there's a lot of things that would prevent that from being a reality. And maybe, as Nolan said, the number one thing would be Mike Trout himself.
He's afraid of the moment.
Yeah.
He doesn't want to fail in the big spot.
Yeah, you're moving close to home, man. And New Jersey's right up the road. When we come back, ribbon it with Ryan. Get his thoughts on the Orioles comeback yesterday. Trade deadline coming up on Monday in the weekend series against the Phillies, who just got swept by the Marlins. Vinny Serrato joining us live from training camp coming up at 1 o'clock. And then Mike Harmon at Fox Sports Radio. Get his thoughts on his first place White Sox, who walked off the Yankees last night, and get into this fantasy football stuff. Man, Jamar Chase looking real good, I would think.
The teams you grew up with
Ravens are world champions.
are the ones you still love today. 105.7 The Fan.
Visit Bel Air Hyundai's Freedom to Upgrade sale and save with 0% 60-month financing on 2026 Santa Fe's and Tucson's. Make no payment till October on every new Hyundai. Visit BelAirHyundai.com to check out their great selection.
I'm Dan Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, millions of people called us for representation. Why? Because trust grows when you win, and we've won a lot. Over $30 billion and counting. When you call America's largest injury law firm, you're calling a family. You're calling an army. Our army. You're calling somebody who will fight for you. Injured? Let our family fight for your family. Morgan & Morgan. ForThePeople.com.
Injured? Dial #law or visit ForThePeople.com for an office near you.
Football training camp is here. Make Green Valley Marketplace your grilling headquarters for every backyard kickoff. Our expert on-site butchers have the premium steaks, burgers, and ribs you crave. Enjoy our kitchen-fresh store-made deli salads, fried chicken, party subs, and famous steamed crabs. Visit our award-winning scratch-baked desserts from Lauer's Bakery. And now save even more with Valley Values. That's reduced everyday pricing on thousands of your favorite products. Visit greenvalleymarketplace.com today.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Ever notice how the little things add up? A cracked phone screen, a dead car battery, bills creeping higher.
Oh, no.
What if your checking account could actually help with all that? It can. With Elite Checking from NASA Federal, you get smart benefits designed to save you time, money, and stress. Like get your paycheck up to 2 days early for a little breathing room. Cell phone protection to cover unexpected damage, roadside assistance for breakdowns, bill negotiation to help lower your bills, identity theft aid for peace of mind, and you can earn dividends on your balance. If your checking account isn't working hard for you, switch to Elite Checking from NASA Federal. You can do it all right online at nasafcu.com/WJZ. And you don't have to work for NASA to join NASA Federal. NASA Federal Credit Union. Smart. NASA smart. Federally insured by NCUA.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. I scream. You scream. We all scream. Because Wendy's famous small classic Frosty is just $1 for a limited time. More screaming, happy screaming, summer screaming, dollar small classic Frosty screaming! But please don't scream in the drive-thru. It hurts the employees' ears. Get a $1 small classic Frosty for a limited time, only at Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. A la carte only, not valid for delivery. Limit 10 per transaction. Price may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
For great food, great drinks, and a great time, Cross Street Market is Baltimore's spot in Federal Hill. With stalls like Pizza de Joey, Theo's Rolls and Bowls, Dashi Ramen, and the Red Hot Jollof Bowl, along with the Watershed Restaurant. It's the perfect place to meet for a bite or a drink. Just say the words, "I'll see you at the market."
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OuchGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
Yesterday marked the official start of training camp for the Ravens, and a new year always brings a different level of hope and excitement. For Lamar Jackson, the goal remains the same as it's been since 2018, win a Super Bowl. He's achieved nearly every individual accolade and milestone there is for a quarterback, leaving a Lombardi trophy as the last box to check. Some might question if Jackson's best football is behind him as he approaches age 30 and comes off a year in which he missed 4 games due to injury, but he has a different view on it.
Each and every year you're getting older, your mind is getting sharper, everything is slowing down even more. It's like you done seen everything. Anything a defense can bring at you. The only thing different now is just the new offense. So once I get that down pack, I feel like there's no room for error with us.
And yesterday in Detroit, the Orioles surged all the way back from a 7-run deficit in the 7th inning to force extras and beat the Tigers 10-9 in the 12th. Jackson Holliday was left out of the starting lineup, but still made a huge impact on the game with 3 RBIs as a pinch hitter. He finished the series 8 for 11 at the plate to give him a .370 batting average in the month of July. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, partly cloudy skies with temps reaching the mid-80s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Ripping It with Ryan, sponsored by Dubo Law. Real people, real results. For a free consultation, call 410-ASK-DUBO. Here's Bob Haynie and Ryan Ripken.
All right, Ripping It with Ryan here on this Total Request Thursday. Bob Haynie, Ryan Ripken, Nolan McGraw on the other side of the glass. The Orioles are off today. Dramatic come-from-behind win against the Tigers to win the series. If they would have lost, it would have been a 3rd straight series loss, which would have been a bad situation for them. And I'm not saying they saved their season, but to some level, feels like they did. First of all, Ryan, how you feeling?
I'm feeling great. It's Thursday. I get to hang out with you guys, and it's also a lot more enjoyable for not just us 3 in here. It's always great to see Nolan, but it's more enjoyable when the Orioles do win and the emotions that came from that. Honestly, this time yesterday you're going into the series finale, right? And sitting there going, well, this could be a big moment. And then by 3 p.m. yesterday, you felt like the season might be over. And that's being dramatic, but that's how it felt. And then all of a sudden, you're down 7-0 to Scooble, and you win a ball game where you had 3 errors, got doubled off in the extra innings, and you're coming back to Baltimore going, we're buyers. We're winning the whole damn thing. Well, I know. I'll pump the brakes there.
Well, 24 hours ago, we're sitting here lamenting a 14-0 drubbing where they didn't even get a guy in runners in scoring position to screw up. Kramer got his brains bashed in. And Jackson Holiday wasn't in the lineup, which we had a big problemo with. Eventually did get in, and I said it on the air to Nolan yesterday, Ryan. They're going to pinch hit, because if Scooble's going to be Scooble, they're not even digging to the bench until the 6th or 7th inning. And that's exactly what happened. And Gunnar, to his credit, he ropes the single, brings in a couple of runs, steals a bag, puts himself in scoring position, which he eventually did score. So we were just like, why? And I understand it. I get it to some level, the analytics and the matchups, because matchups ain't big going on in baseball for as long as baseball's been baseball. Maybe not to this level of analysis. But when you're 6 for whatever he was at the time, how do you bench him? With a straight face, how do you go to this dude who's had a really good July, by the way, and go, hey, good job, kid, but you're going to sit this one out. We don't want to ruin your mojo by letting Scooble strike you out 3 times or whatever the logic may have been.
So you said a really good month, right?
Yeah.
Really good. I think you're still selling that short.
Okay.
Because it's not just a really good month, it's a fantastic month. Bob, Jackson Holiday's hitting 370. I'll say that one more time. Jackson Holiday is hitting 370 for the month of July. I want to say that one more time. He's hitting 370 where he has 5 multi-hit games in 7 of his last 8 games that he has played. Yeah, I had Buck Showalter on my show, the Ryan Ripken Show. I know, shameless plug here.
There you go. During
this game. And Buck and I are talking, and he said, wait, so Jackson's not playing today? Why did they say he wasn't starting? And I said, well, they said they want to get Jeremiah Jackson some at-bats. And it's a tough assignment. It's not just any lefty, it's Scooble. And then Buck goes, well, Jackson just got a hit off a lefty in extras here to get his second hit of the game. And we both laughed, because at times the goal is you want to protect a player, but at the same point, this is what we've talked about for so long, or at least the point that I try to make. I understand you want to protect the player, but you also have to try to develop the player the best that you can. And for a guy like Jackson, a guy like Kobe Mayo, hey, he can't hit righties. Well, guess what? Kobe Mayo hitting righties this series was a big reason why the Orioles went to extra innings yesterday. So at some point, the development of these guys, regardless of matchup, is so vital. And that's why for Jackson, I think he has the makings of being the everyday guy, and I think the Orioles think it as well. But at some point, you got to let him sink or swim no matter what the case. And right now for the Orioles, you need your hottest hitter available, because I'm glad they won this game. But if they lost this game and you kept him out of the starting lineup, you're going to sit there and go, damn, well, if we gave him 1 or 2 extra at-bats, what could have happened? Could have struck out 2 times.
Sure.
Or maybe he gets a hit or 2 there that could have changed the game. And fortunately for the Orioles, Jackson came out. I'd say the one decision, I'm shocked that they pulled Scooble in that situation. 92 pitches. I know he was struggling, but it was Trump that Jackson pinch hit for, if I'm not mistaken, in that game.
That sounds about right.
So I'm looking at it right now.
Pozo came in.
So, but Jackson pinch hit for Trump. That's the bottom of the order. I would have had Scooble go, because I guarantee you Jackson probably doesn't enter that game if Scooble's going out there for one more batter.
Now, you're preaching to the choir, as we've discussed, and Nolan get in here, about the young guys getting an opportunity to play.
Mm-hmm.
Because we're talking about a guy that was picked 1 overall who they basically, because he played a lot last year. This year, he's essentially a utility player. And Kobe Mayo is the guy who can't hit righties. And as you mentioned, Ryan, he hit the home run off a righty in the game, the opener of the series, and then the big triple yesterday that tied the game. Just throw them out there. Let them prove to you what they're incapable of doing instead of assuming via stat sheets or spreadsheets, whatever it is, that they can't do it. He was the number one holiday prospect in baseball. Yeah, he was the number one pick, but he played himself into, as we talked about as well earlier in the show, he played himself to be not by Bob Haynie standards or Ryan Ripken or Nolan McGraw or whomever. It was Keith Law and Kylie McDaniel and Baseball America and MLB Pipeline. He was the number one prospect. He played himself to that level. Kobe Mayo, top 20 prospect, right? Mm-hmm. Across the board. Let's see what they can do here, man. Enough of the jibber jabber. Get him in the lineup.
I'm with you.
Sorry about that.
Oh, no, please. I love a fired up Bob, right? It's BSing with Bob, rolling with Nolan, and ripping with Ryan
all of a sudden.
But so the point of the conversation, because I've seen the articles, and we can talk later on. I'd love to hear, as you know, from all the callers out there, right? 410-583-1057, The Fan. Did I do that right, Bob?
They're checking in, too. Yeah.
So the main thing when we've heard some articles out there was the Orioles might sell some of their core players, and some people going, man, this core has been disappointing. Well, I think the development of the players hasn't gone the way that you've wanted, and part of that will be on the player, and part of that is on the organization for how it's going about. And this is the case. And the Orioles have an opportunity you want to win, but you gotta try to figure out what you have. And I felt like that's been something that they've really struggled with doing here the last few years. And again, you want to mention Kobe Mayo. I don't know how good Kobe Mayo is going to be. I don't think any of us can sit here and go, Kobe Mayo is going to be the answer for the Baltimore Orioles, because you probably thought back in, 2021, Ryan Mountcastle was going to be the answer for the next 10 years. He broke the franchise home run record for a rookie. Things change. But when you look at Kobe, the question is, do we know what he can be? The answer is no. How do you find out? Well, we got Westberg that's not playing. Okay, great. Keep firing him out there, because if something clicks, we might have an everyday big leaguer that can hit 30 jacks. And in this case, if Kobe's just an average hitter against righties, he's an everyday big league batter. And above all, though, the upside. The upside is there for Kobe. And in yesterday's game, actually, this series, you win an 8-5 game on Monday. Kobe Mayo had a home run in that game against former Oriole and teammate of mine, Brandon Hennefy, in the minors. Sinker ran in, he took it deep. And then what happens in the game yesterday? You're facing a right-handed hitter or right-handed pitcher. You're down 2. You hit a ball 417 feet that's probably gone everywhere else. Right. But it's those moments there that you sit there and is he a difference-making player? And I think the answer is yes. How much, we'll find out. But the Orioles don't win that series without Kobe Mayo facing those right-handed pitchers. So it's just something to monitor. And above all here, if you're an Orioles fan, hope is back, at least going into this weekend.
We'll come back, take some phone calls. Got Ryan and Wally. If you want to get in, you can at 410-583-1057. Go to talk to Nolan McGraw as well. Orioles are off today. Phillies come to town. They just got swept by the Marlins. Got the trade deadline coming up on Monday. Orioles are 2.5 out of the wild card because, of course, they've kind of been that for many, many weeks.
What happens next happens here. Baltimore Sports Radio.
That ball is out of here.
105.7 The Fan.
The Harford County Sheriff's Office is hiring law enforcement deputies. Earn up to $10,000 recruitment incentive. They provide training, support, and career opportunities to help you succeed. Act fast. Applications close August 2nd. Learn more at harfordsheriff.org.
Hey, it's Vinny Serrano. For over 40 years, Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes have made holidays, special occasions, and everyday meals easier and more enjoyable for everyone. So treat yourself to a famous Box Hill crab cake or ship anywhere in the U.S. U.S. Whether it's seafood, Greek specialties, Italian dishes, or supersized salads, Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes has you covered. Dine in, pick up, or now you can DoorDash Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes menu items right to your door. Box Hill Pizza Restaurant.com.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code SAVE to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code SAVE to borrow up to $10,000. Use code SAVE to borrow up to $10,000.
What do parents think of back to school at Staples, where supplies start at just 25 cents?
Staples has the latest laptops with up to 40% savings.
I may hug the cashier.
So embarrassing.
It's the most wonderful time of the year.
It's a wonderful time at Staples with up to 40% off select tech. Staples.
That was easy.
Visit Staples today or shop online and in the app. Ends 9/12. Exclusions apply.
When I hit my 50s, I felt like things were slowing down.
This is Sandra's Metamucil story.
I started taking Metamucil for digestion, but had no idea it would impact so much more. Not only did Metamucil help me feel more regular, but my heart health saw the benefits too.
Metamucil. One simple routine, 4 health benefits. Digestive health starts here. Go to Metamucil.com for more details.
Alex B and Zach came to the rescue when we lost our heat. The commercial I hear every day on my way to work is true. Amazing.
Greg did a great job.
Tony saved us tens of thousands of dollars because he was able to determine that our system's heat exchanger is fine.
Andre was over the top impressive. Professional and diligent. He took his time to work the problem, not just diagnose a quick fix.
Zachary was able to remove and replace our AC system in what must have been record time. Amazing, was amazing.
Anthony and Jamal were outstanding. The entire install completed in one day.
You can tell this company truly lives up to its name. Amazing. Their owner says he has the best people, and after this experience, I completely agree.
Those are snippets from 7 different Google reviews for amazing plumbing, heating, and air. And yes, I proudly claim to have the best techs, installers, and plumbers in Baltimore because I do. You can count on it at
CALLAMAZING.com. Hey there, it's Jill Schlesinger. I'm launching a new show. It's called Money Moves, and your money is going to move. We're going to help you make better financial decisions. We're going to call out the BS you're finding all over social media. We're going to give you actionable guidance to make your financial life clearer, less stressful. We're going to answer your financial questions and take the mystery out of your financial life. Follow and listen to Money Moves with Jill Schlesinger wherever you get your podcasts.
Ripping It with Ryan on the Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Orioles are off today. Handled their business a couple of times against Detroit, where it looked like they were the Keystone Cops. Always use the Bad News Bears reference, as I like to point out. Bad News Bears got better. They played in the championship game. They went to the Astrodome in the second movie and won. Bad News Bears leveled up. They became fundamentally sound. The Orioles, boy, that was a disaster defensively, but still were able to eke out the W. Let's get out to hear what the people have to say. 410-583-1057 is the number. Bobby Eddie, Ryan Ripken, Nolan McGraw. Let's go get Ryan in Baltimore. Ryan, thanks for holding. How you feeling on this total request Thursday?
Oh, well, I woke up this morning and the Orioles didn't lose yesterday, so I guess I'm doing okay.
When talking about the Orioles with hope for the playoffs still, Bob and Ryan, I think of the quote from Steve Bisciotti during the post-firing of John Harbaugh, where they asked him, if Tyler Lute makes that kick, does John Harbaugh still have a job? And he very quickly says, for a week. And that's about kind of how I feel with the Orioles right now, where it's, do you have hope they make the playoffs? Yeah, for about a week. So, this team frustrates me so much because wins like yesterday just show that they can hold their weight defensively and offensively, but it's the constant inconsistencies of not firing on all cylinders, having one aspect of the game that completely negates all progress on the other one. Pitching in Game 2 in the early part of Game 3, and then also defense. But then the offense comes alive. It's so mixed match of what actually needs to happen to click on all cylinders. And I'll say this real quick before I get off about Jackson Holliday. I was on the trade bus for Jackson Holliday about 2 weeks ago. I thought, you know what? The team isn't using him the way that he needs to be used. His trade value is pretty high. Well, now I think his trade value is too high for the Orioles to get rid of him. He's an actual crucial part of this team, sort of like how Blaze Alexander was before he got hurt, that it's actually going to hurt him. So I think that yesterday, with him not being in the starting lineup and him coming in two big spots, if that isn't the final test for him to be an everyday player, then they need to do something with him that's going to help this team, because he's obviously not going to help this team if he's sitting on the bench.
Hey, thanks, Ryan. Good points, as always.
Very good points. Did we talk to Jackson Holliday's 22 years old? Yeah, we brought that up a couple times, right?
Yeah, we brought it up.
There's a guy, if you watch the Home Run Derby, if you did or you've been following baseball, Jordan Walker on the Cardinals having a pretty good year. Have you been following him a little bit?
I think he leads the National League in ribbies.
Yeah, he's only got 22 home runs, 78 RBIs, hitting 282 on the year. Pretty good player. 24 years old. 2 years ago, he would have been 22 if I have my math right. And he hit 201 with the Cardinals. And then last year for the Cardinals in 111 games, he hit 215 with 6 home runs, 41 RBIs in 111 games. So you're probably thinking maybe we need to give up on this guy. Or just maybe you think that these guys are young, and if we continue to push them in the right direction and give them opportunity, they're going to figure it out. Because now in 106 games, Jordan Walker has done things that if you combine his 2 previous years, he's already doubled those numbers. In home runs, he's doubled the home runs, and he's already surpassed his RBI totals of the previous 2 years. So the point of what I'm trying to make with your young top prospects of players, can't give up on them. And if you do give up on them, well, then make a choice. And I think that's the other part here. It's not even Jackson Holliday situation here, Bob. This is the whole thing about your prospects. The reason why with some of the other Orioles over time, you have to make a choice, because at some point their value is not going to be as high as it once was. And we've seen it right now. Kobe Mayo's value was higher a year ago or 2 years ago than it is now. But if you still believe in him, keep playing him. Kyle Stowers had a higher value at one point. It dropped down because he was the odd man out. And the reason why you got Trevor Rogers was not just because of Kyle Stowers. It was because that Connor Norby was the high prospect. So I just wanted to point that situation out. And above all, to wrap it all together, the Orioles, they are lucky that they won yesterday. Like, it was incredible that they won, amazing that they won. They committed 3 errors that counted to 3 unearned runs, and then I believe Gunnar got doubled off in extra innings. That could have been and that could have been the end. Like, the Tigers should be sick to their stomach for what happened, because the Orioles did enough that they should not have won, come back in that game.
Yeah, and 3 errors could have been easily 5.
No doubt.
Let's get out to the phones. Let's go to Wally on the Eastern Shore. Wally, thanks for holding. You're on with Ripping It with Ryan, Bob Haynie, Ryan Ripken, Nolan McGraw.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. How are we?
Doing well. How are you?
I'm good. So it was kind of a good segue there, Ryan, that you talked about with the Tigers. That if you guys don't mind, I just want to make a couple points.
Mm-hmm.
So if you look at the Tigers and the Orioles, 2 very, very similar organizations. The Tigers haven't won the World Series since 1984. Orioles 1983. Detroit is obviously a bigger market than the Orioles, but they kind of act like a small market team. So both teams over the last several years have had a lot of young talent that really hasn't played up to its capability, and their fan bases are frustrated. So two teams in this series, it was like, okay, which team is going to be flawed more or make the big mistake? Or, obviously Tiger fans yesterday got a 7-0 lead. But when the game became close, both fan bases were probably like, okay, what are we going to do to blow this game now? Because that's what this season has been like for both teams. So it's disappointing, obviously, for both organizations with all the young talent. Now, to get into the Jackson Holiday thing with him and Mayo playing all the time, I mean, Mayo is starting to look like a lot better player than he was. But these guys are never going to get better because baseball is hard. If you're in and out of the lineup, it's so much harder to get better because you're not playing every day. But look, in another situation, you have Gunnar, who is struggling mightily, not only at the plate, but in the field and mentally, yet you never see him drop or out of the lineup. They're letting him go through it. I mean, sometimes you got to let these guys go through it to learn. And that's what I got, guys. And I'll listen and see what you guys got to say.
All right, thank you, Wally. And we've talked about Gunnar, too.
Yep.
He plays against righties, lefties. He's in the lineup every day. He doesn't drop below third. He's let off a few times. He had another error yesterday. The arm, I guess, he dipped the arm again. The ball sailed on him a little bit. Got picked off second base. Didn't really need to be that far off the bag at that time. But he seems the one that's impervious to benching, where others feel the gap. Now, last year, Jackson Holiday played a lot, right? Fair enough.
Yep.
But this year, coming back from the injury, slow start, and Jeremiah Jackson got off to a nice beginning to the season. But again, why is Gunnar impervious to what others have felt before? And this is a Gunnar struggle that's been going on since March opening day. His best baseball was played at the World Baseball Classic, quite frankly.
Well, here's a simple question for you, Bob. I'll just ask you. Why is Gunnar playing every day? Just a quick answer. Why is he playing every day?
Because he's built up enough equity and they have confidence that he's going to eventually turn it around. He'll be fine, is a phrase we've heard.
So another way you can put it is Gunnar Henderson one of the guys for the team?
Sure.
They've identified?
100%.
They've said, you're our guy. So if you're one of our guys, you play. Good, bad, or ugly, because we believe in you. We believe in you to be an everyday player. And I love that. Because I'm the same way. Gunnar, again, superstar talent in my mind, not playing like a superstar, not playing like a star. He's not doing that. But he's your guy. You believe in him. You play him. He gets going, your team is exponentially better. So that's the same thing when you look around your rest of your guys. If he's your guy, you play him. And you keep playing him. And for Jackson, I believe, I understand why they've been slow with this. Injury, there was a lot of scare for Jackson getting comfortable with his hand, and you don't want to rush things. Jeremiah Jackson was swinging the bat well. Blaze Alexander swinging the bat well.
Hell yeah.
But again, it goes back to the development of your players. Now, and that was a fascinating conversation I had with Buck yesterday, Buck Showalter. Chris Davis, when he got traded over, because I had CD on and we were talking about the Orioles Hall of Fame coming up this Saturday. Maybe we'll go to break with this. Chris's situation, actually I will go to break with this. Chris's situation was different coming over from the trade than Manny Machado's, but both of them had a path to it, and I'll explain when we come back from it. How about that?
It's if you're on the phones, Audrey and the rest, give us a call at 410-583-1057. Phones are ringing. Everybody wants to get in and talk about the Birds. They're off today. They're 2.5 out of the wild card trade deadline looming on Monday. Ravens out at one winning drive. Training camp 2026 underway. Vinny Serrato is going to be joining us live from Owings Mills. Stick around for that.
Wherever the Orioles season takes you.
Say goodbye to this ball.
Download the free Odyssey app and hear reactions to all the biggest moments. Download it today and search 105.7 The Fan.
Woo-hoo!
Go payment-free this summer. It's the Honda Summer Event at Anderson Honda Hunt Valley. That's no payments for 90 days on the Hondas you want, like Accord and CR-V hybrids. Now that's smiles for miles. Check out AndersonHonda.net. No payments for 90 days. Must finance with approved credit through AHFC.
Look who has extra pep in their step.
Well, I just finished my to-do list. I went to Giant and got groceries for the week, and I was even able to pick up everything for those barbecues and pool parties we have planned. You know what's even better?
What?
I get money back on the entire trip.
How are you doing that?
By using Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app where I earn cash back on groceries, gas, and dining out. They even gave me a cashback bonus on my first trip to Giant.
So that extra pep comes from all that cash back. Looks like I need to download Upside.
You really do.
Roll into summer with a full grocery cart and extra cash back. Download Upside and use promo code CHARM04 to earn an extra $10 cash back on your first purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM04 for an extra $10 cash back. Remember, use promo code CHARM04.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Success is picking up extra shifts for your family. Now you want to be the boss. Success is getting your foot in the door. Now you want to take the next step. Success looks different to everyone, and University of Maryland Global Campus can help you reach your goals. And there's never been a better time to get started on your future. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start August 12th. As an accredited state university, UMGC has been transforming lives for over 75 years. With more than 100 undergraduate and graduate degrees and certificates, online and hybrid courses, personalized support, financial resources, and lifetime career services, achieving your dreams is more possible than ever before. Choose the program that's right for your career goals and get started on your next success. Get your application fee waived now. Classes start August 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Hi, Greg Talbot with Strategic Tax Resolution. Do you have unfiled returns or tax problems? The IRS and state have a plan of attack. Do you? It's never too soon to prepare, and no one wants to deal with tax problems, but waiting can limit your options. What happens if your wages are garnished or your bank account is frozen? Can you afford that? You want to protect your income and assets and build your defense strategy now. Ignoring the issue is not a plan. Call 443-367-9000 to get protected. We know the IRS and state playbook and work directly with them so you don't have to. Let us use our proven strategies and experience with the IRS and state to resolve your tax issue. Qualified clients have cut their tax debt by over 90%. How would that feel? Strategic Tax Resolution. Local, trusted, A+ rated by the BBB. Call 443-367-9000. Ask for me, Greg Talbot. 443-367-9000. You've got a guy on your side. StrategicTaxResolution.com. Get relief.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my home insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check to see which type of soap I put into the dishwasher. Not so good. Well, it looks like the kids are enjoying their new indoor slip and slide.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Not available in every state. Potential savings vary. Terms apply. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie and the Final Drive. Live on YouTube, Monday through Friday, 6 till 6. Search 105.7 The Fan, Baltimore. And never miss a moment of coverage on the teams you love. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
Both the Orioles and Tigers played like their season was on the line yesterday in what ended up being a 10-9 win for Baltimore in 12 innings. That final score might sound odd considering the starting pitching matchup of Trevor Rogers versus Tarek Skubal, but for most of the afternoon, this was not an exciting game. Detroit looked like they were going to cruise to another shutout victory after being up 7-0 through 6. The O's slowly chipped away to chase Skubal out of the game and then exploded offensively to force extras where Colton Cowser delivered the eventual game-winning RBI single.
Those boys in that clubhouse are a resilient bunch. They take punches and keep on going, which we didn't have to. I mean, a lot of that was self-inflicted. Raj was borderline outstanding for us today. I mean, he had to make a lot more pitches than he should have, and our guys battled.
There's Craig Albernaz trying to find the words to describe the intense afternoon. However, the win didn't change the wildcard standings too much since Cleveland also picked up a win. Baltimore still sits 2.5 games back with 4 teams either ahead or tied with them. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Green Valley Marketplace. Football training camp is here, and Green Valley Marketplace is your summer grilling headquarters. They have your cookout covered. Visit greenvalleymarketplace.com today. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, partly cloudy skies with temps reaching the mid-80s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. 105.7 The Fan.
Ripping It with Ryan. Sponsored by Dubo Law. Real people, real results. For a free consultation, call 410-ASK-DUBO. Here's Bob Haynie and Ryan Ripken.
And Nolan McGraw. Total Request Thursday, Featured Artist Fridays tomorrow. Get your votes in. That reveal coming up a little more than an hour. Got Audrey and Nick coming up here in a second. But you teased, Ryan Ripken, going into the break about Chris Davis going into the Orioles Hall of Fame. Can I say this real quick?
Yes.
Nolan, I want you to be part of the discussion. I have zero, capital Z-E-R-O, zero problem with him being in the Orioles Hall of Fame. And we know that it didn't end on an ideal level because, quite frankly, he was bad at the end. But this guy was a monster for a 4 or 5 year period. 2012, he was a key contributor to that playoff team, led the majors in home runs twice, played himself as a defensive first baseman into being above average. I don't know why people would have an issue with Chris Davis being in the Orioles Hall of Fame. So that's just me.
I don't think people do.
There are a few. I had people saying it yesterday. How the hell is he in the Orioles Hall of Fame?
I would call that a vocal minority for sure, because I seem to remember, even when he was in the midst of his slump, that I didn't think it was that outrageous at the time in those rough years, at 18 and beyond, or I guess 17 and beyond, saying that, yeah, he's going to be an Orioles Hall of Famer someday. And at the time, he got a little more of an eye roll because it was in the moment. He was thinking it up. But I'm like, no, think about it. I mean, that's what the Orioles Hall of Fame is all about. There's guys in there that were here for 1 year. There's guys that were there probably that were here half a year.
Bobby Alomar's in the Orioles Hall of Fame.
You know, and look, I think everyone in there is deserving to some level, but that's the point. It's a way to preserve the history of the organization, and more importantly to me, is bring these guys back here, honor them while they're still with us. The worst possible thing is that, you know, tragically, I mean, Chris is still a relatively young guy, but you know what I mean? Like, this shouldn't have been a thing where he had to wait into his elderly years to get that reception from the crowd. It is deserved. I mean, the guy made history for the franchise.
Yeah.
So
here's one thing. I was getting my stats together for the 6-year run. When it fell off below 200. So that last year in 2017, where it still dipped, but he still had some production, was 26 home runs, 61 RBIs, was that final year. But that 6-year run, guys, included 223 home runs and 554 RBIs. And that's not including where he scored 99 or more runs 3 of those 6 seasons. So when you're looking at an overall production standpoint from a player, that was a great run, and he was a huge part of the Orioles' resurgence during those mid-2010 seasons.
You mentioned 12.
Yeah.
When Manny got called up and Davis was traded from Texas.
Yes. So I'd love to finish that tease from last segment. And we talked about the development of players in different circumstances. So when Chris Davis was traded to the Orioles, he was brought into a situation where he was brought up from the Rangers, and they thought he was going to be a guy. And then after time, he didn't have the success, and he fell out of line of being a prospect and a future key for the Rangers. So he became expendable. When he got to Baltimore, Buck Showalter had a conversation with Chris. And I heard both from Chris and Buck about this conversation. And to paraphrase it, it was, hey, Chris, we're glad you're here, but we don't owe you to go out there and be the everyday guy. You're going to have to earn it. And if you earn it, we'll see what happens. So Chris, the story is he earned it, and he played tremendous ball. at that time, Manny Machado was coming up. Different circumstances. Manny Machado was a guy for you. But how it was viewed for Manny was, Manny, you're going to play and we know you're going to struggle. Play good defense and we'll get by. So the reason why we're talking about with guys like Jackson Holliday, and I'll even say a recent Oriole that now has gone on to the Pirates, Ryan O'Hearn. He was the same Chris Davis situation. You come to the org, they don't owe you anything. But if you play well, you could play yourself into an opportunity. Jackson, to me, is like the Machado. He deserves the chance, understand he's going to have struggles, but if he's your guy, you're riding with him, and you hopefully will reap the benefits down the stretch.
Let's get out to the phones. Let's go get Audrey in White Marsh. Audrey, thanks for holding.
Hi, thank you. I hope you all have a good day. Excuse my voice. I don't know what happened to it. But the reason I'm calling, number one, when I came in and getting ready to watch the game yesterday, I said to my husband, who's pitching? He said, Dean Kramer. And I said, well, we've already lost this game. This is done. Dean is somewhere else right now. I don't know where he is. I saw an interview with him at the beginning of the season, and he was looking to be a consultant for pitching, which is kind of laughable. But anyway, with
turn your radio down there, Audrey.
Oh, I'm sorry, dear. With Jackson.
Yes.
Good? Are we good now? Okay.
Yep.
Jackson. I cannot believe that he is not in the lineup every day. He's a little bit immature in a way that he hasn't had a lot of experience. And he needs to gain that, and he needs to get it while he's up there and working and playing. And that's the only way he's going to get it. You have got to put him in the lineup so he can face the unusual circumstances and he can deal with it and move on. I think if you do anything with him, you will be so, so sorry. You need to keep him, and that's just it. People are talking about trading. He needs to be there, and he needs to be in there every day playing. And that's all I got to say.
Right,
I know I'm just beating it done.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much, and thanks for holding. Dean Kramer taking some shrapnel there out of the gate. But, saying, Audrey, what a lot of people think, Ryan, about Jackson Holliday anyway.
Yeah, Jackson, that's the part of a young player. And being inexperienced, the way that you gain experience is being thrown out there. But again, each circumstance is different. And that's why when you go back to the development of guys and look back at some of the Orioles that blossomed here quickly, Gunnar played every day. Adley played every day. Now, Adley was your 1-1, just like Jackson is. So the reps matter. Another guy that they thrusted into a full-time role in 2024, and he's been very injury riddled here the last year and a half, well, that was Jordan Westberg. They committed and say, Westy's going to play a lot for us. And how are they rewarded? Well, they were rewarded with an all-star nod for Westberg. And when he plays, he is arguably the most important position player that they have. So that all matters. And I just hope that the biggest thing is I want to see what Jackson can fully be, because I have a pretty good idea of what he can be, Bob, and I just want to see that come to fruition.
When we come back, ribbing with Ryan, Bob Haynie, Ryan Ripken, Nolan McGraw, a little buy or sell. Talk about that late week money. Talk about the many sports subjects happening in the landscape of athleticism. Got Vinny Serrato live from training camp coming up at 1 o'clock for NFL lunch. American League East report at 1:15. And Mike Harmon, Fox Sports Radio, talk real and fantasy football with him and his White Sox still holding on tight to that first place spot in the Central.
Next time on The Final Drive.
Lamar Jackson said his best football is still ahead of him. What could that look like? Also, Chris Davis will be inducted into the Orioles Hall of Fame on Saturday, and he will join us at 5.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
ESPN has reported that the NBA's investigation into Kawhi Leonard and the Los Angeles Clippers could now stretch into 2027. What the hell is going on here? We've known about this situation with Kawhi for a year, and it still isn't resolved. And to make things worse, the Toronto Raptors are trying to complete a trade for Kawhi Leonard. The NBA needs to get this figured out sooner rather than later for the upcoming season. I'm Nick Costos.
Your ambition just met its match with Robinhood. You play for the win, not just on game day, every day. Channel that drive into your money. Robinhood puts you in control, all on one platform. You expect more from yourself. Expect more from your money. Get started today at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Again, that's Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Your money, your move.
DQ presents Being a Miracle Maker. Making a difference in your community has never been easier because July 30th is Miracle Treat Day at DQ. You buy a blizzard tree at participating locations and DQ will donate $1 or more to Children's Miracle Network to benefit your local children's hospital. So on July 30th, buy a blizzard tree and be a miracle maker, a blizzard eating hero, doing their part on Miracle Treat Day. July 30th, DQ. Happy tastes good.
Hi, this is Karen Kaiser with Glen Burnie Transmissions and Jim Jennings Transmissions. For over 60 years, we have offered the best transmission repair options in the Baltimore metro area. Save hundreds of repair dollars with the same warranty versus go to your dealership. The average new vehicle costs over $50,000 today, and we want to help you keep yours on the road when the transmission fails. Email or text us for a price quote. Our websites are gbt-online.com or jjt-online.com.
It's summertime in Baltimore. Time to start thinking about getting your AC system in tip-top shape to handle the heat. Farnham & Durham, Maryland's oldest HVAC company, has been serving this community for over 100 years. They're the comfort guys, and they're my guys. They've been keeping families like mine and yours comfortable with their energy-efficient HVAC systems. Schedule an AC Precision tune-up with Farnham & Durham today for just $89. You can have your AC cranking and ready to keep you cool. Call the comfort guys today at 410-367-7777 or visit them at farnhamdurmer.com.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this ad for your morning commute to wake you up, which could help your driving. Science says that stimulating the brain increases alertness. So here's a pop quiz. How many months have 28 days? What gets wetter as it dries? What has keys but can't open locks? If you don't want to hear the answers, turn off this Liberty Mutual ad now. 12 months, a towel, piano. Enjoy being fully alert.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
As a fitness coach, my active psoriatic arthritis can slow me down. With Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, I'm treating my skin and joint symptoms so I can keep moving. Skyrizi, a prescription-only injection for adults, helps me move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. And for those who have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible. With Skyrizi, there's no daily dosing. It's just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement. And that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
Your ambition just met its match with Robinhood. You play for the win, not just on game day, every day. Channel that drive into your money. Robinhood puts you in control, all on one platform. You expect more from yourself. Expect more from your money. Get started today at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Again, that's Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Your money, your move.
DQ presents Being a Miracle Maker. Making a difference in your community has never been easier because July 30th is Miracle Treat Day at DQ. You buy a blizzard tree at participating locations and DQ will donate $1 or more to Children's Miracle Network to benefit your local children's hospital. So on July 30th, buy a blizzard tree and be a miracle maker, a blizzard eating hero, doing their part on Miracle Treat Day. July 30th, DQ. Happy tastes good.
Are you buying
straight cash, homie,
or selling?
I'm not gonna buy into that crap.
Buy or Sell is sponsored by Jones Bel-Air Hyundai. Visit them to buy or sell your car. See Kevin Brammer for a new or used vehicle with over 2 million likes and reviews. You too will be a satisfied customer. Visit BelAirHyundai.com today.
Vinny and Haynie, 105.7 The Fan.
Driven with Ryan here on this Total Request Thursday. We'll be talking to Vinny coming up here in a matter of minutes, live from Owings Mills, as he talks about day 2 of Ravens training camp. So stick around for that. Bob Haynie, Ryan Ripken, Nolan McGraw got plenty to get into in the sports world, like the Ravens, start of camps throughout the NFL, injury in Cincinnati with Shamar Stewart. some things we can discuss. Orioles off today, 2.5 out of the wild card. Trade deadline is on Monday, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But right now, let's count the money, Nolan. Buy or sell.
All right. Stock market here. NASDAQ is up 568 today. That's quite the jump. S&P 500 up 92. Dow Jones, what's going on there, Jones? Up 460. Under Armour down 30 cents. What's left here? DraftKings stock sometime today down $1.11. My goodness. That's pretty significant. All right. Head over to baseball here. Mediocrity. It's run way too far in baseball this year. I think we can all agree on that. Not to the point where we're going to have a losing record in the playoffs, but what about run differential here? There's been some division winners here in recent years that have made the playoffs with a negative run differential, but finding a wild card team that fits that bill, a little more rare. 2023 NL picture is the most recent I could find, with the Marlins getting in at -54, Diamondbacks in at -15. For this year, the current AL picture shows 4 of the 6 teams vying for that third spot currently have a negative run differential. In the NL, the Phillies still have one, as do the Diamondbacks. The Padres, Cardinals within striking distance. Buy or sell, Ryan, between both leagues, we will see 3 wildcard teams with a negative run differential.
I'll buy it. I'll buy it. I think that I would like to say that it's going to sort itself out and some teams are getting hot, but I'm starting to think that this is how it's going to be moving forward. And when you're looking at this, Guardians -14, Astros -41, Twins -30, Orioles -24. So those are those teams that could be vying for that last wild card spot. And then in the NL, the top 3 teams that are vying for 2 spots are right there on the cusp of it being the negative, or they're dead even. So I'll buy it. It's been that type of year where you think it's going to change. It's not. So I'm going to go with that.
Hey, let's go over to football here. Daniel Jones says he's going to be a full go here at the start of Colts training camp. No restrictions in his return from a torn ACL. The major injury last year for him, that sunk the Colts for all of their hopes. I mean, that was it once he went down. And it's important to remember that they took the NFL by storm through the first 10 weeks. In that time, Jones was leading the league in passing yards. They were on top of the AFC. They were a fantastic team. Although, moving forward, I think it's fair to question with Jones, can he repeat that? He's deprived of the chance to lead them to the playoffs. Also deprived of the chance for new personal highs. Finished 100 yards shy of his previous career high in yards. 5 touchdowns off his career high there. His pace, though, through the 13 games that he played, the best that it's ever been. So buy or sell, Bob. Jones will make up for the missed time last year, set career highs in 2026.
I'm going to sell it. And I don't have his game log in front of me, but I think before his injury, he was starting to show cracks, getting back to the turnover-prone dude that he had been for most of his career with the Giants. And who the hell is he throwing the ball to? Pittman's in Pittsburgh. Alec Pierce just had surgery, I think his ankle. So he might be back in time for the regular season. Probably not. So he doesn't have a lot of weapons to work with. Jonathan Taylor's a stud. They normally have a good offensive line. But no, I think he caught lightning in the bottle for about 11 weeks last year, and that's going to turn into a pumpkin again in Indianapolis. I mean, things got so desperate for them, they got Phillip Rivers out of retirement, who looked like a guy like me trying to wear my football uniform from when I was like 12. I mean, the way his jersey was fitting on him.
And
you look like that hefty lefty.
They kind of almost won. Wild game there. I'd love to see you out there in action there, Bob.
Not me, brother. No way.
Let's go back to baseball. The Yankees, tough spot right now as the deadline approaches. These recent injury to Cody Bellinger. The lineup was already very much in question once Aaron Judge went down. You lose Bellinger. Now it's looking really, really dire. And New York, you're going to have to wait till September to get both of them back. So the question is, where will they be in the standings by then? Will the division be out of reach? Well, you got the deadline coming up, so you would think, hey, why not go get a replacement for Judge and Bellinger in the short term? But that's where I say it gets tricky. You're not going to mortgage the future or even go that hard for a big name if you know that you intend to give that spot back to the injured guys in roughly a month. Buy or sell, Ryan, the Yankees will not make a splash on the position player side at the deadline.
I buy that. I do. And all the reports and what I'm seeing and how the Yankees want to operate, if they're going to get something big, I think it's a guy that is almost unhittable out of San Diego. I do think that Mason Miller is who they're eyeing. Not that I always believe in the rumors and reports, but that's what they, in a perfect world, they feel that they're going to need a guy at the back end of their bullpen that's going to close out a game and a guy that can handle the stressful situations. I don't like to give up more if you know you're going to have those guys back. Cody Bellinger, the 4 to 6 week timeline for the hamstring, you feel good about that. I really don't know with Judge. I think that's a big question mark, but I think the Yankees, it helps them longer term and even for the postseason going to get a big arm than it is a big bat, in my opinion. But if they don't have Aaron Judge, regardless of who they get, I think it's going to be an uphill battle. So why not trying to add to a strength that you already have?
We got Vinny coming up here in just a few minutes, break down what happened at training camp today. But before we break, I got a giveaway for you. 2 more tickets to see Congress the Band and enjoy the Maryland State Fair, because that's where they're playing on September 11th. Giving these away courtesy of the Maryland State Fair. Let's go with caller number 8 here, 410-583-1057. You'll be the winner for today's Congress the Band giveaway. Before we get out of here at 2, I got a couple more tickets to see Weird Al for you.
Another one rides the bus. One of his great songs, I believe his first hit. Weird Al Yankovic. When we come back, Vinny Serrato, as Nolan said, live from One Winning Drive, day 2 of training camp. Get some intel from there. American League East report and beyond coming up as well. There's actually a game going on featuring an AL East team right now. Tampa 1-0 on the Rangers down at the Trop. We'll get into that and more. And then Mike Harmon talks some baseball with him ahead of the trade deadline. What are the White Sox going to do, if anything? And we'll talk real and fantasy football as well, because Mike's got his finger on the pulse. It's funny because Jahmyr Gibbs and Bijan Robinson might be the top 2 fantasy draft picks, right? And they're both holding in right now.
The MLB trade deadline looms. Will the O's make a move before August 3rd? Keep it locked to the Fan for wall-to-wall coverage of the Birds at the deadline on your home of the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-284-1238. 800-284-1238. You have nothing to lose, but everything to gain. 800-284-1238.
Look who has extra pep in their step.
Well, I just finished my to-do list. I went to Giant and got groceries for the week, and I was even able to pick up everything for those barbecues and pool parties we have planned. You know what's even better?
What?
I get money back on the entire trip.
How are you doing that?
By using Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app where I earn cash back on groceries, gas, and dining out. They even gave me a cashback bonus on my first trip to Giant.
So that extra pep comes from all that cash back. Looks like I need to download Upside.
You really do.
Roll into summer with a full grocery cart and extra cash back. Download Upside and use promo code CHARM04 to earn an extra $10 cash back on your first purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM04 for an extra $10 cash back. Remember, use promo code CHARM04.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Planning on using cannabis? Then it's time to plan your ride home, too. Never get behind the wheel when you're high. You might think you're driving better, but the fact is, you're not. Designate a sober driver or use a rideshare so we all get home safe.
We're home.
Be the driver who makes a plan. Be the driver who saves lives. Learn more at zerodeathsmd.gov. This message brought to you by the Maryland Department of Transportation.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Dream big. The Maryland State Fair presented by Toyota returns to the Maryland State Fairground in Timonium for 3 weekends. August 27th through the 30th, September 3rd to the 7th, and September 10th through the 13th. Enjoy rides, music, entertainment, food, and more. Visit MarylandStateFair.com for details.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
The start of Ravens training camp brought a little extra excitement yesterday as Nnamdi Madubuike returned to the field. His recovery from last season's neck injury has been a long and uncertain process, with the team providing little to no information about his status along the way. Jesse Minter was thrilled to talk about the big man's return, but did stress that there's still more to be done.
Look, it's still a process to get ready to play football, and that's something we're gonna work through over these next couple weeks. I think everybody has a good feeling about where he's at and where it's headed. But again, like those things, there's a timeline involved.
And the Orioles managed to stay afloat yesterday with a gutsy 10-9 win over the Tigers, and now there's just one series left before the trade deadline. The Phillies will be in town this weekend. Brandon Young is next up in the rotation for tomorrow night's opener.
This Fan Flash is sponsored by Strategic Tax Resolution. Do you have unfiled tax returns or tax debt? Act now to protect your income and assets. Call Greg Talbot with Strategic Tax Resolution at 443-367-9000 or visit strategictaxresolution.com.
From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, partly cloudy skies with temps reaching the mid-80s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Ripping It with Ryan, sponsored by Dubo Law. Real people, real results. For a free consultation, call 410-ASK-DUBO. Here's Bob Haynie and Ryan Ripken.
And Nolan McGraw. Ravens at training camp, day 2 out at one winning drive. Training camp updates on The Fan are brought to you by Green Valley Marketplace. Camp is here. Green Valley Marketplace is your summer grilling headquarters. They've got your cookout covered big time. Visit greenvalleymarketplace.com today. Let's go out to one winning drive. Talk about day 2. He's on the Window Nation guest hotline. He's Vinny Serrato. Vinny, good afternoon. Another beautiful day out in Owings Mills. So day 2 of said camp. Give us some of the highlights, some of the things that stood out to you with the Ravens and Jesse Minter's team.
I thought, Bob, this was very efficient practice today. They do a ton of team stuff. You know, I mean, they'll do 7-on-7, but other than that, and it's all good on good. So I kind of like that. And they're just, because there's 2 new systems, more so offense, totally new system, defense, some that they're still learning. So to me, it was very efficient. Now, guys that stood out, Jacoby Lane had another awesome practice. I mean, I was talking to Ozzie Newsome after practice. I said, Oz, he's been better these last 2 days than he was at any practice in OTAs and minicamp. You know, I mean, I think Jacoby's been great. And when they line up three receivers, Bob, it's Zay, Bateman, and Jacoby Lane. Those are the three that go out there with the first group. So he's done a nice job. He made a hell of a play today where, you know, because he's 6'4", he verticals 40, he's got long arms. He went way up and got one today. It was beautiful. I mean, like I clapped, you know, from the sidelines. It was really nice down the field. So Lamar's going to love a guy like that, you know, that you can put it in a lot of different frameworks. And we haven't even done red zone yet. So I thought that was impressive. He's had two great days, I think. You know, so I think those three receivers have done a very nice job. Now, Surratt, I sent you a picture earlier, Bob, that he took that sleeve off his leg. He just, to me, he has a hard time getting open. And to me, you know, so I would say the fourth guy right now would probably be Tez. And then after that, you know, it's a fight for whoever, you know, we'll see what happens. But right now, Jacoby Lane looks good. I think the confidence with him is great. So that was extremely impressive. Now, Bob, the pass rushers, I'm telling you what, when that Zion Young, that is a big dude. When he gets down to that three-point stance and he comes off the ball, he can go. You know, he's got a great first step. So that was really impressive to me. And then Mike Green today, he was on Rosengarten. He took off, bent the corner, got right around him. I mean, it was beautiful. It was like, if he could do that all the time, that was awesome move. And then with Trey Hendrickson, that dude's just relentless. You know, like if one move doesn't work, bam, he's countering another one. He never stops. And that's the thing about all three of them. They're relentless rushers, which to me is very impressive. And then Tavius Robinson had a nice rush today, too, on Rosengarten. I thought Rosengarten did not have a good day today. He let a few people run past him today. So those were some of the key highlights. And then, Bob, you know what was interesting was Roquan was talking after, and he was talking about Simpson. He said Simpson, this is the first year where he's really getting it, and he thinks a lot of it's because same coach for 2 years in a row. He said this is the first time where, you know, he's not making the same mistake over and over. So that was good to hear. And he talked about Buchanan, how relentless that dude is working out and everything. So that's a good sign there. And Huntley, he threw a couple picks today, but I thought TJ Tampa made a couple nice plays. He's got such good instincts. He just knows where the ball is, how to find the football. That's what's impressive to me. And Cuevas, Bob, of the tight ends, I thought he showed up because, I mean, I'm not looking to watch the tight ends, but he showed up. He caught a ball. He caught a couple balls, and then he showed a little burst up the field. You know, he looked like a wannabe Mark Andrews kind of guy, you know. So I thought the offense, the big thing, Bob, with the offense is going to be how the O-line holds up, and we're not going to know till we get the pads on. I did watch Venga a couple of times in the run stuff. You know, I like how he comes off. He comes off flat back. He stays low. He stays on his feet, gets his hands in tight. You know, so he looks like he's going to be the part. And then we'll see what the rest. I'm still, like I've said all along, I'm still nervous about Rosengarten on the right side.
Well, Vinny, we'll stick to the offense then, because one of the big talking points we've heard is the excitement around Declan Doyle. You know, Lamar said a lot of things about him being a wizard. It's about trying to implement. And since you've talked so much about the offense here, what are maybe some things you've seen from maybe a Declan Doyle style or what you're hearing around camp with this new system?
They all like him. I mean, when you hear the players talk, they like his attention to detail, and it reminds me of when I was in San Francisco. kind of the practices. They're fast, they're efficient. They get you on the field, they get you off the field. So that's probably some of Jesse and maybe some of Declan's ideas too. But a ton of team stuff, and we'll see. It'll change up in pads because once pads come on, we got to do one-on-one pass rush. We got to do one-on-one, receivers, DBs, tight ends, running backs, all those types of things. So Declan still, he 2 for 2. I'll say this, Ryan. The last 2 practices have been better than any of the practices in OTAs and minicamp.
Vinny, yesterday Tyler Loop didn't do any live kicking. Did anything change in that regard this afternoon?
Nope. No. Well, Bob, I'll say this, though, about the practices from Harbs to now is, a lot less special teams practice now than when with Harbs. They do it before practice, and then they do it in the middle of practice. So they probably do a lot of it because they have a walkthrough in the afternoon and stuff. So they may do a lot of it there. But they'll separate, like we've done punt the last 2 days, and then the loopers over on another field, and then on the other field also was the gunners and stuff. So different philosophies, and I'm sure they're getting the work in, like the field goal protection and all those things, during their walkthroughs and things.
Vinny Serrato, one winning drive. Ravens training camp has started. We're 2 days in. Back at it tomorrow. Vinny, appreciate the information as always, and we'll talk to you tomorrow afternoon.
You got it.
There's Vinny Serrato, everybody. We'll come back with the American League East report, talk about what happened yesterday in the division, the Orioles' dramatic win. Yankees got walked off. Rays are in action today. Blue Jays were in Washington. We got a lot to get to. And then Mike Harmon, Fox Sports Radio, SwollenDome.com, and I Want Your Flex. We'll talk trade deadline baseball with him and the upcoming NFL season, and in particular the fantasy football world that everyone likes to live in because, we all think we know what the hell we're doing over there.
If you're thinking about it,
every day.
We're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan.
The Harford County Sheriff's Office is hiring law enforcement deputies. Earn up to $10,000 recruitment incentive. They provide training, support, and career opportunities to help you succeed. Act fast. Applications close August 2nd. Learn more at harfordsheriff.org.
Does it feel like it's time to refresh and renovate your home? Jerry's Home Services is the only company to call in Maryland for all your home improvement needs. Specializing in siding and roofing, along with kitchens and baths, Jerry's is your all-in-one stop. Don't put off the renovations needed to make your home feel new again. Just ask Jerry's. Call the family-owned and operated company with over 40 years of experience and make your home a Jerry's home. For a free estimate, call 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com today.
Hey, it's Vinny Serrato. For over 40 years, Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes have made holidays, special occasions, and everyday meals easier and more enjoyable for everyone. So treat yourself to a famous Box Hill crab cake or ship anywhere in the U.S. Whether it's seafood, Greek specialties, Italian dishes, or supersized salads, Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes has you covered. Dine in, pick up, or now you can DoorDash Box Hill Pizzeria and Crab Cakes menu items right to your door. Box Hill Pizza Restaurant.com.
Woohoo! Go payment free this summer. It's the Honda Summer Event at Anderson Honda Hunt Valley. That's right. No payments for 90 days on the Hondas you want, like Ridgelines, Prologue EVs, and Honda Civics. That's acres of brand new Hondas, now sell priced way below MSRP, including hybrids like Accords and even CRVs. Now that's smiles for miles. It's the Honda Summer Event at Anderson Honda Hunt Valley, 10139 York Road, or check out andersonhonda.net. No payments for 90 days. Must finance with approved credit through AHFC.
And Doug.
Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons, and lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Your line just went down. Production stopped. A supervisor wants answers, and someone's digging through a binder for the maintenance history. Every one of those minutes costs money, and most of the time, that breakdown could have been prevented. That's where Maintain X comes in. Maintain X catches the failure before it happens. Preventive maintenance plans on every key asset to improve reliability. Work orders assigned and tracked right from your phone. Everyone from the floor to the front office is in the loop. Real-time dashboards give managers instant visibility into what's been completed, what's overdue, and where the bottlenecks are. No more guesswork. Just a smarter, faster maintenance operation. Companies on Maintain X have cut unplanned downtime by over 30% and saved thousands on parts and labor every year. See what it can do for your operation. Try Maintain X free at maintainx.com.
Yankees, Boston, Toronto.
A closer look at the AL East with Vinny and Haynie. 105.7 The Fan. Sponsored by Petro. For the best AC system tune-up and repair services, go with your local HVAC pros. Go with Petro. Visit petro.com or call 844-482-2496 today.
All right, American League East Report, ribbon it with Ryan, Bob Haynie, Ryan Ripken, Nolan McGraw's on the other side of the glass. Yesterday, Orioles taking on the Detroit Tigers. When I rolled out of here at 2 o'clock, it was 3-0 in favor of Detroit. As I was driving home, I was listening to the Tigers broadcast because I always like to listen to the other team's broadcasters talking about the Orioles. And this was when the Orioles had that comedy of errors where the 3-0 deficit turned into a 7-0 deficit. And even the Detroit broadcasters were amazed at how poor the Orioles were defensively. And they even mentioned how they talked to Ben McDonald before the game, and Ben had given them the heads up. You know, they've been pretty bad, but they've been better as of late. And they were not yesterday, as we talked about. But then something miraculous happened. An uprising in the 7th inning against Skubal, and then the Tigers bullpen, which the Orioles really gave the business to. So down 7-0, Orioles win 10-9 and 12. And I got to admit, well, I thought they were toast to win of 7-0. Let's not, I'm not lying about that. But then when Rico Garcia gave up the 2-run homer, I thought they're just not destined to win this game. And they finally finished it off. So we look at this win, Ryan Ripken. It's the biggest win of the year. It's the most recent win of the year. And not only do you come from behind, had a very exciting feel to it, but you win the series.
Yep.
And now you come back starting tomorrow against Philadelphia, and it's going to be Brandon Young for the Orioles, 8-2 with a 3.13 to be determined for Philly. But they just got swept by the Marlins, and they go down to Florida, taking on them. They had lost 12 in a row going into that series, and yesterday, Philadelphia's up 6-0 and lost that game. So they're scuffling all of a sudden.
They certainly are. You know, the Phillies obviously got off to the slow start, and they fired their manager, Rob Thompson. Don Mattingly takes over, and then they go on a hot streak. But this is how a 162 goes, typically, right? You're going to have good moments, bad moments, ugly moments. It's how do you navigate it the best that you possibly can. And for the Phillies, they were one of the best teams in baseball after they fired Rob Thompson, and now they are losers of 8 of 10. The Orioles, it feels like, Bob, outside the 7-game win streak, they just have never fully gotten going so far this year. And, you know, earlier in the show, when we had a caller discuss, you know, how the Tigers and the Orioles are very similar. You know, it feels like they've had a lot of ways where you find a way to lose than win. And I'm not into the expected wins or losses, but I think it can sometimes tell a picture. The Orioles' expected win losses is 52 and 57, and they're 53 and 56. The Tigers' expected win loss is 59 and 50. So if for as much as Oriole fans are mad, it's a whole different level, but it just goes to show you it's where you are now. And for the Orioles, despite the inconsistencies of the season, here you are, 2.5 games out of the wild card, and you're facing a team in the Phillies, and they're going to have some good guys going. I mean, I feel this series upcoming, Bob, is going to have a lot of a similar vibe to that Braves series. Talented team, but the Phillies right now have a little bit of a gut punch moment. Bryce Harper made some comments during the last couple of days saying we needed help. Don Mattingly responded saying, well, when you say that, you're talking that you don't like certain guys on the team. I think it gets blown out of proportion, but clearly things aren't smooth sailing. So for the Orioles, you have this momentum coming off this monumental win, biggest win you've had from a comeback in 17 years. But what's the one thing, Bob, that they've struggled with big momentum situations? How do you ride that wave? And that's something here with the off day. Can you keep that feeling? Because this is the last 3 days before you hit this deadline on Monday.
Yeah, until that uprising late against Detroit, they had been outscored 21-0, but still win the series. Philly's coming to town. We'll talk more about that in depth when we reconvene tomorrow. Philly, by the way, 57-52 on the year, 29-25 on the road. Yesterday, well, today in the division, right now down at the Trop, Texas and Tampa tied at a game apiece. Shane McClanahan started the game for Tampa, but only pitched 3 innings, 49 pitches. He's out. Don't necessarily know the circumstances behind that, but Diaz has a ribby for Tampa. Jock Peterson has the ribby for the Texas Rangers. 1-1, top of the fourth there at the Trop. Yesterday, Toronto Blue Jays, we assume they're selling. They got a lot of guys on expiring deals. Kevin Gausman, Dalton Varsho, the Beebs, who had 6 walks in the first inning a couple of nights ago. But hey, against the Nats, staying alive, and the Oak coming through with the big stick.
Popped up. Shallow right center. And it's down! And another break for the Blue Jays as it drops in to score a couple of runs.
Sportsnet on the call. Okamoto, 2-run double there. Savage gets the win, 6 2/3. Louis Varland picks up his 23rd save of the year. Toronto wins that series 2-1 as the Rangers and Tampa Bay Rays were tied today. Last night, it was Tampa getting some home run love early.
15 2/3 innings.
First pitch, and there's a high shot deep to right. All the way to the wall. Gone! Home run to Yandy Diaz.
That particular pitch. So
hey, there's a shot deep to left. The lead is right on this one.
C-ring.
And that baby, C-ring. The C-ring, and it's gone.
Rays TV on the call. Dwayne Stats, Diaz of the lead, first inning homer. Seymour gets the win, his 7th of the year. And Brian Baker, former Oriole, his 29th save. 3-0 final score there. And Mackenzie Gore didn't pitch poorly. He just gave a couple long balls and couldn't get any offensive support. White Sox taking on the Yankees. New York looking good first 2 games. Looking good last night until they didn't.
Dumps this one into center field. It's going to drop. Here comes Tristan Peters to play the play. Save! White Sox walking off and beat the Yankees in 12. What a comeback.
6-5 was the final score. 12 Caro with the game-winning hit. Murakami and Antonacci go deep as Chicago wins that one. Series finale coming up this afternoon in Chicago. Old Comiskey, new Comiskey, whatever you want to call it. It's always got a corporate name to it. But 6-5, White Sox edge New York because the Yankees have won 5 of 6, Ryan, heading into last night's game. And then the hottest team in baseball taking on the A's. We got extra fun. Unless you're an A's fan.
2-0 to Monasterio. And he hits it well. Left field. Back to the wall. Gone.
Nesson on the call. Monasterio, 2-run shot in the 10th inning as the Red Sox take out the A's 4-2. Jahmai Jones went deep for Boston, Ryan Ripken.
Yes, he did.
Another former Oriole, well, farmhand anyway, Jonah Heim. He went deep along with Butler for the A's, but it was not enough. 4-2 Boston Red Sox. Those 2 teams will reunite again today. What about Jonah Heim? As teams need catching help and Langoliers is already out, A's are done. What about Jonah Heim revitalizing his career? Remember, he was the all-star starter for the American League in 23. Maybe being an attractive trade piece for a team that needs a catcher, like the Yankees, for instance.
Well, and given the A's situation, yeah, they've fallen well out of this. They're going to sell. And Jonah Heim, that 2023 season that you're talking about, also he was on the Texas Rangers, team that won the World Series. As Birdland unfortunately remembers the Rangers coming to Baltimore for that sweep against the Orioles. But Yeah, I mean, the catching is at a premium. The Yankees, I know, they're looking for a catcher. They're not giving up on Austin Wells, but they're looking at how do we help that position. So, yeah, I like that. Jonah Heim, the thing with him is, and a lot of these players, is the deadline isn't always about the hot name. It's about the value. Who is the best value that you can get that then overplays what that trade piece looks like? And I'm with you. Jonah, I'm sure, is going to get some calls to the A's about his availability.
Let's do the wild card standings today. We'll do the divisions tomorrow. Yankees, Red Sox, Guardians going into today, of course. Houston's game out. Minnesota game and a half. Buxton's on the IL, unfortunately for them. Seattle and the Orioles, both 2.5. Detroit 4.5. I mean, Toronto's 5.5 out, but they're solid. Kid ourselves there. National League, Cubbies, Diamondbacks, Phillies in. Padres, won 5 in a row. They're a game and a half out. Marlins are 2 back, and the Pirates and Nats are also 2. And the Cardinals, you mentioned Walker, they're 2.5, so they're 500 and hanging around. In a year in which they were punting, it seemed, in the offseason.
They were. I mean, it's a really funny season. It's not actually funny if you're a fan of these teams, but in general here, I mean, look, who would have thought at this point, if you're looking at both sides of the wild card, that the Nationals that looked like it was going to be this complete rebuild, they are over 500 and they have 2 stars that have emerged in Abrams and Wood, and they're 2 games out. And the St. Louis Cardinals. But then on other teams where you thought that they were going to take the jump, the Blue Jays and Tigers look like they're going to be sellers when the Blue Jays were in the World Series a couple outs away and a slide away from a title, and the Tigers, who looked like the best team last year for the majority of the season, in the last 6 weeks, they kind of fell apart. This is kind of the beauty of how it is. And I'll say this, Bob. I'm seeing a lot of different reports on teams saying who should buy and sell, and some saying they might do both right now, of seeing what the value is. I don't know exactly what that looks like, but this is the part where you're sitting here. So many teams, it just depends. How do you view yourself over the last, 2 months of the season? And if you think that you're contending, well, then you're going to make some moves, but the sellers are the ones that can probably reap the most benefits over the last 8 weeks.
We'll come back, talk trade deadline with Mike Harmon, Fox Sports Radio. Also get some early fantasy football advice from him. If you're on the phones, we'll get you as well. We'll go to the Funhouse, Nolan McGraw, and then final drive with Femi, Ken, and Tim Barblaze coming up at 2 o'clock here on The Fan.
The teams you grew up with
Ravens are world champions.
are the ones you still love today. 105.7 The Fan.
I'm Eric Sobel from Ace Law. If you're injured in an accident, the last thing you need is to fight with insurance companies, find doctors, and file more and more paperwork. That's where we come in. We treat you like family and handle everything. Call us at 8888 Ace Law and come up aces.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owed the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $3 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Football training camp is here. Make Green Valley Marketplace your grilling headquarters for every backyard kickoff. Our expert on-site butchers have the premium steaks, burgers, and ribs you crave. Enjoy our kitchen-fresh store-made deli salads, fried chicken, party subs, and famous steamed crabs. Visit our award-winning scratch-baked desserts from Lauer's Bakery. And now save even more with Valley Values. That's reduced everyday pricing on thousands of your favorite products. Visit greenvalleymarketplace.com today.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
Look who has extra pep in their step.
Well, I just finished my to-do list. I went to Giant and got groceries for the week, and I was even able to pick up everything for those barbecues and pool parties we have planned. You know what's even better?
What?
I get money back on the entire trip.
How are you doing that?
By using Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app where I earn cash back on groceries, gas, and dining out. They even gave me a cashback bonus on my first trip to Giant.
So that extra pep comes from all that cash back. Looks like I need to download Upside.
You really do.
Roll into summer with a full grocery cart and extra cash back. Download Upside and use promo code CHARM04 to earn an extra $10 cash back on your first purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM04 for an extra $10 cash back. Remember, use promo code CHARM04.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
What happens next happens here. Baltimore Sports Radio.
That ball is out of here.
105.7 The Fan. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
Yesterday marked the official start of training camp for the Ravens, and a new year always brings a different level of hope and excitement. For Lamar Jackson, the goal remains the same as it's been since 2018, win a Super Bowl. He's achieved nearly every individual accolade and milestone there is for a quarterback, leaving a Lombardi trophy as the last box to check. Some might question if Jackson's best football is behind him as he approaches age 30 and comes off a year in which he missed 4 games due to injury, but he has a different view on it.
Each and every year you're getting older, your mind is getting sharper. Everything is slowing down even more. It's like you done seen everything. Anything a defense can bring at you. The only thing different now is just the new offense. So once I get that down pat, I feel like there's no room for error with us.
And yesterday in Detroit, the Orioles surged all the way back from a 7-run deficit in the 7th inning to force extras and beat the Tigers 10-9 in the 12th. Jackson Holliday was left out of the starting lineup, but still made a huge impact on the game with 3 RBIs as a pinch hitter. He finished the series 8 for 11 at the plate to give him a .370 batting average in the month of July. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, partly cloudy skies with temps reaching the mid-80s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Ripping It with Ryan. Sponsored by Dubo Law. Real people, real results. For a free consultation, call 410-ASK-DUBO. Here's Bob Haynie and Ryan Ripken.
Ripping It with Ryan here on this Total Request Thursday. Bob Haynie, Ryan Ripken, Nolan McGraw is on the other side of the glass. Rays and Rangers tied at 1. Shane McClanahan did walk off the mound with a trainer next to him down at the Trop. That game is tied at 1 apiece. Got the Yankees taking on the White Sox coming up here in a little more than, 2:10, about 40 minutes or so. Talk some baseball, talk about fantasy football since we're in that world right now as training camps have started. He's with Fox Sports Radio. He's with SwollenDome.com. I Want Your Flex is the podcast. He joins us every Thursday. He's Mike Harmon. Mike, what's up?
Gentlemen, what is good on this beautiful Thursday? It's football. It's everything. We got the whole world in our hands.
Yes, we do. But if you watch the 4-letter network, it's all about the Cowboys and now the Sixers. going on, but we'll cross those bridges when we get to them. White Sox host the Yankees today. They walk off New York in first place in the division, to the surprise of a lot of people for sure. Mike, trade deadline is Monday. What's the intel telling you that Chicago may do to maintain their spot at the very least on top of the Central, or get themselves into some wild card scenarios here?
Well, the hope and wish is that because of the change and at the top with the idea of there's other money that isn't Reinsdorf's to play with, that maybe there's a convincing to take a shot, that everything's coalescing, because we know how quickly this forms and dissipates in these sporting universes, and trying to get on the goodwill. So a lot of hope that the White Sox go and find at least one more arm, but isn't that the checklist for everybody? The other thing is everybody wants a catcher. There's not a lot of them available, right? We already saw Hoppy go from the Angels over to the Rangers. The fact that Salvador Perez doesn't want to trade, he's got a no-trade clause and just became their all-time home run guy. Teal's out indefinitely, maybe done for the year. I don't know that they officially announced that yet, but need another backstop as well. Caro with the game winner last night, but the big moments have been few and far between.
Yeah, this is an interesting week for baseball because with the deadline here, Mike, after this week, then it's what you have is what you have down the stretch. And because so many teams could make the case for being buyers or sellers, I was just telling this to Bob, hearing some reports and rumors going out that some teams might buy and sell. You know, there's one report, Bob, I don't know if you saw this, that the Orioles might be looking to move some of their relievers.
Okay.
But they also could look at long-term options. So, Mike, I guess I'm just trying to understand, is there anything that you think would surprise you with what's going on besides that it seems that Skubal will be on the move now that the Tigers are gone? Is there anything that you're looking to eye here as we're approaching August 3rd?
Yeah, I mean, the relievers are obviously hot commodities. We're seeing, the million different ways to go win games, and certainly come playoff time, you can never have too many quality arms back there. But starting pitching, right, beyond Skubal, does Mize go? Bieber was having a nice little resurgence before his 6-walk first inning the other day. So I just saw a guy walking around in Southern California. I almost pulled over. He was wearing an Indians Shane Bieber jersey. I wanted to ask if he was lost, if he'd teleported, or his friends played a cruel joke on him or something. But it was very odd. But it's just that. There's nothing that would surprise me, because we also have that specter of the work stoppage, outage, whatever becomes this off season. So a lot of it becomes hey, what's in those boardrooms in terms of making decisions? Are you playing for the short term and pushing all in, or are you looking at divesting yourself, knowing that the rules of engagement may change altogether to where you have to make much more difficult, fan-unfriendly deals a year from now, so you just get out in front of it. So, yeah, I mean, I was down in Tampa for a couple of days. Same thing, right? They're sitting atop the division by 2.5 games. But would it surprise me to see them suddenly push all in? Like, they're all talking about Skubal down there at every turn. And obviously here in Los Angeles, everybody just puts up a dollar sign.
Certainly does. Hey, Mike, one more baseball question for me before I kind of want to talk a little football in a second, a little fantasy football. Yeah. But take out your fandom of the White Sox, and we're going to take out our anything with the Orioles. But what is one specific move you would want to see? Like, I know it's Skubal's the easiest one but would Skubal to the Brewers be fun? Would Skubal to the Dodgers be awesome, but also very daunting for teams? Mason Miller, to me, is the one that I would love to see him not go to the Yankees. But is there any move out there that you're going, you know what, that would look really cool?
I think when we look at, I mean, it's been a minute, even though they've been competitive, but it's been a long time since Gorman Thomas and all those dudes back in the day for the Brewers. So seeing them pair up Skubal and the Miz would be something ridiculous. It would also mean the Cubs probably fail in the division and become an also-ran, which is an extra win for me in that regard. I'd love to see some weird world where the Pirates actually make an acquisition. Is that too out of left field? Because certainly nobody wants to see the Yankees reload. They need bats as well as they've played. They finally got most of their rotation back, so they'll be fine. Who cares about them? So I'm looking to help the have-nots. So give me the Pirates actually doing something of consequence and saying, why not, before Skeens eventually becomes a Yankee, a Dodger, or whatever other hat he'd be wearing.
Which will be next year's trade deadline. He's Mike Harmon,
Correct,
Fox
yeah.
Sports Radio, SwollenDome.com. I want your flex riveter with Ryan Bob Haynie, Ryan Ripken. All right, fantasy football. I know you're a couple of drafts in. What's like the early information, intel? We know that the usual suspects, even though Gibbs and Bijan are kind of holding in right now, Jamar Chase, even if Burrow's not 100% healthy, he's still going to have a monster year. Who are some of these fantasy dudes that are really popping for you right now, Mike?
Yeah, I think, when we're looking at the board as it sits, I mean, it's all those usual suspects up there. And then it's just becoming a question of, how early in drafts are people pivoting to just making sure they've got their A-list quarterback? Like we've seen it the last 2 or 3 years. And even though the overall numbers from the pinball days of a few years back have kind of settled, so we don't have 9 guys throwing 40-plus touchdowns. There still just seems to be that urgency in drafts as I look at the board, where you've got 5, 6 quarterbacks coming off before the end of the 4th round. Just people making sure, all right, I don't want to have to decide, hey, is Kirk Cousins running out there for the Raiders and things of that ilk. So we're seeing a little bit of that. The Bijan's interesting because he may end up finding himself traded to a better roster before it's all said and done, which would be a huge win. Obviously, you have to pay a heavy price for him. The other thing is, the question of, are you believing in Patrick Mahomes, even though he's got a supporting cast outside of his running back that is suspect? I love me some Travis Kelce. Still one of the more productive tight ends you got up there, but he left a few balls on the carpet. You got no wide receiver that scares you, and you don't get points for handing the ball off to Kevin Walker III. Yet he's still a guy starting to rise up in drafts because, the nostalgia effect. It's very real for people.
Well, I've always been a Kenny Walker fan personally, just watching him coming out of Michigan State. And yes, we are prisoners of the moment when you watch what he did in the Super Bowl. But I got to ask you, because I'm saw it in the news, and then I see him on one of the TVs in here, Baker Mayfield. And, hey, the Bucks, Mike Evans moves on. And I'm a big Egbuka fan, wide receiver. They got Bucky Irvin. They got some talent. So maybe you can convince me why Egbuka could be another second-year wide receiver that maybe is a great option, or is there somebody else of those year-2 offensive players that's catching your eye?
Yeah, I mean, Egbuka's a guy right now in terms of overall ranks. He's going to cost you a high 4th-round pick. It looks like right now. I mean, Baker far further down. QB 18. And the aggregate fantasy pros at the moment. But what's curious is the just number of guys that have moved around this off season. But you look at more Ted McMillan. Burden's going to be the guy in Chicago. I love Rome Odunze. I think he's a better player than most. But I think as this offense develops, and Caleb learns to decide in the check down, not to make it a full Mike Harmon Chicago segment here, but Burton's a guy that can burn you deep, and right now you're still going to be able to get him at a bit of a value prospect there on your fantasy boards, because that 58% completion rate from Caleb Williams still scares people. It'll tick up, people. It'll tick up. The other is in the Planet Houston, Jaden Higgins. I'm expecting a bounce back from that Houston offense. They had a lot of questions about the running back position. They don't have to look around with Joe Mixon anymore. C.J. Stroud has a little bit better offensive line in front of him. I'm looking for a bounce back there as well.
Mike Harmon, Fox Sports Radio, SwollenDome.com. I want your flex. We got plenty of fantasy football and real football talk to get into over the next few months. Mike would be interested to see what your White Sox do. We'll talk about that next Thursday. Enjoy the rest of your week, your weekend, and we'll talk to you next week.
The path towards global domination and only a drive-by on LeBron James or insiders and what they know, what they don't know, and who they're really beholden to. good stuff.
LeBron James actually around these parts playing golf today.
Yes,
How about that? Go stalk him. Get that new autograph. It's worth like $2,000. Go,
it is.
go,
All right.
go.
All right, Mike Harmon, Fox Sports Radio right now. He's running from Jerry Coleman, who's harassing him or heckling him. Either way. Funhouse next.
Next time on The Final Drive.
Lamar Jackson said his best football is still ahead of him. What could that look like? Also, Chris Davis will be inducted into the Orioles Hall of Fame on Saturday, and he will join us at 5.
Next on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
All right, it's giveaway time here on Vinny and Haynie. Before we get out of here in just a few minutes, I got 2 more tickets to see Weird Al Yankovic, August 2nd, Merriweather Post Pavilion. Giving these away courtesy of Live Nation. Our winner right now is going to be caller number 10, 410-583-1057. You'll be our winner for Weird Al.
When you first saw her, she was out walking her dog. You didn't notice her at first. But when you finally did, it was too late. Because at that moment, you were speeding. She was out walking her dog and only had a second to let go of the leash. Your foot was on the gas, and her life was on the line. Speeding catches up with you. Paid for by NHTSA.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my home insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check to see which type of soap I put into the dishwasher. Not so good. Well, it looks like the kids are enjoying their new indoor slip and slide.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. Not available in every state. Potential savings vary. Terms apply. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
It's Rob along with my friend Vinny Steele, owner of Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. I love how your cash offer program is helping our veterans put together competitive offers.
Government loans, Rob, are often not the first choice for home sellers. Our cash offer program allows buyers to use our cash reserves to submit a cash offer to beat out other buyers and get a great deal.
That's great news. So if you're using FHA or VA financing, call or text Vinny right now, 410-793-1801. That's 410-793-1801.
There are many reasons to hire Morgan & Morgan for your injury case. Here's reason 17. In today's new world, many law firms have had money injected into their firms by Wall Street, private equity, and other lenders. This money usually comes in at very, very high interest rates. It's one of the reasons you see so many lawyers advertising. I'm John Morgan. This money is expensive and the interest compounds quickly. These law firms can have a huge need for cash just to pay that debt. Why does it matter to you? My fear is your case is settled early and for far less than it's worth, just to service the loan that has mafia-like rates. Our financial strength is your advantage. That plus our reputation makes our firm your firm. Visit forthepeople.com to see our results and verdicts. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
I scream. You scream. We all scream. Because Wendy's famous small classic Frosty is just $1 for a limited time. More screaming, happy screaming, summer screaming, $1 small classic Frosty screaming! But please don't scream in the drive-thru. It hurts the employees' ears. Get a $1 small classic Frosty for a limited time, only at Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. A la carte only, not valid for delivery. Limit 10 per transaction. Price may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. Mop drop.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
Hey, it's Brew. Between my radio show, filming content, editing videos, and trying to stay connected with family, reliable Wi-Fi isn't really optional anymore. I just need it to work. That's why I like that with Xfinity, you get the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi with the best equipment at one price for 5 years, guaranteed. No contracts or commitments. Plus, Xfinity makes getting connected simple with same-day Wi-Fi so you can get online in minutes. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber or coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity. Imagine that.
When you first saw her, she was out walking her dog. You didn't notice her at first. But when you finally did, it was too late. Because at that moment, you were speeding. She was out walking her dog and only had a second to let go of the leash. Your foot was on the gas, and her life was on the line. Speeding catches up with you. Paid for by NHTSA.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my home insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check to see which type of soap I put into the dishwasher. Not so good. Well, it looks like the kids are enjoying their new indoor slip and slide.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Not available in every state. Potential savings vary. Terms apply. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Ripping it with Ryan on the Vinny and Haynie Show. 105.7 The Fan.
Riveted with Ryan. We're back tomorrow at noon. Talking about the Orioles and Phillies. Start previewing that 3-game series. Last series before the trade deadline, which is happening on Monday, August the 3rd. Keeping an eye on some games today. Kansas City at Minnesota. Orioles chasing the Twins. You got the Red Sox are at the A's. See what's going on with the Sacramento / soon-to-be Vegas A's. All banged up. Kurtz got plunked yesterday. He left the game. So what's happening there? And everything will be at Mariners are at the Dodgers. So we'll keep an eye on all of these games. Ravens back at camp. Day number 3. Vinny will be joining us live from Owings Mills. So we'll get into all of that. And Jonas Schaefer will be joining us too, from the Baltimore Banner and everything else in between. Nolan, any closing thoughts for the people of Baltimore?
Well, we're coming up on the end of the month of July here, and just one more game, but certainly Jackson Holiday, what he's done this month already, absolutely incredible. Perhaps consideration for player of the month. I mean, I would think a 370 batting average has to have you in that conversation, but lots of other great players around the league, of course.
I mean, I think the one part with Jackson, he's only... The at-bats, I don't know what the qualification are for how many bats you can have for the month of July. And it's not that the home run and production numbers are so sky high on that, but at the same time, hey, you're hitting 370 for a month in this day and age in baseball. It's really impressive, let alone from a 22-year-old. Yeah, I mean, total numbers for the month. The reason why I don't think he will, he's got 20 hits on the month. Only 6 RBIs, though. So that's probably what's going to hold against. But I don't even care. I love it. I think all of that is going to keep flowing that way if he just continues to get the reps. And I'll say this. I know we haven't talked about this guy. I really like Dylan Beavers at the top of the order. I really like that. And maybe as Jackson continues to build his confidence, he's a player in my mind that also could move up this lineup here as we move into August and September.
Start by letting him play, and then we move him up.
Yes.
You got to get the first box checked first.
Remember, Manzolino said he was going to be the Orioles' leadoff hitter for the next 5 years. Manzo don't make the lineup anymore, though, so there's that.
Right. And really the unsung thing for me, as great as the hits are, and that was the big story in the Detroit series, but batting average 370, but how about 500 on base? Mm-hmm. So a guy that, was a little bit more strikeout than walk prone in the past seems to have smoothed that out. I think he's still going to strike out as much as your average hitter, even slightly above at times, but that's kind of the name of the game in baseball now. But for him to double his walk production from a month prior, that's huge, right? And then that's even without that, it would have been a great month. But to add that's what this lineup really needs to keep things moving.
Yeah, right now, 28% of the time he's striking out. That's a little bit higher than you would want it to be, but he does have 27 walks on the season, and as I have my calculator, that's 17.5% walk rate. So it's almost or it's a better than a 2-to-1 strikeout to walk rate. So that's a positive. And at the end of the day, find a way to be on, find a way to provide that value. And I think that's what Jackson is doing. One part down the road, I would like to see him be more aggressive on the base pass because I think he can run. Now, please don't push that envelope there and force it, but that's an element of his game that I don't think's really been unleashed. And last year did steal 17 bags, right? So I think it is possible. And last year overall had for hits, doesn't need to be a home run guy. 17's great, but he did have 41 extra base hits last year. So definitely that is in his making here as he gets older and stronger.
Quick Draws Funhouse.
Sponsored by the Smile Design Center, changing the way you feel about dentistry one smile at a time. For information or to schedule an appointment for care, visit them today at smiledesigndoctor.com.
105.7 The Fan.
Hey, let's start with this text here from Jim, who says, one thing's for sure after yesterday's game, Rico Garcia cannot be used in high leverage situations anymore. Do you think they should have considered letting Tyler Wells go for one more inning? Only needed 12 pitches to get through 2, plus the off day today.
I don't like the up and down of going a third time. I think Tyler Wells has been in the situation of more of a short relief role now. Earlier in the year, if that was the role you're going to have him of 8 innings, by all means, but now that's shifted. Keep him in his role. 2 innings was the max. I'm fine with that, but to the point of Rico Garcia, he's going through it right now. He was excellent the first 6 weeks of the season, and right now he's having his troubles. So that's definitely something for the Orioles they have to identify when they are in some of these tight moments when it comes to
He
Rico.
was great Monday night getting the save.
Mm-hmm.
One more texter here says, entering the season, I thought this was a borderline playoff team that with good mojo could make it in, wouldn't make it if they didn't have it. All right. Goes on to say, 4 months later, I have the exact same point of view. Baseball fandom is a lot easier when you don't react up and down daily with every game. Well, it's funny, you didn't text that after they got their brains beat in 14-0. How about that?
But I mean,
Up and down.
It is up and down, and here's the reality of baseball. Unlike any other sport, it's not always the best team goes and wins it every year. It is the team that is on a roll and is playing with house money, fearless, and confidence down the stretch. An 83 or 84 win Diamondbacks team shocked the NL and went to the World Series, and a Texas Rangers team that barely snuck in and was mediocre on the road won 11 straight to go and claim the 2023 title. So get hot and get confident at the right time, but above all, get in.
Phillies coming to town tomorrow. They just got swept by the Marlins, who had a 12-game losing streak rolling when Philadelphia came to town. We'll be back tomorrow at 10 o'clock with Vinny and Haynie, and then Ripping It with Ryan starts at noon. We're back at Pickles Pub tomorrow night as well, getting you ready for Game 1, Baltimore-Philadelphia. That's going to do it for us. Final Drive coming up next for Nolan McGraw, Vinny Serrato, and Ryan Ripken. I'm Bob Haney. Stay safe, stay healthy. Talk to you in the morning. For now, class dismissed.
The MLB trade deadline looms. Will the O's make a move before August 3rd? Keep it locked to The Fan for wall-to-wall coverage of the birds at the deadline on your home of the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio, 105.7 The Fan.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread yard work, in 90-degree weather,
wow, it is a scorcher out there today.
with a swarm of hungry mosquitoes buzzing around, then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should get NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
In today's fast-moving job market, staying ahead means keeping your skills sharp. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we help keep your capabilities cutting edge with our skills-based education programs designed to move your career forward. Explore more than 100 degrees and certificates in business, cybersecurity, and more. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start August 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Go payment free this summer. It's the Honda Summer Event at Anderson Honda Hunt Valley. That's right. No payments for 90 days on the Hondas you want, like Ridgelines, Prologue EVs, and Honda Civics. That's acres of brand new Hondas, now sale priced way below MSRP, including hybrids like Accords and even CRVs. Now that's smiles for miles. It's the Honda Summer Event at Anderson Honda Hunt Valley, 10139 York Road, or check out andersonhonda.net. No payments for 90 days. Must finance with approved credit through AHFC.
Is reviewing life insurance on your to-do list? Now's the perfect time to add it. A friend recently told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I bumped this up on my list and got it done. I called SelectQuote and couldn't believe how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $16 a month. My husband's also 40 and his $500,000 policy was only $18 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote's same-day coverage, there was no medical exam required, and we were covered by the time we hung up. Knowing I have this checked off my list feels amazing, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-329-1010. That's 1-800-329-1010. Or go to SelectQuote.com to get your free quote today. That's 1-800-329-1010. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
Get your tickets now for Bryan Adams' Roll with the Punches tour with guests Pat Benatar and Neil Giraldo, a Live Nation show. Tickets are on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Keep listening to The Fan for your chance to win tickets, courtesy of Live Nation.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
Both the Orioles and Tigers played like their season was on the line yesterday in what ended up being a 10-9 win for Baltimore in 12 innings. That final score might sound odd considering the starting pitching matchup of Trevor Rogers versus Tarek Skubal, but for most of the afternoon, this was not an exciting game. Detroit looked like they were going to cruise to another shutout victory after being up 7-0 through 6. The O's slowly chipped away to chase Skubal out of the game and then exploded offensively to force extras where Colton Cowser delivered the eventual game-winning RBI single.
Those boys in that clubhouse are a resilient bunch. They take punches and keep on going, which we didn't have to. I mean, a lot of that was self-inflicted. Raj was borderline outstanding for us today. I mean, he had to make a lot more pitches than he should have, and our guys battled.
There's Craig Albernaz trying to find the words to describe the intense afternoon. However, the win didn't change the wildcard standings too much since Cleveland also picked up a win. Baltimore still sits 2.5 games back with 4 teams either ahead or tied with them. From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, partly cloudy skies with temps reaching the mid-80s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Tim Barbalas, Ken Weinman, and Femi Ayanbadejo. It's the final drive on 105.7 The Fan.
For the rest of the season, I'm hopeful that we will make it into the playoffs. If we can avoid the injuries we've had in the first half, I think we should be able to get to the playoffs. We've had more than our bad share of luck on injuries, but I'm hopeful that we now have the team in reasonably good shape, and we've got some injuries still, but we have some good replacements and others that can help pull together while the other players are getting back to health. But I'm very optimistic going forward. The last 10 games have been terrific, I think, generally. If we can win 7 out of every 10 games, I think we're going to be in the playoffs.
We have so much talent on this team. I think I'll look at the record and we're like, our record should be better. And there's a lot of ways that it could have been, and health's been a big part of it, but I think we could have played better and executed better and done things differently, top to bottom. But where we're at right now, we're within arm's reach of a playoff spot. We've got enough time left to get there. We're coming up on the deadline, so the next several games are really important, and everybody's really focused on these next several games. But I look at the talent on this team, and we're extremely optimistic that we can get where we want to go.
So that was David Rubenstein and Mike Elias at the Kyle Bradish presser. 7 out of every 10. Yes, that will get you into the playoffs. I'd like to see that continue. They do have a winning month of July so far. They're 14-8. By the way, it is the final drive. Femi, how did show 1 go for you? How you feeling?
It went good.
Yeah.
He's
back.
Yesterday, I'm back. I thought about not coming back. You guys, I don't know. I just need a little more love in here.
Yeah.
I need my back rubbed.
There wasn't a ton of hazing day one, though.
There was no hazing, and you guys didn't bring me
Get ready for Friday.
No snacks.
I brought Pretz, peanut butter.
I'm not eating that. Come on, man. I need some strawberries, maybe some like watermelon.
Anything from Whole Foods.
Yeah, we shop at different stores.
Can you guys give me a Whole Foods deal? Do you think?
That's right on my. That's in my power.
I'm waiting for something for me.
All right, okay.
Got the Birdland blend. But
I like that.
So where Femi felt good enough to come back again today. Final drive. We're 14-8, and as you know, Femi is the ultimate optimist. So they have a winning month of July. It's the first winning month they've had. So I'll ask you.
Yeah.
Are you feeling like this is something they can build on, or is this too little too late?
No, I think it's something they could definitely build on. You guys know that until it's over, it's not over. Especially, I told you about my life.
Starship said that.
Yeah, and I'm Optimus Prime. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So like that's what I do. But I just feel like everyone's kind of a bit mediocre, and I expect one of these kind of 4 teams that's trailing in the current from the current 3 wild card spots. Somebody's going to go on a run. Boston's had their opportunity to go on a run. The O's have gone on a run. Cleveland, obviously, not Cleveland. Detroit has had their opportunities. I think yesterday that was a little rough for them, but I think I'm optimistic because I think this lineup and the starting pitching. And I made the point yesterday. My philosophy is put the best 9 hitters in your lineup. Your defense is not going to massively improve. I don't care who's out there against the matchups. Like that's not going to matter to me. And I think this Philly series is going to tell us a lot. The Phillies frontline starters are really good. But I'd be remiss if I didn't say one thing about yesterday. And I want to give Jeremiah Jackson his flowers. I kind of went back and looked at the game last night, and there was a critical at bat that he had. He went 0 for 2, and I think he got replaced later in the game. I think he had a ball hit off the plate and hit him, you know where.
Yeah.
And he ended up getting a walk in that situation. That walk was the catalyst that led to the 7th inning going from 7-1 to 7-5 because the bases got loaded, and then I think Jackson Holiday had a 2-run single, and then I think it was Taylor Ward then had another 2-run single after that. Without Jeremiah Jackson doing that, none of that happens. What's another crazy part of the game in that series?
To add context to that, though, Jeremiah Jackson heading into that at-bat, Femi, had 5 walks all year long.
Yeah, exactly.
This is someone that does not
6
walk
walks
at all.
And 228 plate appearances, I think, right bats.
And that was a 12-pitch at-bat. And you're so right, because there's so many guys and so many moments of yesterday's game that certainly goes overshadowed, and that might be near the top of the list.
Yeah. The thing that I took away from it was this, and we know that the Orioles are cockroaches, dude. They will not die. I know you call Tampa that, but I think the O's, I just feel like I know it's up and down, but I just feel like this team will hang in there. You know what I mean? And so in the 30 innings of that Detroit series, and I think this is correct, in 30 innings, they scored 18 runs in 9 innings. There was 18 innings where they didn't score any runs at all, which is to me a kind of a microcosm of their problem. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Can they score runs consistently when it matters? You know what I mean? And I think that's going to be the difference. And of course the defense, but I think the defense is what it is. Can you consistently score enough runs each game to keep yourself winning those 1-run games? I think in games that are 12 innings or more, they're 3-0. But in games that are 1-run games, they're 9-17 now? Anyway, that's my soliloquy on that.
I will say this: my definition of cockroach is the Steelers and the Rays, and I call them cockroaches because despite the fact that every year I feel like this is going to be they drop off, they figure out ways to win. The Orioles haven't had a winning record in a year and a half, so they're still in the mix.
Yeah, they're not dead yet. Is my point.
They're still in the mix.
Yeah, exactly.
And part of that is the league is lousy, but that doesn't change the fact that they're still in the mix. I love the Orioles. Yeah. I want them to be there. Yesterday, around the 7th inning, I was ready for him to sell off everything. Yeah. And then the 7th inning happened and the rest of the game happened. And by the way, Colton Cowser, ridiculous at bat in the top of the 12th against a left-handed pitcher, goes 0-2 and works a base hit to win the game. So a lot of little things. You mentioned the Jeremiah Jackson at bat to help them win that baseball game. The one concern I have is there have been these games all year where we think that's the one that's going to buoy them. That's the one that's going to get them going. Yep. And nothing has gotten them going this year. So do I feel good about July being a winning month? Yes. Do I feel confident that what David Rubenstein said, let's win every 7 out of 10?
That's come on. They win 7 out of 10, they might be back in the division mix. That's just the type of run that would be 700 baseball.
I mean, they have 53 games left, right?
Yeah,
right. So, I mean, they have to win 33 of those 53, in my opinion, I think. So that whatever that clip is, I don't think it's quite 700.
Let's get you to 86 wins.
Yeah. Sorry,
that's like slightly below 600, I want to say.
Yeah. I mean, it's not 700. I don't think they need to go 7 and 10 is my point.
No. I think he was just kind of saying numbers and it just kind of got overblown. But when you look at this month as a whole, and, these are kind of the key moments of it, they won 2 straight road series for the first time all year long. Yeah. That was in Cincinnati and then in Houston. They won more than 3 games for the first time all year long. That was when they went on that 7-game win streak. But what's really interesting, you look at just the series win-loss, 4 series wins to 3 series losses, and then you dive into a lot of the numbers of the month. And one of the things that really sticks out to me, and this has kind of been a big thing for this team in general, they had the second highest walk percentage in all of baseball, 7th in on base. They were 11th in runs scored, but here's where the numbers kind of go south. 18th in OPS, 22nd in slug, 25th in batting average. So the inconsistencies of this offense, like the Tigers series was this season in a nutshell. Yeah. It was a lot of defensive deficiencies. It was up and, non-complimentary ball where, look, you give credit to the offense on Monday, give credit to the bullpen on Monday, but Kyle Bradish didn't have it. No. And Dean Kramer did. Like, the starting pitching in general was shaky in that series, but in the month of July, they still were 3rd in team ERA, 2nd best bullpen ERA with a 2.39, which still blows my mind how they're continuing to get it done with the guys that they have. But looking ahead, it's just hard for me to expect something different than we've seen thus far. That they haven't been able to go on these prolonged stretches where even following that 7-game winning streak, you lost back-to-back series. And look, give them all the credit in the world for coming from behind yesterday. And that was awesome. Biggest comeback they've had since 2009. But there's so much smoke when it comes to players that the Orioles have, whether it's Yanier Cano, Colton Cowser, Jackson Holliday, Adley Rutschman, more of their relievers. And Andy Koska, who covers the O's for the Banner, I think it's going to be what we've been talking about for a while. I think you're going to see a mixture of buying and selling. And I think Mike Elias is someone that is very smart and relies heavily on the numbers. The Orioles, according to Fangraphs, have a 23.1% chance of making the playoffs. Pacoda gives them a 31.3%. They have the second hardest remaining schedule in the American League. So
if they get there, they'll learn it.
Absolutely. In the month of August, they're facing a ton of teams that they're chasing. So it's going to be a tough road to hoe, but I'm excited for Monday.
I'm glad we're here. Like, it's not over, which is the cool part. By the way, it's also football season, training camp. I forgot to ask you, because I asked Brian Billick yesterday, Femi. You get, when training camp begins, does something get flowing? Is that gone? Or do you, like, those for, like, being out there, did that ignite anything for you yesterday?
Those days are gone, bro. Those days are over. There was times when
How long did it take it to get out of your system?
10 years.
Yeah.
10 years. Yeah. I mean, if you think about, I've been playing football consistently since I was in high school. You know what I mean? And so it took, from when I was basically, let's say my sophomore year of high school all the way through, from when I was basically 14, 15, all the way until I was 35. You know what I mean? Like it took 10 years to flush 2 decades of ball. You know what I mean? But I think what I've realized over time is how physical football is. I just don't want to get hit like that anymore. You know what I mean? And there's something that happens to you psychologically and physically. You callous to the physicality of football. Like you just don't care. Mm-hmm. Like getting hit does not bother you. You don't feel it. Like people go, I'm like, I don't even remember getting hit. It's nothing. And like the guys I used to run into and the guys I used to take on, like it meant nothing to me. I think I was borderline like crazy, dude. Like it's kind of what you have to do. It takes
a little of that.
It does. Yeah. It does. You have to be a little crazy, but it's on the field though. You don't and of course, some people take it too far. I'm not that guy, but there's something about this psychological and physical callousing that you have to do to play football. But then it takes years to shake that off of you though too. You know what I mean? So you tend to aggrandize the good things and forget about the bad things. But then when you're watching camp and you're seeing the things that remind you of how difficult it is, you're like, yeah, I'm good. That was good. I'm on to the next thing. You know what I mean? So yeah, that's where I'm at on it now.
Yeah, training camp day 2 today. We'll recap that. Femi, always awesome insights when it comes to Ravens and frankly the Orioles as well. So looking forward to hearing what you have to say about day 2 of training camp. There's been a lot of cool stories to come out already from one winning drive, but massive Thursday show. Guest-wise, our weekly chat with Tony Gwynn Jr. He's our Odyssey MLB insider. Talk about the Orioles in Major League Baseball as the trade deadline approaches. Adnan Virk, who was MLB Network. We'll talk to him about the Orioles and the trade deadline. That's at 4:15. Oriole Hall of Famer. That's coming up this weekend. Chris Davis. We'll talk to him at 5 o'clock here on The Fan.
Yeah, real fun show. Orioles are off today, so it gives us time to kind of assess this roster as we're 4 days away from the trade deadline and training camp day 2 in the books. A lot to get into with the Ravens.
Coming up next, though, stick with the Orioles. And Jackson Holliday, he did not start yesterday because Tarek Skubal's on the mound. He did come in and get 2 more hits. He had 8 hits in this series. That's crazy. Should Jackson Holliday just be in the lineup every day? We'll discuss next here on The Fan.
If you missed today's Vinny and Haynie show, have segments, hours, or full show delivered daily to your phone. Subscribe to the podcast and listen anytime on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find podcasts. Vinny and Haynie, live on the Fan's YouTube channel, tomorrow 10 till 2, 105.7 The Fan.
A few tickets remain for Guns N' Roses World Tour, coming to Hershey Park Stadium this Saturday. A Live Nation show. Tickets are on sale now at livenation.com. Keep listening to The Fan for your chance to win tickets, courtesy of Live Nation.
The Hartford County Sheriff's Office is hiring law enforcement deputies. Earn up to $10,000 recruitment incentive. They provide training, support, and career opportunities to help you succeed. Act fast. Applications close August 2nd. Learn more at hartfordsheriff.org.
What do parents think of back to school at Staples, where supplies start at just 25 cents?
Staples has the latest laptops with up to 40% savings.
I may hug the cashier.
So embarrassing.
It's the most wonderful time of the year.
It's a wonderful time at Staples with up to 40% off select tech. Staples.
That was easy.
Visit Staples today or shop online and in the app. Ends 9/12. Exclusions apply.
When I hit my 50s, I felt like things were slowing down.
This is Sandra's Metamucil story.
I started taking Metamucil for digestion, but had no idea it would impact so much more. Not only did Metamucil help me feel more regular, but my heart health saw the benefits too.
Metamucil. One simple routine, 4 health benefits. Digestive health starts here. Go to Metamucil.com for more details.
Your line just went down. Production stopped. A supervisor wants answers. And someone's digging through a binder for the maintenance history. Every one of those minutes costs money, and most of the time, that breakdown could have been prevented. That's where MaintainX comes in. MaintainX catches the failure before it happens. Preventive maintenance plans on every key asset to improve reliability. Work orders assigned and tracked right from your phone. Everyone from the floor to the front office is in the loop. Real-time dashboards give managers instant visibility into what's been completed, what's overdue, and where the bottlenecks are. No more guesswork. Just a smarter, faster maintenance operation. Companies on Maintain X have cut unplanned downtime by over 30% and save thousands on parts and labor every year. See what it can do for your operation. Try Maintain X free at maintainx.com.
Look who has extra pep in their step.
Well, I just finished my to-do list. I went to Giant and got groceries for the week, and I was even able to pick up everything for those barbecues and pool parties we have planned. You know what's even better?
What?
I get money back on the entire trip.
How are you doing that?
By using Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app where I earn cash back on groceries, gas, and dining out. They even gave me a cashback bonus on my first trip to Giant.
So that extra pep comes from all that cash back. Looks like I need to download Upside.
You really do.
Roll into summer with a full grocery cart and extra cash back. Download Upside and use promo code CHARM04 to earn an extra $10 cash back on your first purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM04 for an extra $10 cash back. Remember, use promo code CHARM04.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Tim Barbalace, Ken Weinman, and Femi Ayanbadejo. It's the Final Drive on 105.7 The Fan.
Splitter toward the middle and sneaks through. Jackson Holiday delivers again. And two more Orioles run down the Holiday Road to make this a 7-3 game.
Jackson Holiday did not start yesterday, but he ended up getting 3 at-bats, going 2 for 3 with 3 RBIs. He had 8 hits in the series. Orioles beat the Tigers 10-9. So, Femi.
Yes, sir.
I know you.
Yep.
You're an optimist.
I am.
Jackson Holiday hitting the bleep out of the ball of late. Should they just write his name in pen every day? Is this even a question anymore?
Look, I've already told you where I'm at. This matchups, and look, I love analytics. I'm an analytics guy. Throw that out the window for this team right now, in my opinion. Jackson Holiday needs to be in the lineup every day. July 2026 batting splits. Batting average is 370. On base percentage 500. Slugging percentage 426. His OPS is 926. He has 20 hits and 6 RBIs. I mean, this is from ESPN, by the way. This is crazy. I don't understand. Look, I know he didn't have a spring training. I understand the hamate issue. Yeah. I get all of it, but he's coming into his own right now. And I keep making the point that when the O's went, there was a stretch when he first came off the IL. They went 10-14. He was in the middle of all that. I just think he's too talented. He's a number 1 pick. I know he's 22 years old. I don't care if he's playing shortstop. I don't care if he's playing second base. I think he needs to be in the lineup every day. And having him in the lineup every day, in my opinion, gives you the best chance to produce the most runs with the best lineup in play. That's where I'm at on Jackson. I don't want to hear anything about trades with Jackson Holiday. I understand you take all the calls, and look, Jim Bowden is probably one of the most impressive dudes I've heard in a long time on radio. Like, straight up, that dude is a G. He said, you take calls on everybody. Like, he gets that a lot. Yeah, I get that. He's a G, dude. He really is. I just want to sit down with him and have a beer, have a glass of wine or something. I really want to talk to that dude. But Jackson Holiday goes nowhere. He's only touching the surface of his talent. Why would you give up on a kid like that right now? You draft him number 1 to do that? I don't think so. He needs to be in the lineup every day. There's some other guys, in my opinion, that probably be in the lineup every day, but I digress. To answer your question, yes.
Well, Andy Koska, he put out a piece for the Baltimore Banner really looking into the Orioles' possible trade plans. And he said 3 sources said teams have called to check on the availability of Jackson Holiday and Adley Rutschman. Orioles aren't actively shopping those players. 2 sources said the asking price for Holiday and Rutschman, for instance, would be steep, which in all likelihood would ward off teams from a trade. I would be floored if they traded Jackson Holiday. It just wouldn't make any sense to me, considering he's got so many years of control left. He's not even arbitration eligible at this point. And he's in a really good form right now. Like, Femi, you talked about this recent stretch, and really it's 17 games where he's hitting 444, 536 on base. But it's the strikeouts to walks that's been most impressive to me. 10 walks to 9 strikeouts. And he's giving you a professional at-bat every time he goes up there. He's not chasing. He's not expanding the zone. His walk percentage is damn near 15%. Is there still work to be done defensively? Absolutely. 100% there is. But he's 22 years old. At some point, it's got to be go time. And I think now it's go time with Jackson Holiday. And look, I was guilty of saying with the 3 rehab assignments, I thought that this was going to end up being a lost year for him. And it got off to a rough start, but he's feeling himself at this point. And I think he needs to play every day moving forward. Show some confidence in him because he was sick. He had 6 hits in the first 2 games of the series. I understand Tarek Skubal, one of the best pitchers in all of baseball. Yes, he throws with his left hand, but Jackson Holliday had 2 of your 3 hits on Tuesday.
Yeah.
Play him.
He is batting 260 now, and to talk about where he came from,
197.
Yeah, to get to 260, and I think there's only 3 guys in the American League with a batting average over 301. So it's like this a dude who has he stopped hunting home runs, I think, and he's now using the entire field, and it just looks like he's so comfortable in the batter's box. I think the words you use, Bone, are perfect. It makes no sense to trade Jackson Holliday. Like Adley Rutschman, you can construct a scenario for me because of the contract situation why it could make sense to trade Adley in the right deal. It does not make any sense to trade Jackson Holliday.
He's got 4 years of control. He's not arbitration eligible next year. There's so much value in that, and he's an ascending player because of how young he is.
What I'd love to see with Jackson Holliday, I want to see him hitting first or second in the lineup. I don't want to see him at the back end of the lineup. I want to see him hitting first or second because I think on the base pass, he can run. He's an intelligent player. I don't know. Look, you've had Colton Cowser bat leadoff. You've had Gunnar bat leadoff.
Beaver's been leadoff for a bit.
Batting leadoff. Yeah. Based on where we are today, put Jackson Holliday at the leadoff position, in my opinion. I think he's a catalyst. There's something about the way that he plays ball. And I said this yesterday, from a technical perspective, when you look at the bat plane through the strike zone, it's flatter. He's being more patient. That uppercut in his swing is that slope in his swing is way down. It's so much better now. I don't know who I heard talking about it on the broadcast, but I was like, man, I see that too. Who are the guys that lead the broadcast for the O's right now?
Kevin Brown and Ben McDonald.
It was Kevin Brown. No, it was Ben McDonald. Ben McDonald is on top of his stuff for real. Ben really, I love listening to Ben McDonald because there's always a little tidbit that he gives you as a pitcher and his perspective, which I really respect. And I couldn't articulate it right, but when I heard Ben kind of explain it, it made a ton of sense. And everything's been clicking for Jackson kind of since that adjustment. I don't know how you guys feel about moving up in the lineup, but I think, like I said, based on what's happening today, I think there could be a lot of benefit and a lot of ROI from that.
Jackson led off a lot last year, and we played that one clip from Tony Mansolino a lot where he was like, "Here's your leadoff guy for the next 5 years," and I don't think he was ready for it at that time, and the whole team was really, really struggling, so it was just a rough spot to be in. But look, in this recent stretch, like this is exactly what you want out of a leadoff hitter. And they've been tinkering with that position a lot. I really like Dylan Beavers in the leadoff spot as well. I think he has that profile for it, but I would not be upset if they experiment with that.
I don't like him in the 2-hole, but you want to put him in the leadoff hole? Okay.
But I think you talked about it. I talked about it yesterday. His strikeout rate is the lowest it's been in his career, and his walk rate is the highest it's been in his career. It leads right into the leadoff spot, right? So I've been high on Jackson the same way I've been high on Brandon Young and the same way I was high on Blaze way earlier in the season. And I know that Jackson came in a little bit later, but there's something about him. And obviously I watched his dad play for many years in Colorado, right? Like I watched him destroy my Giants for years. Yeah. So maybe I'm a little biased toward the Holliday family, but I watched the kid play. He keeps his head down. He's soft-spoken. I just like his vibe and his energy. And I think he's coming into his own as best he can under the circumstances this year. That's impressed me.
Orioles win 10-9 in 12 innings yesterday. They're off today, start a 3-game series at home against the Phillies tomorrow. And coming up next with the trade deadline, 4 days away? We'll talk Orioles and Major League Baseball with Odyssey MLB insider Tony Gwynn Jr. He joins us next on the Final Drive here on The Fan.
Baseball coverage on 105.7 The Fan is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that.
For all 105.7 The Fan station contest rules, please visit 1057thefan.com.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
The success you've had in life matters. The late nights, the extra shifts, the moments you've stood up and said, I've got this. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we value your achievements because we're a school for real life. With UMGC, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and relevant life and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits toward a master's. We offer scholarships, affordable tuition, and online and hybrid classes, all with the support you need from your first day to graduation day and beyond. As an accredited state university, we've been transforming lives for over 75 years. Choose from more than 100 undergraduate and graduate degrees and certificates, and get ready to succeed again. At UMGC, success is yours for the taking and the making, and nothing should keep you from it, especially not an application fee. Apply now and we'll waive your application fee. Classes start August 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Here's the deal. The government is over $38 trillion in debt, which means the IRS isn't slowing down. And the tax code is complex and unforgiving. So it's not surprising if you're one of the millions of Americans that owe back taxes to the IRS. Unfortunately, they're the world's most powerful collection agency, with the ability to garnish your wages, seize your bank accounts, and even take your home or business. But don't be stressed or worried any longer. We're Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. We have resolved over $3 billion in tax debt for our clients. Our award-winning professionals deal with the IRS every single day, protecting our clients and preparing them for the best possible resolution. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, give Optima a call today.
Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
This summer, the Honey Pepper Pimento Chicken Sandwich and Pineapple Dragon Fruit and Sprite are back at Chick-fil-A.
Girl, it's back. We've been waiting. I love that honey pepper pimento sandwich.
And that pineapple dragon fruit and Sprite is everything. It's got that razzle-dazzle that makes you stop and say, okay, wait a minute.
I love the creaminess of the pimento cheese. It's savory. It's bold. It's flavorful.
Our faves are back. I saw, girl.
Which fan favorite will you choose? Real customers paid for their testimonials.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wherever the Orioles season takes you.
Say goodbye to this ball.
Download the free Odyssey app and hear reactions to all the biggest moments. Download it today and search 1057 The Fan. From the OutSky.com sports desk, here's Nolan McGraw.
The start of Ravens training camp brought a little extra excitement yesterday as Nnamdi Madubuike returned to the field. His recovery from last season's neck injury has been a long and uncertain process, with the team providing little to no information about his status along the way. Jesse Minter was thrilled to talk about the big man's return, but did stress that there's still more to be done.
Look, it's still a process to get ready to play football, and that's something we're gonna work through over these next couple weeks. I think everybody has a good feeling about where he's at and where it's headed. But again, like those things, there's a timeline involved.
And the Orioles managed to stay afloat yesterday with a gutsy 10-9 win over the Tigers, and now there's just one series left before the trade deadline. The Phillies will be in town this weekend. Brandon Young is next up in the rotation for tomorrow night's opener.
This Fan Flash is sponsored by Jerry's Home Services, the choice of Maryland homeowners with an impeccable industry reputation. Just ask Jerry's for a fast, free estimate by calling 410-766-6800 or visit jerrysiding.com.
From the Bob Bell Ford of Bel Air Weather Center, partly cloudy skies with temps reaching the mid-80s. I'm Nolan McGraw, Ravens, Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage, 105.7 The Fan.
Taking you home from your workday. It's The Final Drive with Femi, Tim, and Ken on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Take 2 of 3 from the Tigers with that wild win in 12 innings yesterday. Trade deadline is Monday. It's a perfect time to talk to Odyssey MLB insider Tony Gwynn Jr. Insider calls presented by Grainger. For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need, delivered when and where you need them. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. And Tony, thank you as always for your time. We appreciate it. So we'll start where we always start. Your thoughts on the Orioles as the deadline is now 4 days away. They're 2.5 games out of the final wild card.
Yeah, I mean they've put together a decent month here. I think it's 13-8, 14-8, something like
14 that. 14-8, yes.
14-8, and so 2.5, man. You're right in the thick of it. The way the American League and the National League have played out in their respective leagues. There's a lot of teams still in it, and I think it's probably a tougher question for Baltimore. I would guess that if they're close, they may try to, I don't know, maybe add some substantial guys, but they'll add to maybe kind of round out the rest of this roster. And who knows? I think at this point it is still unclear the direction the Orioles will go, but they've played better baseball this month. There's no doubt about it.
Tony, that's exactly it. There's so much smoke around so many players that the Orioles have. Could they buy? Could they sell? It's almost looking like it'll be buying and selling. And Jeff Passan reported earlier in the week that they're listening to offers on Colton Cowser, Jackson Holliday, Adley Rutschman. Would it make sense to trade anyone of that trio?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, Jackson's been one of the guys who has swung the bat so well this month. It would seem like he's finally, I don't know, starting to turn the corner there. I would be reluctant to trade him, especially 2.5 out. And listen, there's no guarantee that this front office is going to be intact if they don't find a way to get this thing going. So, if it were me, I'd certainly looking to try to add. But I certainly understand the idea of, maybe adding and subtracting and perhaps giving it a go that way.
Hey, Tony, how's it going, man? I haven't talked to you in a couple of weeks, but happy to have you on. Two-part question. How difficult is it for young players to adjust to early struggles? And I'm really talking, once again, I'm talking about Jackson Holliday. For him to kind of come off the mat after the way he started with the hamate and obviously not really having a spring training, psychologically, kind of tell me where you think he's at and how he's able to kind of overcome a rough start.
I mean, information is gold in this scenario, and if I'm being honest, having a pops that has played in the big leagues and you've been able to kind of experience that, I think helps. It's a big help. You have a sounding board that's really close to you. And I don't know if that was the case or not, but I know from my own standpoint, that was certainly something I used to my advantage. And you just know that, and you consistently hear when you have a resource like that you just got to keep playing. There's a certain amount of at bats. I know my dad once told me you got to have about 1,500 at bats at the big league level before you start to really understand who you are. And so, he's still getting to that point. I would think. I don't think he's not quite there as of yet, but this is still a young kid learning, and the fact that he has picked himself off the mat, I think it's something to take serious notice to.
We're talking to Odyssey MLB insider Tony Gwynn Jr. Insider calls brought to you by Grainger. For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need, delivered when and where you need them. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. So let's go more the entire MLB trade deadline. It sounds like Tarek Skubal is going to get dealt. If Tarek Skubal goes to the Dodgers, Tony, how do you react to that one?
I would probably want to turn my phone off and not watch TV because the amount of noise of the Dodgers, cheating or being able to, whatever the case, the storyline will be around it is going to be loud. And so, I mean, for that reason alone, I hope it's not the case. It only feeds into the scenario that, somehow this process is so far gone that it can't be saved. But yeah, I mean, it would certainly make things. It would certainly swing the favorite into their portion even more so than it already is right now. And so, listen, I think the reality is with the Dodgers, they got Blake Snell coming back. They still aren't quite sure how this rotation is going to look in terms of health. I think we all assume that everybody's going to come back and it's going to all work, so well because it has in the past. Baseball has a funny way of kind of rectifying those things. So we'll see how it plays out. But certainly, Skubal is the piece that, we'll be all watching to see where he ends up landing.
Tony, we've been taking your temperature on your Padres these past couple of weeks, and it seemed like the Mason Miller talk was really heating up, and now they've won 5 straight games. How do you see AJ Preller handling this deadline?
I think as the Padres started to stack these wins together, the percentage of Mason Miller being traded just has kept going down, and at this point, I would assume that he's not going anywhere. Now, there's some other pieces on the board. Adrian Morejon is a free agent at the end of this year. Is that a thought of AJ Preller? I think that, the thing that I've learned, in covering AJ and getting to know him is you can't predict at all what direction he's going to go. He is. I think he was looking for any reason to buy. And the Padres, I think, have given it to him with these 5 games. And listen, they got 4 more against the Giants. They got to take care of business there. And then they have a head-up 4-game series with the Diamondbacks. And as they head into that series with the Diamondbacks, the deadline will have come and gone. So I still think these 4 games against the Giants are important and to determine what type of moves AJ is going to make.
Tony, I'm back on the American League wildcard race, and I'm looking at that 3rd spot right now. The Guardians have a 1-game lead over the Astros, a 1.5 over the Twins, 2.5 over the O's and the Mariners. Who ends up in that 3rd wildcard spot, in your opinion?
That's a great question. Cleveland's going to end up in it somehow. I don't know what it is about them. Every year you forget about them, and they find their way into the playoffs. And so that could be anywhere from 3 to the 2 spot. We'll see if Boston can keep this rolling, right? I mean, they were left for dead. Then they turned around and won a franchise record, games in a row. And but we still have a whole lot of season that could flip on its head. Yeah. We've seen that a ton this year, where teams have won 10 straight, lost 10 straight, won 10 straight. So the swings have been crazy. I think Cleveland's going to end up there, and I'm still going to say it's the Mariners that find a way to get into that 3rd spot. Now, they could very well win the division too, based on how that whole thing is going in the AL West. So, it's going to flip flop a lot. But if I had to put my bet on it, I'd say Seattle ends up in that 3rd spot.
Tony Gwynn Jr., before we let you go, it's the last time we'll talk to you before the deadline. So are you expecting fireworks in this last few days? We've been talking for weeks now. Everybody's still in the American League. Aren't a lot of sellers. What are you expecting in these last few days?
I don't know if fireworks is the word I'd use, but I expect a couple surprises. And I'm going to guess that it's going to all come on the very last couple of days, because I don't think this thing is going to be ironed out in a way that's going to make it easy for teams just to make that decision in the next couple of days. I think this is going to go right up to the deadline, but I do expect a couple crazy ones.
Tony Gwynn Jr., always great, man. Thank you so much for your time. We'll chat next week.
All right, you guys take care.
That was Odyssey MLB insider Tony Gwynn Jr., brought to you by Grainger. For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers the professional-grade products you need, delivered when and where you need them. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. When we come back, another question as far as the Orioles roster is concerned. Colton Cowser. Rumor has it the Orioles are taking calls on Colton Cowser. Should the Orioles have Colton Cowser on the table for trade here coming up to the deadline? We'll discuss next here on The Fan.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
With days to go before the trade deadline, the Birds start a big weekend series I-95 clash with the Philadelphia Phillies. Also, we'll check in with Vinny Serrato on training camp for the Ravens.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Yesterday at Big Ten Media Days in Chicago, Ryan Day, head coach at Ohio State, talked to the media. Ohio State is one of the favorites to win the Big Ten this season. The Buckeyes are the betting favorite to win it all over Notre Dame and Texas. Ohio State kicks off the new season hosting Ball State on September the 5th, and they face a big test the following week at Texas for a night game on September the 12th. I'm Chris Black.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
Empowered. Ellie here is getting the sleeve she's always dreamed of. She worked with Empower and planned for her next move. So she got good at money. Now she can be a little bad. Oh, by the way, you spelled journey wrong. No worries. She can afford the cover-up, too. Ooh, check out my tat. It says, invest well, live a little. Start today at Empower.com.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
In a world where summer hunger can strike at any moment, only one chicken can fight it.
Wow! I'm hungry. I want a chicken sub. I want chicken and fries. Wow, real fast.
Chicken Palooza is back at Royal Farms. Get any two-piece meal, Rofo chicken sandwich, or a world-famous chicken sub or wrap with an essential water for $6. Now playing at Royal Farms.
Ever notice how the little things add up? A cracked phone screen, a dead car battery, bills creeping higher.
Oh, no.
What if your checking account could actually help with all that? It can. With Elite Checking from NASA Federal, you get smart benefits designed to save you time, money, and stress. Like get your paycheck up to 2 days early for a little breathing room. Cell phone protection to cover unexpected damage. Roadside assistance for breakdowns. Bill negotiation to help lower your bills. Identity theft aid for peace of mind. And you can earn dividends on your balance. If your checking account isn't working hard for you, switch to Elite Checking from NASA Federal. You can do it all right online at nasafcu.com/WJZ. And you don't have to work for NASA to join NASA Federal. NASA Federal Credit Union. Smart. NASA smart. Federally insured by NCUA.
Today, partly cloudy, high of 81. Tonight, clear, low around 72. Tomorrow, high near 86.
Weather brought to you by Staples. It's the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech and more at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
I built this business the old-fashioned way. Hard work and a whole lot of spreadsheets.
Yeah, about that, I upgraded us to Odoo. Odoo puts everything we need, sales, inventory, accounting, on one connected platform. No more juggling systems, no more headaches.
So it all works together?
Exactly.
Odoo is the all-in-one business software that makes running and passing on a business easier than ever. Take your business into the next generation. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Empowered. Ellie here is getting the sleeve she's always dreamed of. She worked with Empower and planned for her next move. So she got good at money. Now she can be a little bad. Oh, by the way, you spelled journey wrong. No worries. She can afford the cover-up, too. Ooh, check out my tat. It says, invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Tim Barbalas, Ken Weinman, and Femi Ayambadejo. It's the Final Drive on 105.7 The Fan.
Toward the middle, through the middle. A base hit for Colton Cowser. Just his 5th of the year off a left-handed pitcher in an at-bat where he fought his way back from 0-2.
Just was really ready to do my job out there, and then, they tied the game up in the 11th, and knew my spot was coming up, and it's kind of a tough angle, and as you can tell, didn't really see it all that well the first 2 pitches with that challenge, but we had one to burn, so I'm just super proud of our guys, and just everyone staying ready.
Colton Cowser with the big RBI base hit in the 12th inning. The difference is the Orioles beat the Tigers 10-9. And Cowser, let's face it, he's had a rough month of July. He's got 4 hits this month, one of them yesterday. He's had some good at-bats, though, of late. Most of them ending up in walks. He had that big walk. It didn't end up helping them win the game, but he walked against Chapman in Boston. He was down 0-2 in that count, too, against the lefty, and ended up working a walk. So he's shown more patience at the plate of late. He's by far their best center fielder. So with all that in mind, are you trading Colton Cowser right now?
I look at Colton as probably a guy you get is a lateral move, but maybe a move that would make your roster better, potentially, hopefully, to clinch a wild card spot. I think he's somebody that you definitely consider. I'm more open to taking calls on him than I am on some of the other players that we've been talking about. And Taylor Ward's also in that bucket. I'd take calls on him as well. Mm-hmm. I know that the thing about Colton Cowser that I like is that it seems like his teammates really like him. You know what I mean? He seems like a locker room guy that people just really love. And I've listened to Ryan talk about him, Ripken. And it's hard for me to be casual about a guy that's beloved in the clubhouse because we're talking about human beings and their lives. And I don't want to be casual about that. But I also understand that we're in the business of winning baseball games. And if you can find a way to get or acquire a piece that helps you with a guy in the lineup that can hit left-handed and right-handed pitching, somebody that can run the bases, someone that's decent enough in the field, I think you take the call. And especially if it's potentially for somebody that can help you in the bullpen, I think you take the call.
Obviously, the caveat is what is the return.
Yeah, exactly.
But I have a hard time moving Colton Cowser, one of the few plus defenders that you have. And this is an outfield as a whole that is really, really struggled. You can go across the board. Yeah. This outfield is just not getting good production as a whole. Now, with Cowser, what he has been so far in his career, it consistently inconsistent in terms of, look, he can have months where he's red hot, he's on fire, May being the perfect example. He had an 892 OPS. And then, like you mentioned, his numbers in July, Ken. Now, what's been good about Cowser this season is I feel like prior to this year, you didn't really see him come through in big-time spots. And you can go to the back-to-back walk-offs that he had at the end of May. And then, of course, yesterday. He has come through in some big spots. And the defense in center field, and we were questioning that. Like, is this someone that can play every day in center field? And I think he's proven that the answer is yes. And he's in the 96th percentile in outs above average range, and he's got a really strong arm. I think I would be more willing to explore a possible Colton Cowser trade in the offseason when you can kind of reconfigure this outfield I don't know if I'm looking to move him by Monday.
For me, and Femi, you're a thinker, so follow my logic here. I don't believe on selling low on a guy. And I feel like if you're, and I also think because, as Bone just outlined, their outfield is so bad defensively, he's more valuable to them than I think he is to other teams right now. So why are you trading him at this nadir because he's not hitting? Like, I'd hang on to him, hope he gets hot because they need the glove.
And adding on it to what Ken's saying, I don't know what the heck has happened with Leody Taveras, but when he's in center field, the ball finds him, and it's been rough. It has been rough for a couple of months now, where he won. Cowser was the everyday center fielder. That was short-lived, and then Taveras took it, and then he lost it to Cowser again, because he's really struggled in the field. So you trade away Cal, and we all love Dylan Beavers. I don't think he's a center fielder.
No, I don't either.
I don't. You trade away Cowser, I do not feel good at all about the defensive center.
I need to look at Leody's kind of his stat line at the plate. I think he's got to be hitting over 208 though, right?
He's great with runners in scoring position.
And he's really good against right-handed pitching.
I think this is the thing. And you guys are definitely having me reconsider, but I don't think you've moved me enough. The defense is terrible. I just, and I know it's counterintuitive.
The defense for who?
In general.
Yes. The defense is terrible. That's not what's going to win them baseball games, in my opinion, right now. This is why I keep pushing the idea that it has to be the starting pitching, the bullpen, and the lineup. I'm going all in on that. I've just given up on the defense at this point, and I don't think hitting 208 moves me.
But don't you think having a center fielder that you can trust helps the pitching?
It does, but if you can, and once again, you hit the nail on the head, Tim. It's about what you're getting back. And that's why I said maybe you get equal talent. It's a lateral move, but that move makes your team actually better and is more likely to help you clinch a wild card spot. That's where I'm at. But remember, the first thing I said is that I understand the value that Colton has. And it's hard for me to make the case that I'm making because I do think he has value. But if we're going to make a playoff push and you can get the right guy, I think it's worth it.
Ken and I have been saying for a while, regardless if they're buying, selling, whatever, we feel like Taylor Ward's going to be on the move.
Yeah.
And
it's never been a fit.
Would they trade two outfilders?
I don't think so.
I don't see it.
Yeah.
I don't see it.
I also feel like, and I'm with you, Femi, their defense stinks. Do you really trade your 1+ outfield defender? Like
it's counterintuitive for sure. I agree with you. No, it's counterintuitive. I know, but I just don't think that it's not just center field though. It's not just Leody in center. It's across the board.
Oh, I hear you. But
So,
but you played. You didn't just play football. You played baseball.
Yeah.
The center fielder is the quarterback of the outfield.
Yeah, I completely understand.
If they trade him, and now you've got Tavares, who has been he seems like a great guy. He's been a dumpster fire in center field for a little while now. He's turned 2 singles into triples just this last series.
Yeah. Femi's standing on business.
Yeah, no, I mean, look,
10 toes down.
No, I think you guys make really valid points. I don't think we're not going to solve this problem today, right? But I'm just of the belief that the defense is not fixable at this point. I just don't, and I understand what you're saying. You want to make it worse? I think Leody could not play worse than he's played lately. Yeah, he can't. So I'm looking at mean reversion to something that was much better earlier in the season. I think he can get back to that. And I don't know what the pressure feels like, this rotating out in the outfield from center to right and left. Like I don't know what that feels like for these guys. But maybe subtraction creates some level of comfort and confidence. I don't know. I'm reaching at straws here. But the point that I'm making is that I just don't believe the defense is what's going to help them become a wild card team.
Femi, I don't think we've ever had this discussion before, but it's a discussion we've had all year. And before we step out, I want to get your thoughts on it. And we talk about how bad the defense is and it's not fixable. This is an organizational thing. They have told us, not saying it out loud, but with the moves they make, a Tyler O'Neill, a Taylor Ward, a Leody Taveras, like they don't value defense. And when you don't value defense as an organization, you're going to get bit in the rear end by your defense.
Yeah, I you know what? I've actually been listening, and I've heard you guys say this when I've been in the sauna. Before I was here. I'm like, oh, those guys are they're really breaking it down.
Hopefully, with all your clothes on.
No.
Okay.
Enough clothes.
When are you poo in it?
No.
That'll be interesting in the sauna.
No nude sauning for your boy. I won't do that. You know what? I think you guys have made a great case because whether it's implicit or explicit, it's true. Whatever, if it's intentional or not, it's true. And I mean, we only need to go back yesterday. And I know that, no one's trying to throw the ball into the outfield and when you have guys in a rundown, but it just seems to happen.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And so that's why I'm making the case that I'm making.
Yeah.
I just don't think it's fixable. And I think to Tim's point, this is going to have to be addressed in the offseason. You know what I mean? That's what you're going to have to do. I am just of the mind that I'm ready to go all in on putting my best 9 players in the lineup and letting the chips fall where they fall. I'm going down swinging and throwing gas. Like I'm gonna put my best guys out there on the mound. I'm gonna put my best 9 in the lineup, and that's how you're gonna win baseball games. I don't think it's gonna be matchups and splits and putting the best 9 defenders out there. I just don't think that's gonna happen.
They don't have a best 9.
Well, there you go.
Hey, we're gonna switch to football coming up next. Lamar Jackson said yesterday that his best football is still ahead of him. Are we buying that? And what does the next evolution of Lamar Jackson look like? We're going to tell you on the final drive next here on The Fan.
The MLB trade deadline looms. Will the O's make a move before August 3rd? Keep it locked to The Fan for wall-to-wall coverage of the birds at the deadline on your home with the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Hi, Greg Talbot with Strategic Tax Resolution. Do you have unfiled returns or tax problems? The IRS and state have a plan of attack. Do you? It's never too soon to prepare, and no one wants to deal with tax problems, but waiting can limit your options. What happens if your wages are garnished or your bank account is frozen? Can you afford that? You want to protect your income and assets and build your defense strategy now. Ignoring the issue is not a plan. Call 443-367-9000 to get protected. We know the IRS and state playbook and work directly with them so you don't have to. Let us use our proven strategies and experience with the IRS and state to resolve your tax issue. Qualified clients have cut their tax debt by over 90%. How would that feel? Strategic Tax Resolution. Local, trusted, A+ rated by the BBB. Call 443-367-9000. Ask for me, Greg Talbot. 443-367-9000. You've got a guy on your side. StrategicTaxResolution.com. Get relief.
You're no stranger to working hard or to succeeding. You've raised your hand, jumped in, powered through, and stood out. And you're not about to stop. At University of Maryland Global Campus, you'll get the skills-based education to move your career forward. Going back for your degree, boosting your career goals, or making a full 180? Our more than 100 degrees and certificates will equip you with skills that today's employers are seeking. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science, or build your skills in leadership, communication, and critical thinking. Affordable, online, and accredited education that fits your life, so you can succeed again. At UMGC, success is yours for the taking and the making, and nothing should keep you from it, especially not an application fee. Apply now and we'll waive your application fee. Classes start August 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. That's umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
All you have to do to sell your home these days is Google "sell my house." You're going to find hundreds of those cash offers that let you skip the traditional selling process. The thing is, most of those are lowball offers for tens of thousands of dollars less than what your home is really worth. Lee Tessier, he's an honest guy. He's not going to let you sell your house for less than it's worth. He's willing to make you a cash offer too. But his is actually worth it. It's for fair market value. Lee's offer will still let you skip the hassles of traditional selling, like spending thousands of dollars to fix things up and having strangers in your bedroom during an open house. You're going to get to sell your home as is and pick your move-out date. The difference is Lee will offer you way more money. I'm not just saying that. Test it out. Call the old agent I call to sell my home. Just give Lee a call at 410-638-9555 or go to LeeTessier.com. And when you call Lee, just start packing.
If you're selling your home, don't make it hard. Just call ETSSIR.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
A cool and crisp Modelo tastes good. But you know what tastes even better? That survived the evening rush Modelo. That post-12-hour shift Modelo. That fought for every rebound Modelo. That just clocked out on a Friday Modelo. That Modelo you earned is just better. That Modelo is the Remarkable Fighter. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalese.
Lamar Jackson has accomplished so much throughout his NFL career, but a Super Bowl has been elusive thus far. Jackson acknowledged that there is heightened urgency to win a championship heading into his 9th season.
Absolutely, it does. Each and every year I'm getting older, not younger, so of course, it increases, but it starts now, like I said, on the lounge. It starts now, training camp.
The Orioles are off today before beginning a 6-game homestand with the Phillies up first tomorrow night. Baltimore owns a 53-56 record and sits 2.5 games out of the final wild card spot with 4 games to go until MLB's trade deadline. From the Bob Bell Fort Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the low 80s with an overnight low of 68. Tomorrow has a chance of rain and a high of 88. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Green Valley Marketplace. Football training camp is here, and Green Valley Marketplace is your summer grilling headquarters. They have your cookout covered. Visit greenvalleymarketplace.com today. I'm Tim Barbalese, Ravens Terps, and your home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Tim Barbalese, Ken Weinman, and Femi Ayanbadejo. It's the final drive on 105.7 The Fan.
Absolutely, because each and every year you're getting older, your mind is getting sharper. Everything is slowing down even more. It's like you done seen everything. Anything a defense can bring at you. The only thing different now is just the new offense. So once I get that down pack, I feel like there's no room for error with us. Keep stacking.
Lamar Jackson throwing out the Harbsism there. Keep stacking. Yep. Said yesterday he thinks his best football is still ahead of him. Not yet 30, that's coming. It's closer, as you know, on the calendar works. Every year you get closer to 30 until you pass it. But Lamar Jackson says his best football is still ahead of him. Femi, I know what you're going to say, but do you buy what he's selling?
Oh, come on, dude. I'm buying all of it. It's sold out. Lamar is in a flow state psychologically. It's the most transparent he's ever been. It's the most comfortable I've ever seen him. I just love who he's becoming. And it's so crazy to me, the criticism about his immaturity. He's a natural introvert. He's letting people in now. And I think when you're left to your vices, you assume the worst. And you are, for some reason, you think it's a right to get into a player's head and then categorically talk about who he is and what he's not. Lamar's putting it on full display. Like, there's no question. And if you just look at the evolution of the aging quarterback, John Elway, Aaron Rodgers, Matt Stafford, all won MVPs in their late 30s. Lamar Jackson has a chance to be one of those guys. No one can tell me that the pocket passing ability, no one can tell me that the reading of the defense, the movement of the defense with his eyes and his body, which is highly underrated, it's only going to continue to get better. And we saw Lamar at practice yesterday.
Yes.
You're going to tell me Lamar wasn't at peak powers yesterday running? He looks amazing. It's the leanest I've ever seen him. It's the fittest I've ever seen him. So yeah, I'm buying all of it.
He also had another crisp day today at practice.
Well, I'll say this. His 2024 season, I don't know if he'll reach that.
What's the fourth best passer of all time?
That was just such an absurd season, and the further removed we get from it, 41 touchdowns, 4 picks, almost 4,200 yards, 8.8 yards per attempt. Like, those numbers were
How many
stupid.
rushing yards?
It was over 900.
921, right?
Yeah, 921.
Wow.
Boom.
And
that means like Rain Man.
It was like peak Peyton Manning.
Charlie Babbitt.
It was peak Peyton Manning with like peak Vic. Yeah. Like, it was such a blend. But that being said, I think Lamar Jackson is still going to perform at an exceptionally high level into his 30s. And you can break it down by coordinator in terms of the chapters of Lamar's career.
Yeah, well said.
Morningwig in year one. And look, he was far from a finished product as a passer. They leaned into a ground game. He was electric with his legs. His first game against the Bengals, didn't he have close to 30 carries or something stupid? Then Greg Roman, where, some development there, unanimous MVP in 19, and then he got even better as a passer with Todd Monken. So now you're in the Declan Doyle chapter of Lamar Jackson's career, and something that I continue to get excited about, and we saw a lot of it on display yesterday. There's going to be so much more under center for Lamar Jackson this year than we have seen his entire career. And you can go back to last year, for example, and the Ravens did not go under center much at all. They were 24th in under center dropbacks. Bears were second for Ben Johnson. He had a 147.6 passer rating, 79.5% completion percentage, 13.2 yards per attempt. That's actually play action. The under center dropbacks last 3 years, 134.1 passer rating, 109 for 150, 1,300 yards, 16 touchdowns to 1 pick. That was the last 3 years under Todd Monken. By far and away the best numbers, play action, what I just gave, but also under center. Yeah. It's been an underutilized aspect of Lamar Jackson's game throughout his career, and I think it's going to be the furthest thing from that in 26.
Yeah, you and I were talking today. We were texting each other back and forth, sharing different clips on X about it. I can't wait to see what the non-negotiables are for Declan. And my guess is when I say non-negotiables, I'm talking about pre-snap non-negotiables, because most of the damage is done pre-snap. And there are 3 parts of a play that every player that's been coached well understands: alignment, assignment, and technique. 2 of those things are decided pre-snap: alignment and assignment. Where are you supposed to be? How are you supposed to line up? And what are you supposed to do? The technique part is post-snap. I think Declan is going to have Lamar elevate his pre-snap non-negotiables to a place that Lamar's never elevated them to. Even in 2024, when Lamar had one of the best seasons in NFL history, one of the main complaints was that they snapped the ball too close to zero way too often. It gave Lamar less time to adjust to what he saw in front of him. And when you have teams like the Chargers, not Jesse Minter's here, but there's other coordinators like Mike McDonald that do this. They disguise things. They break late. They set things up late. Lamar needs to make sure that he gets to the line of scrimmage as early as possible. It's going to be a lot more understanding. My point is there's still more meat on the bone of things that can get done that are going to make this offense and him better. We haven't even fully evolved that yet. So you guys know I'm excited.
I think there's a lot of reason to be excited, and part of it is because it seems like Lamar's excited.
Yeah, exactly.
Like we talked about this a little bit yesterday. I saw a more engaged Lamar Jackson yesterday than I've seen in a minute. Like he just even on the field, and then when the 2s and 3s are going, and he's engaged with receivers on the sidelines, chopping it up, like talking about formation and stuff that, like, I'm not saying he never did that before, but you can see he's fired up about this team right now.
Yeah, I think that, and we talked a little bit about this yesterday as well, right? Like the idea that all relationships and partnerships have an expiration. And sometimes when you're in the thick of it, you don't realize that to some degree, not that it's hit rock bottom, but it hasn't, it's stagnant, right? And somehow you've got to manufacture change. Sometimes you can manufacture change with the same people by doing things differently, and sometimes you got to change the people to bring the change in. And I don't know if I fully was ready for John to be fired when he was fired, like me, just personally, and for a lot of reasons. And as I get further away from it, the more confident I become that it's the right decision. And when I see where Lamar is mentally, emotionally, physically, and spiritually, I never could have projected that this would have had this kind of effect on him. Mm-hmm. He's the most important person in that building.
Of course.
And the way that he's carrying himself, like even for a person who, I feel like I know Lamar fairly well for an outsider, like in regard to my interactions with him personally, and the different things I triangulate from the people that I know that know him, this is the best version that we've seen of Lamar going into a training camp. So yeah, I'm excited.
I think it's all of that, the newness, him saying it's a breath of fresh air, but it's also, I think he's on a revenge tour.
Yeah.
The number...
Not a Gunner revenge tour, legit revenge tour.
That's true. Him being as low as he was in the top 100 or Jeremy Fowler's list, like he's like, okay, you're writing me off. Well, watch. And we've seen him do that in years past. Heck, he got hurt in 21 and 22, first year under Monken, MVP.
Yep.
And, so I think Lamar, he he's very motivated to kind of prove that, hey, I'm still that dude, and also we can win without John Harbaugh.
Also, the relationships he's developing now with these receivers, and the young receivers especially. Another day where Jacoby Lane flashed at day 2 here at training camp, caught a bomb. Ravens Productions has posted already. Elijah Surratt had a couple catches, had a good day. Jacoby Lane's your guy, Femi. Yeah. Like, full disclosure, we met for coffee before day 2 of the draft. And I don't know how it came up, but I was like, because they're going to draft receivers. Yeah. You're like, I like this Jacoby Lane from USC. And I'm like, Jacoby Lane. And I remember he caught a touchdown against Maryland, but I didn't know a whole lot about him. But you're like, yeah, watch out for Jacoby Lane. And then they took him.
Yeah. So the story behind that is that Mekhi Lemon was my favorite receiver in the draft. I'm not saying he's the best receiver in the draft. He was my favorite. And I watched a lot of USC tape. And I see this 6'4" freak making one-handed catches in the red zone, doing crazy stuff on the sideline. I'm like, who's this kid, dude? Jacoby Lane. And I went onto his Instagram page, got all this personality. I'm like, this guy would fit in. We've never had a guy like that here. And I said, I could see the Ravens drafting him. And so I told you, I said, look, watch out. Like, don't be surprised if the Ravens draft Jacoby Lane. And then boom, they drafted him. And there's actually a clip on Instagram on his page where he's playing, I don't know what video game he's playing, but one of the kids says to him, like, he's like, I think I can see the Ravens drafting me. Like, this is like months before the draft, right? So that even made me like him more. You know what I mean? So yeah, I just think he's a breath of fresh air. He has something that he says like, look, I just show love and I just have a good time. So if you hate me because of that, then that's a you problem. I love that. Him and Marlon together is probably going to be so much fun. You know what I mean? Him and Marlon, I feel like this team has personality. One of the great things about being a Raven, and I can tell you it's not like this everywhere, you're allowed to be who you are. It's encouraged. Brian allowed it to happen. Harbs has allowed it to happen. And I think Jesse's going to allow it to happen. So it's great when you can be who you are all the time and feel like, hey, this is me. And I don't need to be anything other than myself. And I think Jacoby is true to that.
Ravens will be back on the practice field again tomorrow. I think all three of us will be out there tomorrow.
We will be. So coffee before. You're buying.
I don't drink coffee, but
you're having your tea then.
Yeah, I'll be happy to join you. Coming up next, though, Zay Flowers met with the media after training camp practice today. What did Zay have to say, including thoughts on his potential contract extension? We'll hear from Zay Flowers next here on The Fan.
Training camp has arrived. Keep it tuned to The Fan all day long for opinions and analysis of the purple and black on your home of the most Ravens coverage. 105.7 The Fan.
The Harford County Sheriff's Office is hiring law enforcement deputies. Earn up to $10,000 recruitment incentive. They provide training, support, and career opportunities to help you succeed. Act fast. Applications close August 2nd. Learn more at harfordsheriff.org.
You pay what we pay, not a penny more. Get employee pricing at Anderson Buick GMC. Right now, drive a new Sierra 1500 and get employee pricing. That's up to $11,500 off. Shop Maryland's largest in-stock selection at 2 convenient Anderson locations and get the Sierra 1500 you want. Plus, available 0% APR financing. Now that's smiles for miles. Check out AndersonBuickGMC.com. GMC, we are professional grade. Financing on select models with approved credit through GM Financial.
What do parents think of back to school at Staples, where 24-pack Crayola crayons are just 50 cents?
Staples has folders, notebooks, and pens at great prices.
I'm smiling from ear to ear. It's the most wonderful time.
Mom, I missed the bus of the year.
It's a wonderful time at Staples, where school supplies start at just 25 cents. Staples. That was easy. Visit your local Staples today or shop online and in the app. Ends 9/12. Exclusions apply.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids Max Strength. Its dual active formula has 1,500 milligrams of calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolaids spells powerful relief. 1,500 milligrams is our highest amount of antacid per tablet. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Alex B. and Zach came to the rescue when we lost our heat. The commercial I hear every day on my way to work is true. Amazing.
Greg did a great job.
Tony saved us tens of thousands of dollars because he was able to determine that our system's heat exchanger is fine.
Andre was over the top impressive. Professional and diligent. He took his time to work the problem, not just diagnose a quick fix.
Zachary was able to remove and replace
fix our AC system in what must have been record time. Amazing, was amazing.
Anthony and Jamal were outstanding. The entire install completed in one day.
You can tell this company truly lives up to its name. Amazing. Their owner says he has the best people, and after this experience, I completely agree.
Those are snippets from 7 different Google reviews for amazing plumbing, heating, and air. And yes, I proudly claim to have the best techs, installers, and plumbers in Baltimore because I do. You can count on it at
CALLAMAZING. Go to callamazing.com.
Look who has extra pep in their step.
Well, I just finished my to-do list. I went to Giant and got groceries for the week, and I was even able to pick up everything for those barbecues and pool parties we have planned. You know what's even better?
What?
I get money back on the entire trip.
How are you doing that?
By using Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app where I earn cash back on groceries, gas, and dining out. They even gave me a cashback bonus on my first trip to Giant.
So that extra pep comes from all that cash back. Looks like I need to download Upside.
You really do.
Roll into summer with a full grocery cart and extra cash back. Download Upside and use promo code CHARM04 to earn an extra $10 cash back on your first purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM04 for an extra $10 cash back. Remember, use promo code CHARM04.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Sometimes historic events suck. But what shouldn't suck is learning about history. I do that through storytelling. History That Doesn't Suck is a chart-topping history-telling podcast, chronicling the epic story of America, decade by decade, from the 18th century to the 20th. Original music and immersive sound design accompany us on our storytelling journey. Listen to and follow History That Doesn't Suck, an Odyssey podcast, available now on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Tim Barbalace, Ken Weinman, and Femi Ayambadejo. It's the Final Drive on 105.7 The Fan.
Honestly, I'm just working right now. I'm trying to get better. I leave that to my agent, my representation. Right now, I'm trying to learn this offense, get closer to my teammates and my coaches, and just keep getting right for the season.
Sounds like he's smiling though. I'm not reading into anything, but I'm reading into stuff. That was Zay Flowers talking about, has he given any thought to his contract situation? I think an extension is coming. It's going to be coming soon. I'm going to bet it's going to come before the start of the season, but he says he's not thinking about it right now, Femi.
I mean, he's probably not thinking about it because that thing is probably close to being like wrapped up. You know, they've been talking about it all offseason, and Eric's everyone's been talking about it. Jeff Zebrek's been talking about it. So if Jeff's talking about it and, you know, all kinds of different folks all over the place are, I mean, it just tells you something is imminent. I love Zay, and I think that because he's not the archetype nor the prototype from a physical stance and a lot of physical perspective, a lot of his dirty work is done between the 20s. I think the disconnect that I always like to make for people is that sometimes it doesn't matter who scores the touchdown because there's a lot of people that help matriculate that ball down the field, and Zay is one of those guys. I call Zay a 5-level player. What do I mean by that? You can hand him the ball off on a Z sweep. He runs his slant route, his pivot, his choice routes, his ability one-on-one in small spaces is really unique. He can run the intermediate routes like it's nobody's business. We saw him catch a number of balls on deep digs and intermediate crossing routes yesterday. He can go deep when he needs to, and he can play street ball. That's all 5 levels of football. Not very many receivers in the NFL can say they are a 5-level player. I made that whole 5-level player thing up to speak about Zay. Yeah. That just tells you that like there's not even a definition for what Zay does. And this is not purple Kool-Aid. This is legit. If you really watch who Zay is, if you watch the way that Lamar talks about Zay, you look at how Zay's improved every year. Everyone had a down year. Zay had an up year last year. He had 1,200 yards receiving last year when everybody else was kind of falling off a little bit. I expect Zay, and I've already posted this on X weeks ago, and I think maybe you and I talked about this. Yeah. I'm expecting Zay to have 1,400 yards. He'll probably end up with around 8 touchdowns, but I'm expecting his target share to go up. I'm expecting...
Stays healthy, massive year.
Yeah, 100 receptions. That's where I'm expecting Zay to go.
You said it in terms of he's gotten better each year of his career, so there's no reason to think that there's going to be anything different in 2026. He's going to improve upon what he did last year. And in an offense that Ken would always say, Zay and pray.
I trademarked that.
And Zay he recorded a league high 62.2% of the Ravens' total wide receiver receiving yards. So, and he was playing his best football down the stretch. Last 5 games of the season, 26 catches, 444 yards, 4 touchdowns. Also had a rushing touchdown in there as well. It just makes too much sense, right? And this time a year ago, we're saying the same thing about Kyle Hamilton. Kyle Hamilton's an absolute stud. He should get a contract before week 1. He did. He ended up signing the extension late August. I would be very surprised if Eric DeCosta, Zay Flowers' representative, they mess around and this does not get done.
It's Joel Siegel.
He's the best wide receiver drafted by this organization by a country mile.
Yep.
Let's hear more from Zay Flowers speaking today after training camp. Brian, let's go to cut 16. Zay Flowers talks about the vibes in the building as camp begins.
I mean, everybody excited to play. Everybody flying around the first few days, everybody get a fresh start. So, it's good to see everybody back excited, but everybody, ready to go.
I'll mention again, Femi, and I don't know if you caught it, but yesterday when the 2s and 3s are out there and I'm watching Lamar and Zay and Bate chopping it up, and you can tell they're talking about football. Like they're looking at things and they're doing things that kind of gets you fired up to see these guys that engaged on day 1 of training camp.
Yeah, I told you I was impressed. Skylar Thompson, right? That's the quarterback that we got from the Dolphins, correct? Him and Chris Moore hooked up on 3 passes.
Yeah, Chris Moore had a nice day.
Yeah, Chris Moore had a great day. And so I just was so impressed with the operation and the crispness yesterday. Yeah, there was a couple procedural things, but as a player, I cannot recall a first day of camp, let alone with a new coach and a new staff. I don't think I've ever, and once again, asking me to pull out things from 1997 through 2007 or 8, in my brain. Yeah, good luck with that. But I always remember things starting out a little bit slow for sure. And guys kind of looking around and where are we going? What are we doing? There was none of that. It was crisp. It was fast yesterday. Other than, a few little things, I was just super impressed with the operation and the engagement. A lot of times you see guys kind of off to the side, meandering, having their own little private stuff. In general, everybody was locked in, everybody was focused, and everybody was supportive of whoever was on the field at the time doing their work. It was really great yesterday.
Femi, I got a question for you. Sorry, Ben. You brought up something about things starting slow, and you might not remember the answer to this question.
Yep.
2000, you guys won the Super Bowl. What was training camp like in 2000? How quickly did things sort of come together?
That was one of the best camps we ever had, I've ever been a part of, because we knew how good we were because the way we finished 1999. Remember, we started 2-6 in 1999 and we finished 6-2, and we actually went 6-1 in a stretch. If you think about what M&T Bank was like kind of in the earlier part of the season, it wasn't great. By the end of the year, we're beating Tennessee's in front of people, like Jacksonville beating them. We won games and challenged teams that was the AFC Central at the time.
Yes.
Jacksonville was good. Tennessee was good. We were not that great. Pittsburgh was whatever, but it was Jacksonville and Tennessee. They were the legit kind of beasts of that division. And we beat both those teams, and we beat them badly. And so, for us to have that confidence, Brian had already set the tone. Look, there are certain things that a coach is not going to say to the media that he'll say in front of his team, and he'll prep us to say, look, in this locker room, we're going to talk about these things and we're going to say these things. But when you get in front of that camera, you're not talking about that and you're not saying that. We have to earn that right. But in here, we're going to hold each other accountable on what the goals are. And that's old school stuff. You know what I mean? And that's kind of the way that you do it. And if you listen to Lamar talk on the Lounge podcast, he mentioned that he wants to feel the confetti. He wants to feel what it's like to win a championship. But he's not pounding his chest saying, I'm not going to say the phrase because I don't want to trigger anybody. He's not pounding his chest saying hey, we have to do this or it doesn't matter. That's not how it usually works. It's incremental. It's being locked in, and you earn the right to talk about certain things when you cross certain thresholds. That's how players and coaches talk. That makes sense, guys? And so to finish, to put a bow on it, the 2000 training camp was absolutely outstanding. And personally, it's probably for me, I knew what that year meant for my career and where I was going. And so I personally was super locked in. I was probably one of the best physical shapes I'd ever been in for a camp as well for 2000. I remember it vividly.
And you have blonde hair too.
I did have blonde hair. Yeah, that won't happen again.
That was a look.
That was the only mistake.
Was that a Demolition Man thing?
Remember Corey? I think Corey Harris, Billy Davis, a bunch of us had kind of done it together. It was one of those camaraderie things, right? And so there was 5 or 6 of us that had done it throughout the course of the year. I thought it looked really cool when I did it, and then I look back on it now, and I'm just like, oh, bro, what was I doing?
It was a look.
Yeah, it was.
And it wouldn't work for me, but you pulled it off. Coming up next, we want to hear from the people. 410-583-1057. Your first chance to talk to the final drive. That's me, Bowen, Femi. Your thoughts on the Ravens 2 days into training camp. Offense looks crisp early, and the Orioles, the trade deadline is Monday. Are they buyers? 410-583-1057. We hear from the people next.
If you missed today's Vinny and Haynie show, have segments, hours, or full show delivered daily to your phone. Subscribe to the podcast and listen anytime on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find podcasts. Vinny and Haynie, live on the Fan's YouTube channel, tomorrow 10 till 2, 105.7 The Fan.
Hey, Baltimore, it's Ken Wyman. Take the next step towards your future with an affordable degree or certificate from University of Maryland Global Campus. Classes start August 12th, and when you apply now, your application fee is waived. Choose from over 100 skills-based programs, earn up to 90 credits towards a bachelor's for prior learning and relevant experience, or transfer up to 12 credits towards a master's. Online and hybrid classes available. Don't forget, save now with no application fee. Classes start August 12th. Visit umgc.edu to learn more. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
Get your tickets now for Bryan Adams' Roll with the Punches Tour with guests Pat Benatar and Yul Geraldo, a Live Nation show. Tickets are on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Keep listening to The Fan for your chance to win tickets, courtesy of Live Nation.
Will you have enough money for retirement? Will it last? Listen to Andy Palladino in your Financial Hour every Saturday morning from 9 to 10 a.m. for insightful advice.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-497-8091. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-497-8091. That's 800-497-8091. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread yard work, in 90-degree weather.
Wow, it is a scorcher out there today.
With a swarm of hungry mosquitoes buzzing around. Then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should get NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
What do parents think of back to school at Staples, where supplies start at just 25 cents?
Staples has the latest laptops with up to 40% savings.
I may hug the cashier.
So embarrassing.
It's the most wonderful time of the year.
It's a wonderful time at Staples with up to 40% off select tech. Staples.
That was easy.
Visit Staples today or shop online and in the app. Ends 9/12. Exclusions apply.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie and the Final Drive. Live on YouTube, Monday through Friday, 6 till 6. Search 105.7 The Fan, Baltimore. And never miss a moment of coverage on the teams you love. From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalese.
Nnamdi Madubuike has been a participant at practice during the first 2 full squad sessions. Kyle Hamilton recently talked about how much of a boost Madubuike's return will provide to the defense this season.
He's one of the most talented people at his position in the league, and I don't think it takes a genius to realize that we'll get better when he's on the field. So, it allowed for a lot of younger guys to step up and get some reps, some much-needed reps going into this year, but, we're all hopeful to get him back as soon as possible.
No baseball today for the Birds, who will return home to face the Phillies in the start of a 3-game series tomorrow night. The trade deadline is 4 days away, and the Orioles are 2.5 games out of the final wild card spot and have to jump 4 teams to get there. From the Bob Bell Ford Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the low 80s with an overnight low of 68. Tomorrow has a chance of rain and a high of 88. I'm Tim Barbalace, Ravens Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Tim Barbalace, Ken Weinman, and Femi Ayanbadejo. It's the Final Drive on 105.7 The Fan.
So we got a couple options for you. 410-583-1057. We can talk Orioles. The trade deadline is Monday. What do you expect the Orioles to be doing? Are they buyers? Are they sellers? 2.5 games out of the wild card. Oh, and the Ravens finished their second day of training camp, so we can talk Ravens, as it looks like the offense has been pretty crisp to start, which is usually the defense. Femi, the defense is usually ahead of the offense, isn't it?
Always. It's interesting. I feel like if I'm listening and taking a poll of people that have watched practice and just fans that have been, I would say that the offense has been kind of winning the last 2 days. You know what I mean? It's been pretty decisive. I think when the pads get on, the defense will have a little more to say about it, because when you're not in pads, the advantage goes to the offense, right? So let's just be honest about that. But the defense, there was some play. Chidobe Awuzie had a really good play yesterday, by the way, and I didn't give him any credit for that. He had a ball that was batted down. I think it was the receiver's Guillory. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah. So it was a play to him that I think Chidobe knocked down, and that was probably the only play on defense that really jumped out at me. But
Kayvon Wallace had jumped the route at one point. I forget where he was going to.
Okay. But it's hard for me, I think, because I started in the trenches at the line of scrimmage, and then I kind of look at the O-line and the quarterback. And then that's where I pull back from. So I'm not even really looking at the defense. And I think it's just because of the way that I play football. Everything started with the offensive line. So anyway, nothing really jumped out from the defense, but I expect that to change as we get further into camp.
Yeah, I think it's Xavier Guillory, even though his font is really,
Okay, cool.
I got the roster in front of me. 410-583-1057. Let's go to Gavin. Gavin, you're on the Fan.
How you guys doing? What up, Tim? What up, Femi?
What's up, brother?
Yo. Hey, man, quick question. Before I start off, where y'all get y'all name from? The Final Drive.
That's above our pay grade.
Oh, okay. I feel like
that was collaborative.
Might have stolen a little something from somewhere. I don't know where, though. But, man, I'm still stoked for the season, ready for the guys to get it going, man. Just calling to say what's up. Y'all have a great day.
Sup.
Appreciate it.
410. I don't like what's happened to our computers, Bone. Like, I got the phones over here. There we go. There it is. 410-583-1057. Warren, you're on the Fan.
Afternoon, fellas.
What's up, Warren?
I want to talk about the Ravens, but I'm so happy to hear Femi. Femi might remember I called in a lot to hear.
Warren, I remember you, brother. Yeah, for sure. What's up, man? I remember.
Yeah. So it's great to have you, and you guys are lucky to have this level of expertise, just like in the morning show. You know, when you're talking Ravens, you got Vinny Serrato in there. To have that kind of expertise and experience and insight is really a great thing. A comment and then a question for Femi. I'm excited. You know, I want to talk Ravens because I'm kind of sick of the Orioles. But you can hear it, and you guys have been at training camp, and I've heard you talk about Lamar's body language and how engaged he looked. But you can hear it in his voice. I listened to that podcast from the day before training camp, and then I listened to when he was talking to reporters yesterday. You know, and I try to listen as opposed to watch things. And I heard a smile on his face. You could hear that he was happy and he was smiling as he said it. And Sammy obviously knows the guy, but I've never heard that really in Lamar's voice in prior seasons, or rarely heard it. So that's a great and encouraging thing. And then the quick question is, Sammy and you other guys, are you anticipating now that training camps in the morning that you guys will be out there a lot?
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. We're going tomorrow.
Yeah.
We're I'm expecting to be out there more often than not.
Yeah, definitely going to be out there a couple days a week, Warren. And just to piggyback on what you said, I agree 100%. You know, I've had a number of personal interactions with Lamar. What you guys see is what I've always known that he could be if he chose to be transparent. And vulnerable and just open and free and light. And, you know, he's almost 30 now. And I think there's a natural maturity process with an NFL player. And especially with a guy like Lamar, who I consider a natural introvert. You know, he's not naturally going to be a big personality. He's not going to be like Baker Mayfield doing a bunch of commercials out there gabbing and yapping. And look, I like Baker, but that's just not who Lamar is. But I'm glad. And I'm not only am I glad, it makes me feel good that people are getting to see who Lamar actually is as a person. And I don't think he shares that very often, but there's something different about where he is personally and professionally in the environment that Jesse Minter's created that's allowed him to be this transparent. So it's a treat, and I'm with you, Warren, 100%.
Femi, I'm not saying this to denigrate the prior regime, but I remember Lamar, it might have been at minicamp, he called it a breath of fresh air, the new coaching staff, and just being out there and then hearing guys and seeing guys, there seems to be a breath of fresh air there out at the Castle.
I remember doing the show Monday after they lost to the Steelers, and John, I believe, got let go on Tuesday.
Yeah,
it was right at the tail end of our show.
Yep.
And something that stood out to me so much, Lamar Jackson, Derrick Henry, Ronnie Stanley, they were all asked about John Harbaugh's uncertain future in Baltimore. None of them came to his defense. None of them said, even Ronnie being the longest tenure guy, say, hey, man, like, he's been the only coach that I've ever known. Lamar could say the same thing. Like, I want Lamar. I want John Harbaugh here. Ultimately, it's not up to me. But none of them embraced it in that way, and that just kind of furthers the point of the expiration date hit.
Yeah, I think we all agree that it was time, and I want to even nuance it a little further. What I heard and what I didn't hear, and I think what I didn't hear is exactly what you said. But what I also heard was an appreciation and a respect for the time that they did have, and also some solemnness. But I think we were all in just a little bit of shock. And I even think the players were in a little bit of shock. And I think I remember, I think it was Jameson that asked Lamar in the question. And Lamar said, like, this just happened. Like, I'm just dealing with what's happening now. Like, I'm not ready to even think about any of that. You know what I mean? That was right after the game.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
so
it was him at podium.
Exactly. So, and I believe Lamar when Lamar says what he says. And I believe, look, I'm a former player. If you give me a situation where a player's up at a podium lying, you show it to me and I'll tell you if I believe it or not. You know what I mean? But most of the time, I think guys want to be honest and they want to be transparent. But they're going to either give you something that's cookie cutter and cliche, or they're going to tell you the real truth. And so most of the time, what you see is what you get. You don't need to try to get in their head and pretend that you're hearing or reading something. It's not that complicated. So everything you just said, Tim, is spot on, and it was time. And looking back on it now, it's much easier for me to say it. I have a personal relationship with John. I interned under him as a coach. My brother was the first free agent that John brought in when he got hired. I have a lot of respect. Even I, the purplest drinking, purplest wearing, purplest bleeding dude you'll ever meet, can admit when it's time. That's one thing I'll never do. I'll never come on here and tell you some stuff that's not true. I will give the true critique, and I have to, because I can't put my head down at night unless I'm honest. So it was time. And to look at Lamar and to look at where this team is, to see the staff, and I can't tell you all the conversations I had yesterday, but I had a bunch of them, people that have been around for years. No one had to say anyone's name. I just sensed the freeness, the looseness, and that's going to permeate everything that happens going forward. It's hard to articulate what that means. When you're free to just kind of be who you are, speak your mind, walk around, interact, everyone's in a good mood, it's priceless. So that's where we are today. So yeah, it was time.
410-583-1057. Trippy, you're on the fan.
Trippy!
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
What's up, Trippy?
What up, Trip?
Hey, I just wanted to say, hey, Femi, anything good? Oh, my goodness. Anything looking good out there? I see my man Jacoby Lane.
Yeah, man, bro, you and I were texting this morning at, what was it, like 6:45? What time was that first message? Yeah, 6:45, right?
It was like 6 something.
Yeah. So
you're on the inner circle with Trippy?
Yeah, that's my guy, dude. Yeah. That's my guy.
Yeah, that's my dog.
Yeah.
You know?
Dude, I didn't get to go out there today, bro. I'm gonna be out there tomorrow, though. We'll be the three amigos out there tomorrow. So
Well, you know what's going on, man. Just keep me posted what's going on, you know. But other than that, I just hope the Ravens lock in. It do feel kind of good seeing the players happy and all that. But I'm going to just say one thing, right? I'm just keeping it real, man. I just hope they don't, you know, do the same performance from last year because we might have to start questioning, was it really Harbaugh's fault? You get what I'm saying? I'm just being real. But other than that, I just want the guys to lock in. And another thing, just let these young guys play. Because one thing I never liked about Harbaugh, I felt like he never gave the young guys an opportunity. He's like, oh, you got to win your spot on special teams. That is how a couple players make the roster and all that. But it's like, let's see what, other guys got. Like, I'm still stuck on Tez Walker, 6 receptions with 4 touchdowns. You know what I mean? But other than that, we good. And, hey, man, I hope the Orioles not sweep the Phillies. Hope they get a win, man.
Hey, let's hope they sweep.
We can hope they sweep.
Appreciate the call. Let's hope they sweep the Phillies.
Why not?
I'll say this, to his point about playing the young guys. Yeah. How much have we talked about, and even Femi, you came on with it a bunch of times, about adding a veteran edge and a veteran wide receiver? They've done neither, and I think in part because what they're telling us is we want to see what Elijah Surratt and Jacoby Lane and Devontae Walker can do for us. We don't want to take snaps away from Mike Green and
Zion Young.
Zion Young.
Yeah.
They don't want to take snaps away from the young guys, so they're not bringing in the vets.
I won't say his name, and you know how much I love him, but I think he was in Cleveland yesterday.
Yeah.
Y'all know who it is. I won't say it. Maybe Ken, you could say it.
He's not a clown.
Yeah,
Hey.
he's not a clown. You're right. He's far from a clown.
Yeah.
But my comp for Jadeveon Clowney, I'm going to say it, is Zion Young. We have the young version of Jadeveon Clowney. And I think Eric was real transparent. He came on, I think it was with Cordell and Ben, and he also came on with me and Bruce. And in our conversation, I remember explicitly him saying, like, I'll paraphrase, he didn't want to bring in a veteran to take away snaps from the young guys. That tells me that they think these young guys have something to offer immediately. And it is true. I think Brian is of this kind of ilk too, and John is definitely of this ilk, that young guys kind of have to unless you're a high pick, like you got to earn your way through special teams. Like that's how it is. And I don't think there should be one path to making it on the field and making the roster. I think there should be multiple paths. So I'm with Trippy on what he said previous to that. I just want to kind of put a little bow on that.
Brian, okay with giving away some tickets here? 410-583-1057. You can win 2 tickets to the Maryland State Fair happening August 27th through the 30th, also September 3rd through the 7th, and September 10th through the 13th. You win 2 tickets. You can talk to Brian Levy. 410-583-1057. Coming up next, though, Kobe Mayo. He's starting to hit righties. He's hitting the ball with authority. Can he build on this stretch? We'll discuss next here on The Fan.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
With days to go before the trade deadline, the Birds start a big weekend series I-95 clash with the Philadelphia Phillies. Also, we'll check in with Vinny Serrato on training camp for the Ravens.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Ohio State coaches and players spoke to the media on Wednesday at Big Ten Media Days in Chicago. Buckeyes junior wide receiver Jeremiah Smith told reporters that this is his last season at Ohio State and he will go pro next year. Ohio State opens the new season against Ball State on September the 5th and are on the road in Week 2 against Texas September the 12th. I'm Chris Black.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
I'm David Ortiz. When I lost my mom, she was only 46. And I lost my dad to cancer. It was the worst pain I ever felt. It made me think, what will happen with the people I love when my time is up? That's why I have life insurance. Ethos makes it easy. It's all online, take about 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
DQ presents Being a Miracle Maker. Making a difference in your community has never been easier because July 30th is Miracle Treat Day at DQ. You buy a blizzard tree at participating locations and DQ will donate $1 or more to Children's Miracle Network to benefit your local children's hospital. So on July 30th, buy a blizzard tree and be a miracle maker, a blizzard eating hero, doing their part on Miracle Treat Day. July 30th, DQ. Happy tastes good.
Ever notice how the little things add up? A cracked phone screen, a dead car battery, bills creeping higher.
Oh, no.
What if your checking account could actually help with all that? It can. With Elite Checking from NASA Federal, you get smart benefits designed to save you time, money, and stress. Like get your paycheck up to 2 days early for a little breathing room. Cell phone protection to cover unexpected damage, roadside assistance for breakdowns, bill negotiation to help lower your bills, identity theft aid for peace of mind, and you can earn dividends on your balance. If your checking account isn't working hard for you, switch to Elite Checking from NASA Federal. You can do it all right online at nasafcu.com/WJZ. And you don't have to work for NASA to join NASA Federal. NASA Federal Credit Union. Smart. NASA smart. Federally insured by NCUA.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. After suffering an injury, you may face many hard questions. What will tomorrow bring? Which firm should I choose to represent me and my family? At Morgan & Morgan, we will hold your hand every step of the way. From our one-click sign-up, mobile apps, and 24/7 availability, we make it easy to get your case started right from the comfort of your couch. All firms are not the same. The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
New Game Plus with Oxy makes your laundry smell incredible and fights stubborn smells, like the ones your dog Biscuit brought into your freshly made bed last night. But you washed that all away with Game. And now you're drifting asleep to the scent and sound of waves. Ah, no, that's the dog licking your ear.
Biscuit.
It just might be our greatest scent ever. Now with odor-fighting power. New Game Plus with Oxy.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Tonight, clear, low around 72. Tomorrow, high near 86.
Weather brought to you by Staples. It's the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech and more at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples. That was easy.
I'm David Ortiz. When I lost my mom, she was only 46. And I lost my dad to cancer. It was the worst pain I ever felt. It made me think, what will happen with the people I love when my time is up? That's why I have life insurance. Ethos makes it easy. It's all online, take about 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
DQ presents Being a Miracle Maker. Making a difference in your community has never been easier because July 30th is Miracle Treat Day at DQ. You buy a Blizzard tree at participating locations and DQ will donate $1 or more to Children's Miracle Network to benefit your local children's hospital. So on July 30th, buy a Blizzard tree and be a Miracle Maker, a Blizzard eating hero, doing their part on Miracle Treat Day. July 30th, DQ. Happy tastes good.
Taking you home from your workday. It's the Final Drive with Femi, Tim, and Ken on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
0-2 here, Mayo to center field. That's driven deep. Baez racing back at the wall. It's off the fence. The Orioles are going to tie this game. And Mayo will edge at third with a tying triple. Come on now. A comeback from cavernous depths. 7-0 in the seventh against Tarek Skubal. How in the world have the Orioles done this?
Kevin Brown and Ben McDonald and Nicole Olmas and Kobe Mayo just missed a 3-run homer there. Had to settle for a 2-run triple. Tied the game, as Kevin mentioned. The Orioles ended up winning 10-9 in 12 innings. Kobe Mayo's having a nice July. He's now batting .275. He's got 4 homers, 9 RBIs. OPS a 991, Bone. Is he something? This is something he can build on.
Certainly what you hope for, especially with
righties too.
Especially with Blaze Alexander out. We think maybe he comes back in September, but Mayo, it doesn't make sense how bad he's been against right-handed pitching. Yeah. It really doesn't. and he has been much better this week. And that goes back to Monday when he was in the lineup against Montero of the Tigers, and we were wondering why the heck isn't CES in?
Yeah.
And all Mayo did was have 2 hits, including a 2-run homer, and then he came through, of course, yesterday in a big spot. Mayo would mash right-handed pitching in the minors. He had an OPS over 900, 944 his final year, full year in 2024. Much better than he hit left-handed pitching. So Mayo's bat, if he can just figure that out, man, it would just do such a world of difference for this ball club moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, so the question is, can he build? I think he absolutely can build. I think at one point in the season, and this is not hyperbole, he literally had, I think, one of the best batting averages against right-handed pitching in baseball and the worst against lefties.
Other way around.
Femi, that was Sunday.
Sorry,
that was
literally
literally heading into Monday's game.
Okay.
He was 282nd out of 282 qualified batters in terms of OPS against righties.
Righties, yeah, exactly. Thank you. What's interesting, too, about Kobe is I was looking at the home road splits. At Camden Yards, his OPS is 490. On the road, it's 831. That's wild. Like I was kind of digging through. I was like, it's a lefty righty thing, but it's also a road home thing, which is really difficult to kind of wrap my head around. But I saw Kobe Mayo walking on the street today in Harbor East, dude. Funniest thing. That is a big dude. And watching him play third base, like the athleticism is definitely there. I know that sometimes the throw from third to first, he gets a little bit off balance. He can get away from him. But I'm seeing him in person. I'm actually more impressed with his athleticism. And I still think the ceiling is pretty high. The question is that can you survive the growing pains to allow him to get to where he needs to be? Like right now, I would lean more towards CES just based on what I've seen. Like, look, I know what he did. Like one game, I understand that. CES seems hot right now to me. You know what I mean? So the question is, can he build? Absolutely, he can build on it. His hitting against right-handed pitching, I mean, it can't be any worse than that, right? So there's nowhere to go but up. The question for me is where is his ceiling? Like, who can he be 24 months from now? Do you think he's a starting third baseman at some point? Is he a first baseman at some point? Is he a DH? If he can find a way to really improve versus right-handed pitching, worst case, he's probably a DH and a first baseman, but probably not here.
Well, if you're looking ahead to next year, I do wonder. Michael I said this at the beginning of spring training this year. They were going to get Kobe Mayo work in a corner outfield spot, probably right field.
And
he said
Westberg
that,
got hurt.
and then Westberg got hurt immediately after him saying that. So I wonder between Blaze Alexander's emergence and then hopefully, but I don't know how much you can count on it, but hopefully Jordan Westberg stays healthy, he's ready to go come spring training. Maybe that does open up the possibility of trying that.
So we didn't see it in the moment. But it is possible that the best thing that could happen to Kobe Mayo was Blaze Alexander getting hurt, because I think Kobe Mayo was the odd man out while Blaze is right-handed and he's blazing, and he's one of the best hitters in baseball since May 1st. So I think Kobe was not going to play. The other part is his defense was lacking, and Blaze, he wasn't having a great year defensively, but his reputation is a plus defender.
Well, and Ken, to that point, Blaze got hurt the final game prior to the All-Star break. So since that point, 10 games, 296 batting average, a 974 OPS. He's got a couple homers, a double, a triple. He has taken advantage of this runway.
Do you have CES splits up there in front of you? I mean, no, you don't. Okay, I'll pull that. I want to look at that too, because I think that to me is kind of, this goes back to the point that I was making about putting your best 9 hitters out there, right?
If Kobe Mayo can hit righties at all, he might be one of your best 9 hitters. The problem is he can't hit righties at all. But then you play CES against righties, even though he's right-handed.
Yeah, I mean,
but he had reverse splits this year.
Oh,
he hit righties.
Did he really?
Better.
Okay, all right. Well, that might work for now. I'm just a big Blaze fan. I'm hoping. And look, I don't have as much familiarity with Westberg just because, you know what I mean. Like I've been really more. I was way more casual about the O's in the past than I have been this year, right? Yes. So this is like really my imprint of them is based on what I see this year, right? So I'm hoping. And I was familiar with Blaze when he was in Arizona. You know what I mean? But I'm hoping that Blaze becomes the full-time third baseman, like hands down.
So here's the problem with that. And if Jordan Westbrook's healthy, and that's a huge if. That's a capital I, capital F. He's a dude.
Oh, is he?
Yeah. So like he's your third baseman. Like that. So then Blaze, they acquired Blaze to be the utility player. The guy that can play, like give a guy a day off at short, give a guy a day off at second, give a guy a day off at third, give a guy a day off in left field. And then Jordan Westbrook gets hurt. And so that changed everything. Now, Blaze hitting the way he has this year, I don't know how they look at him moving forward, but if Westbrook's healthy, that's his gig.
Jordan Westbrook was the straw that stirred the drink when it came to this lineup.
Oh, wow.
He was their most clutch hitter. He was an all-star a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
Like, Jordan Westbrook is a damn good ball player. It's just unfortunate for him. He didn't really have an injury history, but ever since the day after the 2024 trade deadline when it got hit in his hand, it's just been one thing after another for Westbrook.
Orioles off today. They start a 3-game series against the Phillies tomorrow. Hey, let's give away another pair of tickets. Can we do that, Brian? You want to give away these tickets? 410-583-1057. We have not one, but 2 pairs of tickets to see Weird Al Yankovic. That's this weekend in Merriweather. Weird Al. He's weirder and weirder and badder or something. I saw the tour.
Allier.
That works. But I saw weirder and better or something. I saw the billboard when I went to the WNBA game in Mohegan Sun. Anyway, 2 pairs of tickets. 410-583-1057. You want to see Weird Al and talk to Brian Levy? Give us a call. Coming up next, though, Orioles 14-8 in the month of July. What has gone right, and can this continue, or is it too late? We'll tell you next here on The Fan.
The MLB trade deadline looms. Will the O's make a move before August 3rd? Keep it locked to The Fan for wall-to-wall coverage of the Birds at the deadline on your home of the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
I'm Eric Sobel. After an accident, you need someone in your corner, and I'm there for you. At Ace Law, you're more than just a case number. We're with you every step of the way, and we'll take care of everything while you focus on your recovery. Call 8888 Ace Law and come up Aces.
Baseball is back, and BetMGM, official partner of Major League Baseball, is bringing the high heat all season long. All season long, you can log into the BetMGM app and receive top-tier promos that put you in the batter's box and up the excitement for America's pastime. Step up to the plate all season with Swing for the Fences, the free-to-play game where every swing could score you rewards. We're talking parlay boost tokens, odds boost tokens, same-game parlay boost, and even bonus spins all season long. And the action doesn't stop there. Get more out of every at-bat and every inning with MLB same-game parlay boost. Stack your picks and boost your potential payout. Plus, lock in bigger value with MLB odds boost tokens and MLB parlay boost tokens all season long. More boost, more swings, more chances to win. Download the BetMGM app and step up to the plate today.
For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Maryland only. Existing customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Please play responsibly. In partnership with MGM National Harbor.
Your line just went down. Production stopped. A supervisor wants answers. And someone's digging through a binder for the maintenance history. Every one of those minutes costs money, and most of the time, that breakdown could have been prevented. That's where MaintainX comes in. MaintainX catches the failure before it happens. Preventive maintenance plans on every key asset to improve reliability. Work orders assigned and tracked right from your phone. Everyone from the floor to the front office is in the loop. Real-time dashboards give managers instant visibility into what's been completed, what's overdue, and where the bottlenecks are. No more guesswork. Just a smarter, faster maintenance operation. Companies on MaintainX have cut unplanned downtime by over 30% and save thousands on parts and labor every year. See what it can do for your operation. Try MaintainX free at maintainx.com.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owed the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $3 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they helped me. They calmed me down. They made me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuide.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalese.
Lamar Jackson has accomplished so much throughout his NFL career, but a Super Bowl has been elusive thus far. Jackson acknowledged that there is heightened urgency to win a championship heading into his 9th season.
Absolutely, it does. Each and every year I'm getting older, not younger, so of course, it increases, but it starts now, like I said, on the lounge. It starts now, training camp.
The Orioles are off today before beginning a 6-game homestand with the Phillies up first tomorrow night. Baltimore owns a 53-56 record and sits 2.5 games out of the final wild card spot with 4 games to go until MLB's trade deadline. From the Bob Bell Ford Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the low 80s with an overnight low of 68. Tomorrow has a chance of rain and a high of 88. This Fan Flash is sponsored by Farnan and Dermer. Beat the summer heat. Call the comfort guys, Farnan and Dermer. Right now from BGE, get up to $3,000 off select high-efficiency HVAC systems. For more details, call 410-367-7777 today. I'm Tim Barbalese, Ravens Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Tim Barbalese, Ken Weinman, and Femi Ayanbadejo. It's the final drive on 105.7 The Fan.
Lamar Jackson has...
For the rest of the season, I'm hopeful that we will make it into the playoffs. If we can avoid the injuries we've had in the first half, I think we should be able to get to the playoffs. We've had more than our bad share of luck on injuries, but I'm hopeful that we now have the team in reasonably good shape, and we've got some injuries still, but we have some good replacements and others that can help pull together while the other players are getting back to health. But I'm very optimistic going forward. The last 10 games have been terrific, I think, generally. If we can win 7 out of every 10 games, I think we're going to be in the playoffs.
That's Orioles owner David Rubenstein. That was at the Kyle Bradish presser, and he's optimistic. Now, we're, a week later, and they're 2.5 games out of the wild card. We got, 53 games left to play. I'm going to start with you, Femi, because you are Optimus Prime here. And they have had a good month. We've talked about it, 14-8 this month. So first winning month of the season. So do they have enough time to get themselves into this thing?
I mean, I do think they can. And the fact that look, they're 14-8, right? This is the best month that they've had. So, to some degree, they're playing the best baseball they've played on a consistent basis over a 22-game stretch, right? The starting pitching for me, I know that this series against Detroit, it doesn't erase what's happened over the course of the month. It doesn't reduce Brandon Young. It doesn't reduce Bradish. I know Boz has had a couple hiccups here, and I know what happened with Rodgers recently. But overall, outside of Dean, I feel like in general, this is kind of what you were hoping for earlier on in the season. And I think that when you look at the different teams that they're kind of competing with, I think it's going to take another team, whoever gets hot down this stretch, is going to be the team that probably grabs that third wild card spot. And maybe even that second wild card spot is still up for grabs. So the way that I think and the way that I look at things, it's not over till it's over. There's 2.5 games out. It's not 5 games. It's not 6 games. I mean, they're right there. And look, I understand that they have one of the hardest schedules going forward. I think this Philly series is going to tell us a lot. It's going to tell us a lot about Brandon Young too. I think Sanchez is throwing tomorrow, right?
TBD tomorrow. It's
really?
Sanchez Saturday, Wheeler Sunday.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Oh, is that what it is? Okay, cool. All right. So we'll have a better idea probably. And I don't want to put words in your mouth, Ken, but you kind of made the point like they won had a great comeback win yesterday, but kind of so what, right? I think it becomes more than so what if you keep stacking.
You got to stack.
Right? You got to stack. Yep. So that's where I'm at.
It's not so what. I think
it's just we've been here before.
Yes,
right?
it's look. That was the biggest comeback they've had since 2009. I don't want to diminish what they did yesterday. I'm just saying I have a body of work of well over 100 games at this point, and it's just been one step forward, one step back. And even after the 7-game win streak, losing back-to-back series, and they were this close away from losing a third straight series. Look, this is the first month that they've had a winning record in. Just one game above 500. The first month they've had a positive run differential. So first month they won back-to-back road games or road series, and the first time they've had a winning streak over 3 games. So it has been a productive month. We have seen a lot of their warts still on display, and things just got a heck of a lot more tough on them, considering obviously Blaze Alexander suffered that injury in the middle of the month, and then not long after, Adley Rutschman, Samuel Basayo. None of those guys' returns are imminent, especially Blaze. That seems like September. But even Adley and Sam, just from what we've heard, they're going to get reevaluated over the weekend. Adley, it's a left wrist injury. Receiving pitches, that probably can't feel all that great. So I don't think that it's fair to expect Adley to be activated this weekend. I would love to be proved wrong. But
I guess the pain tolerance thing.
Sure, totally. Yeah. But what we've seen on display this month and the past couple of months, the pitching is fantastic. They're 3rd in team ERA in July, 8th in starter ERA, and that dropped obviously the past couple of days. But they have the second best bullpen in this month with a 2.39 ERA. It's the offense that has still been so inconsistent, and 25th in batting average, 22nd in slug, 18th in OPS. Can this offense continue to weather the storm being this short-handed? That's the big question. And are they going to buy? Are they going to sell? Or are they going to do a mixture of both? And look, even if they sell off pieces, there's still a couple games out of this. It kind of goes back to 2022, like I've said, Ken. That team, they were a game and a half out. They were a game above 500. And they trade away Trey Mancini and Jorge Lopez. They still finished with an above average or an above 500 record. And they were in the mix until the final week of the season. So it's not impossible if Mike wants to go that direction.
And as bad as the American League is, remember a couple years ago, the Tigers sold and then made the playoffs.
Yeah.
Like they just got hot with the dudes they had and they still made the playoffs. So I think to your point, Femi, it's going to be last man standing, and I don't know that it's going to be a slugfest to the finish. It's just going to be whoever can be above mediocre as we get on the stretch.
Ultimately, there's going to be an upcoming stretch for the Orioles. This is in mid-August, where they're playing all of these teams in the hunt. They have a 10-game road trip that consists of Rangers, Twins, Rays. Then the Yankees and Rays come to town. That's 5 straight series against teams that you're fighting for a playoff spot. You're going to really know at that point.
I think that's what I was looking at too. They made me pause a bit. And they finished with the Yankees, the Blue Jays, and the Brewers. Mm-hmm. Like that's their last 3 series to end. Like it's a tough path. When you look at who they're competing against for that wild card, their schedule's not like this.
They have the second toughest remaining schedule in the American League. Yeah. Now, upcoming. Look, Phillies are really struggling. They've lost 9 of 12
Might
games
have caught them
out
at
of the break.
right time.
Yeah, they're really struggling.
And there's a weird thing going on with Bryce Harper and Dave Dombrowski too. Like that, there's the vibes are not good.
No,
in Philly.
vibes are not good. And then the Angels come to town. The Angels stink. Now it's fair to point out the Orioles lost that series against the Angels in Anaheim, so you can't assume that they're going to win that series. But they stink. And then that stretch that I just brought up begins.
I just feel like it's about getting hot. I think baseball is the epitome of like hottest team kind of, makes it into the playoffs and anything can happen. We saw it with Texas and we saw it with Arizona. Look at the Cubs. Like, didn't they go through a stretch where they lost 10 games?
They were hot, then they were ice cold, then they were hot again.
Yeah. So, like, to me, like, this is one of the streakiest baseball seasons I can recall in like recent history. So this kind of like, I'm wondering, like, are they going to play like whack-a-mole on who gets hot and who's not? And if you get hot at the right time, and if you're that team, speaking to what you just said, Ken, about being the last team standing on the hot streak, maybe you kind of creep your way in and then you see what happens.
Well, guys, it's also not out of the realm of possibility that this year just is the ultimate anomaly. We had Buck Showalter on the show, Monday, Ken, or recently? And he was like, I really hope there isn't a team with a losing record that makes the playoffs. The fact that Buck is bringing up that pot, could 82, 83 wins end up getting it done? Possibly.
It could be like what happened Arizona got to play 84, and then they got to the World Series. Fascinating. And the Orioles off today. Again, they start that 3-game series at Camden Yards with the Phillies tomorrow. And coming up next, we'll talk Orioles and Major League Baseball. Adnan Virk from MLB Network joins us next here on The Fan.
Training camp is on, and The Fan has wall-to-wall coverage of everything that happens at the Castle on your home of the most Ravens coverage. 105.7 The Fan.
Traffic is brought to you by the hometown team of Science and Kirk.
Mike Bordick here. I know a little something about a winning team. If you're hurt, call the hometown team of Science and Kirk. Don't let an auto accident take you out of the game. If you have a phone, you have a lawyer. YouHaveALawyer.com.
The Harford County Sheriff's Office is hiring law enforcement deputies. Earn up to $10,000 recruitment incentive. They provide training, support, and career opportunities to help you succeed. Act fast. Applications close August 2nd. Learn more at harfordsheriff.org.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. But at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited everything for just $35 a line. That's $35 a month for unlimited talk, text, and data. Switch to the carrier ranked #1 in network coverage and customer satisfaction and get unlimited everything for just $35 a month. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit Consumer Cellular online or in-store today. Price includes $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. Taxes and fees apply. Data speeds reduced after 35 gigabytes. Rankings done by 2025 ACSI survey.
Look who has extra pep in their step.
Well, I just finished my to-do list. I went to Giant and got groceries for the week, and I was even able to pick up everything for those barbecues and pool parties we have planned. You know what's even better?
What?
I get money back on the entire trip.
How are you doing that?
By using Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app where I earn cash back on groceries, gas, and dining out. They even gave me a cashback bonus on my first trip to Giant.
So that extra pep comes from all that cash back. Looks like I need to download Upside.
You really do.
Roll into summer with a full grocery cart and extra cash back. Download Upside and use promo code CHARM04 to earn an extra $10 cash back on your first purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM04 for an extra $10 cash back. Remember, use promo code CHARM04.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
When the heat is on, your air conditioner has to work harder than ever. If it's blowing warm air, making strange noises, or struggling to keep up, don't wait for a breakdown. Call FH Fur for fast, reliable AC service and repairs. And if it's time for a replacement, now's the time to upgrade. As FH Fur celebrates 45 years, get 0% financing for 72 months on a qualifying new system purchase. Plus, a free Enviro Air indoor air quality 5-inch filter.
877-CALL-FUR. FHFur.com. If you're thinking about it
every day,
we're talking about it.
That's what I'm talking about.
105.7 The Fan. From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center. Sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
95 northbound past Pulaski Highway, Route 40. There's an accident there. It's on the right side. 95 northbound heavy from the Beltway to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 295 northbound heavy from West Patapsco Avenue to 95 in Russell Street. And 895 northbound is heavy from I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. Round the Beltway, the inner loop's heavy between Charles Street and York Road through Towson. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
Tim Barbalace, Ken Weinman, and Femi Ayanbadejo. It's the Final Drive on 105.7 The Fan.
Orioles with a wild win in Detroit yesterday, winning 10-9 in 12 innings after being down 7-0 in the 7th inning. They are 2.5 games out of the wild card. The trade deadline is Monday. It's a perfect time to talk some Orioles and Major League Baseball. Adnan Burke from MLB Network joins us now. And Adnan, thank you so much for your time. We appreciate it. So from the outside looking in, the view from 30,000 feet, what the heck do you think of this Orioles team as we close in on the deadline?
Well, Femi and Ken, it's great to be with you guys. It's fascinating because what's happened to this Orioles team is you thought it was another lost season, and here we go again. Then all of a sudden they started playing some better baseball. And I think overall, yeah, they're only 53 and 56. You're 11 games back of the Rays. But this Walker has made things fascinating. And as we sit here, we've just passed the 2/3 mark of the season on Wednesday. 21 Major League Baseball teams are still within 3 games of a playoff spot. That is just crazy to think about. And the Orioles are 2.5 games back right now, the Guardians. Now, I don't just look at the games back, fellas. I also look at how many teams you have to catch. In this case, it'd be Cleveland, who currently has the third wild card, Houston, Minnesota, and Seattle. So 4 teams is going to be a challenge. But again, you just focus on your own house, so to speak, and they've been playing better baseball. So it's really going to be a challenge for Michael Elias. I would think he doesn't want to be a seller because you're only 2.5 games back, but how realistic are you and how aggressive can you be as a buyer? That remains to be seen with the trade deadline coming up on Monday.
And then that's exactly where I was going to go. I don't know what Mike Elias is going to do, but there certainly is a lot of smoke surrounding a lot of the Orioles players. Jeff Passan reporting Colton Cowser, Jackson Holliday, Adley Rutschman. They're taking calls on him. Yanier Cano sounds like a very popular reliever option. Do you envision a mixture of buying and selling?
Yeah, that's always tricky. I always find if you're 1 foot in, 1 foot out, that's the hardest way to do it. Now, A.J. Preller has done that before the Padres. It looks like he's selling because he'll give up a player for a prospect, but then also go get somebody else. So I would caution against it. Of all the names you mentioned, the one that I'm most fascinated by, just watching the Orioles, is what happens to Adley Rutschman. Because you guys know, they thought he was going to come up here and be, this great catcher for years to come, and he certainly showed promise and potential. But then went sideways a little bit, right? Inconsistent. I think he underachieved a little bit. He was hurt a little bit. Now, this year, it was kind of stunning to me, and Harold Reynolds, one of my colleagues from MLB Network, that he was an all-star. I'm like, what? I'm like, you can't be having that good a season. Is that just a dearth of quality option, wherever it may be? But I think in many ways, they do think Basayo is the future. So I get the fact that for Rutschman, you go, hey, unless you think he's your guy and you're going to sign him to a long-term deal, maybe now is the time to flip him. So I think Rutschman, to me, if I was the Orioles, I would trade him now because I think there's not a lot of great catchers out there. To me, he still is underachieved in some ways as to what expectations were, but he's still able to get back a net return. Bullpen arms are always valuable. Yanier Cano, I think, is interesting to me. I think I might have to trade him as well. Cowser, again, has had some good moments, but unless you think he's a long-term piece, you're not really sure about it. And Jackson Holliday is a fascinating one. Now, I might hold on to him because I'd say, well, I know he came out as the number 1 prospect, and again, he's underachieved in relation to expectations, but it might be too soon to punt on him. Sometimes it takes these guys a few years to really develop and become stars and become who we expect them to be. So, I think it's very challenging if you do a mishmash of buying and selling. But if I'm Michael Elias right now, I would answer calls on Adley Rutschman, and I would flip him.
Yeah, Adnan, we had Jim Bowden on here yesterday, and I think we proposed a question to him about Rodgers. And the sense in the city is that he wants to be here. There hasn't been a deal worked out yet, and you're pushing up against the All-Star break. What would you do with him based on what you know in the circumstances?
It's another one where at one point, fellas, you thought the trade was just an absolute disaster. You go, oh my God. I'm like, Rodgers struggled so mightily. Had to be since the minors. And you go, this, I mean, I wouldn't say it cost Michael Elias his job, but it had a lot of people questioning what exactly his thought process was because of what went the other way. Stowers looked so good for the Marlins, and obviously Norby was supposed to be the highly coveted prospect. But then a funny thing happened is that Rodgers was virtually got hittable last season. The guy put up scintillating numbers, and then much of this year he's been very good as well. So I generally trust the player. Like, to me, if Rodgers wants to be here, and I think starting pitching has generally been a challenge when it comes to the Baltimore Orioles, then I would keep him. Like, I would figure things out and say, okay, well, let's figure out a price that makes sense. I was so encouraged, fellas, by the fact that they signed Kyle Bradish, that 5-year, $90 million contract. Because, again, I think Baltimore generally has had an issue when it comes to having successful starting pitching. So if you feel like you have a guy who you can invest in and he's going to be that dude for you, then go ahead and get it done. So I love seeing Bradish get the $90 million for 5 years and the fact that he's there. And, again, I personally think that Rodgers has been an excellent story for them, so I would not want to part with him personally.
Talking with Adnan Burke, it's Inside Access here on the Fan. Adnan, you mentioned Mike Elias, and I'm just curious from your perspective, how hot is that seat for Mike Elias? Because we know in this business, if you don't have success, it's just that you're hired to be fired eventually.
Yeah, you know what's happened with Mike Elias is, I remember a couple years ago, it was so much attention and adulation being spread towards him because Baltimore had such a great farm system. And you said, oh my God, all these guys are so well rated. Look how good they're going to be. And of course, the cynic says, well, if the team is not very good, of course, the worse you are, the better you draft, if you're in the draft position. So if you have, let's say, 4 first-round picks, well, clearly you should hit on at least 2 of them. Why are you being rewarded for, poor performance on the field? But at the same time, I've seen many a team that have been struggling and still haven't been able to hit the draft. So you give Elias credit because a lot of those guys looked really good. But the problem is all these so-called stars didn't pan out. Jackson Holliday was the number 1 prospect in baseball, but is still yet to be a stud. He's still yet to make an all-star team, still yet to be that guy. Rutschman, they thought was going to be Johnny Bench, right? Perennial all-star catcher, hasn't been that guy. Gunnar Henderson, you said, okay, well, he is going to be our Bobby Witt. He is going to be a superstar young player that you could build this entire franchise around. And then what happened this year? Gunnar Henderson hasn't even made the all-star team, right? He's like a 700 OPS player. He's basically an average offensive player, which is shocking. And the defense hasn't been anything special. So I think what happened to Mike Elias is, I don't want to say he read his own clippings. I think that's unfair. But I think a lot of people were praising him and anointing him because you win the headlines of Baseball America says this and the Orioles are the best group of young players. And you go, yeah, but what are they going to do at the major league level? And unfortunately, they haven't been consistent enough. The other criticism of Elias, I think this one is fair, is he hasn't developed pitchers enough. When you have all these picks, you got to get some pitchers in there along with the position players. And sometimes mistakes can be made. Perry Managian lost his job with the Angels because he overcorrected. The Angels had such a dearth of starting pitching. He made like 10 straight picks of pitchers, and that's not what you do. What you do is you draft the best player. And what happens is if you need pitchers, well, you trade the player you have for the pitcher. You know what I mean? Like, I don't care what sport it is. And people say, do you draft by need or by the best player? I'm like, I always take the best player. Like, if I have 3 defensive tackles, I don't care. I draft a guy who's going to be Jalen Carter. I'm like, yeah, I'll take him, and then I'll flip him. I'll trade him to somebody else for whatever I need, quarterback, running back, whatever it might be. So I always find that strategy interesting, especially the Orioles. It's not enough starting pitching, but there's a way to do it. And I think those star players just haven't panned out the way everyone thought that they would.
Well, Adnan, let's get to the crown jewel of the deadline, and that's Tarek Skubal. Where do you think he's going to end up?
It's a fascinating conversation because oftentimes, and I get the frustration that baseball fans have, which is, I'm tired of getting all these big market teams always getting the best players, whether it's Dodgers or Yankees or Mets or Cubs or Giants. Like, why can't it be somebody else? So this is why the trade deadline to me is so fascinating, because this is an example where I do believe the smaller market teams are going to pounce, because it's very hard for the 2 teams who I think are the 2 most in on Tarek Skubal, the Tampa Bay Rays and the Milwaukee Brewers. It's hard for them to attract free agents, right? They're bottom 5 in terms of payroll, what they spend. Those are not the most desirable places in terms of baseball markets. So I love the fact that every rumor I'm hearing is that they're going to be all in on Skubal, and he should get traded. 2-time Cy Young Award winner, has been brilliant with the Tigers. Hasn't been as strong this season because he was hurt, but they blew a 7-0 lead yesterday in the game in which Skubal started. Like, fellas, figure it out. You're 5 games under. You're not going anywhere. Trade him now while you can. And I think the Rays and Eric Neander are going to make a really attractive proposition towards him. And I think that's good for the sport because the Rays right now are the best team in the American League. And look how fun that's going to be if it's Rays and the Yankees, the LCS. And the Yankees got to beat Tarek Skubal in a short series. And they've got Rasmussen and they've got McClanahan. Like, that'll be fascinating. Or is it the Brewers, who to me are the second best team in baseball behind the Dodgers? The Brewers won 97 games last season, and they're on pace to set a franchise record of 101 this year. And if you ask anybody who knows anything about baseball, they go, yeah, but I'll still pick the Dodgers in 6. Like, they're not going to beat the Dodgers. But what if they get Tarek Skubal? All of a sudden, it's like when Sabathia went to the Brewers. Yeah. And everyone knew the Brewers couldn't keep him, but Sabathia was such a warrior. He's like, no, I'll go out there on 3 days rest, 2 days rest. I don't care. We're going to win. I always think about Sabathia when I think of the Hall of Fame, how great he was with the Indians and the Yankees. But like, that run with the Brewers, it showed so much to me because I'm like, he knew impending free agent. He couldn't care less. He knew he was going to go by the middle. I'm trying to win. I'm going to go out there. I'm going to win for these guys. And it was so cool to see that. So I could see Skubal having that kind of impact on the Brewers. And just imagine Skubal versus Ohtani, Skubal versus Glasnow, Skubal, Mizorowski, those two guys together up against that Dodgers rotation head-to-head. That would be awesome to see.
Adnan, my MVP for this team, and I know Tim's going to start smiling when I start talking about him because he's my favorite guy on the Orioles, is Brandon Young. No one talks about him outside of Baltimore. He's 14-3 in his starts. His ERA is 3.13, 6'6", 230. He's stoic. There's something about him that I just believe. It goes back to April. He had a start against the White Sox and threw, I think, 6 or 7 shutout innings. And something about the way that his command that day, and all he's done is get better since then. I always wonder, outside of Baltimore, and you being a savant and an expert in what you do, I totally trust your opinion. I love watching you. What is your assessment of Brandon Young as of today?
Well, I appreciate the compliment. I think what happens with the guys like that, you're right, is in local markets, you can appreciate how great he is, but on a major level, you don't really see it on a national level. So I think with Young, it's like he was a guy who, again, wasn't called up, who wasn't celebrated, right? He was an undrafted free agent, was in the minors, had his proper training, gets up. I mean, I remember the start. It was last year. He had that perfect game, right? I want to say 7, 2, 3, 8, and it was like, oh my God, like this guy's legit. Like they don't get these kind of guys. And it was like the longest perfect game since Mike Pacino, whatever it was. So that's kind of when I started to pay attention to him. And then you see what happens. Okay, the start of this season looks pretty good, up and down. It's a situation where Brandon Young hasn't received his due yet, only because Baltimore hasn't blossomed. But what happens is once they get better, more people will start paying attention. I liken it in some ways to Foster Griffin with the Nationals. He's had a great season, but so much focus on Washington is how good C.J. Abrams is and James Wood are, and that's just kind of the way it goes. Normally you focus on position players. So with Baltimore, no matter what, it always comes down to Gunnar Henderson and Adley Rutschman and those other guys. But yeah, I think what Young's done is amazing, and you're right, those numbers are eye-popping. I mean, in today's game, I know people don't focus on wins as much, but I don't care. If someone says 14-3, you have my attention. So I hope he continues to deliver because certainly I know how much Charm City's appreciating him, and if they keep making noise, more people will know how good he's been for you guys.
Adnan Virk, this has been great, man. Thank you so much for your time. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much, guys. Listen, I always root for Baltimore. I as a kid, I loved Homicide: Life on the Street. It was my favorite show. So
great show.
when I went to Baltimore one day, I was like, hey, I don't know where they shot this. I went to the Inner Harbor. There's like a plaque there still for the show Homicide. Whenever people talk about The Wire, I said, there's this other great show called Homicide you got to see. And I love Camden Yards, of course, it's one of my favorite ballparks. So I hope you always keep it going, boys. Thank you.
Yes, awesome. Thanks so much, Adnan Virk. You can catch him on MLB Network. We will get to the Ravens coming up next. Roquan Smith, after practice, day 2 of training camp, he spoke. What did he say? We'll hear it next here on The Fan.
The teams you grew up with
Ravens are world champions.
Are the ones you still love today. 105.7 The Fan.
Get your tickets now for Bryan Adams' Roll with the Punches tour with guests Pat Benatar and Yul Geraldo, a Live Nation show. Tickets are on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. Keep listening to The Fan for your chance to win tickets, courtesy of Live Nation.
Traffic is sponsored by the Ouch Guy. 877-OUCH-911.
Ouch.
Please hold for the next available disappointment.
Or skip the hold music. Call 877-OUCH-911. I'm the attorney that gives a and I'll make sure the insurance company cares too. Real help, real results. 877-OUCH-911.
Big savings are here during the Salute to Savings event at Bob Bell Nissan. Choose from 4 great models under $30,000. Available and ready to drive home today. Credit issues? We say yes. Shop now at BobBellNissan.com or call 410-288-2500.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread yard work,
in 90-degree weather.
Wow, it is a scorcher out there today.
With a swarm of hungry mosquitoes buzzing around. Then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should get NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-497-8091. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-497-8091. That's 800-497-8091. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
And Doug.
Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons. And lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen. And oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live. And you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Tune in to Winning in Retirement with Brian Akers and his team of financial advisors right here on 105.7 The Fan this Saturday at 11 a.m.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Inner loop of the Beltway's heavy between Charles Street and York Road through Towson. 95 northbound heavy off and on from the Beltway to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 295 northbound heavy from West Patapsco Avenue to 95 and Russell Street. And 895 northbound, there's the delays between 997 and the Harbor Tunnel. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
From the OutchGuide.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalace.
Been a participant at practice during the first 2 full squad sessions. Kyle Hamilton recently talked about how much of a boost Matabike's return will provide to the defense this season.
He's one of the most talented people at his position in the league, and I don't think it takes a genius to realize that we'll get better when he's on the field. So, it allowed for a lot of younger guys to step up and get some reps, some much-needed reps going into this year, but, we're all hopeful to get him back as soon as possible.
No baseball today for the Birds, who will return home to face the Phillies in the start of a 3-game series tomorrow night. The trade deadline is 4 days away, and the Orioles are 2.5 games out of the final wild card spot and have to jump 4 teams to get there. From the Bob Bell Ford Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the low 80s with an overnight low of 68. Tomorrow has a chance of rain and a high of 88. I'm Tim Barbalace, Ravens Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Tim Barbalace, Ken Weinman, and Femi Ayanbadejo. It's the final drive on 105.7 The Fan.
Every year you're either getting better or you're getting worse, and I definitely had to attack some things with the body, soft tissue, and things of that nature, and I feel really good. So it'll just echo throughout the season because, a lot of people can talk, but it's more so about your actions and what you do in the field. So I'm not in the talking business. I'm more so in the result business. So, but it's a lead up to that, and I'm just getting myself there just like each and every person out here. So I'm excited for the journey, and, the journey is always the best when it's the way it's supposed to be.
Roquan Smith speaking earlier today after practice number 2 of training camp, talking about the importance of getting in better shape and injury prevention. And it's interesting. I saw the video because I'll be out there tomorrow. We were out there yesterday, but we weren't out there today. But I'm watching him on the Ravens. The Ravens broadcast all their interviews, and I'm like, Roquan looks thinner, yeah. Because Roquan got a little bit of chunky in the middle, and I texted. As a fat guy, I can say that.
Sure,
yeah,
sure.
I'm an authority on those things. But I texted a couple of people. I'm like, is Roquan? And they're both like, yeah, man, he looks like D looks great. Roquan looks like he's gotten himself in better shape.
Femi, we've had these talks too when you were in about Roquan Smith and Marlon Humphrey in particular. And in a salary cap sport, those two players, Marlon and Roquan, their cap hits combined for close to $59 million in a $300 million cap. Yeah. So were those players worth that last year? No. But something that I've been saying recently, Femi, it's not a contract year for Roquan, but it's, hey, I'm playing to earn the $20 million going my way in 2027. Because if he has a season similar to 25 and 26, he's not going to be playing for the $20 million. Yeah. So it's not a contract year, but it kind of is.
Yeah, I think last year, Tim, and I think we talked about this, and I'm trying to pull this rabbit out of my hat. Roquan has had an interception in every year of his career, except for last year. Isn't that right?
Yeah, 130 tackles last year, fewest since 2019. Yep. 5 tackles for loss all of last year. Only 1 came after week 3. He didn't have a sack or an interception.
Yeah, and that's the first time in his career that's ever happened, right?
Both career
So this is what I'll say. And, I have a background in human performance. Right when I retired from the league, that's the boat that I jumped into. I owned a brick and mortar fitness business, certified nutritionist, certified personal trainer, went to Hopkins, and I built digital health assessments, like using AI and neural networks. So this is my thing. This is what I do. This is what I do. Now, performance is rooted to mental, emotional, physical, and spiritual health. But the most important thing is that I don't care how connected and self-aware you are if your body's not right. You can want to do all the things, cognitively, everything's clicking, you're seeing everything. But if you're not in shape or if you're hurt, and I think Roquan was hurt for part of last year because he did miss some time, he doesn't talk about his injuries. So knowing him as a true vet, he's not going to talk about that. But I also thought that he had lost a step for numerous reasons. Yes. And you guys have talked about all that already. But I don't think he's done. Is Roquan 29?
Yeah.
He's 29. Okay. There's no reason for Roquan to not be at peak powers this year. And looking at the work that he's put in, listening to him talk, I think we're going to get peak powers Roquan. And if we get peak powers Roquan leading that defense, playing Mike linebacker the way that we know that he can, being everywhere, doing everything, it's going to be a great season for this defense. And I'm going to err on the side that Roquan's going to get back to business. And we'll have Roquan making statements and talking the way he was talking in 2023. 2023 is when he really had his chest out with that defense. Yeah. Now, I know toward the end of 2024, when we found our way, first half of the season was not good. Second half of the season, I believe the Ravens had the best defense in the NFL. Second half of the season, Roquan had a role in that. Kyle Hamilton, obviously playing deep safety, had a big part in that too. But for Kyle to do what Kyle needs to do, Roquan has to do what Roquan has to do. And when Roquan is kind of perusing the middle of the field, and my non-negotiables are all pre-snap with Roquan, because if he gets everybody aligned the right way, and he's talking and communicating with everybody, then that allows Kyle to be kind of that joker that we want him to be. So those two guys are connected. And then the third guy that's connected to that was the person you mentioned, which is Marlon Humphrey. If Marlon is in the slot, the three of them are going to feed off of each other because they're basically in the middle of that defense. Now, I know that playing nickel, you're obviously going to have coverage responsibilities, but you're also going to have blitz responsibilities, and you're going to also have switch responsibilities. And Kyle is that big nickel, which is basically a linebacker, right? He gets unlocked when Roquan is able to do the things that we expect him to. Marlon gets unlocked when Roquan's able to do the things that we expect him to do. And so, they're all kind of tethered to each other. And yes, we know the defense is all connected, but there's a special relationship between those guys, especially because the Ravens are going to be in nickel or dime 80% of the time. So they're all going to be on the field together. That's just the reality of it.
Let's hear more from Roquan Smith speaking today at training camp. And I was asked if he's noticed a difference between his current head coach, Jesse Minter, and his former head coach, John Harbaugh.
Yeah, I think this was the second day of camp. And obviously, every human being is always different. So, just like all 32 teams, things are going to be different. Jesse has his unique way of doing things. John had his unique way of doing things. And I'm enjoying it out here with the guys, getting better and just controlling what I can control. And that's just my attitude and effort day in and day out.
That's a vet kind of statement. He's not throwing anybody under the bus, just saying I'm enjoying with camp in day 2.
Yeah, you know what? Roquan to me is the epitome of you've got to earn it to be able to say it. And I remember, I want to say it was the Texans game. It was Christmas. I think it was Christmas 2 years ago.
24.
Yeah, 2 years ago.
The Netflix game.
Yes, that game was
Beyonce.
That was pure.
Yeah. Oh.
Anyway, that game was
Cowboy Carter.
It was.
Was it
Kent's
30?
hip.
35-2 or 37-2, something like that.
They shut him out. It was a
Derrick Henry
safety.
safety.
The thing about that game is that what people don't realize is that Houston has caused havoc for Josh Allen. He's caused havoc for Joe Burrow. They've even had some times with Pat Mahomes where Pat has struggled. Lamar has dominated the Houston Texans. He's 5-0. I don't have all the stats in front of me, but if you pull it up, his passer rating is like 130. I mean, it's insane. The numbers are off the chart. The reason I bring that up is because I recall, and I want to say it was that game. If it wasn't that game, it was one of the games around that game. Because I think that was also the Niners season, right? When the Ravens go out to San Francisco and they you know. So that was 20, that was 2023.
That was 23.
But I think Roquan was still in Roquan mode though, both those years where he was like, basically the confidence was oozing, and he basically was like, you get dealt with. If you come in here and you want to play with us, you're going to get dealt with. He's not talking like that right now because I think from his perspective, he hasn't earned the right to talk that way yet. So he's being really calm right now. He's setting things up so that when he kind of gets back to where he wants, like this is an internal challenge I see and I hear from him, and I love that. So that's where I see it going.
And it also partly, he's coming off a poor year and he wants to get back to his superpowers.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that when he starts playing that way again, then we'll get back to Roquan sticking his chest out and talking about getting dealt with.
Let's hear one more from Roquan Smith. Obviously, new defense coordinator Anthony Weaver and Jesse Mitchell will be calling the plays. So he talks about working with those two guys.
Yeah, I think it's a beautiful dynamic and it's a beautiful situation. Like, I've known Weave from in the past, and I think he's a tremendous person first and foremost. I think he's a tremendous coach. Well, and just like having him here, and then obviously Jesse. Track record speaks for itself, and I think when you tie two beautiful minds like that together, it just brings out the best in everyone, because two great minds is a lot better than one. So I'm excited for the journey with those guys, and I know a lot of other guys can attest to that in the locker room as well as on the defensive side of the ball. So we're definitely excited about those two, and I know it's going to be pretty sweet.
Femi, this to me, and again, I like Zach Orr, but he wasn't ready for it. And Anthony Weaver's been a D coordinator in this league, and Jesse Mitchell was one of the best D coordinators in this league. I feel like this is a massive upgrade.
Yeah, you guys already know how excited I am, and I know I'm not doing a good job of hiding my excitement. Like, I'm not really trying to hide it. You know, I'm Optimus Priming it over here. Like, I am, I know. But I still don't think the league is ready for this combination. Like with Weave and Jesse and Declan, these are three young minds that are at the forefront for me of philosophical and schematic defense. And we just, Mike McDonald, we had 2 years of it. But I'm going to keep saying this until the season starts and they start playing football. The Ravens historically, and I'm part of that history, and I love that history, is that you knew what we were going to do and we dared you to stop us. Those days are over. Like the idea that we're going to go out there and we're going to line up in 22 personnel, and you know that Derek's back there with Pat Ricard, and 80% of the chance it's going to be a power run or some type of man scheme with either, him doing split flow with Ricard and Derek going front side. Like that, those days are done. Like I don't think people realize what a disadvantage that this offense often played with, and the defense to some degree. And look, you already know that. It's hard for me to kick a young defensive coordinator who's a former player like Zach Orr, because I have so much respect for him. But the truth is the truth. The numbers are the numbers. I think he's going to do great things in the future. I think going to Seattle and being Mike McDonald, that's going to help him create a whole new evolution of how he's going to see defense. But right now in Baltimore, by bringing in this young staff, and I think, look, Coach Weaver and Declan Doyle are going to be head coaches at some point. And the reason I say that is because I believe that the effect that they're going to have on the Baltimore Ravens in 2026 are going to put them on that path.
I want to remind you, training camp updates on the Fan are brought to you by Green Valley Marketplace. Campus here, and Green Valley Marketplace is your summer grilling headquarters. They've got your cookout covered. Visit greenvalleymarketplace.com. Today we come back. Lamar Jackson says his best football is still ahead of him. Are we buying what he's selling? And what does the next evolution look like? We'll tell you next here on The Fan.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
With days to go before the trade deadline, the Birds start a big weekend series I-95 clash with the Philadelphia Phillies. Also, we'll check in with Vinny Serrato on training camp for the Ravens.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
If yesterday was Tarek Skubal's last start for the Detroit Tigers, it certainly was a memorable one. Skubal took a 7-0 shutout into the 7th inning, and then the Orioles rallied to beat the Tigers 10-9 in 12 innings. The two-time AL Cy Young winner recorded his 1,000th strikeout in the game. The Dodgers, Brewers, Rays, Braves, and Cubs will all be in the mix for Skubal, according to reports, as the deadline approaches on Monday. I'm Adam Abdallah.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
Are you an adult with uncontrolled moderate to severe Crohn's disease symptoms and still packing a backup bag of clothes? Just in case? Skyrizi Risankizumab Riza can help you take control of your Crohn's. Feel significant symptom relief, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements at 4 weeks. Plus, Skyrizi is proven to help people achieve remission and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Individual results may vary. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's. Ready to take control of your Crohn's? Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's disease.
Control is everything to me.
Learn more at skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Traffic sponsored by Farnan and Dermer, the Comfort Guys. Beat the heat this summer and stay cool. It's Jeremy Kahn. Call my guys, the Comfort Guys at Farnan and Dermer, for their $89 AC precision tune-up to make sure your AC system is in tip-top shape this summer. Call 410-367-7777 today.
Traffic is brought to you by the Holloman Firm, the law firm where you matter.
I'm Justin Holloman. After a serious accident, one of the first things you do is to call a friend, then you choose a lawyer. Why not choose a lawyer who'll be a tireless advocate for you and a friend? Get the legal justice you deserve at my firm, the Holloman Firm.
Your line just went down. Production stopped. A supervisor wants answers, and someone's digging through a binder for the maintenance history. Every one of those minutes costs money, and most of the time, that breakdown could have been prevented. That's where MaintainX comes in. MaintainX catches the failure before it happens. Preventive maintenance plans on every key asset to improve reliability. Work orders assigned and tracked right from your phone. Everyone from the floor to the front office is in the loop. Real-time dashboards give managers instant visibility into what's been completed, what's overdue, and where the bottlenecks are. No more guesswork. Just a smarter, faster maintenance operation. Companies on MaintainX have cut unplanned downtime by over 30% and save thousands on parts and labor every year. See what it can do for your operation. Try MaintainX free at maintainx.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for buying gas. That's right. You can earn cash back with Upside just for buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside, and just last year, I made nearly $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get cash back? If you like extra cash, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you fill your tank. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose. And millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients.
A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Are you an adult with uncontrolled moderate to severe Crohn's disease symptoms and still packing a backup bag of clothes? Just in case? Skyrizi Risankizumab Riza can help you take control of your Crohn's. Feel significant symptom relief, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements at 4 weeks. Plus, Skyrizi is proven to help people achieve remission and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Individual results may vary. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's. Ready to take control of your Crohn's? Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's disease.
Control is everything to me.
Learn more at skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
In Harford County, 95 southbound before 24, Veterans Highway accident there is on the right side. Just the left lane is getting by. Watch for police direction. 95 northbound heavy from the Beltway to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 295 northbound heavy from West Patapsco Avenue to 95 and Russell Street. And 895 northbound is heavy from I-97 off and on to the Harbor Tunnel. Inner loop of the Beltway is heavy between Charles Street and York Road through Towson. Outer loop of the Beltway at Liberty Road just getting reported of a crash. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
Tim Barbalace, Ken Weinman, and Femi Ayanbadejo. It's the Final Drive on 105.7 The Fan.
Absolutely, because each and every year you're getting older, your mind is getting sharper. Everything is slowing down even more. It's like you done seen everything. Anything a defense can bring at you. The only thing different now is just the new offense. So once I get that down pack, I feel like there's no room for error with us. Keep stacking.
So that's Lamar Jackson, and he's talking yesterday about if his best ball is still in the future. And so he's going to be 30 soon.
Yep.
He's coming off a down year. But he probably before that should have been coming off back-to-back MVP seasons. He's won MVPs in the first year with new coordinators. It's a new coordinator in Declan Doyle. So I'm going to go to the man who wrote the Lamarticles.
Yes, sir.
Are you buying what he's selling, Femi, as far as Lamar Jackson's best ball being ahead of him?
I mean, the shelves are cleared. I didn't bought all of it. It's all in the trunk. I got all of it. You know what I mean? So let me go back to the summertime. I was at an event at Fells Point, and I got a chance to meet up with Lamar and kind of talk to him for a bit. It was actually something to do with the National Horse Racing League or something. I think Lamar owned some horses with some people, and I know one of the attorneys that was there. So I got a chance to chop it up with him. We're talking about my kids. He asked me how my kids were doing. He got to meet my kids like the year he won his first MVP. And there was a lightness, there was a transparency about him. And I've seen that side of him like one-on-one over the years since he was drafted. But I feel like he was showing it to more people. And I was like, man, there's something different about Lamar. And I was just wondering if it was because he was out and about. But when I listened to him on the lounge and I see him at practice yesterday, like this is where he is now. I think he's in a flow state. He senses his self-awareness is at a heightened and a higher level than it's ever been. But I also feel like having to lock in on a new playbook where from Morningwig to Roman to Monken, there was always something that carried over a little bit. There was a little tiny crutch that kind of...
Because it was Harbs.
Exactly. But with Declan, he's like, nah, we're throwing all that you-know-what out the window. We're going to learn all my new stuff. And I think that inspired Lamar, but it also got Lamar like, man, I got to be ready. And people are doubting me. They think I've lost a step. They think my peak powers are done. They don't think we're a playoff team anymore. They're ranking me here. They're ranking us here. All that stuff. Lamar hears it all. He rarely responds to it individually, but he knows, he's aware enough to hear what's going on. And I think all it's done is light a fire under him, inspire him. And I think he's going to put this offense on his back. And we were at practice yesterday. We saw some of the new things that Declan has installed in regard to being under center more. And we already know the statistics on what Lamar is. He's the best rated passer in the NFL the last 3 years under center. He's also the best rated passer in the NFL on play action passes. Bone, I know you have all that data. I know you can spit it all out. But yes, I'm buying all of it. The shelves are cleared.
Bone, are you buying what he's selling?
The numbers for play action for Lamar last year, 147.6 passer rating, so almost perfect. 79.5% completion percentage, 13.2 yards per attempt on play action last year in his down year where he was hurt. And then you look his last 3 years in terms of under center dropbacks, 109 for 150 for over 1,300 yards, 16 touchdowns, 1 interception, 134.1 passer rating. He's got the best passer rating in football under center in the last 3 years. They just didn't use it all that much. I said it earlier. I think it's going to be a Lamar Jackson revenge tour this year. I think him being so open, and even yesterday, and he addressed it on the lounge, but also yesterday when he's meeting with the media, his ranking in the top 100, he's like, man, I've stayed off social media, but I've seen that. Yeah. I've seen that. Like, I'm getting tagged in that. Yeah. I'm aware of what's going on.
I'm a ball player.
So I think he's going to be very motivated in that regard. He's going to be very motivated to prove, hey, we can win without John Harbaugh. This is a brand new thing. And this is something we touched on during the season, Ken, this past year. And there was so much off last year. It didn't look like he was having fun.
No.
It didn't
even when
look like,
even after touchdowns, it was like,
yes,
yeah.
I can think of the touchdown that he scored against the Steelers at home. It was a rushing touchdown, and he just hand the ball, go back to the bench. Like, it wasn't the fun, joyful, animated Lamar Jackson.
Yeah. We will get back to this in a few minutes, but coming up next, the new class of Orioles Hall of Famers going in this weekend. One of them, Chris Davis, joins us next here on The Fan.
What happens next happens here. Baltimore Sports Radio.
That ball is out of here.
105.7 The Fan.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here helping you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. Taking a look at the pro football futures market, New England is the second choice to win the AFC East behind Buffalo. New England plus 145 to win the division for a second straight year. And I don't think New England's going to have a Super Bowl hangover. In fact, I think New England could be better than it was last year. Give me New England plus 145 to win the AFC East. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
You pay what we pay, not a penny more. Get employee pricing at Anderson Buick GMC. Drive a new Sierra 1500 and get employee pricing up to $11,500 off. Now that's smiles for miles. Check out AndersonBuickGMC.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Look who has extra pep in their step.
Well, I just finished my to-do list. I went to Giant and got groceries for the week, and I was even able to pick up everything for those barbecues and pool parties we have planned. You know what's even better?
What?
I get money back on the entire trip.
How are you doing that?
By using Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app where I earn cash back on groceries, gas, and dining out. They even gave me a cashback bonus on my first trip to Giant.
So that extra pep comes from all that cash back. Looks like I need to download Upside.
You really do.
Roll into summer with a full grocery cart and extra cash back. Download Upside and use promo code CHARM04 to earn an extra $10 cash back on your first purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM04 for an extra $10 cash back. Remember, use promo code CHARM04.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Success is picking up extra shifts for your family. Now you want to be the boss. Success is getting your foot in the door. Now you want to take the next step. Success looks different to everyone, and University of Maryland Global Campus can help you reach your goals. And there's never been a better time to get started on your future. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start August 12th. As an accredited state university, UMGC has been transforming lives for over 75 years. With more than 100 undergraduate and graduate degrees and certificates, online and hybrid courses, personalized support, financial resources, and lifetime career services, achieving your dreams is more possible than ever before. Choose the program that's right for your career goals and get started on your next success. Get your application fee waived now. Classes start August 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Hey, it's Brew, and I feel like everything in my life depends on being connected. Whether I'm uploading a video, hopping on a call before my show, or video chatting with my family back in Michigan, I never have to think about my Wi-Fi. And that's why Xfinity stands out. You get the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi with the best equipment at one price for 5 years guaranteed. No contracts or commitments. Plus, you can get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber or coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity, imagine that.
I scream. You scream. We all scream. Because Wendy's famous small classic Frosty is just $1 for a limited time. More screaming, happy screaming, summer screaming, dollar small classic Frosty screaming! But please don't scream in the drive-thru. It hurts the employees' ears. Get a $1 small classic Frosty for a limited time, only at Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. A la carte only, not valid for delivery. Limit 10 per transaction. Price may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. From the OutGuide.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalaise.
Lamar Jackson has accomplished so much throughout his NFL career, but a Super Bowl has been elusive thus far. Jackson acknowledged that there is heightened urgency to win a championship heading into his 9th season.
Absolutely, it does. Each and every year I'm getting older, not younger, so of course, it increases, but it starts now, like I said, on the lounge. It starts now, training camp.
The Orioles are off today before beginning a 6-game homestand with the Phillies up first tomorrow night. Baltimore owns a 53-56 record and sits 2.5 games out of the final wild card spot with 4 games to go until MLB's trade deadline. From the Bob Bell Fort Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the low 80s with an overnight low of 68. Tomorrow has a chance of rain and a high of 88. I'm Tim Barbalaise, Ravens Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Tim Barbalaise, Ken Weinman, and Femi Ayambadejo. It's the Final Drive on 105.7 The Fan.
This weekend, another Orioles Hall of Fame class gets inducted. The luncheon is actually tomorrow at Oriole Park at Camden Yards, hosted by the Orioles Advocates. The class is the late Jim Russo, Storm Davis, and our next guest, Chris Davis. And Chris, thank you as always for your time. We appreciated it. We talked to you right after it was announced you were going into the Hall of Fame. So I am curious, how have these last weeks been as the weekend is now arriving?
Oh, they've been incredible. And by the way, whoever picked out that intro song did a phenomenal job.
Brian Levy, yeah.
Yeah, it's been awesome, man. I've heard from a ton of people. A lot of people have reached out and congratulated me. And then obviously getting to talk to a bunch of my teammates and catch up with them and start to schedule some of these things down here, man. It's just it's a huge honor. I'm super grateful, and I'm super excited to celebrate it with not only Storm, but the rest of my teammates and then Jim's family as well.
Chris, focusing on your teammates, and we talked about this with you on Birdland Territory a couple days ago. Baltimore really gravitated to those teams, 2012 through 16. You get past the 14 consecutive losing seasons, but all of you guys were big characters, the Pies, and it was just so much fun. How excited are you to reconnect with those guys this weekend? And I guess if you've just been thinking back to some of those moments in the lead up to your induction.
Yeah, I'm super excited. The crazy thing is a lot of us still keep in touch. I mean, you said it. We had a lot of characters on that team. We were kind of all in the same place in our careers and our lives. So a lot of us got married around the same time. A lot of us kind of had kids around the same time. So it was a really special time. And obviously we knew the ability that we had to go out and win was going to be a huge thing for the city of Baltimore and this fan base. And so being able to be a part of that. Sorry, I got a helicopter coming right over my head right now. Being able to be a part of that, and really being able to give that back to a fan base that had really been hungry for so many years was huge for all of us. So we really leaned into it.
Hey, Chris, so I played 11 years in the league and for a long time,
the
NFL.
Football,
yeah, sorry, not Major League Baseball. But played for the Ravens, was on the 2000 Super Bowl team, and I'm so tight with so many of those guys. I still live in Baltimore now. My kids were born and raised here. Grew up in California, but my roots are here now. And first of all, congratulations on an excellent career. Been a big fan of yours. I loved watching you mash. Some of the home runs you hit, bro, wild. One-handed, out over the plate, wild stuff. I miss the locker room. I miss the guys. And I'm always so excited for the weekends when I know we're going to get together because I know it's going to be wild. There's going to be some drinks. There's going to be some conversations. There's going to be a lot of talking. Yeah. What's the thing that you're looking forward to the most, brother?
We're hosting a dinner tomorrow night at a undisclosed location, and I'm probably looking to, the most forward to that because it'll be all my old teammates, their wives, Jill. It'll be the whole gang. So I'm looking probably the most forward to that. And then after the game, after the pregame ceremony, getting to go up into the suites and kind of bounce around and talk to people. That's really when I can kind of take a deep breath, because everything's kind of done and also celebrate with those guys. But I mean, to your point, dude, I feel the same way. That's why I came back for Jonesy's. That's why I came back for Nicky's. That's why I came back for, guys that I played with, that I care about, that I still keep in touch with. Man, we don't get to connect very often because we all have young kids and life's going on. But man, I get chills every time I drive up looking at the stadium, just thinking back to some of those great years and some of those really good teams.
Talking with Chris Davis, Inside Access here on the Fan. Chris, when we had you on last, we talked about the way it ended. I don't want to rehash all that, but what it is curious to me, like the first time you came back, were you at all apprehensive for the fan response? And then when you heard that ovation, like how fired up are you? Because the fans, obviously, time heals. They love you. Like the ovation you're going to get on Saturday.
I'm fired up. I mean, the fans and I have a very unique relationship because I was here through some really good years and then here through some really tough years. And I was thankful for the reception that I got. I mean, I should have known better. I was here for a decade, and I feel like if you really embrace the city of Baltimore, they embrace you, and that's through good times and bad times. And that's something that I've always appreciated about this fan base, about the people in this community, is no matter if it was good, bad, or indifferent, they embraced me. And I mean, they might let me know about it here and there, but that's their right. But going to the Children's Hospital today, seeing some of the people that we really bought into being a part of this community because it was important to us, and they in turn embraced us back. So it means the world to me. I can't wait to hear what they got for me on Saturday.
Chris, you mentioned coming back when Nick Markakis got inducted into the Orioles Hall of Fame. Adam Jones. Well, Buck Showalter is yet to be inducted yet, and you would think that is going to be coming shortly. But how big was Buck Showalter for your career?
To be honest with you, I thought he was going to be before me. I really did. I thought he was going to be the next one. So I was kind of surprised when I got the call. Obviously extremely grateful, but Buck was huge, man. I mean, he was the reason that we had a lot of the pieces that we did. The trade for me and Tommy for Koji, Darren O'Day, Pedro Strop. I mean, we had, I think, 7 or 8 guys from the Texas organization the year that we went to Texas and beat them in their first ever wild card playoff game. So it was like there was not only a bit of talent on that team because you already had some good players, some key pieces. There was a ton of motivation to go back there and stick it to that organization. So we have, and Buck came from Texas, so it was It was just such a unique group of guys. I think you guys could see that on the field day in and day out. And he let us go. I mean, he knew that we were going to work hard, that we were going to have a good time. But at the end of the day, he knew that he could trust us, and he was a huge part of that.
Man, I love Buck. I like our guys, right? That's Buck, right? Isn't it? That's Buck, right? Yeah. Chris, you know what's interesting is when I came back to Baltimore, I kind of went back home to California for a bit before I kind of came back full time. And my son was playing flag football, and I went out there, and these coaches they weren't doing it. So before you know it, I ended up coaching like 8 years of flag football. And I was looking at your bio, and I see you're coaching the U.S. Is it under 18 U.S. team? Is that correct?
No, it was a development team, and it was last summer.
Okay.
And not to brag, but I also am a flag football coach. I did win the championship with Wales on my team, and then I retired. So, but it was, it was an opportunity for me to get back. I always wanted to play for Team USA. I guess if that'll kind of answer your question better. I had an opportunity in 2008 to go to Beijing and play for the Olympic team. And then I ended up getting called up a couple weeks later. So I was, I had to forfeit my amateur status, so I was no longer available. But I always wanted to wear red, white, and blue to rep our country. That was always super important to me. So when I had a chance to get back kind of on that level with Team USA, I jumped at the opportunity. I had a great time. Troy Gloss was there. Jonathan LaCroix was there. We had some other good coaches. A guy named Charles Bolden, who was in the Orioles organization at one point. But it was really cool to get to know those kids, to get to pour into them and try to show them a few things.
Chris, we've had this week we had Buck on, we had Zach Britton on. By the way, Zach Britton, I had no idea how great a talker he was. Like, we love having Zach Britton on. But these guys, and we've talked to Adam in the past, we've talked to other guys, Brad Brock, they legitimately love you. And you know what? You can tell when guys are BS, and like that clubhouse had to be incredible for that run.
It was unbelievable. I didn't know. Texas had a really good clubhouse, so I don't want to take anything away from that. Michael Young, Ian Kinsler, those guys were great, and they were great for me as a young player because I think they understood kind of how to handle me. And so getting traded over here, I didn't know what to expect. I knew Weedy a little bit, I knew JJ a little bit, I knew Jonesy a little bit, but mostly just from playing against them. So I wasn't really sure, man. And I think I'll just hit the lottery with these guys. It was unbelievable. We you know how it is. I mean, we gave each other crap. We held each other accountable. But at the end of the day, we knew that we had each other's backs. And so it was so much fun to go out there and play with those guys. And I mean, to be honest with you, I wouldn't have done half the things in my career if it hadn't been for those guys. You can't do it alone, man. So those guys deserve a huge amount of credit too.
Chris, how tough was that at the end, where 2018, where things didn't go your way in the first half and the team really got blown up? And obviously you had just signed the contract a couple years prior. To see that mass exodus at the trade deadline, what was that like for you?
Yeah, it was awful. I mean, if I can just put it bluntly, I heard around the time that I was about to get traded, I can't remember who it was, but I just remember hearing, you never want to be a part of a rebuild. And I'm like, I'm going to be the only person here. Like, I remember that thought coming to my head. I'm like, I'm going to be the only person here. And when it really kind of sunk in, obviously I was going through my own struggle, so I had a lot to focus on. But when it really sunk in was in 2018 when we were in New York and we lost kind of the last group of those guys. And I remember running out onto the field and being like, dude, all my guys are gone. Like, and we're about to play the Yankees. and so that's kind of when it started to set in. But I try not to look at it as like all doom and gloom, because it honestly gave me a greater appreciation for those first few years with the Orioles and the success that we had. And now the team's doing well again. I know that this year hasn't panned out the way that I think a lot of people wanted it to, but there's hope. You know, we have a good minor league system. They have good players on the field. They're signing these young players. So I'm just glad to see the organization starting to put an emphasis on winning again, because I think that's, at the end of the day, is the most important thing.
I'm so happy that you mentioned this team, because I was going to ask you about this team. And obviously with the wild card situation and, a bunch of teams between the second wild card spot and then kind of four teams kind of battling for that third spot, You know, as an athlete, and Ken calls me Optimus Prime because I'm always optimistic about everything. It doesn't matter. It's like, we got a chance. We're not giving up. We're buying everything. You know what I mean? So you're in charge. Yeah, you're the GM. Like, hey, what could you do? House money, brother. Like, the answer doesn't matter. I think I know what you're going to say because I'm sure that we see the world similarly. But what are your thoughts on the O's going forward, down the stretch here?
Yeah, I think they need. a little pitching depth. I was always hopeful that they would add a frontline starter, like a big number one guy. And I know they've got some guys that are good pitchers. I don't want to take anything away from them, but I'm talking about an established guy who's been there and who has some postseason experience, because it takes a little bit of pressure off those other guys and it allows them to go do what they need to do. I think from a standpoint, I like our offense. I think getting guys healthy and giving them an opportunity to get settled is huge. I've tried to follow it the last few weeks. I coach high school baseball, so we do have a season, so I haven't gotten to watch a ton. But for me, pitching depth is always huge in the postseason. I think that they have enough offense and a good enough defense to get them through the first few rounds of the playoffs. And for me, the biggest thing, and it's what we've talked about, is the chemistry. I don't know those guys. I don't know a lot of those guys. I haven't been in the clubhouse. But you've got to have a group that's willing to do anything for each other and understand that it's going to be you're going to have tough times. You're going to have great times, but you've got to find a way to just stay even keel through it all.
Chris, let's close with this. As a Jewish white man, I figured out pretty quickly I was much better at talking about sports than playing them. But please enlighten me. What is the feeling like to hit a ball 400 feet when you reach out with one arm and it just, the ball just explodes off the bat? Like, I know there's that meme, sex is good, but ... Like, is there anything better than hitting that ball like it flushed, like you could hit it?
It's pretty good. I do miss it. They're going through this the last few months, and people sending me texts and stuff like that. I'm not on social media, but I've got buddies that are, and they'll send me stuff. And none of my buddies back home, I mean, they know who I am, but they don't care about baseball. So they're not impressed. But every now and then they'll send me something, and I think the one that I remember the most is the one off Pat Venditti, because I literally bent over at the waist and just flipped it, and it went out. And I will be honest with you, that was probably the thing I enjoyed the most about baseball, was being able to hit the ball out of the ballpark.
Hey, real quick though, that home run, Chris, that's on like rotation right now. I saw it this morning. Literally, I saw it this morning. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, some of the times, Cooley would always joke with me. He's like, he doesn't know what he's doing. And I'm like, you're exactly right. I'm just doing it. I'm just going to go through it. So, but it was pretty good, man. It was a lot of fun back in my heyday, for sure.
Hey, Chris Davis, thank you so much for your time. Enjoy the luncheon tomorrow. Enjoy the ceremony Saturday. You deserve it, man. Thank you so much. And everything you still can do in the community. Thanks so much.
I appreciate you guys. Thanks for having me on.
Chris Davis going to the Hall of Fame on Saturday, along with Storm Davis and the late Jim Russo. When we come back, let's talk about Chris Davis a little bit. It's just an awesome story, and just we talked to Brad Brock, we've talked to Buck Showalter, we've talked to Zach Britton, and we talked to Adam Jones right after he got announced. So our reaction to what Chris had to say next here on the Fan.
Training camp has arrived. Keep it tuned to the Fan all day long for opinions and analysis of the purple and black on your home of the most Ravens coverage. 105.7 The Fan.
Traffic is sponsored by the Ouch Guy. 877-OUCH-911.
Ouch. You got hurt and didn't call 877-OUCH-911? Honey, even I know which attorney to call when you're injured.
Grandma's right. I'm the attorney that gives a shit. Follow Grandma's advice and call 877-OUCH-911 or OUCHGuy.com.
Traffic is sponsored by Schmidt Baking Company, part of the H&S family of bakeries.
The H&S family of bakeries brings you delicious favorites to enjoy, including 647 bread, potato rolls, Omega Me Crazy, and the classics like Schmidt Blue Ribbon Bread. Available at your favorite grocer. Schmidt Baking Company is your hometown baker.
The Harford County Sheriff's Office is hiring law enforcement deputies. Earn up to $10,000 recruitment incentive. They provide training, support, and career opportunities to help you succeed. Act fast. Applications close August 2nd. Learn more at harfordsheriff.org.
What do parents think of back to school at Staples, where 24-pack Crayola crayons are just 50 cents?
Staples has folders, notebooks, and pens at great prices.
I'm smiling from ear to ear. It's the most wonderful time.
Mom, I missed the bus of the year.
It's a wonderful time at Staples, where school supplies start at just 25 cents. Staples. That was easy. Visit your local Staples today or shop online and in the app. Ends 9/12. Exclusions apply.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids Max Strength. Its dual-active formula has 1,500 milligrams of calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolaids spells powerful relief. 1,500 milligrams is our highest amount of antacid per tablet. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
And Doug.
Hot dog! Get your hot dog!
Customize! Customize and save with Liberty Mutual.
Hey, what are you doing?
I like your method. Direct. To the point. A little loud, but...
Listen, people don't buy car insurance the same way they do hot dogs.
Not yet, but both are customizable.
Popcorn! Get your popcorn!
Hey, this is a hot dog area.
And customize and save area. Get a quote at libertymutual.com or with your local agent.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Ever notice how the little things add up? A cracked phone screen, a dead car battery, bills creeping higher.
Oh, no.
What if your checking account could actually help with all that? It can. With Elite Checking from NASA Federal, you get smart benefits designed to save you time, money, and stress. Like get your paycheck up to 2 days early for a little breathing room. Cell phone protection to cover unexpected damage, roadside assistance for breakdowns, bill negotiation to help lower your bills, identity theft aid for peace of mind, and you can earn dividends on your balance. If your checking account isn't working hard for you, switch to Elite Checking from NASA Federal. You can do it all right online at nasafcu.com/WJZ. And you don't have to work for NASA to join NASA Federal. NASA Federal Credit Union. Smart. NASA smart. Federally insured by NCUA.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code SAVE to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code SAVE to borrow up to $10,000. Use code SAVE to borrow up to $10,000.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
I-97 southbound after Route 100 at Quarterfield Road, there's an accident. And Route 100 eastbound at Route 2 Ritchie Highway, there's a crash. That's causing delays in both directions. Outer loop of the Beltway at Liberty Road crashes on the right side. It's heavy off and on from Green Spring Avenue. 95 northbound delays from the Beltway to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 295 northbound heavy from West Patapsco Avenue to 95 and Russell Street. And 895 northbound heavy from I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. On the inner loop of the Beltway, it's heavy between Charles Street and York Road through Towson. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
Tim Barbalace, Ken Weinman, and Femi Ayanbadejo. It's the Final Drive on 105.7 The Fan.
So we got a couple minutes to talk about what we just learned from Chris Davis. It's amazing the resurgence, the rebirth, because it ended really bad. And the fact that he acknowledges how bad it ended, but to time, the old saying, time heals all wounds, like the ovation he got when Adam Jones went in the Hall of Fame was incredible. And I think Saturday it's going to be another love fest with Chris Davis.
It will be well-deserved. And look, you said it to Chris, time heals all wounds. It was really rough at the end, and Chris acknowledges some fans let him hear it for sure, but he was such an integral part of those teams from 2012 through 2016. And we were talking with Zach Britton the other day. 197 home runs hit between 2012 and 2016. So you're talking nearly 40 home runs a season. But 2013 was such a fantastic year with the 53 home runs and 138 RBIs, but how he started that season, it was in Tampa, and then the first game, the home opener, Femi, 9 for 15, 4 home runs, 2 doubles, 16 RBIs. He did it in the first 4 games of the season. At his peak, man, he was one of the most feared power hitters.
And I'm so happy for him. And I've never met Chris personally, but when I heard him talk, so much of what he was exuding, like through the phone, I could feel and I could sense. I even got goosebumps because when you start talking about the guys that you played with, the guys that you've sweat with and probably cried with and bled with, like literally, it's special because there's not a lot of those guys. You know what I mean? Like being in the NFL or being in Major League Baseball or being in the NBA or being in the UFC, any professional sport, the people that you interact with, compete with, and especially the guys that you play with and share the locker room with, there's things they know about you that nobody else knows because those relationships are built on that singular experience. Your kids don't know it. Your wife doesn't know it. Your siblings probably don't know it unless they're my brother who played with me. We got to play together twice and live in the same house doing that. But my point is that it's a rare thing to be able to come back to a place that you probably, a lot of who you were at a certain time, a lot of who you've become. Your
identity, yeah.
Exactly, is rooted in that experience. And whenever I talk to other athletes agnostically across all sports, I can tell when a dude is just like a dude, like real. And Chris, like, I sense that about him. It makes me want to meet him because I think that the competition and the locker room is the same, right? Like, I know the sports are different, but the things that you like latch onto going forward and the memories that you have are really about those experiences with those guys. And I'm really happy for him. I'm excited for him. He's going to have a heck of a weekend.
Orioles and have their new class of Hall of Famers on Saturday. The luncheon with the Orioles advocates is tomorrow. I do want to ask you, Femi, though, because we can't speak to this. We see all for I went to summer camp, and when I see my Skylamar guys, it's cool. But it's the guys you went to battle with, for lack of a better term. When you get back together with those guys, what is that feeling like?
And you guys just did it, right? The 25th anniversary of 2000.
Yeah, we did. It's the locker room again, right? It's a little bit different, but we're telling stories, we're remembering certain things, and I feel like each time you do a lap with those guys, like different memories come up that you didn't remember the previous time. You know what I mean? And I also think that what's unique, and this is probably more about the NFL, we know that the injuries and like the mortality part of it with the league, with CTE and certain things, like we know that sometimes, and look like Goose, right? Like me and Kyle and Goose and Mike McCrary, like we hung out all the time still because we were still doing stuff locally all the time. And you hold on to it because you don't know how many more chances you're going to get. And not even just because of football, like that's just life. Like guys live in different parts of the country. Not everybody stays in the city with the team that resonates with them the most. They don't have their kids here necessarily. Like Chris is from Texas. That's where he lives, right? My brother's in California. I happen to be here because my kids were born and raised here. But you cherish those moments. And it's a time warp. Like you're in this vacuum that weekend, time will stand still for that weekend. And I hope he enjoys the heck out of it because you just don't know how many of those weekends you're going to get. And you only get inducted into the Hall of Fame once, right?
Yes.
So there you go.
Hey, we'll come back. You know what? We haven't heard from Coach Minter, who spoke today and seemed to have a lot of interesting things. If you missed what he had to say, you're going to hear from Coach Jesse Minter next here on The Fan.
Wherever the Orioles season takes you.
Say goodbye to this ball.
Download the free Odyssey app and hear reactions to all the biggest moments. Download it today and search 105.7 The Fan.
Join 105.7 The Fan's Baltimore Baseball tonight before every weeknight home baseball game at Pickles Pub as we broadcast live. Enjoy their 32-ounce Orange Crush. And on select nights, pick up a free 105.7 The Fan and Science & Kirk bucket hat, courtesy of Science & Kirk Lawyers. YouHaveALawyer.com.
Traffic brought to you by Elephant in the Room, a new locally owned restaurant open in Millersville. Hey, it's Rob Long. You already know Elephant in the Room is your place to go for orange and black, but football is just around the corner, and it's also your place to go for the men in purple. Right over there on Veterans Highway in Millersville, go to eatdrinkelephant.com.
Traffic is brought to you by the hometown team of Science & Kirk.
Mike Bordick here. I know a little something about a winning team. If you're hurt, call the hometown team of Science & Kirk. Don't let an auto accident take you out of the game. If you have a phone, you have a lawyer. youhavealawyer.com.
Will you have enough money for retirement? Will it last? Listen to Andy Palladino in your Financial Hour every Saturday morning from 9 to 10 a.m. for insightful advice.
Hi, Greg Talbot with Strategic Tax Resolution. Do you have unfiled returns or tax problems? The IRS and state have a plan of attack. Do you? It's never too soon to prepare, and no one wants to deal with tax problems, but waiting can limit your options. What happens if your wages are garnished or your bank account is frozen? Can you afford that? You want to protect your income and assets and build your defense strategy now. Ignoring the issue is not a plan. Call 443-367-9000 to get protected. We know the IRS and state playbook and work directly with them so you don't have to. Let us use our proven strategies and experience with the IRS and state to resolve your tax issue. Qualified clients have cut their tax debt by over 90%. How would that feel? Strategic Tax Resolution. Local, trusted, A+ rated by the BBB. Call 443-367-9000. Ask for me, Greg Talbot. 443-367-9000. You've got a guy on your side. StrategicTaxResolution.com. Get relief.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Here's the deal. The government is over $38 trillion in debt, which means the IRS isn't slowing down. And the tax code is complex and unforgiving. So it's not surprising if you're one of the millions of Americans that owe back taxes to the IRS. Unfortunately, they're the world's most powerful collection agency, with the ability to garnish your wages, seize your bank accounts, and even take your home or business. But don't be stressed or worried any longer. We're Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. We have resolved over $3 billion in tax debt for our clients. Our award-winning professionals deal with the IRS every single day, protecting our clients and preparing them for the best possible resolution. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, give Optima a call today.
Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie and the Final Drive. Live on YouTube, Monday through Friday, 6 till 6. Search 105.7 The Fan, Baltimore. And never miss a moment of coverage on the teams you love. From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center. Sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
I-97 southbound after Route 100 at Quarterfield Road, there's an accident. 100 eastbound at Route 2 Ritchie Highway, still working on an accident there. It's heavy both directions. And on the outer loop of the Beltway before Liberty Road, there's a crash on the right side. It's heavy off and on from Green Spring Avenue. Inner loop of the Beltway is heavy between Charles Street and York Road through Towson. And the inner loop past 95, the Kennedy Highway, clearing a crash. 95 northbound heavy from the Beltway to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. And 295 northbound heavy off and on from West Patapsco Avenue to 95 and Russell Street. 895 northbound heavy from I-97 to the Harbor Tunnel. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
From the OutGuy.com sports desk, here's Tim Barbalese.
Nnamdi Madubuike has been a participant at practice during the first 2 full squad sessions. Kyle Hamilton recently talked about how much of a boost Madubuike's return will provide to the defense this season.
He's one of the most talented people at his position in the league, and I don't think it takes a genius to
realize that we'll get better when he's on the field. So, it allowed for a lot of younger guys to step up and get some reps, some much needed reps going into this year. But, we're all hopeful to get them back as soon as possible.
No baseball today for the Birds, who will return home to face the Phillies in the start of a 3-game series tomorrow night. The trade deadline is 4 days away, and the Orioles are 2.5 games out of the final wild card spot and have to jump 4 teams to get there. From the Bob Bell Ford Bel Air Weather Center, temps are in the low 80s with an overnight low of 68. Tomorrow has a chance of rain and a high of 88. I'm Tim Barbalas, Ravens Terps, and you're home for the most Orioles coverage. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Tim Barbalas, Ken Weinman, and Femi Ayanbadejo. It's the Final Drive on 105.7 The Fan.
Towards the end of that first week of August, I feel like to start to really see them get in the mix. They're working through a couple things. Right now, they're also getting acclimated just to be ready when they are ready. So look forward to having both those guys feel confident that they'll have enough time to get themselves ready for week 1.
More good news. That's Jesse Minter talking about when he expects Travis Jones and John Jenkins to be ready to play. So the D-line should be back sooner rather than later. Obviously, Nnamdi Madubuike, he's been in uniform, has been doing stuff off to the side, and Travis Jones and John Jenkins still on PUP, but they should be back by the first week of August.
Yeah, I think that it's been all you got to do is look at the Bengals. You know what I mean? You have Shamar Stewart. I always want to call him Shamar Moore. You guys all know.
Yeah.
He's not Shamar
Handsome
Moore.
actor.
Yeah, exactly. What I'm hoping for is a clean camp, and the guys that had injuries that were kind of lingering before the season started, get them back ASAP. Navigating the camp gauntlet is always kind of a difficult thing because the NFL gods always have their own way of creating obstacles, and injuries are usually the biggest ones. I'll reiterate again. I thought yesterday was a really smooth practice.
Mm-hmm.
I really think Jesse's a real cool customer. We're still learning about his personality, but and it's such a contrast from John, right? And it's just something that I think everyone's adjusting and adapting. And what I like right now is that every time Jesse does something, we don't have to reference John anymore. You know what I mean? I think in the beginning that was kind of happening. I think it's natural to make that comparison as you transition from one big personality to a new coach and what he's going to be like, because you're used to the previous regime and the way that they operated. But super impressed by camp, really impressed with what the veterans are saying about Jesse's operation. Really loved the literal operation that I saw on the field yesterday. So yeah, I'm excited for what's going to happen through camp and getting things rolling.
Totally. And as far as the injuries, there's nothing worse than a serious injury in training camp, and it happens every single year. Someone's carted off.
Somebody's getting hurt.
Someone's season ends before it begins, and you're at the point of the NFL calendar right now where time's on your side. Yeah. You have a little less than a month and a half until week 1. So someone like Nnamdi Madubuike or John Jenkins or Calais Campbell, all these guys, you can ramp them up. This doesn't have to be, okay, sprint, hit the ground running. You have time to ramp up.
More from Jesse Minter speaking today. Obviously, one of the highlights of today's practice and another good day for the offense. A big catch, leaping in the air, Jacoby Lane. Jesse Minter talks about Lane building trust with the offense.
I think Jacoby's a confident player, and I think a lot of the guys that are picked are confident players. The confidence has to come to do it day after day, period after period, and then the teammates gain confidence in them when they do that. So a lot of times, man, the young guys, they got a lot of confidence. They've been really good players, but it ultimately comes down to, Lamar trusting him and the other offensive players and the defensive players trusting him to be out there and make plays for us. So that's the way it's always been. Those guys will have a ton of opportunities to gain trust of the coaches and the players. And when he made a couple nice plays today.
At your account, Femi, Jacoby Lane, you were on him before anyone. So what do you think of what the coach is saying?
No, I love it. Big fan of Jacoby's, obviously. One of the things that I learned through my time, and this is through high school, through college, and the NFL, is that if I didn't do it in practice, I wasn't doing it in a game. I wasn't that guy. There's some guys that they just show up and play, and hey, they're just world class. That wasn't me. I had to work, I had to grind, and usually when I had good practices, that led to really good games. And I think this is what Minter's kind of, beneath the surface is saying is like, hey, if you want to gain trust, if you want to be a really good ball player, show it in practice, take practice seriously, because those reps and that trust translates to actual game things. The people that you work with and play with, the coaches, the Lamar Jacksons of the world, if they see you do it in practice, they're going to give you an opportunity to do it in the game. That's what I heard Coach Minter talking about.
We brought this up earlier in regards to Jadeveon Clowney, who visited the Browns. Right now, if you're a young guy talking about edge, especially at wide receiver, you have an opportunity. You have a runway right now. And maybe it does get to a point where Eric DeCosta doesn't love what he's seeing, and he does bring in a Deebo Samuel, a Keenan Allen, a Jadeveon Clowney if he doesn't sign in Cleveland. Like, that's still a possibility. But right now, Eric DeCosta is giving both of those position groups opportunities to shine. Now, will they take it?
Well, you mentioned young edge bone. Jesse Minter talks about the development of Zion Young.
Sometimes you got to dial him back, and especially in these situations. Love the way that guy goes about his business, his physicality, his toughness. I think he's a good rusher, too. Sometimes guys look at like these big, tough, rugged edge defenders. He's a really good pass rusher, too, and he's going to be able to rush from a lot of different spots. Got a lot of confidence that he'll gain confidence of the other guys out there and, hopefully develop a role for himself.
Femi, what I like about Zion Young is he's got some ish to him. He's got some attitude to him, and I think this team missed that in years past. Now, that's not going to guarantee he's going to be a good player, but, man, he's a massive human being, and as Coach said, he can do a whole lot for your football team.
Yeah, I mean, it's always good when you have a guy that just likes to stir the pot. You know what I mean? And I think Zion Young is one of those guys. My comp for Zion Young, or I guess, Jadeveon Clowney was my comp for Zion Young. Like, I see power at the point of attack. I see a guy that's really good against the run. I see a read and react full speed guy that can shed and go after the quarterback, like full stop, like no need to break down, just reckless abandon. And if you guys get a chance, go on YouTube, type in Zion Young, and I think it's against Auburn, and they have a game that goes to overtime.
Yeah,
and
I've seen it. Yeah,
absolutely talks it, and then he walks it, and they
the
win the
coin
game.
toss.
Yeah, he's talking the whole time. I absolutely love that, especially if I'm on your team. Now, if I'm not on your team, I hate that. But if I'm on your team, I love it. And I think that people are going to love playing with Zion Young, and I hope the personality and the production walk in lockstep.
They missed that last year. Yeah. And even you can say Vanga Ioane as well. Remember his first fight. And no one's touching my quarterback. Like the Ravens, they are typically the bully 90% of the time. They got bullied last year. We've been bringing up the Lions game earlier this week where you don't see teams coming to M&T Bank Stadium and rush for over 200 yards, and a lot of that, the bulk, coming up the middle. They were getting bullied last year, so you're bringing in some of those guys with a little ish to them.
Let's hear one more from Coach Minter talking about the importance of Kyle Hamilton and Roquan Smith as part of doing this, learning this new scheme.
Again, Kyle's like the Pied Piper for us. Him and Roquan, I mean, those guys, the way they drive the ship out there, when you have guys like that, it gives you the ability to do it. And so it's a credit to them. It's a credit to the defensive coaches teaching stuff, and I look forward to just that.
Those guys, and Kyle Hamilton spoke yesterday. Roquan spoke today. Roquan looks incredible, Femi.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about the fact that he was probably injured for a good part of the season. He looked a step slow, and he didn't look like he was in peak fitness, and we know that. And he knew that. And I think that he's riding that ship right now. And I think in a previous segment today, it's really important that Roquan and Kyle are so attached at the hip, and they're going to need Roquan's ability to be who he is unlocks Kyle, is basically what I'm trying to say. And Roquan wasn't that best version of himself last year. They're going to be in nickel and dime 80% of the time, which means that Kyle's going to be lined up next to Roquan, right? I think that's what Coach Minter was kind of, alluding to some degree. So peak Roquan is a dangerous man. And, you talked about the Lamar Jackson revenge tour. How about the Roquan revenge tour? I think I'm looking forward to seeing that too.
It's got to happen, man. It's got to happen. And say it again, like he's playing to earn that $20 million due his way next year. And you don't see inside linebackers with cap hits of $32.7 million. That's the second highest cap hit on this team. So given that, he has to be an impactful football player. He has to.
I have a question. No fresh take tonight?
I thought there was fresh
I
take.
haven't heard any.
Not.
Is there a fresh take tonight, Brian? Do we know?
I'm planning on there being a fresh take tonight.
I usually heard a promo, so I just wanted to make sure because I'm promoting the last segment, and I usually tell you what's next. So I just wanted to make sure. But we have the 2-minute warning. The Orioles have made a trade. We'll tell you what that is. A wide receiver not named Zay Flowers has gotten paid. And then we'll get you ready for the fresh take at 6 here on The Fan.
Next time on the Big Bad Morning Show.
With days to go before the trade deadline, the Birds start a big weekend series I-95 clash with the Philadelphia Phillies. Also, we'll check in with Vinny Serrato on training camp for the Ravens.
Tomorrow on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
When Lamar Jackson met the media yesterday, he addressed his ongoing contract negotiations by once again not addressing it, saying it's between him and the team and that he wants to focus on football. Jackson also addressed his place on the NFL 100 list, where his fellow players voted him 69th in the NFL, 67 spots down from last year. Lamar didn't seem to care, though, saying he just plays football and, quote, doesn't care about rankings. I'm Adam Abdallah.
105.7 The Fan studios are driven by Anderson Automotive, Buick, GMC, and Honda. It's miles for miles at AndersonAutomotive.com.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
I scream. You scream. We all scream. Because Wendy's famous small classic Frosty is just $1 for a limited time. More screaming. Happy screaming. Summer screaming. $1 small classic Frosty screaming! But please don't scream in the drive-thru. It hurts the employees' ears. Get a $1 small classic Frosty for a limited time. Only at Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. A la carte only. Not valid for delivery. Limit 10 per transaction. Price may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
Sponsored by UBO. We make workflow. UBO streamlines document workflow and maximizes output. Think of us as your business technology experts, where satisfaction isn't just a promise, it's a part of our culture. Get started at ubeo.com today.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this rush hour ad to keep you calm, which could help your driving. And science says therapy is great for a healthy mindset. So enjoy this 14-second session on us. I think you've done everything right and absolutely nothing wrong. In fact, anything that hasn't gone your way could probably be blamed on your father not being emotionally available because his father wasn't emotionally available, and so on. And now that you're calm and healing, you're probably driving better too.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Look who has extra pep in their step.
Well, I just finished my to-do list. I went to Giant and got groceries for the week, and I was even able to pick up everything for those barbecues and pool parties we have planned. You know what's even better?
What?
I get money back on the entire trip.
How are you doing that?
By using Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app where I earn cash back on groceries, gas, and dining out. They even gave me a cashback bonus on my first trip to Giant.
So that extra pep comes from all that cash back. Looks like I need to download Upside.
You really do.
Roll into summer with a full grocery cart and extra cash back. Download Upside and use promo code CHARM04 to earn an extra $10 cash back on your first purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM04 for an extra $10 cash back. Remember, use promo code CHARM04.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Does it feel like it's time to refresh and renovate your home? Jerry's Home Services is the only company to call in Maryland for all your home improvement needs. Specializing in siding and roofing, along with kitchens and baths, Jerry's is your all-in-one stop. Don't put off the renovations needed to make your home feel new again. Just ask Jerry's. Call the family-owned and operated company with over 40 years of experience and make your home a Jerry's home. For a free estimate, call 410-766-6800 or visit jerryshomeservices.com today.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills.
Odoo replaces it all.
One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
What do parents think of back to school at Staples, where 24-pack Crayola crayons are just 50 cents?
Staples has folders, notebooks, and pens at great prices.
I'm smiling from ear to ear. It's the most wonderful time.
Mom, I missed the bus of the year.
It's a wonderful time at Staples, where school supplies start at just 25 cents. Staples. That was easy. Visit your local Staples today or shop online and in the app. Ends 9/12. Exclusions apply.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
I scream. You scream. We all scream. Because Wendy's famous small classic Frosty is just $1 for a limited time. More screaming, happy screaming, summer screaming, dollar small classic Frosty screaming! But please don't scream in the drive-thru. It hurts the employees' ears. Get a $1 small classic Frosty for a limited time, only at Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. A la carte only, not valid for delivery. Limit 10 per transaction. Price may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
From the 105.7 The Fan Traffic Center, sponsored by your Baltimore area Jiffy Lube locations.
Outer loop of the Beltway before Liberty Road. Accident's been cleared from the right side, but still heavy off and on from Green Spring Avenue. Inner loop of the Beltway's heavy off and on from 95 to Security Boulevard, and it's heavy again on the inner loop between the Harrisburg Expressway and Dulaney Valley Road through Towson. Inner loop of the Beltway past 95 to Kennedy Highway, clearing an accident out of the way. 95 northbound's heavy from the Beltway to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. 295 northbound, there's delays from West Patapsco Avenue to 95 and Russell Street, and 895 northbound heavy from 295 to the Harbor Tunnel. I'm Scott Brady with traffic.
It's the Final Drive's 2-minute warning.
Orioles have made a trade. They've acquired Jake Rogers, catcher who was just DFA'd by the Tigers. He was Tarek Skubal's personal catcher for a long time. For prospect Zane Barnhart. Now, Jake Rogers is not a hitter. He hadn't hit over 200 since, I think, 2023 when I was looking. And that year he hit like 230. But he's a competent defensive catcher. He can hit a bomb every now and then. It's a minor trade. And, Bone, as you said, it might point to the future, immediate future of Sam and Adley.
Clearly, it's not a minimum stay for Adley. He was due to come off yesterday, and Sam, I believe,
tomorrow.
Tomorrow. So I think it might be a little bit for both of those guys. And catcher's just been such a black hole
It's been
for
wild.
this team in the interim. So it's a trade that definitely makes sense for them.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know anything about Rogers. For a minute, I thought you were talking about the Rogers brothers, a pitcher. Because they both were on the Giants. You know, so I was thinking about them. I was like, oh, yeah, good. Okay.
One of them, throw from his feet.
Yeah, dude, and he's really effective. Yeah. I mean, he has one of the best ERAs as a bullpen guy in Major League Baseball. He throws 78 miles an hour, but it comes from his ankle. If they got him, I'd been amazing.
Good.
Unfortunately, I have nothing to offer on Rogers, but let's see what happens.
We have another wide receiver extension that isn't Zay Flowers. Chris Olave, 4-year extension worth up to $132 million, $90 million guaranteed for Chris Olave.
Yeah, Chris Olave is he's a really good player. I really like Tyler Shuck. It's Tyler Shuck, right? That's his first name.
Quarterback.
Yeah, quarterback. I think he's outstanding. Highly underrated. Had a heck of an end of his season last year down the stretch for New Orleans. But Chris Olave, solid player. I think Zay's going to top that deal. Honestly,
yes, I agree.
I don't think that's not a secret. But any day now, I'm hoping to get the Zay thing done.
I still think that the Drake London contract that was signed, probably a month or so ago at this point, that's the perfect framework. You're always looking for comparables. And look, even going back to Lamar Jackson, what was the impetus for him to sign? It was Jalen Hurts signing a contract. Then a day later, a couple $1 million more, he signed that deal. You look at the production that Drake London has had to start his career, compare it to Zay Flowers, and Zay's probably a bit of a better player, but they're close And I think that Zay will one-up him by a little bit in terms of contract.
What did Drake London get? Like 35?
I think it was 36, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I'm going to say Zay's going to fall in a little above that. But
35-2.
Yeah.
35-2.
I had Zay right under 37.
Yeah, I think it's going to be between 36 and 37. Yeah. Man, did day 2 feel better than day 1?
Day 2 did feel better, actually. Yeah, it did. And I think that we jammed our calendars up for us yesterday. Like, we were doing a lot.
Yeah.
I sweated through everything that I was wearing yesterday at camp, right?
Oh, it's
And then
hot.
I had to go here in the bathroom and change. I had deodorant. I smelled pretty good, though, right?
That was a smart move.
Yeah.
I just rocked the sweaty clothes all day.
I didn't call you out,
I guess
bro.
I didn't
Like,
smell
you didn't,
bad,
no, you didn't
right?
smell. You didn't smell. You didn't smell. You didn't
I'll
smell.
take that.
You're good.
Well, hey, everything considered, yesterday was not all that hot, so I'm hoping it's more of the same tomorrow.
Because we'll be out there.
Because we have, you've played in really hot training camp practices. It sucks.
Does this place we're going pre-show have food?
Yeah, they have food. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, they have food.
Okay, beautiful.
You can get tea. I'm gonna have my coffee.
Oh,
Bo's
yeah.
gonna have his coffee. You'll have tea. You'll
Maybe
have
a sandwich or something?
Yeah, you get a little breakfast bagel or something.
Gotta
Right?
fill up while because you're going to be out in the heat.
Yeah, and right next door is actually like a breakfast spot. Worst case scenario. Yeah. So
okay.
Yeah.
Sounds good. Bo, what do we have on tomorrow's show?
Tomorrow's show, we're going to start taking a look at the AFC North, going around the AFC North, and we'll start with the Steelers. Why not? So Brooke Pryor, who covers the Steelers for ESPN, will join us. Scott Braun, Foul Territory. Jerry Coleman,
your dad,
just a great guy.
Oh, Jerry.
And Jacob Calvin Meyer.
Awesome.
Okay, I love
Big
it.
show.
Love it.
Big show. Don't change that dial because coming up next, it's Beltway Ben Hall. It's Cordell Woodland. It's the Fresh Take, and it starts at 6 here on The Fan.
Searching for